CHAPTER LV, Part I of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER LV. Louis XV, the Philosophers, Part I. Nowhere and at no epoch had literature shone with so vivid a lustre as in the reign of Louis XIV. Never has it been in a greater degree the occupation and charm of mankind, never has it left nobler and rarer models behind it for the admiration and imitation of the coming race. The writers of Louis XV.'s age, for all their brilliancy and all their fertility, themselves felt their inferiority in respect of their predecessors. Voltaire confessed as much with a modesty which was by no means familiar to him. Inimitable in their genius, Corneille, Bossuet, Pascal, Moliere, left their imprint upon the generation that came after them. It had judgment enough to set them by acclamation in the ranks of the classics. In their case, greatness displaced time. Voltaire took Racine for model. Lamotte imagined that he could imitate La Fontaine. The illustrious company of great minds which surrounded the throne of Louis XIV. And had so much to do with the lasting splendor of his reign, had no reason to complain of ingratitude on the part of its successors; but from the pedestal to which they raised it, it exercised no potent influence upon new thought and new passions. Enclosed in their glory as in a sanctuary, those noble spirits, discreet and orderly even in their audacities, might look forth on commotions and yearnings they had never known. They saw, with astonishment mingled with affright, their successors launching without fear or afterthought upon that boundless world of intellect, upon which the rules of conscience and the difficulties of practical life do not come in anywhere to impose limits. They saw the field everywhere open to human thought, and they saw falling down on all sides the boundaries which they had considered sacred. They saw pioneers, as bold as they were thoughtless, marching through the mists of a glorious hope towards an unknown future, attacking errors and abuses, all the while that they were digging up the groundwork of society in order to lay new foundations, and they must have shuddered even in their everlasting rest to see ideas taking the place of creeds, doubt substituted for belief, generous aspirations after liberty, justice and humanity mingled among the masses with low passions and deep-seated rancor. They saw respect disappearing, the church as well as the kingly power losing prestige every day, religious faith all darkened and dimmed in some corner of men's souls, and amidst all this general instability they asked themselves with awe, "What are the guiding reins of the society which is about to be? What will be the props of the new fabric? The foundations are overturned, what will the good man do?" Good men had themselves sometimes lent a hand to the work, beyond what they had intended or foreseen perhaps. Montesquieu, despite the wise moderation of his great and strong mind, had been the first to awaken that yearning for novelty and reforms which had been silently brooding at the bottom of men's hearts. Born in 1689 at the castle of La Brede, near Bordeaux, Montesquieu really belonged, in point of age, to the reign of Louis XIV., of which he bears the powerful imprint even amidst the boldness of his thoughts and expressions. Grandeur is the distinctive characteristic of Montesquieu's ideas, as it is of the 17th century altogether. He was already councillor in the Parliament of Bordeaux when Louis XIV. Died. Next year, 1716, he took possession of a mortar cap presidence, or président de mortier office, which had been given up to him by one of his uncles. "On leaving college," he says, "there were put into my hands some law books. I examined the spirit of them." Those profound researches, which were to last as long as his life, were more suited to his tastes than jurisprudence properly so called. "What has always given me rather a low opinion of myself," he would say, "is that there are very few positions in the Commonwealth for which I should be really fit. As for my office of president, I have my heart in the right place, I comprehend sufficiently well the questions in themselves; but as to the procedure, I did not understand anything about it. I paid attention to it nevertheless; but what disgusted me most was to see fools with that very talent which, so to speak, shunned me." He resolved to deliver himself from the yoke which was intolerable to him, and resigned his office. But by this time the world knew his name, in spite of the care he had taken at first to conceal it. In 1721, when he still had his seat on the fleur de lis, he had published his Lettres persanes, an imaginary trip of 2 exiled Parsees, freely criticising Paris and France. The book appeared under the Regency, and bears the imprint of it in the licentiousness of the descriptions and the witty irreverence of the criticisms. Sometimes, however, the future gravity of Montesquieu's genius reveals itself amidst the shrewd or biting judgments. It is in the Lettres persanes that he seeks to set up the notion of justice above the idea of God himself. "Though there were no God," he says, "we should still be bound to love justice, that is to say, make every effort to be like that being of whom we have so grand an idea, and who, if he existed, would of necessity be just." Holy Scripture, before Montesquieu, had affirmed more simply and more powerfully the unchangeable idea of justice in every soul of man. "He who is judge of all the earth, shall not he do right?" Abraham had said when interceding with God for the righteous shut up in Sodom. The success of the Lettres persanes was great. Montesquieu had said what many people thought without daring to express it. The doubt which was nascent in his mind, and which he could only withstand by an effort of will, the excessive freedom of the tone and of the style scared the authorities, however. When he wanted to get into the French Academy, in the place of M. de Sacy, Cardinal Fleury opposed it formally. It was only on the 24th of January, 1728, that Montesquieu, recently elected, delivered his reception speech. He at once set out on some long travels. He went through Germany, Hungary, Italy, Switzerland, Holland, and ended by settling in England for 2 years. The sight of political liberty had charmed him. "Ambassadors know no more about England than a 6 months' infant," he wrote in his journal. "When people see the devil to pay in the periodical publications, they believe that there is going to be a revolution next day; but all that is required is to remember that in England, as elsewhere, the people are dissatisfied with the ministers, and write what is only thought elsewhere. England is the freest country in the world. I do not accept any republic." He returned to France so smitten with the parliamentary or moderate form of government, as he called it, that he seemed sometimes to forget the prudent maxim of the Lettres persanes. "It is true," said the Parsee Usbek, "that in consequence of a whimsicality (bizarrerie) which springs rather from the nature than from the mind of man, it is sometimes necessary to change certain laws, but the case is rare, and when it occurs, it should not be touched save with a trembling hand." On returning to his castle of La Brede after so many and such long travels, Montesquieu resolved to restore his tone by intercourse with the past. "I confess my liking for the ancients," he used to say; "this antiquity enchants me, and I am always ready to say with Pliny, 'You are going to Athens, revere the gods.'" It was not, however, on the Greeks that he concentrated the working of his mind. In 1734 he published his Considérations sur les causes de la grandeur et de la décadence des Romains. Montesquieu did not, as Bossuet did, seek to hit upon God's plan touching the destinies of mankind. He discovers in the virtues and vices of the Romans themselves the secret of their triumphs and of their reverses. The contemplation of antiquity inspires him with language often worthy of Tacitus, curt, nervous, powerful in its grave simplicity. "It seemed," he said, "that the Romans only conquered in order to give; but they remained so positively the masters that, when they made war on any prince, they crushed him, so to speak, with the weight of the whole universe." Montesquieu thus performed the prelude to the great work of his life. He had been working for 20 years at the Esprit des Lois, when he published it in 1748. "In the course of 20 years," he says, "I saw my work begin, grow, progress, and end." He had placed as the motto to his book this Latin phrase, which at first excited the curiosity of readers: "Prolem sine matre creatum," or offspring begotten without a mother. "Young man," said Montesquieu, by this time advanced in years, to M. Suard, afterwards perpetual secretary to the French Academy, "Young man, when a notable book is written, genius is its father, and liberty its mother. That is why I wrote upon the title page of my work, Prolem sine matre creatum." It was liberty at the same time as justice that Montesquieu sought and claimed in his profound researches into the laws which have from time immemorial governed mankind. That new instinctive idea of natural rights, those new yearnings which were beginning to dawn in all hearts, remained as yet, for the most part, upon the surface of their minds and of their lives. What was demanded at that time in France was liberty to speak and write rather than to act and govern. Montesquieu, on the contrary, went to the bottom of things, and, despite the natural moderation of his mind, he propounded theories so perilous for absolute power that he dared not have his book printed at Paris and brought it out in Geneva. Its success was immense. Before his death Montesquieu saw 21 French editions published, and translations in all the languages of Europe. "Mankind had lost its title deeds," says Voltaire; "Montesquieu recovered and restored them." The intense labor, the immense courses of reading to which Montesquieu had devoted himself, had exhausted his strength. "I am overcome with weariness," he wrote in 1747; "I propose to rest myself for the remainder of my days." "I have done," he said to M. Suard; "I have burned all my powder, all my candles have gone out." "I had conceived the design of giving greater breadth and depth to certain parts of my Esprit; I have become incapable of it, my reading has weakened my eyes, and it seems to me that what light I have left is but the dawn of the day when they will close forever." Montesquieu was at Paris, ill and sad at heart, in spite of his habitual serenity. Notwithstanding the scoffs he had admitted into his Lettres persanes, he had always preserved some respect for religion. He considered it a necessary item in the order of societies. In his soul and on his own private account he hoped and desired rather than believed. "Though the immortality of the soul were an error," he had said, "I should be sorry not to believe it. I confess that I am not so humble as the atheists. I do not know what they think, but as for me I would not truck the notion of my immortality for that of an ephemeral happiness. There is for me a charm in believing myself to be immortal like God himself. Independently of revealed ideas, metaphysical ideas give me, as regards my eternal happiness, strong hopes which I should not like to give up." As he approached the tomb, his views of religion appeared to become clearer. "What a wonderful thing," he would say, "the Christian religion, which seems to have no object but felicity in the next world, yet forms our happiness in this." He had never looked to life for any very keen delights; his spirits were as even as his mind was powerful. "Study has been for me the sovereign remedy against the disagreeables of life," he wrote, "never having had any sorrow that an hour's reading did not dispel. I awake in the morning with a secret joy at beholding the light. I gaze upon the light with a sort of enchantment, and all the rest of the day I am content. I pass the night without awaking, and in the evening, when I go to bed, a sort of entrancement prevents me from giving way to reflections." Montesquieu died as he had lived, without retracting any of his ideas or of his writings. The priest of his parish brought him the sacraments, and, "Sir," said he, "you know how great God is." "Yes," replied the dying man, "and how little men are." He expired almost immediately on the 10th of February, 1755, at the age of 66. He died at the beginning of the reign of the philosophers, whose way he had prepared before them without having ever belonged to their number. Fontenelle, nearly 100 years old, was soon to follow him to the tomb. Born at Rouen in February, 1657, and nephew of Corneille on the mother's side, Fontenelle had not received from nature any of the unequal and sublime endowments which have fixed the dramatic crown forever upon the forehead of Corneille; but he had inherited the wit, and indeed the brilliant wit, or bel esprit, which the great tragedian hid beneath the splendors of his genius. He began with those writings, superfine or précieux, dainty, tricked out in the fashion of the court and the drawing room, which suggested La Bruyere's piquant portrait. "Ascanius is a statuary, Heggio a metal founder, Esquinez a fuller, and Sidious a brilliant wit. That is his trade. He has a sign, a workshop, articles made to order, and apprentices who work under him. Prose, verse, what d'ye lack? He is equally successful in both. Give him an order for letters of consolation, or on an absence, he will undertake them. Take them ready made, if you like, and enter his shop. There is a choice assortment. He has a friend whose only duty on earth is to puff him for a long while in certain society, and then present him at their houses as a rare bird, and a man of exquisite conversation, and thereupon, just as the musical man sings, and the player on the lute touches his lute before the persons to whom he has been puffed, Sidious, after coughing, pulling up his wristband, extending his hand and opening his fingers, gravely spouts his quintessentiated ideas and his sophisticated arguments." Fontenelle was not destined to stop here in his intellectual developments. When at 40 years of age he became perpetual secretary to the Academy of Sciences, he had already written his book on the Pluralité des Mondes, the first attempt at that popularization of science which has spread so since then. "I believe more and more," he said, "that there is a certain genius which has never yet been out of our Europe, or at least has not gone far out of it." This genius, clear, correct, precise, the genius of method and analysis, the genius of Descartes, which was at a later period that of Buffon and of Cuvier, was admirably expounded and developed by Fontenelle for the use of the ignorant. He wrote for society, and not for scholars, of whose labors and discoveries he gave an account to society. His extracts from the labors of the Academy of Science and his eulogies of the academicians are models of lucidness under an ingenious and subtle form, rendered simple and strong by dint of wit. "There is only truth that persuades," he used to say, "and even without requiring to appear with all its proofs. It makes its way so naturally into the mind that, when it is heard for the first time, it seems as if one were merely remembering." Equitable and moderate in mind, prudent and cold in temperament, Fontenelle passed his life in discussion without ever stumbling into disputes. "I am no theologian or philosopher, or man of any denomination, of any sort whatever; consequently I am not at all bound to be right, and I can with honor confess that I was mistaken whenever I am made to see it." "How did you manage to keep so many friends without making one enemy?" he was asked in his old age. "By means of two maxims," he answered: "Everything is possible, everybody may be right," or tout le monde a raison. The friends of Fontenelle were moderate like himself. Impressed with his fine qualities, they pardoned his lack of warmth in his affections. "He never laughed," says Madame Geoffrin, his most intimate friend. "I said to him one day, 'Did you ever laugh, M. de Fontenelle?' 'No,' he answered, 'I never went ha, ha, ha.' That was his idea of laughing. He just smiled at smart things. But he was a stranger to any strong feeling. He had never shed tears, he had never been in a rage, he had never run, and as he never did anything from sentiment, he did not catch impressions from others. He had never interrupted anybody, he listened to the end without losing anything, he was in no hurry to speak, and if you had been accusing against him, he would have listened all day without saying a syllable." The very courage and trustiness of Fontenelle bore this stamp of discreet moderation. When Abbe Saint Pierre was excluded from the French Academy under Louis XV. For having dared to criticize the government of Louis XIV., one single ball in the urn protested against the unjust pressure exercised by Cardinal Fleury upon the society. They all asked one another who the rebel was. Each defended himself against having voted against the minister's order. Fontenelle alone kept silent. When everybody had exculpated himself, "It must be myself, then," said Fontenelle half aloud. So much cool serenity and so much taste for noble intellectual works prolonged the existence of Fontenelle beyond the ordinary limits. He was 99, and not yet weary of life. "If I might but reach the strawberry season once more," he had said. He died at Paris on the 9th of January, 1759. With him disappeared what remained of the spirit and traditions of Louis XIV.'s reign. Montesquieu and Fontenelle were the last links which united the 17th century to the new era. In a degree as different as the scope of their minds, They both felt respect for the past, to which they were bound by numerous ties, and the boldness of their thoughts was frequently tempered by prudence. Though naturally moderate and prudent, Voltaire was about to be hurried along by the ardor of strife, by the weaknesses of his character, by his vanity and his ambition, far beyond his first intentions and his natural instincts. The flood of free thinking had spared Montesquieu and Fontenelle; it was about to carry away Voltaire almost as far as Diderot. François Marie Arouet de Voltaire was born at Paris on the 21st of November, 1694. "My dear father," said a letter from a relative to his family in Poitou, "our cousins have another son, born 3 days ago. Madame Arouet will give me some of the christening sugar plums for you. She has been very ill, but it is hoped that she is going on better. The infant is not much to look at, having suffered from a fall which his mother had." M. Arouet, the father, of a good middle class family, had been a notary at the Chatelet, and in 1701 became paymaster of fees (payeur d'épices) to the court of exchequer, an honorable and a lucrative post, which added to the easy circumstances of the family. Madame Arouet was dead when her youngest son was sent to the college of Louis le Grand, which at that time belonged to the Jesuits. As early as then little Arouet, who was weak and in delicate health, but withal of a very lively intelligence, displayed a freedom of thought and a tendency of irreverence which already disquieted and angered his masters. Father Leger jumped from his chair and took the boy by the collar, exclaiming, "Wretch! thou wilt one of these days raise the standard of deism in France." Father Palou, his confessor, accustomed to read the heart, said, as he shook his head, "This child is devoured with a thirst for celebrity." Even at school and among the Jesuits, that passion for getting talked about, which was one of the weaknesses of Voltaire's character, as well as one of the sources of his influence, was already to a certain extent gratified. The boy was so ready in making verses, that his masters themselves found amusement in practising upon his youthful talent. Little Arouet's snuff box had been confiscated because he had passed it along from hand to hand in class. When he asked for it back from Father Poree, who was always indulgent towards him, the rector required an application in verse. A quarter of an hour later the boy returned with his treasure in his possession, having paid its ransom thus: "Adieu, adieu, poor snuff box mine, Adieu, we ne'er shall meet again; Nor pains, nor tears, nor prayers divine Will win thee back, my efforts are in vain. Adieu, adieu, poor box of mine, Adieu, my sweet crown's worth of bane. Could I with money buy thee back once more, The treasure of Plutus I would drain. But not he the god I must implore; To have thee back, I need Apollo's vein. 'Twixt thee and me how hard a barrier line, To ask for verse, this is all my strain. Adieu, adieu, poor box of mine, Adieu, we ne'er shall meet again." Arouet was still a child when a friend of his family took him to see Mademoiselle Ninon de l'Enclos, as celebrated for her wit as for the irregularity of her life. "Abbe Chateauneuf took me to see her in my very tender youth," says Voltaire. "I had done some verses which were worth nothing, but which seemed very good for my age. She was then 85. She was pleased to put me down in her will; she left me 2,000 francs to buy books. Her death followed close upon my visit and her will." Young Arouet was finishing brilliantly his last year of rhetoric, when John Baptist Rousseau, already famous, saw him at the distribution of prizes at the college. "Later on," wrote Rousseau, in the thick of his quarrels with Voltaire, "some ladies of my acquaintance had taken me to see a tragedy at the Jesuits in August, 1710. At the distribution of prizes which usually took place after those representations, I observed that the same scholar was called up twice. I asked Father Tarteron, who did the honors of the room in which we were, who the young man was that was so distinguished among his comrades. He told me that it was a little lad who had a surprising turn for poetry, and proposed to introduce him to me, to which I consented. He went to fetch him to me, and I saw him returning a moment afterwards with a young scholar who appeared to me to be about 16 or 17, with an ill favored countenance, but with a bright and lively expression, and who came and shook hands with me with very good grace." Scarcely had François Arouet left college when he was called upon to choose a career. "I do not care for any but that of a literary man," exclaimed the young fellow. "That," said his father, "is the condition of a man who means to be useless to society, to be a charge to his family, and to die of starvation." The study of the law, to which he was obliged to devote himself, completely disgusted the poet, already courted by a few great lords who were amused at his satirical vein. He led an indolent and disorderly life, which drove his father distracted. The latter wanted to get him a place. "Tell my father," was the young man's reply to a relative commissioned to make the proposal, "that I do not care for a position which can be bought; I shall find a way of getting myself one that costs nothing." "Having but little property when I began life," he wrote to M. d'Argenson, his sometime fellow pupil, "I had the insolence to think that I should have got a place as well as another, if it were to be obtained by hard work and good will. I threw myself into the ranks of the fine arts, which always carry with them a certain air of vilification, seeing that they do not make a man king's counsellor in his councils. You may become a master of requests with money, but you can't make a poem with money, and I made one." This independent behavior, and the poem on the Construction du Choeur de Notre Dame de Paris, the subject submitted for competition by the French Academy, did not prevent young Arouet from being sent by his father to Holland in the train of the Marquis of Chateauneuf, then French ambassador to the States general. He committed so many follies that on his return to France, M. Arouet forced him to enter a solicitor's office. It was there that the poet acquired that knowledge of business, which was so useful to him during the whole course of his long life. He, however, did not remain there long. A satire upon the French Academy which had refused him the prize for poetry, and, later on, some verses as biting as they were disrespectful against the Duke of Orleans, twice obliged their author to quit Paris. Sent into banishment at Sully sur Loire, he there found partisans and admirers. The merry life that was led at the Chevalier Sully's mitigated the hardships of absence from Paris. "Don't you go publishing abroad, I beg," wrote Arouet, nevertheless, to one of his friends, "the happiness of which I tell you in confidence; for they might perhaps leave me here long enough for me to become unhappy. I know my own capacity; I am not made to live long in the same place." A beautiful letter addressed to the Regent, and disavowing all the satirical writings which had been attributed to him, brought Arouet back to Paris at the commencement of the year 1717. He had been enjoying it for barely a few months, when a new satire, entitled J'ai vu (I have seen), and bitterly criticising the late reign, engaged the attention of society, and displeased the Regent afresh. Arouet defended himself with just cause and with all his might against the charge of having written it. The Duke of Orleans one day met him in the garden of the Palais Royal. "Monsieur Arouet," said he, "I bet that I will make you see a thing you have never seen." "What, pray, Monseigneur?" "The Bastille." "Oh, monsieur, I will consider it seen." 2 days later, young Arouet was shut up in the Bastille. "I needs must go, I jog along in style, With close shut carriage to the royal pile, Built in our fathers' days, hard by St. Paul, By Charles V. O brethren, good men all! In no such quarters may your lot be cast. Up to my room I find my way at last. A certain rascal with a smirking face Exalts the beauty of my new retreat, So comfortable, so compact, so neat. Says he, 'While Phoebus runs his daily race, He never casts one ray within this place. Look at the walls, some 10 feet thick or so; You'll find it all the cooler here, you know.' Then, bidding me admire the way they close The triple doors and triple locks on those, With gratings, bolts, and bars on every side, 'It's all for your security,' he cried. At stroke of noon some skilly is brought in; Such fare is not so delicate as thin. I am not tempted by this splendid food, But what they tell me is, 'twill do you good, So eat in peace, no one will hurry you. Here in this doleful den I make ado, Bastilled, imprisoned, cabined, cribbed, confined, Nor sleeping, drinking, eating, to my mind, Betrayed by every one, my mistress too. O Marc-André, or M. d'Archanson, whom Censor Cato's ghost might well have chosen for his vacant post, O Marc-René, through whom 'tis brought about that so much people murmur here below, to your kind word my durance vile I owe. May the good God some fine day pay you out." Young Arouet passed 11 months in the Bastille. He there wrote the first part of the poem called La Henriade, under the title of La Ligue. When he at last obtained his release in April, 1718, he at the same time received orders to reside at Chantenay, where his father had a country house. It was on coming out of the Bastille that the poet took, from a small family estate, that name of Voltaire which he was to render so famous. "I have been unfortunate under my former name," he wrote to Mademoiselle du Noyer; "I mean to see whether this will suit me better." The players were at that time rehearsing the tragedy of OEdipe, which was played on the 18th of November, 1718, with great success. The daring flights of philosophy introduced by the poet into this profoundly and terribly religious subject excited the enthusiasm of the roues. Voltaire was well received by the Regent, who granted him an honorarium. "Monseigneur," said Voltaire, "I should consider it very kind if his Majesty would be pleased to provide henceforth for my board, but I beseech your Highness to provide no more for my lodging." Voltaire's acts of imprudence were destined more than once to force him into leaving Paris. He all his life preserved such a horror of prison that it made him commit more than one platitude. "I have a mortal aversion for prison," he wrote in 1734. Once more, however, he was to be an inmate of the Bastille. Launched upon the most brilliant society, everywhere courted and flattered, Voltaire was constantly at work, displaying the marvellous suppleness of his mind by shifting from the tragedies of Artemise and Marianne, which failed, to the comedy of L'Indiscret, to numerous charming epistles, and lastly to the poem of La Henriade, which he went on carefully revising, reading fragments of it as he changed his quarters from castle to castle. One day, however, some criticisms to which he was not accustomed angered him so much that he threw into the fire the manuscript he held in his hand. "It is only worth burning, then," he exclaimed in a rage. President Henault dashed at the papers. "I ran up and drew it out of the flames, saying that I had done more than they who did not burn the Aeneid as Virgil had recommended. I had drawn out of the fire La Henriade, which Voltaire was going to burn with his own hands. If I liked, I might ennoble this action by calling to mind that picture of Raphael's at the Vatican, which represents Augustus preventing Virgil from burning the Aeneid. But I am not Augustus, and Raphael is no more." Chapter 55, part 1. Chapter 55, part 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, part 2. Wholly indulgent and indifferent as might be the government of the Regent and of Dubois, it was a little scared at the liberties taken by Voltaire with the Catholic church. He was required to make excisions in order to get permission to print the poem. The author was here, there, and everywhere in a great flutter and preoccupied with his literary, financial, and fashionable affairs. In receipt of a pension from the queen, and received as a visitor at La Source, near Orleans, by Lord Bolingbroke in his exile, every day becoming more brilliant and more courted, he was augmenting his fortune by profitable speculations, and appeared on the point of finding himself well off, when an incident, which betrayed the remnants still remaining of barbarous manners, occurred to envenom for a long while the poet's existence. He had a quarrel at the opera with Chevalier Rohan Chabot, a court libertine of little repute. The scene took place in the presence of Mademoiselle Adrienne Lecouvreur. The great actress fainted when they were separated. 2 days afterwards, when Voltaire was dining at the Duke of Sully's, a servant came to tell him that he was wanted at the door of the hotel. The poet went out without any suspicion, though he had already been the victim of several ambuscades. A coach was standing in the street, and he was requested to get in. At that instant two men, throwing themselves upon him and holding him back by his clothes, showered upon him a hailstorm of blows with their sticks. The Chevalier de Rohan, prudently ensconced in a second vehicle and superintending the execution of his cowardly vengeance, shouted to his servants, "Don't hit him on the head; something good may come out of it." When Voltaire at last succeeded in escaping from these miscreants to take refuge in Sully's house, he was half dead. Blows with a stick were not at that time an unheard of procedure in social relations. "Whatever would become of us if poets had no shoulders?" was the brutal remark of the Bishop of Blois, M. de Caumartin. But the customs of society did not admit a poet to the honor of obtaining satisfaction from whoever insulted him. The great lords, friends of Voltaire, who had accustomed him to attention and flattery, abandoned him piteously in his quarrel with Chevalier de Rohan. "Those blows were well gotten and ill given," said the Prince of Conti. That was all the satisfaction Voltaire obtained. "The poor victim shows himself as much as possible at court in the city," says the Marais News, "but nobody pities him, and those whom he considered his friends have turned their backs upon him." Voltaire was not of an heroic nature, but excess of rage and indignation had given him courage. He had scarcely ever had a sword in his hand; he rushed to the fencers and practised from morning till night, in order to be in a position to demand satisfaction. So much ardor disquieted Chevalier de Rohan and his family. His uncle, the cardinal, took precautions. The lieutenant of police wrote to the officer of the watch, "Sir, his Highness is informed that Chevalier de Rohan is going away to day, and as he might have some fresh affair with Sieur de Voltaire, or the latter might do something rash, his desire is for you to see that nothing comes of it." Voltaire anticipated the intentions of the lieutenant of police. He succeeded in sending a challenge to Chevalier de Rohan. The latter accepted it for the next day; he even chose his ground; but before the hour fixed, Voltaire was arrested and taken to the Bastille. He remained there a month. Public opinion was beginning to pity him. Marshal Villars writes in his Memoires, "The chevalier was very much inconvenienced by a fall which did not admit of his handling a sword. He took the course of having a caning administered in broad day to Voltaire, who, instead of adopting legal proceedings, thought vengeance by arms more noble. It is asserted that he sought it diligently, but too indiscreetly. Cardinal Rohan asked M. le Duc to have him put in the Bastille; orders to that effect were given and executed, and the poor poet, after being beaten, was imprisoned into the bargain. The public, whose inclination is to blame everybody and everything, justly considered, in this case, that everybody was in the wrong: Voltaire for having offended Chevalier de Rohan, the latter for having dared to commit a crime worthy of death in causing a citizen to be beaten, the government for not having punished a notorious misdeed, and for having put the beatee in the Bastille to tranquillize the beater." Voltaire left the Bastille on the 3d of May, 1726, and was accompanied by an exon to Calais, having asked as a favor to be sent to England. But scarcely had he set foot on English territory, scarcely had he felt himself free, when the recurring sense of outraged honor made him take the road back to France. "I confess to you, my dear Theriot," he wrote to one of his friends, "that I made a little trip to Paris a short time ago. As I did not call upon you, you will easily conclude that I did not call upon anybody. I was in search of one man only, whom his dastardly instinct kept concealed from me, as if he guessed that I was on his track. At last the fear of being discovered made me depart more precipitately than I had come. That is the fact, my dear Theriot. There is every appearance of my never seeing you again. I have but two things to do with my life: to hazard it with honor as soon as I can, and to end it in the obscurity of a retreat which suits my way of thinking, my misfortunes, and the knowledge I have of men." Voltaire passed 3 years in England, engaged in learning English and finishing La Henriade, which he published by subscription in 1727. Touched by the favor shown by English society to the author and the poem, he dedicated to the Queen of England his new work, which was entirely consecrated to the glory of France. 3 successive editions were disposed of in less than 3 weeks. Lord Bolingbroke, having returned to England and been restored to favor, did potent service to his old friend, who lived in the midst of that literary society in which Pope and Swift held sway, without, however, relaxing his reserve with its impress of melancholy. "I live the life of a Bosicrucian," he wrote to his friends, "always on the move and always in hiding." When, in the month of March, 1729, Voltaire at last obtained permission to revisit France, he had worked much without bringing out anything. The riches he had thus amassed appeared ere long. Before the end of the year 1731 he put Brutus on the stage, and began his publication of the Histoire de Charles XII. He was at the same time giving the finishing touch to Eriphyle and La Mort de Cesar. Zaire, written in a few weeks, was played for the first time on the 13th of August, 1732. He had dedicated it to Mr. Falkner, an English merchant who had overwhelmed him with attentions during his exile. "My satisfaction grows as I write to tell you of it," he writes to his friend Cideville in the fulness of joy. "Never was a piece so well played as Zaire at the 4th appearance. I very much wished you had been there; you would have seen that the public does not hate your friend. I appeared in a box, and the whole pit clapped their hands at me. I blushed, I hid myself, but I should be a humbug if I did not confess to you that I was sensibly affected. It is pleasant not to be dishonored in one's own country." Voltaire had just inaugurated the great national tragedy of his country, as he had likewise given it the only national epopee attempted in France since the Chanson de Geste. By one of those equally sudden and imprudent reactions to which he was always subject, it was not long before he himself damaged his own success by the publication of his Lettres philosophiques sur les Anglais. The light and mocking tone of these letters, the constant comparison between the two peoples, with many a gibe at the English, but always turning to their advantage, the preference given to the philosophical system of Newton over that of Descartes, lastly the attacks upon religion concealed beneath the cloak of banter, all this was more than enough to ruffle the tranquillity of Cardinal Fleury. The book was brought before Parliament. Voltaire was disquieted. "There is but one letter about Mr. Locke," he wrote to M. de Cideville. "The only philosophical matter I have treated of in it is the little trifle of the immortality of the soul, but the thing is of too much consequence to be treated seriously. It had to be mangled so as not to come into direct conflict with our lords the theologians, gentry who so clearly see the spirituality of the soul that, if they could, they would consign to the flames the bodies of those who have a doubt about it." The theologians confined themselves to burning the book. The decree of Parliament delivered on the 10th of June, 1734, ordered at the same time the arrest of the author; the bookseller was already in the Bastille. Voltaire was in the country attending the Duke of Richelieu's second marriage. Hearing of the danger that threatened him, he took fright and ran for refuge to Bale. He soon left it to return to the castle of Cirey, to the Marchioness du Chatelet's, a woman as learned as she was impassioned, devoted to literature, physics, and mathematics, and tenderly attached to Voltaire, whom she enticed along with her into the paths of science. For 15 years Madame du Chatelet and Cirey ruled supreme over the poet's life. There began a course of metaphysics, tales, tragedies. Alzire, Merope, Mahomet were composed at Cirey, and played with ever increasing success. Pope Benedict XIV. Had accepted the dedication of Mahomet, which Voltaire had addressed to him, in order to cover the freedoms of his peace. Every now and then, terrified in consequence of some bit of anti religious rashness, he took flight, going into hiding at one time to the court of Lorraine beneath the wing of King Stanislaus, at another time in Holland, at a palace belonging to the King of Prussia, the Great Frederick. Madame du Chatelet, as unbelieving as he at bottom, but more reserved in expression, often scolded him for his imprudence. "He requires every moment to be saved from himself," she would say. I employ more policy in managing him than the whole Vatican employs to keep all Christendom in its fetters." On the appearance of danger, Voltaire ate his words without scruple; his irreligious writings were usually launched under cover of the anonymous. At every step, however, he was advancing farther and farther into the lists, and at the very moment when he wrote to Father La Tour, "If ever anybody has printed in my name a single page which could scandalize even the parish beadle, I am ready to tear it up before his eyes." All Europe regarded him as the leader of the open or secret attacks which were beginning to burst not only upon the Catholic church, but upon the fundamental verities common to all Christians. Madame du Chatelet died on the 4th of September, 1749, at Lunéville, where she then happened to be with Voltaire. Their intimacy had experienced many storms, yet the blow was a cruel one for the poet. In losing Madame de Chatelet he was losing the centre and the guidance of his life. For a while he spoke of burying himself with Dom Calmet in the Abbey of Senones; then he would be off to England. He ended by returning to Paris, summoning to his side a widowed niece, Madame Denis, a woman of coarse wit and full of devotion to him, who was fond of the drama and played her uncle's pieces on the little theatre which he had fitted up in his rooms. At that time Oreste was being played at the Comédie Francaise; its success did not answer the author's expectations. "All that could possibly give a handle to criticism," says Marmontel, who was present, "was groaned at or turned into ridicule; the play was interrupted by it every instant. Voltaire came in, and just as the pit were turning into ridicule a stroke of pathos, he jumped up and shouted, 'Oh, you barbarians, that is Sophocles!' Rome Sauvee was played on the stage of Sceaux, at the Duchess of Maine's. Voltaire himself took the part of Cicero. Lequin, as yet quite a youth, and making his first appearance under the auspices of Voltaire, said of this representation, 'I do not think it possible to hear anything more pathetic and real than M. de Voltaire.' It was, in fact, Cicero himself thundering at the bar." Despite the lustre of that fame which was attested by the frequent attacks of his enemies as much as by the admiration of his friends, Voltaire was displeased with his sojourn at Paris, and weary of the court and the men of letters. The king had always exhibited towards him a coldness which the poet's adulation had not been able to overcome; he had offended Madame de Pompadour, who had but lately been well disposed towards him; the religious circle, ranged around the queen and the dauphin, was of course hostile to him. "The place of historiographer to the king was but an empty title," he says himself, "but I wanted to make it a reality by working at the history of the war of 1741; but in spite of my work, Moncrif had admittance to his Majesty, and I had not." In tracing the tragic episodes of the war, Voltaire, set as his mind was on the royal favor, had wanted in the first place to pay homage to the friends he had lost. It was in the "eulogium of the officers who fell in the campaign of 1741" that he touchingly called attention to the memory of Vauvenargues. He, born at Aix on the 6th of August, 1715, died of his wounds at Paris in 1747. Poor and proud, resigning himself with a sigh to idleness and obscurity, the young officer had written merely to relieve his mind. His friends had constrained him to publish a little book, one only, the Introduction de la connaissance de l'esprit humain, suivie de reflexions et de maximes. Its success justified their affectionate hopes. Delicate minds took keen delight in the first essays of Vauvenargues. Hesitating between religion and philosophy, with a palpable leaning towards the latter, ill and yet bravely bearing the disappointments and sufferings of his life, Vauvenargues was already expiring at 30 years of age, when Provence was invaded by the enemy. The humiliation of his country and the peril of his native province roused him from his tranquil melancholy. "All Provence is in arms," he wrote to his friend Fourie de Saint Vincent, "and here am I quite quietly in my chimney corner. The bad state of my eyes and of my health is not sufficient excuse for me, and I ought to be where all the gentlemen of the province are. Send me word then, I beg, immediately whether there is still any employment to be had in our newly raised levies, and whether I should be sure to be employed if I were to go to Provence." Before his friend's answer had reached Vauvenargues, the Austrians and the Piedmontese had been forced to evacuate Provence. The dying man remained in his chimney corner, where he soon expired, leaving amongst the public, and still more amongst those who had known him personally, the impression of great promise sadly extinguished. "It was his fate," says his faithful biographer, M. Gilbert, "to be always opening his wings and to be unable to take flight." Voltaire, quite on the contrary, was about to take a fresh flight. After several rebuffs and long opposition on the part of the 18 ecclesiastics who at that time had seats in the French Academy, he had been elected to it in 1746. In 1750 he offered himself at one and the same time for the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Inscriptions. He failed in both candidatures. This mishap filled the cup of his ill humor. For a long time past Frederick II. Had been offering the poet favors which he had long refused. The disgust he experienced at Paris through his insatiable vanity made him determine upon seeking another arena. After having accepted a pension and a place from the King of Prussia, Voltaire set out for Berlin. But lately allied to France, to which he was ere long to deal such heavy blows, Frederick II. Was French by inclination, in literature, and in philosophy, but he was a bad German scholar. He always wrote and spoke in French, and his court was the resort of the cultivated French wits too bold in their views to live in peace at Paris. Maupertuis, La Mettrie, and the Marquis of Argens had preceded Voltaire to Berlin. He was received there with enthusiasm, and as sovereign of the little court of philosophers. 150,000 victorious soldiers," he wrote in a letter to Paris, "no attorneys, opera, plays, philosophy, poetry, a hero who is a philosopher and a poet, grandeur and graces, grenadiers and muses, trumpets and violins, Plato's symposium, society and freedom. Who would believe it? It is all true, however." Voltaire found his duties as Chamberlain very light. "It is Caesar, it is Marcus Aurelius, it is Julian, it is sometimes Abbe Chaulieu, with whom I sup. There is the charm of retirement, there is the freedom of the country, with all those little delights of life which a lord of a castle, who is a king, can procure for his very obedient humble servants and guests. My own duties are to do nothing; I enjoy my leisure. I give an hour a day to the King of Prussia to touch up a bit his works in prose and verse. I am his grammarian, not his Chamberlain. The rest of the day is my own, and the evening ends with a pleasant supper. Never in any place in the world was there more freedom of speech touching the superstitions of men, and never were they treated with more banter and contempt. God is respected, but all they who have cajoled men in his name are treated unsparingly." The coarseness of the Germans and the mocking infidelity of the French vied with each other in license. Sometimes Voltaire felt that things were carried rather far. "Here be we, 3 or 4 foreigners, like monks in an abbey," he wrote. "Please God the father abbot may content himself with making fun of us." Literary or philosophical questions already gave rise sometimes to disagreements. "I am at present correcting the second edition which the King of Prussia is going to publish of the history of his country," wrote Voltaire. "Fancy! In order to appear more impartial, he falls tooth and nail on his grandfather. I have lightened the blows as much as I could. I rather like this grandfather, because he displayed magnificence and has some fine monuments. I had great trouble about softening down the terms in which the grandson reproaches his ancestor for his vanity in having got himself made a king. It is a vanity from which his descendants derive pretty solid advantages, and the title is not at all a disagreeable one. At last I said to him, 'It is your grandfather, it is not mine; do what you please with him,' and I confined myself to weeding the expressions." Whilst Voltaire was defending the great elector against his successor, a certain coldness was beginning to slide into his relations with Maupertuis, president of the Academy founded by the king at Berlin. Maupertuis has not easy going springs," the poet wrote to his niece; "he takes my dimensions sternly with his quadrant; it is said that a little envy enters into his calculations." Already Voltaire's touchy vanity was shying at the rivals he encountered in the king's favor. "So it is known, then, by this time at Paris, my dear child," he writes to his niece, "that we have played the Mort de Cesar at Potsdam, that Prince Henry is a good actor, has no accent, and is very amiable, and that this is the place for pleasure? All that is true, but the king's supper parties are delightful; at them people talk reason, wit, science; freedom prevails thereat; he is the soul of it all; no ill temper, no clouds, at any rate no storms; my life is free and well occupied; but opera, plays, carousals, suppers at Sans Souci, military manoeuvres, concerts, studies, readings, but the city of Berlin, grand, better laid out than Paris, palaces, playhouses, affable parish priests, charming princesses, maids of honor beautiful and well made, the mansion of Madame de Tyrconnel always full, and sometimes too much so; but, my dear child, the weather is beginning to settle down into a fine frost." The frost not only affected Voltaire's relations with his brethren in philosophy, it reached even to the king himself. A far from creditable lawsuit with a Jew completed Frederick's irritation; he forbade the poet to appear in his presence before the affair was over. "Brother Voltaire is doing penance here," wrote the latter to the Margravine of Baireuth, the King of Prussia's amiable sister; "he has a beast of a lawsuit with a Jew, and, according to the law of the Old Testament, there will be something more to pay for having been robbed." Frederick, on his side, writes to his sister, "You ask me what the lawsuit is in which Voltaire is involved with a Jew; it is a case of a rogue wanting to cheat a thief. It is intolerable that a man of Voltaire's intellect should make so unworthy an abuse of it. The affair is in the hands of justice, and in a few days we shall know from the sentence which is the greater rogue of the two. Voltaire lost his temper, flew in the Jew's face, and, in fact, behaved like a madman. I am waiting for this affair to be over to put his head under the pump or reprimand him severely, or lui laver la tete, and see whether, at the age of 56, one cannot make him, if not reasonable, at any rate less of a rogue." Voltaire settled matters with the Jew, at the same time asking the king's pardon for what he called his giddiness. "This great poet is always astride of Parnassus and Rue Quincampoix," said the Marquis of Argenson. Frederick had written him on the 24th of February, 1751, a severe letter, the prelude and precursor of the storms which were to break off before long the intimacy between the king and the philosopher. "I was very glad to receive you," said the king; "I esteemed your wit, your talents, your acquirements, and I was bound to suppose that a man of your age, tired of wrangling with authors and exposing himself to tempests, was coming hither to take refuge as in a quiet harbor; but you at the very first, in a rather singular fashion, required of me that I should not engage Freron to write me news. Darnaud did you some injuries; a generous man would have pardoned them; a vindictive man persecutes those towards whom he feels hatred. In fine, though Darnaud had done nothing so far as I was concerned, on your account he had to leave. You went to the Russian ministers to speak to him about matters you had no business to meddle with, and it was supposed that I had given you instructions. You meddled in Madame de Bentinck's affairs, which was certainly not in your province. Then you have the most ridiculous squabble in the world with that Jew. You created a fearful uproar all through the city. The matter of the Saxon bills is so well known in Saxony that grave complaints have been made to me about them. For my part, I kept peace in my household until your arrival, and I warn you that, if you are fond of intrigue and cabal, you have come to the wrong place. I like quiet and peaceable folks who do not introduce into their behavior the violent passions of tragedy. In case you can make up your mind to live as a philosopher, I shall be very glad to see you. But if you give way to the impetuosity of your feelings and quarrel with everybody, you will do me no pleasure by coming hither, and you may just as well remain at Berlin." Voltaire was not proud; he readily heaped apology upon apology; but he was irritable and vain. His ill humor against Maupertuis came out in a pamphlet as bitter as it was witty, entitled La Diatribe du Docteur Akakia. Copies were circulating in Berlin. The satire was already printed anonymously, when the Great Frederick suddenly entered the lists. He wrote to Voltaire, "Your effrontery astounds me after that which you have just done, and which is as clear as daylight. Do not suppose that you will make black appear white. When one does not see, it is because one does not want to see everything; but if you carry matters to extremity, I will have everything printed, and it will then be seen that if your works deserve that statues should be raised to you, your conduct deserves handcuffs." Voltaire, affrighted, still protesting his innocence, at last gave up the whole edition of the Diatribe, which was burned before his eyes in the king's own closet. According to the poet's wily habit, some copy or other had doubtless escaped the flames. Before long, Le Docteur Akakia appeared at Berlin, arriving modestly from Dresden by post. People fought for the pamphlet, and everybody laughed. The satire was spread over all Europe. In vain did Frederick have it burned on the Place d'Armes by the hands of the common hangman; he could not assuage the despair of Maupertuis. "To speak to you frankly," the king at last wrote to the disconsolate president, "it seems to me that you take too much to heart, both for an invalid and a philosopher, an affair which you ought to despise. How prevent a man from writing, and how prevent him from denying all the impertinences he has uttered? I made investigations to find out whether any fresh satires had been sold at Berlin, but I heard of none. As for what is sold in Paris, you are quite aware that I have not charge of the police of that city, and that I am not master of it. Voltaire treats you more gently than I am treated by the gazetteers of Cologne and Lubeck, and yet I don't trouble myself about it." Voltaire could no longer live at Potsdam or at Sans Souci; even Berlin seemed dangerous. In a fit of that incurable perturbation which formed the basis of his character and made him commit so many errors, he had no longer any wish but to leave Prussia, only he wanted to go without embroiling himself with the king. "I sent the Solomon of the North," he writes to Madame Denis on the 13th of January, 1753, "for his present, the cap and bells he gave me, with which you reproached me so much. I wrote him a very respectful letter, for I asked him for leave to go. What do you think he did? He sent me his great factotum, Federshoff, who brought me back my toys. He wrote me a letter saying that he would rather have me to live with than Maupertuis. What is quite certain is that I would rather not live with either one or the other." Frederick was vexed with Voltaire; he nevertheless found it difficult to give up the dazzling charm of his conversation. Voltaire was hurt and disquieted; he wanted to get away. The king, however, exercised a strong attraction over him; but in spite of mutual coquetting, making up, and protesting, the hour of separation was at hand. The poet was under pressure from his friends in France. In Berlin he had never completely neglected Paris. He had just published his Siècle de Louis XIV. He flattered himself with the hope that he might again appear at court, though the king had disposed of his place as historiographer in favor of Duclos. Frederick at last yielded; he was on the parade, Voltaire appeared there. "Ah, Monsieur Voltaire," said the king, "so you really intend to go away?" "Sir, urgent private affairs, and especially my health, leave me no alternative." "Monsieur, I wish you a pleasant journey." Voltaire jumped into his carriage, and hurried to Leipsic. He thought himself free forever from the exactions and tyrannies of the King of Prussia. The poet, according to his custom, had tarried on the way; he had passed more than a month at Gotha, being overwhelmed with attentions by the duke and by the duchess, for whom he wrote the dry chronicle entitled Les Annales de l'Empire. He arrived at Frankfurt on the 31st of May only; the king's orders had arrived before him. "Here is how this fine adventure came to pass," says Voltaire. "There was at Frankfurt one Freytag, who had been banished from Dresden, and had become an agent for the King of Prussia. He notified me on behalf of His Majesty that I was not to leave Frankfort till I had restored the valuable effects I was carrying away from His Majesty. Alack, sir, I am carrying away nothing from that country, if you please, not even the smallest regret. What, pray, are those jewels of the Brandenburg crown that you require?" "It be, sir," replied Freytag, "the work of poesy of the king, my gracious master." "Oh, I will give him back his prose and verse with all my heart," replied I, "though, after all, I have more than one right to the work." He made me a present of a beautiful copy, printed at his expense. Unfortunately, this copy is at Leipzig with my other luggage. Then Freytag proposed to me to remain at Frankfort until the treasure which was at Leipzig should have arrived, and he signed an order for it." Chapter 55. Part 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 3. The volume which Frederick claimed, and which he considered it of so much importance to preserve from Voltaire's indiscretions, contained, amongst other things, a burlesque and licentious poem entitled the Palladium, wherein the king scoffed at everything and everybody in terms which he did not care to make public. He knew the reckless malignity of the poet who was leaving him, and he had a right to be suspicious of it; but nothing can excuse the severity of his express orders, and still less the brutality of his agents. The package had arrived. Voltaire, agitated, anxious, and ill, wanted to get away as soon as possible, accompanied by Madame Denis, who had just joined him. Freytag had no orders, and refused to let him go. The prisoner loses his head, he makes up his mind to escape at any price. He slips from the hotel, he thinks he is free, but the police of Frankfort was well managed. "The moment I was off I was arrested, I, my secretary, and my people. My niece is arrested. 4 soldiers drag her through the mud to a cheesemonger's named Smith, who had some title or other of privy councillor to the King of Prussia. My niece had a passport from the King of France, and what is more, she had never corrected the King of Prussia's verses. They huddled us all into a sort of hostelry, at the door of which were posted a dozen soldiers. We were for 12 days prisoners of war, and we had to pay 140 crowns a day." The wrath and disquietude of Voltaire no longer knew any bounds. Madame Denis was ill, or feigned to be. She wrote letter upon letter to Voltaire's friends at the court of Prussia. She wrote to the king himself. The strife which had begun between the poet and the maladroit agents of the Great Frederick was becoming serious. "We would have risked our lives rather than let him get away," said Freytag. "And if I, holding a council of war with myself, had not found him at the barrier, but in the open country, and he had refused to jog back, I don't know that I shouldn't have lodged a bullet in his head, to such a degree had I at heart the letters and writings of the king." Freytag's zeal received a cruel rebuff. Orders arrived to let the poet go. "I gave you no orders like that," wrote Frederick; "you should never make more noise than a thing deserves. I wanted Voltaire to give up to you the key, the cross, and the volume of poems I had entrusted to him. As soon as all that was given up to you, I can't see what earthly reason could have induced you to make this uproar." At last, on the 6th of July, "all this affair of Ostrogoths and Vandals being over," Voltaire left Frankfort precipitately. His niece had taken the road to Paris, whence she soon wrote to him, "There is nobody in France, I say nobody without exception, who has not condemned this violence mingled with so much that is ridiculous and cruel. It makes a deeper impression than you would believe. Everybody says that you could not do otherwise than you are doing, in resolving to meet with philosophy things so unphilosophical. We shall do very well to hold our tongues. The public speaks quite enough." Voltaire held his tongue, according to his idea of holding his tongue, drawing in his poem of La Loi Naturelle, dedicated at first to the Margravine of Baireuth and afterwards to the Duchess of Saxe Gotha, a portrait of Frederick which was truthful and at the same time bitter. "Of incongruities a monstrous pile, Calling men brothers, crushing them the while, With air humane, a misanthropic brute, Ofttimes impulsive, sometimes over 'cute, Weak 'midst his choler, modest in his pride, Yearning for virtue, lust personified, Statesman and author, of the slippery crew, My patron, pupil, persecutor too." Voltaire's intimacy with the great Frederick was destroyed; it had for a while done honor to both of them; it had ended by betraying the pettinesses and the meannesses natural to the king as well as to the poet. Frederick did not remain without anxiety on the score of Voltaire's rancor. Voltaire dreaded nasty diplomatic proceedings on the part of the king; he had been threatened with as much by Lord Keith, Milord Marechal, as he was called on the Continent from the hereditary title he had lost in his own country through his attachment to the cause of the Stuarts. "Let us see in what countries M. de Voltaire has not had some squabble or made himself many enemies," said a letter to Madame Denis from the great Scotch lord, when he had entered Frederick's service. "Every country where the Inquisition prevails must be mistrusted by him; he would put his foot in it sooner or later. The Mussulmans must be as little pleased with his Mahomet as good Christians were. He is too old to go to China and turn mandarin. In a word, if he is wise, there is no place but France for him; he has friends there, and you will have him with you for the rest of his days. Do not let him shut himself out from the pleasure of returning thither, for you are quite aware that, if he were to indulge in speech and epigrams offensive to the king my master, a word which the latter might order me to speak to the court of France would suffice to prevent M. de Voltaire from returning, and he would be sorry for it when it was too late." Voltaire was already in France, but he dared not venture to Paris. Mutilated, clumsy, or treacherous issues of the Abrege de l'Histoire universelle had already stirred the bile of the clergy. There were to be seen in circulation copies of La Pucelle, a disgusting poem which the author had been keeping back and bringing out alternately for several years past. Voltaire fled from Colmar, where the Jesuits held sway, to Lyons, where he found Marshal Richelieu, but lately his protector and always his friend, who was repairing to his government of Languedoc. Cardinal Tencin refused to receive the poet, who regarded this sudden severity as a sign of the feelings of the court towards him. "The king told Madame de Pompadour that he did not want me to go to Paris. I am of his Majesty's opinion, I don't want to go to Paris," wrote Voltaire to the Marquis of Paulmy. He took fright and sought refuge in Switzerland, where he soon settled on the Lake of Geneva, pending his purchase of the estate of Ferney in the district of Getz and that of Tourney in Burgundy. He was henceforth fixed, free to pass from France to Switzerland and from Switzerland to France. "I lean my left on Mount Jura," he used to say, "my right on the Alps, and I have the beautiful Lake of Geneva in front of my camp, a beautiful castle on the borders of France, the Hermitage of Delices in the territory of Geneva, a good house at Lausanne. Crawling thus from one borough to another, I escape from kings. Philosophers should always have 2 or 3 holes underground against the hounds that run them down." The perturbation of Voltaire's soul and mind was never stilled. The anxious and undignified perturbation of his outer life at last subsided. He left off trembling, and in the comparative security which he thought he possessed, he gave scope to all his free thinking, which had but lately been often cloaked, according to circumstances. He had taken the communion at Colmar, to soften down the Jesuits; he had conformed to the rules of the convent of Senones, when he took refuge with Dom Calmet. At Delices he worked at the Encyclopaedia, which was then being commenced by D'Alembert and Diderot, taking upon himself in preference the religious articles, and not sparing the creed of his neighbors, the pastors of Geneva, any more than that of the Catholic church. "I assure you that my friends and I will lead them a fine dance; they shall drink the cup to the very lees," wrote Voltaire to D'Alembert. In the great campaign against Christianity undertaken by the philosophers, Voltaire, so long a wavering ally, will henceforth fight in the foremost ranks. It is he who shouts to Diderot, "Squelch the thing (écrasez l'infâme)." The masks are off, and the fight is barefaced. The encyclopaedists march out to the conquest of the world in the name of reason, humanity, and free thinking. Even when he has ceased to work at the Encyclopaedia, Voltaire marches with them. The Essai sur l'Histoire générale et les Mœurs was one of the first broadsides of this new anti religious crusade. "Voltaire will never write a good history," Montesquieu used to say; "he is like the monks, who do not write for the subject of which they treat, but for the glory of their order. Voltaire writes for his convent." The same intention betrayed itself in every sort of work that issued at that time from the Hermitage of Delices. The poem on Le Tremblement de Terre de Lisbonne, the drama of Socrate, the satire of Le Pauvre Diable, the sad story of Candide, led the way to a series of publications every day more and more violent against the Christian faith. The tragedy of L'Orphelin de la Chine and that of Tancrede, the quarrels with Fréron, with Le Franc de Pompignan, and lastly with Jean Jacques Rousseau, did not satiate the devouring activity of the patriarch, as he was called by the knot of philosophers. Definitively installed at Ferney, Voltaire took to building, planting, farming. He established round his castle a small industrial colony, for whose produce he strove to get a market everywhere. "Our design," he used to say, "is to ruin the trade of Geneva in a pious spirit." Ferney, moreover, held grand and numerously attended receptions. Madame Denis played her uncle's pieces on a stage which the latter had ordered to be built, and which caused as much disquietude to the austere Genevese as to Jean Jacques Rousseau. It was on account of Voltaire's theatrical representations that Rousseau wrote his Lettres contre les spectacles. "I love you not, sir," wrote Rousseau to Voltaire; "you have done me such wrongs as were calculated to touch me most deeply. You have ruined Geneva in requital of the asylum you have found there." Geneva was about to banish Rousseau before long, and Voltaire had his own share of responsibility in this act of severity, so opposed to his general and avowed principles. Voltaire was angry with Rousseau, whom he accused of having betrayed the cause of philosophy. He was, as usual, hurried away by the passion of the moment, when he wrote, speaking of the exile, "I give you my word that if this blackguard (polisson) of a Jean Jacques should dream of coming to Geneva, he would run great risk of mounting a ladder which would not be that of fortune." At the very same time Rousseau was saying, "What have I done to bring upon myself the persecution of M. de Voltaire? And what worse have I to fear from him? Would M. de Buffon have me soften this tiger thirsting for my blood? He knows very well that nothing ever appeases or softens the fury of tigers. If I were to crawl upon the ground before Voltaire, he would triumph thereat, no doubt, but he would rend me none the less. Basenesses would dishonor me, but would not save me. Sir, I can suffer. I hope to learn how to die, and he who knows how to do that has never need to be a dastard." Rousseau was high flown and tragic; Voltaire was cruel in his contemptuous levity; but the contrast between the two philosophers was even greater in the depths of them than on the surface. Rousseau took his own words seriously, even when he was mad, and his conduct was sure to belie them before long. He was the precursor of an impassioned and serious age, going to extremes in idea and placing deeds after words. In spite of occasional reticence dictated by sound sense, Voltaire had abandoned himself entirely in his old age to that school of philosophy, young, ardent, full of hope and illusions, which would fain pull down everything before it knew what it could set up, and the actions of which were not always in accordance with principles. "The men were inferior to their ideas." President de Brosses was justified in writing to Voltaire, "I only wish you had in your heart a half quarter of the morality and philosophy contained in your works." Deprived of the counterpoise of political liberty, the emancipation of thought in the reign of Louis XV. had become at one and the same time a danger and a source of profound illusions. People thought that they did what they said, and that they meant what they wrote, but the time of actions and consequences had not yet come. Voltaire applauded the severities against Rousseau, and still he was quite ready to offer him an asylum at Ferney. He wrote to D'Alembert, "I am engaged in sending a priest to the galleys," at the very time when he was bringing eternal honor to his name by the generous zeal which led him to protect the memory and the family of the unfortunate people named Calas. The glorious and bloody annals of the French Reformation had passed through various phases. Liberty, always precarious, even under Henry IV., and whilst the Edict of Nantes was in force, and legally destroyed by its revocation, had been succeeded by periods of assuagement and comparative repose. In the latter part of Louis XV.'s reign, about 1760, fresh severities had come to overwhelm the Protestants. Modestly going about their business, silent and timid, as inviolably attached to the king as to their hereditary creed, several of them had undergone capital punishment. John Calas, accused of murdering his son, had been broken on the wheel at Toulouse. The Reformers had been accustomed to these sombre dramas, but the spirit of the times had marched onward. Ideas of justice, humanity, and liberty, sown broadcast by the philosophers, more imbued than they were themselves aware of with the holy influences of Christianity, had slowly and secretly acted upon men's minds. Executions which had been so frequent in the 16th and 17th centuries caused trouble and dismay in the 18th. In vain did the fanatical passions of the populace of Toulouse find an echo in the magistracy of that city. It was no longer considered a matter of course that Protestants should be guilty of every crime, and that those who were accused should not be at liberty to clear themselves. The philosophers had at first hesitated. Voltaire wrote to Cardinal Bernis, "Might I venture to entreat your Eminence to be kind enough to tell me what I am to think about the frightful case of this Calas, broken on the wheel at Toulouse, on a charge of having hanged his own son? The fact is, they maintain here that he is quite innocent, and that he called God to witness it. This case touches me to the heart; it saddens my pleasure, it taints them. Either the Parliament of Toulouse or the Protestants must be regarded with eyes of horror." Being soon convinced that the Parliament deserved all his indignation, Voltaire did not grudge time, efforts, or influence in order to be of service to the unfortunate remnant of the Calas family. "I ought to look upon myself as in some sort of a witness," he writes. "Several months ago Peter Calas, who is accused of having assisted his father and mother in a murder, was in my neighborhood with another of his brothers. I have wavered a long while as to the innocence of this family. I could not believe that any judges would have condemned to a fearful death an innocent father of a family. There is nothing I have not done to enlighten myself as to the truth. I dare to say that I am as sure of the innocence of this family as I am of my own existence." For 3 years, with a constancy which he often managed to conceal beneath an appearance of levity, Voltaire prosecuted the work of clearing the Calas. "It is Voltaire who is writing on behalf of this unfortunate family," said Diderot to Mademoiselle Voland. "Oh, my friend, what a noble work for genius! This man must needs have soul and sensibility. Injustice must revolt him; he must feel the attraction of virtue. Why, what are the Calas to him? What can awaken his interest in them? What reason has he to suspend the labors he loves in order to take up their defence?" From the borders of the Lake of Geneva, from his solitude at Gentod, Charles Bonnet, far from favorable generally to Voltaire, writes to Haller, "Voltaire has done a work on tolerance which is said to be good; he will not publish it until after the affair of the unfortunate Calas has been decided by the king's council. Voltaire's zeal for these unfortunates might cover a multitude of sins; that zeal does not relax, and, if they obtain satisfaction, it will be principally to his championship that they will owe it. He receives much commendation for this business, and he deserves it fully." The sentence of the council cleared the accused and the memory of John Calas, ordering that their names should be erased and effaced from the registers, and the judgment transcribed upon the margin of the charge sheet. The king at the same time granted Madame Calas and her children a gratuity of 36,000 livres, a tacit and inadequate compensation for the expenses and losses caused them by the fanatical injustice of the Parliament of Toulouse. Madame Calas asked no more. "To prosecute the judges and the ringleaders," said a letter to Voltaire from the generous advocate of the Calas, Elias de Beaumont, "requires the permission of the council, and there is great reason to fear that these petty plebeian kings appear powerful enough to cause the permission, through a weakness honored by the name of policy, to be refused." Voltaire, however, was triumphant. "You were at Paris," he writes to M. de Cideville, "when the last act of the tragedy finished so happily. The piece is according to the rules. It is, to my thinking, the finest fifth act there is on the stage." Henceforth he finds himself transformed into the defender of the oppressed. The Protestant Chaumont, at the galleys, owed to him his liberation. He rushed to Ferney to thank Voltaire. The pastor, who had to introduce him, thus described the interview to Paul Rabaut: "I told him that I had brought him a little fellow who had come to throw himself at his feet to thank him for having, by his intercession, delivered him from the galleys; that it was Chaumont whom I had left in his antechamber, and whom I begged him to permit me to bring in. At the name of Chaumont, M. de Voltaire showed a transport of joy, and rang at once to have him brought in. Never did any scene appear to me more amusing and refreshing. 'What!' said he, 'my poor little good fellow, they sent you to the galleys! What did they mean to do to you? What a conscience they must have, to put in fetters and chain to the oar a man who had committed no crime beyond praying to God in bad French!' He turned several times to me, denouncing persecution. He summoned into his room some persons who were staying with him, that they might share the joy he felt at seeing poor little Chaumont, who, though perfectly well attired for his condition, was quite astonished to find himself so well received. There was nobody, down to an ex Jesuit, Father Adam, who did not come forward to congratulate him." Innate love of justice and horror of fanaticism had inspired Voltaire with his zeal on behalf of persecuted Protestants. A more personal feeling, a more profound sympathy, caused his grief and his dread when Chevalier de la Barre, accused of having mutilated a crucifix, was condemned in 1766 to capital punishment. The scepticism of the 18th century had sudden and terrible reactions towards fanatical violence, as a protest and a pitiable struggle against the doubt which was invading it on all sides. The chevalier was executed. He was not 20 years old. He was an infidel and a libertine, like the majority of the young men of his day and of his age. The crime he expiated so cruelly was attributed to reading bad books, which had corrupted him. "I am told," writes Voltaire to D'Alembert, "that they said at their examination that they had been led on to the act of madness they committed by the works of the encyclopedists. I can scarcely believe it. These madmen don't read, and certainly no philosopher would have counselled profanation. The matter is important; try to get to the bottom of so odious and dangerous a report." And at another time, to Abbe Morellet, "You know that Councillor Pasquier said in full Parliament that the young men of Abbeville who were put to death had imbibed their impiety in the school and the works of the modern philosophers. They were mentioned by name. It is a formal denunciation. Wise men, under such terrible circumstances, should keep quiet and wait." Whilst keeping quiet, Voltaire soon grew frightened. He fancied himself arrested even on the foreign soil of which he had sought refuge. "My heart is withered," he exclaims, "I am prostrated, I am tempted to go and die in some land where men are less unjust." He wrote to the Great Frederick, with whom he had resumed active correspondence, asking him for an asylum in the town of Cleves, where he might find refuge together with the persecuted philosophers. His imagination was going wild. "I went to him," says the celebrated physician Tronchin, an old friend of his, After I had pointed out to him the absurdity of his fearing that, for a mere piece of imprudence, France would come and seize an old man on foreign soil to shut him up in the Bastille, I ended by expressing my astonishment that a head like his should be deranged to the extent I saw it was. Covering his eyes with his clenched hands and bursting into tears, 'Yes, yes, my friend, I am mad,' was all he answered. A few days afterwards, when reflection had driven away fear, he would have defied all the powers of malevolence." Voltaire did not find his brethren in philosophy so frightened and disquieted by ecclesiastical persecution as to fly to Cleves, far from the "home of society," as he had himself called Paris. In vain he wrote to Diderot, "A man like you cannot look, save with horror, upon the country in which you have the misfortune to live. You really ought to come away into a country where you would have entire liberty not only to express what you pleased, but to preach openly against superstitions as disgraceful as they are sanguinary. You would not be solitary there; you would have companions and disciples. You might establish a chair there, the chair of truth. Your library might go by water, and there would not be 4 leagues' journey by land. In fine, you would leave slavery for freedom." All these inducements having failed of effect, Voltaire gave up the foundation of a colony at Cleves, to devote all his energy to that at Ferney. There he exercised seigniorial rights with an active and restless guardianship, which left him no illusions and but little sympathy in respect of that people whose sacred rights he had so often proclaimed. "The people will always be sottish and barbarous," he wrote to M. Bordes; "they are oxen needing a yoke, a goad, and a bit of hay." That was the sum and substance of what he thought. He was a stern judge of the French character, the genuine and deep lying resources of which he sounded imperfectly, but the infinite varieties of which he recognized. "I always find it difficult to conceive," he wrote to M. de Constant, "how so agreeable a nation can at the same time be so ferocious, how it can so easily pass from the opera to the St. Bartholomew, be at one time made up of dancing apes and at another of howling bears, be so ingenious and so idiotic both together, at one time so brave and at another so dastardly." Voltaire fancied himself at a comedy still; the hour of tragedy was at hand. He and his friends were day by day weakening the foundations of the edifice. For 80 years past the greatest minds and the noblest souls have been toiling to restore it on new and strong bases. The work is not finished; revolution is still agitating the depths of French society, which has not yet recovered the only proper foundation stones for greatness and order amongst a free people. Henceforth Voltaire reigned peacefully over his little empire at Ferney, courted from afar by all the sovereigns of Europe who made any profession of philosophy. "I have a sequence of 4 kings (Brelan de Roi Quatrième), he would say with a laugh when he counted his letters from royal personages. The Empress of Russia, Catherine II., had dethroned, in his mind, the Great Frederick. Voltaire had not lived in her dominions and at her court, he had no grievance against her. His vanity was flattered by the eagerness and the magnificent attentions of the Semiramis of the North, as he called her. He even forgave her the most odious features of resemblance to the Assyrian princess. "I am her knight in the sight and in the teeth of everybody," he wrote to Madame du Deffand. "I am quite aware that people bring up against her a few trifles on the score of her husband; but these are family matters with which I do not meddle, and besides it is not a bad thing to have a fault to repair; it is an inducement to make great efforts in order to force the public to esteem and admiration, and certainly her knave of a husband would never have done any one of the great things my Catherine does every day." The portrait of the empress, worked in embroidery by herself, hung in Voltaire's bedroom. In vain had he but lately said to Pastor Bertrand, "My dear philosopher, I have, thank God, cut all connection with kings." Instinct and natural inclination were constantly reasserting themselves. Banished from the court of Versailles by the disfavor of Louis XV., he turned in despite towards the foreign sovereigns who courted him. "Europe is enough for me," he writes; "I do not trouble myself much about the Paris clique, seeing that that clique is frequently guided by envy, cabal, bad taste, and 1,000 petty interests which are always opposed to the public interest." Chapter 55, part 3. Chapter 55, part 4 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 4. Voltaire, however, returned to that Paris in which he was born, in which he had lived but little since his early days, to which he belonged by the merits as well as the defects of his mind, and in which he was destined to die. In spite of his protests about his being a rustic and a republican, he had never allowed himself to slacken the ties which united him to his Parisian friends. The letters of the Patriarch of Ferney circulated amongst the philosophical fraternity; they were repeated in the correspondence of Grimm and Diderot with foreign princes. From his splendid retreat at Ferney he cheered and excited the literary zeal and often the anti religious ardor of the encyclopedists. He had, however, ceased all work in connection with that great work since it had been suspended, and afterwards resumed at the orders and with the permission of government. The more and more avowed materialistic theories revolted his shrewd and sensible mind. Without caring to go to the bottom of his thought and contemplate its consequences, he clung to the notion of Providence as to a waif in the great shipwreck of positive creeds. He could not imagine "this clock without a maker could exist." It is his common sense, and not the religious yearnings of his soul, that makes him write in the poem of La Loi naturelle, "O God, whom men ignore, whom everything reveals, Hear thou the latest words of him who now appeals. 'Tis searching out thy law that hath bewildered me; My heart may go astray, but it is full of thee." When he was old and suffering, he said to Madame Necker, in one of those fits of melancholy to which he was subject, "The thinking faculty is lost just like the eating, drinking, and digesting faculties. The marionettes of Providence, in fact, are not made to last as long as it." In his dying hour Voltaire was seen showing more concern for terrestrial scandals than for the terrors of conscience, crying aloud for a priest, and with his mouth full of the blood he spat, still repeating in a half whisper, "I don't want to be thrown into the kennel." A sad confession of the insufficiency of his convictions and of the inveterate levity of his thoughts. He was afraid of the judgment of man, without dreading the judgment of God. Thus was revealed the real depth of an infidelity of which Voltaire himself, perhaps, had not calculated the extent and the fatal influences. Voltaire was destined to die at Paris. There he found the last joys of his life, and there he shed the last rays of his glory. For the 27 years during which he had been away from it, he had worked much, written much, done much. Whilst almost invariably disavowing his works, he had furnished philosophy with pointed and poisoned weapons against religion. He had devoted to humanity much time and strength. One of the last delights he had tasted was the news of the decree which cleared the memory of M. de Lally. He had received into his house, educated and found a husband for the grand niece of the great Corneille. He had applied the inexhaustible resources of his mind at one time to good and at another to evil, with almost equal ardor. He was old, he was ill, yet this same ardor still possessed him when he arrived at Paris on the 10th of February, 1778. The excitement caused by his return was extraordinary. "This new prodigy has stopped all other interest for some time," writes Grimm. "It has put an end to rumors of war, intrigues of civil life, squabbles at court. Encyclopedic pride appeared diminished by half, the Sorbonne shook all over, the Parliament kept silence; all the literary world is moved, all Paris is ready to fly to the idol's feet." So much attention and so much glory had been too much for the old man. Voltaire was dying; in his fright he had sent for a priest and had confessed. When he rose from his bed by a last effort of the marvellous elasticity inherent in his body and his mind, he resumed for a while the course of his triumphs. "M. de Voltaire has appeared for the first time at the Academy and at the play. He found all the doors, all the approaches to the Academy besieged by a multitude which only opened slowly to let him pass, and then rushed in immediately upon his footsteps with repeated plaudits and acclamations. The Academy came out into the first room to meet him, an honor it had never yet paid to any of its members, not even to the foreign princes who had deigned to be present at its meetings. The homage he received at the Academy was merely the prelude to that which awaited him at the National Theatre. As soon as his carriage was seen at a distance, there arose a universal shout of joy. All the curbstones, all the barriers, all the windows were crammed with spectators, and scarcely was the carriage stopped when people were already on the imperial and even on the wheels to get a nearer view of the divinity. Scarcely had he entered the house when Sieur Brizard came up with a crown of laurels, which Madame de Villette placed upon the great man's head, but which he immediately took off, though the public urged him to keep it on by clapping of hands and by cheers, which resounded from all corners of the house with such a din as was never heard." "All the women stood up. I saw at one time that part of the pit which was under the boxes going down on their knees, in despair of getting a sight any other way. The whole house was darkened with the dust raised by the ebb and flow of the excited multitude. It was not without difficulty that the players managed at last to begin the piece. It was Irene, which was given for the 6th time. Never had this tragedy been better played, never less listened to, never more applauded. The illustrious old man rose to thank the public, and the moment afterwards there appeared on a pedestal in the middle of the stage a bust of this great man, and the actresses, garlands and crowns in hand, covered it with laurels. M. de Voltaire seemed to be sinking beneath the burden of age and of the homage with which he had just been overwhelmed. He appeared deeply affected, his eyes still sparkled amidst the pallor of his face, but it seemed as if he breathed no longer, save with the consciousness of his glory. The people shouted, 'Lights, lights!' that everybody may see him. The coachman was entreated to go at a walk, and thus he was accompanied by cheering and the crowd as far as Pont Royal." Thus is described in the words of an eye witness the last triumph of an existence that had been one of ceaseless agitation, owing to Voltaire himself far more than to the national circumstances and events of the time at which he lived. His anxious vanity and the inexhaustible movement of his mind had kept him constantly fluctuating between alternations of intoxication and despair. He had the good fortune to die at the very pinnacle of success and renown, the only immortality he could comprehend or desire, at the outset of a new and hopeful reign. He did not see, he had never apprehended, the terrible catastrophe to which he had been thoughtlessly contributing for 60 years. A rare piece of good fortune and one which might be considered too great, if the limits of eternal justice rested upon earth and were to be measured by our compass. Voltaire's incessant activity bore many fruits which survived him. He contributed powerfully to the triumph of those notions of humanity, justice, and freedom, which, superior to his own ideal, did honor to the 18th century. He became the model of a style, clear, neat, brilliant, the natural exponent of his own mind, far more than of the as yet confused hopes and aspirations of his age. He defended the rights of common sense, and sometimes withstood the anti-religious passion of his friends, but he blasted both minds and souls with his sceptical gibes. His bitter and at the same time temperate banter disturbed consciences which would have been revolted by the materialistic doctrines of the encyclopedists. The circle of infidelity widened under his hands; his disciples were able to go beyond him on the fatal path he had opened to them. Voltaire has remained the true representative of the mocking and stone flinging phase of free thinking, knowing nothing of the deep yearnings any more than of the supreme wretchlessness of the human soul, which it kept imprisoned within the narrow limits of earth and time. At the outcome from the bloody slough of the French Revolution and from the chaos it caused in men's souls, it was the infidelity of Voltaire which remained at the bottom of the scepticism and moral disorder of the France of our day. The demon which torments her is even more Voltairean than materialistic. Other influences, more sincere and at the same time more dangerous, were simultaneously undermining men's minds. The group of encyclopedists, less prudent and less temperate than Voltaire, flaunted openly the flag of revolt. At the head marched Diderot, the most daring of all, the most genuinely affected by his own ardor, without perhaps being the most sure of his ground in his negations. His was an original and exuberant nature, expansively open to all new impressions. "In my country," he says, "we pass within 24 hours from cold to hot, from calm to storm, and this changeability of climate extends to the persons. Thus, from earliest infancy, we are wont to shift with every wind. The head of a Langrois stands on his shoulders like a weathercock on the top of a church steeple. It is never steady at one point, and if it comes round again to that which it had left, it is not to stop there. As for me, I am of my country; only residence of the capital and constant application have corrected me a little." Narrow circumstances had their share in the versatility of Diderot's genius as well as in the variety of his labors. Son of a cutler at Langres, a strict and virtuous man, Denis Diderot, born in 1715, had at first been intended by his father for the church. He was educated at Harcourt College, and he entered an attorney's office. The young man worked incessantly, but not a law book did he open. "What do you mean to be, pray?" the lawyer asked him one day. "Do you think of being an attorney?" "No." "A barrister?" "No." "A doctor?" "No more than the rest." "What then?" "Nothing at all. I like study. I am very happy, very contented. I ask no more." Diderot's father stopped the allowance he had been making his son, trusting thus to force him to choose a profession. But the young man gave lessons for a livelihood. "I know a pretty good number of things," he wrote towards the end of his life, "but there is scarcely a man who doesn't know his own thing better than I do. This mediocrity in every sort is the consequence of insatiable curiosity and of means so small that they never permitted me to devote myself to one single branch of human knowledge. I have been forced all my life to follow pursuits for which I was not adapted, and to leave on one side those for which I had a call from inclination." Before he was 30 years old, and without any resource but his lessons and the work of every sort he did for third parties, Diderot married. He had not asked the consent of his parents, but this did not prevent him from saddling them before long with his wife and child. "She started yesterday," he writes quite simply to his father. "She will be with you in 3 days. You can say anything you like to her, and when you are tired of her, you can send her back." Diderot intended to be free at any price, and he threw off, one after another, the fetters he had forged for himself, not without remorse, however, and not without acknowledging that he was thus wanting to all natural duties. "What can you expect," he would exclaim, "of a man who has neglected wife and daughter, got into debt, given up being husband and father?" Diderot never neglected his friends. Amidst his pecuniary embarrassments, when he was reduced to coin his brain for a livelihood, his labor and his marvellous facility were always at the service of all. It was to satisfy the requirements of a dangerous fair friend that he wrote his Pensées philosophiques, the sad tale of the Bijoux indiscrets and the Lettres sur les aveugles, those early attacks upon religious faith which sent him to pass a few months in prison at the Castle of Vincennes. It was to oblige Grimm that he for the first time gave his mind to painting, and wrote his Salons, intended to amuse and instruct the foreign princes. "A pleasure which is only for myself affects me but slightly and lasts but a short time," he used to say; "it is for self and friends that I read, reflect, write, meditate, hear, look, feel. In their absence, my devotion towards them refers everything to them. I am always thinking of their happiness. Does a beautiful line strike me, they shall know it. Have I stumbled upon a beautiful trait, I make up my mind to communicate it to them. Have I before my eyes some enchanting scene, unconsciously I meditate an account of it for them. To them I have dedicated the use of all my senses and of all my faculties, and that perhaps is the reason why everything is exaggerated, everything is embellished a little in my imagination and in my talk, and they sometimes reproach me with this, the ingrates." It was, further, in conjunction with his friends and in community of ideas, that Diderot undertook the immense labor of the Encyclopaedia. Having, in the first instance, received a commission from a publisher to translate the English collection of Ephraim Chambers, Diderot was impressed with the desire to unite in one and the same collection all the efforts and all the talents of his epoch, so as to render joint homage to the rapid progress of science. Won over by his enthusiasm, D'Alembert consented to share the task, and he wrote the beautiful exposition in the introduction. Voltaire sent his articles from Delices. The Jesuits had proposed to take upon themselves a certain number of questions, but their co operation was declined. It was a monument to philosophy that the Encyclopedists aspired to raise. The clergy were in common at seeing the hostile army, till then uncertain and unbanded, rally organized and disciplined around this vast enterprise. An early veto, soon, however, taken off, compelled the philosophers to a certain moderation. Voltaire ceased writing for the Encyclopaedia. It was not sufficiently free going for him. "You admit articles worthy of the Trevoux journal," he said to D'Alembert. New severities on the part of the Parliament and the Grand Council dealt a blow to the philosophers before long. The editor's privilege was revoked. Orders were given to seize Diderot's papers. Lamoignon de Malesherbes, who was at that time director of the press, and favorable to freedom without ever having abused it in thought or action, sent him secret warning. Diderot ran home in consternation. "What's to be done?" he cried. "How move all my manuscripts in 24 hours? I haven't time even to make a selection. And, above all, where find people who would and can take charge of them safely?" "Send them all to me," replied M. de Malesherbes. "Nobody will come thither to look for them." Feeble governments are ill served even by their worthiest servants. The severities ordered against the Encyclopaedia did not stop its publication. D'Alembert, however, weary of the struggle, had ceased to take part in the editorship. Naturally cool and moderate when it was nothing to do with Mademoiselle de Lespinasse, the great affection of his life, the illustrious geometer was content with a little. 1,200 livres a year are enough for me," he wrote to the great Frederick, who was pressing him to settle in his dominions. "I will not go and reap the succession to Maupertuis during his lifetime. I am overlooked by government, just as so many others by Providence, persecuted as much as anybody can be. If some day I have to fly my country, I will simply ask Frederick's permission to go and die in his dominions, free and poor." Frederick II. gave D'Alembert a pension. It had but lately been Louis XIV. Who thus lavished kindnesses on foreign scholars. He made an offer to the Encyclopedists to go and finish their vast undertaking at Berlin. Catherine II. made the same offers, asking D'Alembert besides to take charge of the education of her son. "I know your honesty too well," she wrote, "to attribute your refusals to vanity. I know that the cause is merely love of repose in order to cultivate literature and friendship. But what is to prevent your coming with all your friends? I promise you and them too all the comforts and every facility that may depend upon me, and perchance you will find more freedom and repose than you have at home. You do not yield to the entreaties of the King of Prussia and to the gratitude you owe him, it is true, but then he has no son. I confess that I have my son's education so much at heart, and that you are so necessary to me, that perhaps I press you too much. Pardon my indiscretion for the reason's sake, and rest assured that it is esteem which has made me so selfish." D'Alembert declined the education of the hereditary Grand Duke, just as he had declined the presidency of the Academy at Berlin. An infidel and almost a materialist by the geometer's rule, who knows no power but the laws of mathematics, he did not carry into anti-religious strife the bitterness of Voltaire or the violence of Diderot. "Squelch the thing you are always repeating to me," he said to Voltaire on the 4th of May, 1762. "Ah, my good friend, let it go to rack and ruin of itself; it is hurrying thereto faster than you suppose." More and more absorbed by pure science, which he never neglected save for the French Academy, whose perpetual secretary he had become, D'Alembert left to Diderot alone the care of continuing the Encyclopaedia. When he died in 1783, at 56 years of age, the work had been finished nearly 20 years. In spite of the bad faith of publishers, who mutilated articles to render them acceptable, in spite of the condemnation of the clergy and the severities of the council, the last volumes of the Encyclopaedia had appeared in 1765. This immense work, unequal and confused as it was, a medley of various and often ill assorted elements, undertaken for and directed to the fixed end of an aggressive emancipation of thought, had not sufficed to absorb the energy and powers of Diderot. "I am awaiting with impatience the reflection of Pantophile Diderot on Tancred," wrote Voltaire. "Everything is within the sphere of activity of his genius; he passes from the heights of metaphysics to the weaver's trade, and thence he comes to the stage." The stage indeed occupied largely the attention of Diderot, who sought to introduce reforms, the fruit of his own thought as well as of imitation of the Germans, which he had not perhaps sufficiently considered. For the classic tragedies, the heritage of which Voltaire received from the hands of Racine, Diderot aspired to substitute the natural drama. His two attempts in that style, Le Père de Famille and Le Fils Naturel, had but little success in France, and contributed to develop in Germany the school already founded by Lessing. An excess of false sensibility and an inflation of expression had caused certain true ideas to fall flat on the French stage. "You have the inverse of dramatic talent," said Abbe Arnauld to Diderot; "the proper thing is to transform one's self into all the characters, and you transform all the characters into yourself." The criticism did Diderot wrong; he had more wits than his characters, and he was worth more at bottom than those whom he described. Carried away by the richness as well as the unruliness of his mind, destitute as he was of definite and fixed principles, he recognized no other moral law than the natural impulse of the soul. "There is no virtue or vice," he used to say, "but innate goodness or badness." Certain religious cravings, nevertheless, sometimes asserted themselves in his conscience. He had a glimmering perception of the necessity for a higher rule and law. "O God, I know not whether Thou art," he wrote in his Interpretation de la Nature, "but I will think as if Thou didst see into my soul, I will act as if I were in Thy presence." A strange illusion on the part of the philosopher about the power of ideas as well as about the profundity of evil in the human heart. Diderot fancied he could regulate his life by a perchance, and he was constantly hurried away by the torrent of his passion into a violence of thought and language foreign to his natural benevolence. It was around his name that the philosophic strife had waxed most fierce. The active campaign undertaken by his friends to open to him the doors of the French Academy remained unsuccessful. "He has too many enemies," said Louis XV.; "his election shall not be sanctioned." Diderot did not offer himself; He set out for St. Petersburg. The Empress Catherine had loaded him with kindnesses. Hearing of the poverty of the philosopher who was trying to sell his library to obtain a dower for his daughter, she bought the books, leaving the enjoyment of them to Diderot, whom she appointed her librarian, and to secure his maintenance in advance, she had a sum of 50,000 livres remitted to him. "So here I am obliged, in conscience, to live 50 years," said Diderot. Chapter 55, Part 5 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 5. He passed some months in Russia, admitted several hours a day to the closet of the empress, chatting with a frankness and a freedom which sometimes went to the extent of license. Catherine II. was not alarmed. "Go on," she would say; "amongst men anything is allowable." When the philosopher went away, he shed hot tears, and "so did she, almost," he declares. He refused to go to Berlin. Absolute power appeared to him more arbitrary and less indulgent in the hands of Frederick than with Catherine. "It is said that at Petersburg Diderot is considered a tiresome reasoner," wrote the King of Prussia to D'Alembert in January, 1774. "He is incessantly harping on the same things. All I know is that I couldn't stand the reading of his books, intrepid reader as I am. There is a self sufficient tone and an arrogance in them which revolts my sense of freedom." The same sense of freedom which the king claimed for himself whilst refusing it to the philosopher in his turn refused to Christians not less intolerant than he. The 18th century did not practise on its own account that respect for conscience which it, nevertheless, powerfully and to its glory promoted. Diderot died on the 29th of July, 1784, still poor, an invalid for some time past, surrounded to the end by his friends, who rendered back to him that sincere and devoted affection which he made the pride of his life. Hearing of his sufferings from Grimm, the Empress Catherine had hired a furnished apartment for him. He had just installed himself in it when he expired. Without having retracted any one of his works, nearly all published under the veil of the anonymous, he was, nevertheless, almost reconciled with the church, and was interred quietly in the chapel of the Virgin at Saint Roch. The charm of his character had often caused people to forget his violence, which he himself no longer remembered the next day. "I should like to know this hot-headed metaphysician," was the remark made to Buffon by President de Brosses, who happened to be then at Paris, and he afterwards added, "He is a nice fellow, very pleasant, very amiable, a great philosopher, a mighty arguer, but a maker of perpetual digressions. Yesterday he made quite 25 between 9 o'clock and 1, during which time he remained in my room. Oh, how much more lucid is Buffon than all those gentry!" The magistrate's mind understood and appreciated the great naturalist's genius. Diderot felt in his own fashion the charm of nature, but, as was said by Chevalier Chastellux, "his ideas got drunk and set to work chasing one another." The ideas of Buffon, on the other hand, came out in the majestic order of a system under powerful organization, and informed, as it were, with the very secrets of the Creator. "The general history of the world," he says, "ought to precede the special history of its productions, and the details of singular facts touching the life and habits of animals, or touching the culture and vegetation of plants, belong perhaps less to natural history than do the general results of the observations which have been made on the different materials which compose the terrestrial globe, on the elevations, the depressions, and the unevennesses of its form, on the movement of the seas, on the trending of mountains, on the position of quarries, on the rapidity and effects of the currents of the sea. This is nature on the grand scale." M. Fleurant truly said, "Buffon aggrandizes every subject he touches." Born at Montbard in Burgundy on the 7th of September, 1707, Buffon belonged to a family of wealth and consideration in his province. In his youth he travelled over Europe with his friend the Duke of Kingston. On returning home, he applied himself at first to mathematics, with sufficient success to be appointed at 26 years of age, in 1733, adjunct in the mechanical class at the Academy of Sciences. In 1739 he received the superintendence of the Jardin du Roi, not long since enlarged and endowed by Richelieu, and lovingly looked after by the scholar Dufay who had just died, himself designating Buffon as his successor. He had shifted from mechanics to botany, "not," he said, "that he was very fond of that science, which he had learned and forgotten 3 times," but he was aspiring just then to the Jardin du Roi. His genius was yet seeking its proper direction. "There are some things for me," he wrote to President de Brosses, "but there are some against, and especially my age. However, if people would but reflect, they would see that the superintendence of the Jardin du Roi requires an active young man, who can stand the sun, who is conversant with plants and knows the way to make them multiply, who is a bit of a connoisseur in all the sorts used in demonstration there, and, above all, who understands buildings, in such sort that, in my own heart, it appears to me that I should be exactly made for them, but I have not as yet any great hope." In Buffon's hands the Jardin du Roi was transformed. In proportion as his mind developed, the requirements of the study appeared to him greater and greater; he satisfied them fearlessly, getting together collections at his own expense, opening new galleries, constructing hothouses, being constantly seconded by the good will of Louis XV., who never shrank from expenses demanded by Buffon's projects. The great naturalist died at 80 years of age, without having completed his work; but he had imprinted upon it that indisputable stamp of greatness which was the distinctive feature of his genius. The Jardin du Roi, which became the Jardin des Plantes, has remained unique in Europe. Fully engaged as he was in those useful labors, from the age of 30, Buffon gave up living at Paris for the greater part of the year. He had bought the ruins of the castle of Montbard, the ancient residence of the Dukes of Burgundy, overlooking his native town. He had built a house there which soon became dear to him, and which he scarcely ever left for 8 months in the year. There it was, in a pavilion which overhung the garden planted in terraces, and from which he had a view of the rich plains of La Brenne, that the great naturalist, carefully dressed by 5 o'clock in the morning, meditated the vast plan of his works as he walked from end to end and side to side. "I passed delightful hours there," he used to say. When he summoned his secretary, the work of composition was completed. "M. de Buffon gives reasons for the preference he shows as to every word in his discourses, without excluding from the discussion even the smallest particles, the most insignificant conjunctions," says Madame Necker. He never forgot that he had written, "The style is the man." The language could not be allowed to derogate from the majesty of the subject. "I made it a rule," he used to say, "to always fix upon the noblest expressions." It was in this dignified and studious retirement that Buffon quietly passed his long life. "I dedicated," he says, 12, nay 14 hours to study; it was my whole pleasure; in truth, I devoted myself to it far more than I troubled myself about fame. Fame comes afterwards, if it may, and it nearly always does." Buffon did not lack fame. On the appearance of the first 3 volumes of his Histoire naturelle, published in 1749, the breadth of his views, the beauty of his language, and the strength of his mind excited general curiosity and admiration. The Sorbonne was in a flutter at certain bold propositions. Buffon, without being disconcerted, took pains to avoid condemnation. "I took the liberty," he says in a letter to M. Leblanc, "of writing to the Duke of Nivernais, then ambassador at Rome, who has replied to me in the most polite and most obliging way in the world. I hope, therefore, that my book will not be put in the Index, and, in truth, I have done all I could not to deserve it, and to avoid theological squabbles, which I fear far more than I do the criticisms of physicists and geometricians." "Out of 120 assembled doctors," he adds before long, "I had 115, and their resolution even contains eulogies which I did not expect." Despite certain boldnesses which had caused anxiety, the Sorbonne had reason to compliment the great naturalist. The unity of the human race as well as its superior dignity were already vindicated in these first efforts of Buffon's genius, and his mind never lost sight of this great verity. "In the human species," he says, "the influence of climate shows itself only by slight varieties, because this species is one, and is very distinctly separated from all other species. Man, white in Europe, black in Africa, yellow in Asia, and red in America, is only the same man tinged with the hue of climate. As he is made to reign over the earth, as the whole globe is his domain, it seems as if his nature were ready prepared for all situations. Beneath the fires of the south, amidst the frosts of the north, he lives, he multiplies, he is found to be so spread about everywhere from time immemorial that he appears to affect no climate in particular. Whatever resemblance there may be between the Hottentot and the monkey, the interval which separates them is immense, since internally he is garnished with mind, and externally with speech." Buffon continued his work, adroitly availing himself of the talent and researches of the numerous co operators whom he had managed to gather about him, directing them all with indefatigable vigilance in their labors and their observations. "Genius is but a greater aptitude for perseverance," he used to say, himself justifying his definition by the assiduity of his studies. "I had come to the 16th volume of my work on natural history," he writes with bitter regret, "when a serious and long illness interrupted for nearly 2 years the course of my labors. This shortening of my life, already far advanced, caused one in my works. I might, in the 2 years I have lost, have produced 2 or 3 volumes of the history of birds, without abandoning for that my plan of a history of minerals, on which I have been engaged for several years." In 1753, Buffon had been nominated a member of the French Academy. He had begged his friends to vote for his compatriot Piron, author of the celebrated comedy Métromanie, at that time an old man and still poor. "I can wait," said Buffon. "2 days before that fixed for the election," writes Grimm, "the king sent for President Montesquieu, to whose lot it had fallen to be director of the Academy on that occasion, and told him that, understanding that the Academy had cast their eyes upon M. Piron, and knowing that he was the author of several licentious works, he desired the Academy to choose some one else to fill the vacant place. His Majesty at the same time told him that he would not have any member belonging to the order of advocates." Buffon was elected, and on the 25th of August, 1754, St. Louis' Day, he was formally received by the Academy. Grimm describes the session. "M. de Buffon did not confine himself to reminding us that Chancellor Seguier was a great man, that Cardinal Richelieu was a very great man, that Kings Louis XIV. And Louis XV. Were very great men too, that the Archbishop of Sens, whom he succeeds, was also a great man, and finally that all the 40 were great men. This celebrated man, disdaining the stale and heavy eulogies which are generally the substance of this sort of speech, thought proper to treat of a subject worthy of his pen and worthy of the Academy. He gave us his ideas on style, and it was said, in consequence, that the Academy had engaged a writing master." "Well written works are the only ones which will go down to posterity," said Buffon in his speech. "Quantity of knowledge, singularity of facts, even novelty in discoveries, are not certain guarantees of immortality. Knowledge, facts, discoveries, are easily abstracted and transferred. Those things are outside the man; the style is the man himself. The style, then, cannot be abstracted, or transferred, or tampered with. If it be elevated, noble, sublime, the author will be equally admired at all times, for it is only truth that is durable and even eternal." Never did the great scholar who has been called "the painter of nature" relax his zeal for painstaking as a writer. "I am every day learning to write," he would still say at 70 years of age. To the Theorie de la Terre, The Idées générales sur les animaux and the Histoire de l'homme, already published when Buffon was elected by the French Academy, succeeded the 12 volumes of the Histoire des quadrupèdes, a masterpiece of luminous classifications and incomparable descriptions. 8 volumes on oiseaux appeared subsequently, a short time before the Histoire des minéraux. Lastly, a few years before his death, Buffon gave to the world the Epoque de la Nature. "As in civil history one consults titles, hunts up medals, deciphers antique inscriptions to determine the epochs of revolutions amongst mankind, and to fix the date of events in the moral world, so in natural history we must ransack the archives of the universe, drag from the entrails of the earth the olden monuments, gather together their ruins, and collect into a body of proofs all the indications of physical changes that can guide us back to the different ages of nature. It is the only way of fixing certain points in the immensity of space, and of placing a certain number of memorial stones on the endless road of time. This is what I perceive with my mind's eye," Buffon would say, "thus forming a chain which, from the summit of time's ladder, descends right down to us." "This man," exclaimed Hume, with an admiration which surprised him out of his scepticism, "this man gives to things which no human eye has seen a probability almost equal to evidence." Some of Buffon's theories have been disputed by his successor's science. As D'Alembert said of Descartes, "If he was mistaken about the laws of motion, he was the first to divine that there must be some." Buffon divined the epochs of nature, and by the intuition of his genius, absolutely unshackled by any religious prejudice, he involuntarily reverted to the account given in Genesis. "We are persuaded," he says, "independently of the authority of the sacred books, that man was created last, and that he only came to wield the sceptre of the earth when that earth was found worthy of his sway." It has often been repeated, on the strength of some expressions let fall by Buffon amongst intimates, that the panorama of nature had shut out from his eyes the omnipotent God, creator and preserver of the physical world as well as of the moral law. Wrong has been done to the great naturalist; he had answered beforehand these incorrect opinions as to his fundamental ideas. "Nature is not a being," he said, "for that being would be God." And he adds, "Nature is the system of the laws established by the Creator." The supreme notion of Providence appears to his eyes in all its grandeur, when he writes, "The verities of nature were destined to appear only in course of time, and the Supreme Being kept them to Himself as the surest means of recalling man to Him when his faith, declining in the lapse of ages, should become weak, when, remote from his origin, he might begin to forget it, when, in fine, having become too familiar with the spectacle of nature, he would no longer be moved by it, and would come to ignore the author. It was necessary to confirm from time to time, and even to enlarge the idea of God in the mind and heart of man. Now every new discovery produces this grand effect, every new step that we make in nature brings us nearer to the Creator. A new verity is a species of miracle. Its effect is the same, and it only differs from the real miracle in that the latter is a startling stroke which God strikes instantaneously and rarely, instead of making use of man to discover and exhibit the marvels which he has hidden in the womb of nature, and in that, as these marvels are operating every instant, as they are open at all times and for all time to his contemplation, God is constantly recalling him to himself, not only by the spectacle of the moment, but further by the successive development of his works." Buffon was still working at 80 years of age. He had undertaken a dissertation on style, a development of his reception speech at the French Academy. Great sorrows had crossed his life. Married late to a young wife whom he loved, he lost her early. She left him a son, brought up under his wing, and the object of his constant solicitude. Just at the time of sending him to school, he wrote to Madame d'Aubenton, wife of his able and learned co operator, "I expect Buffonet on Sunday. I have arranged all his little matters. He will have a private room, with a closet for his manservant. I have got him a tutor in the schoolhouse itself, and a little companion of his own age. I do not think that he will be at all unhappy." And at a later date, when he is expecting this son who has reached man's estate, and has been travelling in Europe, "My son has just arrived, the empress and the grand duke have treated him very well, and we shall have some fine minerals, the collection of which is being at this moment completed. I confess that anxiety about his return has taken away my sleep and the power of thinking." When the young Count de Buffon, an officer in the artillery, and at first warmly favorable to the noble professions of the French Revolution, had, like his peers, to mount the scaffold of the Terror, he damned with one word the judges who profaned in his person his father's glory. "Citizens," he exclaimed from the fatal car, "my name is Buffon." With less respect for the rights of genius than was shown by the Algerian pirates who let pass, without opening them, the chests directed to the great naturalist, the executioner of the Committee of Public Safety cut off his son's head. This last drop of bitterness, and the cruel spectacle of social disorder, Buffon had been spared. He had died at the Jardin du Roi on the 14th of April, 1788, preserving at 80 years of age, and even in the feebleness of ill health, all the powers of his intelligence and the calm serenity of his soul. His last lines dictated to his son were addressed to Madame Necker, who had been for a long time past on the most intimate terms with him. Faithful in death to the instincts of order and regularity which had always controlled his mind even in his boldest flight, he requested that all the ceremonies of religion should be fulfilled around his body. His son had it removed to Montbard, where it lies between his father and his wife. Buffon had lived long, he had accomplished in peace his great work, he had reaped the fruits of it. On the eve of the terrible shocks whereof no presage disturbed his spirit, "directed for 50 years towards the great objects of nature," the illustrious scholar had been permitted to see his statue placed during his lifetime in the Jardin du Roi. On sending to the Empress Catherine his bust which she had asked him for, he wrote to his son who had charge of it, "I forgot to remark to you, whilst talking of bust and effigy, that by the king's order they have put at the bottom of my statue the following inscription: Majestate naturae par ingenium, or Genius to match the majesty of nature. It is not from pride that I send you this, but perhaps her Majesty will have it put at the bottom of the bust." "How many great men do you reckon?" Buffon was asked one day. "5," answered he at once, "Newton, Bacon, Leibnitz, Montesquieu, and myself." This self appreciation, fostered by the homage of his contemporaries, which showed itself in Buffon undisguisedly, with an air of ingenuous satisfaction, had poisoned a life already extinguished 10 years before amidst the bitterest agonies. Taking up arms against a society in which he had not found his proper place, Jean Jacques Rousseau had attacked the present as well as the past, the encyclopedists as well as the old social organization. It was from the first his distinctive trait to voluntarily create a desert around him. The 18th century was in its nature easily seduced; liberal, generous, and open to allurements, it delighted in intellectual contentions, even the most dangerous and the most daring; it welcomed with alacrity all those who thus contributed to its pleasures. The charming drawing rooms of Madame Geoffrin, of Madame du Deffand, of Mademoiselle Lespinasse, belonged of right to philosophy. "Being men of the world as well as of letters, the philosophers of the 18th century had passed their lives in the pleasantest and most brilliant regions of that society which was so much attacked by them. It had welcomed them, made them famous, they had mingled in all the pleasures of its elegant and agreeable existence, they shared in all its tastes, its manners, all the refinements, all the susceptibilities of a civilization at the same time old and rejuvenated, aristocratic and literary, they were of that old regimen which was demolished by their hands. The philosophical circle was everywhere, amongst the people of the court, of the church, of the long robe, of finance; haughty here, complacent there, at one time indoctrinating, at another amusing its hosts, but everywhere young, active, confident, recruiting and battling everywhere, penetrating and fascinating the whole of society." M. Guizot, Madame la Comtesse de Rumford. Rousseau never took his place in this circle. In this society he marched in front like a pioneer of new times, attacking tentatively all that he encountered on his way. "Nobody was ever at one and the same time more factious and more dictatorial," is the clever dictum of M. Saint Marc Girardin. Rousseau was not a Frenchman. French society always felt that, in consequence of certain impressions of his early youth which were never to be effaced. Born at Geneva on the 28th of June, 1712, in a family of the lower middle class, and brought up in the first instance by an intelligent and a pious mother, he was placed, like Voltaire and Diderot, in an attorney's office. Dismissed with disgrace, "as good for nothing but to ply the file," the young man was bound apprentice to an engraver, "a clownish and violent fellow," says Rousseau, "who succeeded very shortly in dulling all the brightness of my boyhood, brutalizing my lively and loving character, and reducing me in spirit, as I was in fortune, to my real position of an apprentice." Rousseau was barely 16 when he began that roving existence which is so attractive to young people, so hateful in ripe age, and which lasted as long as his life. Flying from his master whose brutality he dreaded, and taking refuge at Oharmettes in Savoy with a woman whom he at first loved passionately, only to leave her subsequently with disgust, he had reached the age of 21, and had already gone through many adventures when he set out, heartsore and depraved, to seek at Paris a means of subsistence. He had invented a new system of musical notation. The Academy of Sciences, which had lent him a favorable ear, did not consider the discovery useful. Some persons had taken an interest in him, but Rousseau could never keep his friends; and he had many, zealous and devoted. He was sent to Venice as secretary to the French ambassador, M. de Montaigu. He soon quarrelled with the ambassador and returned to Paris. He found his way into the house of Madame Dupin, wife of a rich farmer general of taxes. He was considered clever; he wrote little plays, which he set to music. Enthusiastically welcomed by the friends of Madame Dupin, he contributed to their amusements. "We began with the Engagement Téméraire," says Madame d'Epinay in her Memoires. "It is a new play by M. Rousseau, a friend of M. de Francueil's, who introduced him to us. The author played a part in his piece. Though it is only a society play, it was a great success. I doubt, however, whether it would be successful at the theatre, but it is the work of a clever man, and no ordinary man. I do not quite know, though, whether it is what I saw of the author or of the piece that made me think so. He is complimentary without being polite, or at least without having the air of it. He seems to be ignorant of the usages of society, but it is easy to see that he has infinite wit. He has a brown complexion, and eyes full of fire light up his face. When he has been speaking and you watch him, you think him good looking, but when you recall him to memory, it is always as a plain man. He is said to be in bad health; it is probably that which gives him from time to time a wild look." It was amid this brilliant intimacy, humiliating and pleasant at the same time, that Rousseau published his Discours sur les sciences et les arts. It has been disputed whether the inspiration was such as he claimed for this production, the first great work which he had ever undertaken and which was to determine the direction of his thoughts. "I was going to see Diderot at Vincennes," he says, "and as I walked I was turning over the leaves of the Mercure de France, when I stumbled upon this question proposed by the Academy of Dijon, whether the advance of sciences and arts has contributed to the corruption or purification of morals. All at once I felt my mind dazzled by 1,000 lights; crowds of ideas presented themselves at once with a force and a confusion which threw me into indescribable bewilderment. I felt my head seized with a giddiness like intoxication; a violent palpitation came over me, my bosom began to heave. Unable to breathe any longer as I walked, I flung myself down under one of the trees in the avenue, and there spent half an hour in such agitation that, on rising up, I found all the front of my waistcoat wet with tears, without my having had an idea that I had shed any." Whether it were by natural intuition or the advice of Diderot, Jean Jacques had found his weapons. Poor and obscure as he was, he attacked openly the brilliant and corrupt society which had welcomed him for its amusement. Spiritualistic at heart, and nurtured upon Holy Scripture in his pious childhood, he felt a sincere repugnance for the elegant or cynical materialism which was every day more and more creeping over the 18th century. "Sciences and arts have corrupted the world," he said, and he put forward, as proof of it, the falsity of the social code, the immorality of private life, the frivolity of the drawing rooms into which he had been admitted. "Suspicions, heart burnings, apprehensions, coldness, reserve, hatred, treason, lurk incessantly beneath that uniform and perfidious veil of politeness, under that so much vaunted urbanity which we owe to the enlightenment of our age." Rousseau had launched his paradox. The frivolous and polite society which he attacked was amused at it without being troubled by it. It was a new field of battle opened for brilliant jousts of wit. He had his partisans and his admirers. In the discussion which ensued, Jean Jacques showed himself more sensible and moderate than he had been in the first exposition of his idea. He had wanted to strike; to astonish, he soon modified the violence of his assertions. "Let us guard against concluding that we must now burn all libraries and pull down the universities and academies," he wrote to King Stanislaus. "We should only plunge Europe once more into barbarism, and morals would gain nothing by it. The vices would remain with us, and we should have ignorance besides. In vain would you aspire to destroy the sources of the evil; in vain would you remove the elements of vanity, indolence, and luxury; in vain would you even bring men back to that primal equality, the preserver of innocence and the source of all virtue. Their hearts once spoiled will be so forever. There is no remedy now save some great revolution, almost as much to be feared as the evil which it might cure, and one which it were blamable to desire and impossible to forecast. Let us, then, leave the sciences and arts to assuage in some degree the ferocity of the men they have corrupted. The enlightenment of the wicked is, at any rate, less to be feared than his brutal stupidity." Rousseau here showed the characteristic which invariably distinguished him from the philosophers, and which ended by establishing deep enmity between them and him. The 18th century espied certain evils, certain sores in the social and political condition, believed in a cure, and blindly relied on the power of its own theories. Rousseau, more earnest, often more sincere, made a better diagnosis of the complaint. He described its horrible character and the dangerousness of it. He saw no remedy, and he pointed none out. Profound and grievous impotence, whose utmost hope is an impossible recurrence to the primitive state of savagery. "In the private opinion of our adversaries," says M. Roy de Collard eloquently, "it was a thoughtless thing, on the great day of creation, to let man loose, a free and intelligent agent, into the midst of the universe; thence the mischief and the mistake. A higher wisdom comes forward to repair the error of Providence, to restrain his thoughtless liberality, and to render to prudently mutilated mankind the service of elevating it to the happy innocence of the brute." Before Rousseau, and better than he, Christianity had recognized and proclaimed the evil, but it had at the same time announced to the world a remedy and a saviour. Chapter 55. Part 6 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 55. Louis XV. The Philosophers, Part 6. Henceforth, Rousseau had chosen his own road. Giving up the drawing rooms and the habits of that elegant society for which he was not born, and the admiration of which had developed his pride, he made up his mind to live independent, copying music to get his bread, now and then smitten with the women of the world who sought him out in his retirement; in love with Madame d'Epinay and Madame d'Houdetot, anon returning to the coarse servant wench whom he had but lately made his wife, and whose children he had put in the foundling hospital. Music at that time absorbed all minds. Rousseau brought out a little opera entitled Le Devin du Village, or the Village Wizard, which had a great success. It was played at Fontainebleau before the king. "I was there that day," writes Rousseau, "in the same untidy array which was usual with me; a great deal of beard and wig rather badly trimmed. Taking this want of decency for an act of courage, I entered in this state the very room into which would come, a short time afterwards, the king, the queen, the royal family, and all the court. When the lights were lit, seeing myself in this array in the midst of people all extensively got up, I began to be ill at ease. I asked myself if I were in my proper place, if I were properly dressed, and after a few moments' disquietude, I answered yes, with an intrepidity which arose perhaps more from the impossibility of getting out of it than from the force of my arguments. After this little dialogue, I plucked up so much that I should have been quite intrepid if there had been any need of it. But whether it were the effect of the master's presence or natural kindness of heart, I observed nothing but what was obliging and civil in the curiosity of which I was the object. I was steeled against all their gibes, but their caressing air, which I had not expected, overcame me so completely that I trembled like a child when things began. I heard all about me a whispering of women who seemed to me as beautiful as angels, and who said to one another below their breath, 'This is charming, this is enchanting, there is not a note that does not appeal to the heart.' The pleasure of causing emotion in so many lovable persons moved me myself to tears." The emotions of the 18th century were vivid and easily roused. Fastening upon everything without any earnest purpose and without any great sense of responsibility, it grew as hot over a musical dispute as over the gravest questions of morality or philosophy. Grimm had attacked French music; Rousseau supported his thesis by a Lettre sur la musique. It was the moment of the great quarrel between the Parliament and the clergy. "When my letter appeared, there was no more excitement save against me," says Rousseau. "It was such that the nation has never recovered from it. When people read that this pamphlet probably prevented a revolution in the state, they will fancy they must be dreaming." And Grimm adds in his correspondence, "The Italian actors who have been playing for the last 10 months on the stage of the Opera de Paris, and who are called here buffoons, have so absorbed the attention of Paris that the Parliament, in spite of all its measures and proceedings which should have earned it celebrity, could not but fall into complete oblivion. A wit has said that the arrival of Manelli saved us from a civil war, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau of Geneva, whom his friends have dubbed the citizen of citizens, or le citoyen par excellence, that eloquent and bilious foe of the sciences, has just set fire to the 4 corners of Paris with a Lettre sur la musique, in which he proves that it is impossible to set French words to music. What is not easy to believe, and is none the less true for all that, is that M. Rousseau was afraid of being banished for this pamphlet. It would have been odd to see Rousseau banished for having spoken ill of French music, after having with impunity dealt with the most delicate political matter." Rousseau had just printed his Discours sur l'inégalité des conditions, a new and violent picture of the corruptions of human society. "Inequality being almost nil in a state of nature," he says, "it derives its force and increment from the development of our faculties and from the progress of the human mind. According to the poet, it is gold and silver, but according to the philosopher, it is iron and corn which have civilized men and ruined the human race." The singularity of his paradox had worn off. Rousseau no longer astounded; he shocked the good sense as well as the aspirations, superficial or generous, of the 18th century. The Discours sur l'inégalité des conditions was not a success. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human race," wrote Voltaire. "I thank you for it. You will please men to whom you tell truths about them, and you will not make them any better. Never was so much good wit expended in the desire to make beasts of us. One feels disposed to walk on all fours when one reads your work. However, as it is more than 60 years since I lost the knack, I unfortunately find it impossible to recover it, and I leave that natural gait to those who are better fitted for it than you or I. No more can I embark upon a visit to the savages of Canada, first, because the illnesses to which I am subject render a European doctor necessary to me; secondly, because war has been introduced into that country, and because the examples of our nations have rendered the savages almost as wicked as ourselves. I shall confine myself to being a peaceable savage in the solitude I have selected hard by your own country, where you ought to be." Rousseau had indeed thought of returning and settling at Geneva. In 1754, during a trip he made thither, he renounced the Catholic faith which he had embraced at 16 under the influence of Madame de Warens, without any more conviction than he carried with him in his fresh abjuration. "Ashamed," says he, "at being excluded from my rights of citizenship by the profession of a cult other than that of my fathers, I resolved to resume the latter openly. I considered that the gospel was the same for all Christians, and that, as the fundamental difference of dogma arose from meddling with explanations of what could not be understood, it appertained in every country to the sovereigns alone to fix both the cult and the unintelligible dogma, and that, consequently, it was the duty of the citizen to accept the dogma and follow the cult prescribed by law." Strange eccentricity of the human mind! The shackles of civilization are oppressive to Rousseau, and yet he would impose the yoke of the state upon consciences. The natural man does not reflect, and does not discuss his religion. Whilst seeking to recover the obliterated ideal of nature, the philosopher halts on the road at the principles of Louis XIV. Touching religious liberties. Madame d'Epinay had offered Rousseau a retreat in her little house, the Hermitage. There it was that he began the tale of La Nouvelle Heloise, which was finished at Marshal de Montmorency's, when the susceptible and cranky temper of the philosopher had justified the malevolent predictions of Grimm. The latter had but lately said to Madame d'Epinay, "I see in Rousseau nothing but pride concealed everywhere about him. You will do him a very sorry service in giving him a home at the Hermitage, but you will do yourself a still more sorry one. Solitude will complete the blackening of his imagination. He will fancy all his friends unjust, ungrateful, and you first of all, if you once refuse to be at his beck and call. He will accuse you of having bothered him to live under your roof, and of having prevented him from yielding to the wishes of his country. I already see the germ of these accusations in the turn of the letters you have shown me." Rousseau quarrelled with Madame d'Epinay, and shortly afterwards with all the philosophical circle: Grimm, Helvetius, D'Holbach, Diderot. His quarrels with the last were already of old date; they had made some noise. "Good God!" said the Duke of Castries in astonishment, "wherever I go I hear of nothing but this Rousseau and this Diderot. Did anybody ever? Fellows who are nobody, fellows who have no house, who lodge on a third floor! Positively, one can't stand that sort of thing." The rupture was at last complete; it extended to Grimm as well as to Diderot. "Nobody can put himself in my place," wrote Rousseau, "and nobody will see that I am a being apart who has not the character, the maxims, the resources of the rest of them, and who must not be judged by their rules." Rousseau was right. He was a being apart, and the philosophers could not forgive him for his independence. His merits as well as his defects annoyed them equally. His Lettres contre les spectacles had exasperated Voltaire. The stage at Deuce was in danger. "It is against that Jean Jacques of yours that I am most enraged," he writes in his correspondence with D'Alembert. He has written several letters against the scandal to deacons of the church of Geneva, to my ironmonger, to my cobbler. This arch maniac, who might have been something if he had left himself in your hands, has some notion of standing aloof. He writes against theatricals after having done a bad play. He writes against France, which is a mother to him. He picks up 4 or 5 rotten old hoops off Diogenes' tub and gets inside them to bay. He cuts his friends. He writes to me myself the most impertinent letter that ever fanatic scrawled. He writes to me in so many words, 'You have corrupted Geneva in requital of the asylum she gave you,' as if I cared to soften the manners of Geneva, as if I wanted an asylum, as if I had taken any in that city of Socinian preachers, as if I were under any obligation to that city." More moderate and more equitable than Voltaire, D'Alembert felt the danger of discord among the philosophical party. In vain he wrote to the irritated poet, "I come to Jean-Jacques, not Jean-Jacques le Franc de Pompignan, who thinks he is somebody, but to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who thinks he is a cynic, and who is only inconsistent and ridiculous. I grant that he has written you an impertinent letter. I grant that you and your friends have reason to complain of that. In spite of all this, however, I do not approve of your declaring openly against him, as you are doing, and thereanent I need only quote to you your own words. What will become of the little flock if it is divided and scattered? We do not find that Plato or Aristotle or Sophocles or Euripides wrote against Diogenes, although Diogenes said something insulting to them all. Jean-Jacques is a sick man with a good deal of wit, and one who only has wit when he has fever. He must neither be cured nor have his feelings hurt." Voltaire replied with haughty temper to these wise counsels, and the philosophers remained forever embroiled with Rousseau. Isolated henceforth by the good as well as by the evil tendencies of his nature, Jean-Jacques stood alone against the philosophical circle which he had dropped, as well as against the Protestant or Catholic clergy whose creeds he often offended. He had just published Le Contrat Social. "The gospel," says M. Saint Marc Girardin, "of the theory as to the sovereignty of the state representing the sovereignty of the people." The governing powers of the time had some presentiment of its danger. They had vaguely comprehended what weapons might be sought therein by revolutionary instincts and interests. Their anxiety and their anger as yet brooded silently. The director of publications, de la Librairie, M. de Malesherbes, was one of the friends and almost one of the disciples of Rousseau whom he shielded. He himself corrected the proofs of the Emile which Rousseau had just finished. The book had barely begun to appear when, on the 8th of June, 1762, Rousseau was awakened by a message from la Marshal de Luxembourg. The Parliament had ordered Emile to be burned and its author arrested. Rousseau took flight, reckoning upon finding refuge at Geneva. The influence of the French government pursued him thither. The Grand Council condemned Emile. One single copy had arrived at Geneva. It was this which was burned by the hand of the common hangman, 9 days after the burning at Paris in the Place de Greve. "The Contrat Social has received its whipping on the back of Emile," was the saying at Geneva. "At the instigation of M. de Voltaire, they have avenged upon me the cause of God," Jean-Jacques declared. Rousseau rashly put his name to his book; Voltaire was more prudent. One day, having been imprisoned for some verses which were not his, he had taken the resolution to impudently repudiate the paternity of his own works. "You must never publish anything under your own name," he wrote to Helvetius. Le Pucelle was none of my doing, of course. Master Joly de Fleury will make a fine thing of his requisition. I shall tell him that he is a calumniator, that La Pucelle is his own doing, which he wants to put down to me out of spite." Geneva refused asylum to the proscribed philosopher. He was warned of hostile intentions on the part of the magnific signors of Berne. Neuchatel and the King of Prussia's protection alone were left. Thither he went for refuge. Received with open arms by the governor, my lord Marshal Keith, he wrote thence to the premier syndic Favre a letter abdicating his rights of burghership and citizenship in the town of Geneva. "I have neglected nothing," he said, "to gain the love of my compatriots. Nobody could have had worse success. I desired to indulge them even in their hate. The last sacrifice remaining for me to make is that of a name which was dear to me." Some excitement, nevertheless, prevailed at Geneva. Rousseau had partisans there. The success of Emile had been immense at Paris, and was destined to exercise a serious influence upon the education of a whole generation. "It is good," wrote Voltaire, "that the brethren should know that yesterday 600 persons came, for the third time, to protest on behalf of Jean Jacques against the Council of Geneva, which had dared to condemn the vicaire Savoyard." The Genevese magistrates thought it worth while to defend their acts. The Lettres écrites de la Campagne, published to that end, were the work of the attorney general Robert Tronchin. Rousseau replied to them in the Lettres de la Montagne, with a glowing eloquence having a spice of irony. He hurled his missiles at Voltaire, whom, with weakly exaggeration, he accused of being the author of all his misfortunes. "Those gentlemen of the Grand Council," he said, "see M. de Voltaire so often, how is it that he did not inspire them with a little of that tolerance which he is incessantly preaching, and of which he sometimes has need? If they had consulted him a little on this matter, it appears to me that he might have addressed them pretty nearly thus: 'Gentlemen, it is not the arguers who do harm; philosophy can gang its ain gait without risk. The people either do not hear it at all or let it babble on, and pay it back all the disdain it feels for them. I do not argue myself, but others argue, and what harm comes of it? We have arranged that my great influence in the court and my pretended omnipotence should serve you as a pretext for allowing a free, peaceful course to the sportive jests of my advanced years. That is a good thing, but do not, for all that, burn graver writings, for that would be too shocking. I have so often preached tolerance. It must not always be required of others, and never displayed towards them. This poor creature believes in God, let us pass over that. He will not make a sect. He is a bore, all arguers are. If all bores of books were to be burned, the whole country would have to be made into one great fireplace. Come, come, let us leave those to argue who leave us to joke. Let us burn neither people nor books, and remain at peace, that is my advice. That, in my opinion, is what might have been said, only in better style, by M. Voltaire, and it would not have been, as it seems to me, the worst advice he could have given." My lord Marshal had left Neuchatel. Rousseau no longer felt safe there. He made up his mind to settle in the island of Saint Pierre, in the middle of the Lake of Bienne. Before long an order from the Bernese Senate obliged him to quit it "within 24 hours, and with a prohibition against ever returning, under the heaviest penalties." Rousseau went through Paris and took refuge in England, whither he was invited by the friendliness of the historian Hume. There it was that he began writing his Confessions. Already the reason of the unhappy philosopher, clouded as it had sometimes been by the violence of his emotions, was beginning to be shaken at the foundations. He believed himself to be the victim of an immense conspiracy, at the head of which was his friend Hume. The latter flew into a rage. He wrote to Baron d'Holbach, "My dear baron, Rousseau is a scoundrel." Rousseau was by this time mad. He returned to Paris. The Prince of Conti, faithful to his philosophical affections, quartered him at the castle of Trie, near Gisors. Thence he returned to Paris, still persecuted, he said, by invisible enemies. Retiring finally to the pavilion of Vermenonville, which had been offered to him by M. Girardin, he died there at the age of 66, sinking even more beneath imaginary woes than under the real sorrows and bitter deceptions of his life. The disproportion between his intellect and his character, between the boundless pride and the impassioned weakness of his spirit, had little by little estranged his friends and worn out the admiration of his contemporaries. By his writings, Rousseau acted more powerfully upon posterity than upon his own times. His personality had ceased to do his genius injustice. He belonged, moreover, and by anticipation, to a new era. From the restless working of his mind, as well as from his moral and political tendencies, he was no longer of the 18th century, properly speaking, though the majority of the philosophers outlived him. His work was not their work, their world was never his. He had attempted a noble reaction, but one which was fundamentally and in reality impossible. The impress of his early education had never been thoroughly effaced. He believed in God, he had been nurtured upon the gospel in childhood, he admired the morality and the life of Jesus Christ. But he stopped at the boundaries of adoration and submission. "The spirit of Jean-Jacques Rousseau inhabits the moral world, but not that other which is above," M. Joubert has said in his Pensées. The weapons were insufficient and the champion was too feeble for the contest. The spirit of the moral world was vanquished as a foregone conclusion. Against the systematic infidelity which was more and more creeping over the 18th century, the Christian faith alone, with all its forces, could fight and triumph. But the Christian faith was obscured and enfeebled, it clung to the vessel's rigging instead of defending its powerful hull. The flood was rising meanwhile, and the dikes were breaking one after another. The religious belief of the Savoyard vicar, imperfect and inconsistent, such as it is set forth in Emile, and that sincere love of nature which was recovered by Rousseau in his solitude, remained powerless to guide the soul and regulate life. "What the 18th century lacked," M. Guizot, Mélange biographique, says Madame la Comtesse de Rumford, "what there was of superficiality in its ideas and of decay in its morals, of senselessness in its pretensions and of futility in its creative power, has been strikingly revealed to us by experience. We have learned it to our cost. We know, we feel the evil bequeathed to us by that memorable epoch. It preached doubt, egotism, materialism; it laid for some time an impure and blasting hand upon noble and beautiful phases of human life. But if the 18th century had done only that, if such had been merely its chief characteristic, can any one suppose that it would have carried in its wake so many and such important matters, that it would have so moved the world? It was far superior to all its sceptics, to all its cynics. What do I say? Superior? Nay, it was essentially opposed to them and continually gave them the lie. Despite the weakness of its morals, the frivolity of its forms, the mere dry bones of such and such of its doctrines, despite its critical and destructive tendency, it was an ardent and a sincere century, a century of faith and disinterestedness. It had faith in the truth, for it claimed the right thereof to reign in this world. It had faith in humanity, for it recognized the right thereof to perfect itself, and would have had that right exercised without obstruction. It erred, it lost itself amid this twofold confidence; it attempted what was far beyond its right and power; it misjudged the moral nature of man and the conditions of the social state; its ideas as well as its works contracted the blemish of its views. but granted so much, the original idea, dominant in the 18th century, the belief that man, truth, and society are made for one another, worthy of one another, and called upon to form a union, this correct and salutary belief rises up and overtops all its history. That belief it was the first to proclaim, and would fain have realized. Hence its power and its popularity over the whole face of the earth. Hence, also, to descend from great things to small, and from the destiny of man to that of the drawing room. Hence the seductiveness of that epoch, and the charm it scattered over social life. Never before were seen all the conditions, all the classes that form the flower of a great people, however diverse they might have been in their history, and still were in their interests, thus forgetting their past, their personality, in order to draw near to one another, to unite in a communion of the sweetest manners, and solely occupied in pleasing one another, in rejoicing and hoping together during 50 years, which were to end in the most terrible conflicts between them." At the death of King Louis XV., in 1774, the easy mannered joyance, the peaceful and brilliant charm of fashionable and philosophical society were reaching their end. The time of stern realities was approaching with long strides. Chapter 56 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 56. Louis XVI. Ministry of M. Turgot, 1774 to 1776. Part I. Louis XV. was dead. France breathed once more. She was weary of the weakness as well as of the irregularities of the king who had untaught her respect for him, and she turned with joyous hope towards his successor, barely 20 years of age, but already loved and impatiently awaited by his people. "He must be called Louis le Désir," was the saying in the streets before the death rattle of Louis XV. Had summoned his grandson to the throne. The feeling of dread which had seized the young king was more prophetic than the nation's joy. At the news that Louis XV. Had just heaved his last sigh in the arms of his pious daughters, Louis XVI. And Maria Antoinette both flung themselves on their knees, exclaiming, "O God, protect us, direct us, we are too young." The monarch's youth did not scare the country, itself everywhere animated and excited by a breath of youth. There were congratulations on escaping from the well known troubles of a regency. The king's ingenuous inexperience, moreover, opened a vast field for the most contradictory hopes. The philosophers counted upon taking possession of the mind of a good young sovereign, who was said to have his heart set upon his people's happiness. The clergy and the Jesuits themselves expected everything from the young prince's pious education. The old Parliaments, mutilated, crushed down, began to rise up their heads again, while the economists were already preparing their most daring projects. Like literature, the arts had got the start, in the new path, of the politicians and the magistrates. M. Turgot and M. de Malesherbes had not yet laid their enterprising hands upon the old fabric of the French administration, and already painting, sculpture, architecture, and music had shaken off the shackles of the past. The conventional graces of Vanloo, of Watteau, of Boucher, of Fragonard had given place to a severer school. Greuze was putting upon canvas the characters and ideas of Diderot's Drame naturel, but Vien, in France, was seconding the efforts of Winckelmann and of Raphael Mengs in Italy. He led his pupils back to the study of ancient art. He had trained Regnault, Vincent, Menageot, and, lastly, Louis David, destined to become the chief of the modern school. Julien, Houdon, the last of the Coustou, were following the same road, In sculpture, Soufflot, an old man by this time, was superintending the completion of the church of Saint Genevieve, dedicated by Louis XV. To the commemoration of his recovery at Metz, and destined, from the majestic simplicity of its lines, to the doubtful honor of becoming the Pantheon of the Revolution. Servandoni had died a short time since, leaving to the church of Saint Sulpice the care of preserving his memory. Everywhere were rising charming mansions imitated from the palaces of Rome. The painters, the sculptors, and the architects of France were sufficient for her glory. Only Gretry and Monsigny upheld the honor of that French music which was attacked by Grimm and by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But it was at Paris that the great quarrel went on between the Italians and the Germans. Piccini and Gluck divided society, wherein their rivalry excited violent passions. Everywhere and on all questions, intellectual movement was becoming animated with fresh ardor. France was marching towards the region of storms, in the blindness of her confidence and joyante. The atmosphere seemed pure since Madame Dubarry had been sent to a convent by one of the first orders of young Louis XVI. Already, however, far-seeing spirits were disquieted. Scarcely had he mounted the throne when the king summoned to his side as his minister M. de Maurepas, but lately banished by Louis XV. In 1749, on a charge of having tolerated, if not himself written, songs disrespectful towards Madame de Pompadour. "The first day," said the disgraced minister, "I was nettled; the second, I was comforted." M. de Maurepas, grandson of Chancellor Pontchartrain, had been provided for, at 14 years of age, by Louis XIV. With the reversion of the Ministry of Marine, which had been held by his father, and had led a frivolous and pleasant life. Through good fortune and evil fortune he clung to the court. When he was recalled thither, at the age of 63, on the suggestion of Madame Adelaide, the queen's aunt, and of the Dukes of Aiguillon and La Vrilliere, both of them ministers and relations of his, he made up his mind that he would never leave it again. On arriving at Versailles, he used the expression "premier minister." "Not at all," said the king abruptly. "Oh, very well," replied M. de Maurepas, "then to teach your Majesty to do without one." Nobody, however, did any business with Louis XVI. Without his being present, and his address was sufficient to keep at a distance or diminish the influence of the princesses as well as of the queen. Marie Antoinette had insisted upon the recall of M. de Choiseul, who had arranged her marriage, and who had remained faithful to the Austrian alliance. The king had refused angrily. The sinister accusations which had but lately been current as to the causes of the dauphin's death had never been forgotten by his son. An able man, in spite of his incurable levity, M. de Maurepas soon sacrificed the Duke of Aiguillon to the queen's resentment. The people attached to the old court accused her of despising etiquette. It was said that she had laughed when she received the respectful condolence of aged dames looking like Beguines in their coifs. Already there circulated amongst the public bitter ditties, such as, "My little queen, not 21, maltreat the folks as you've begun, and o'er the border you shall run." The Duke of Aiguillon, always hostile to the Choiseuls and the House of Austria, had lent his countenance to the murmurs. Marie Antoinette was annoyed, and in her turn fostered the distrust felt by the people towards the late ministers of Louis XV. In the place of the Duke of Aiguillon, who had the Ministry of War and that of Foreign Affairs both together, the Count of Muy and the Count of Vergennes were called to power. Some weeks later, the obscure Minister of Marine, M. de Boine, made way for the superintendent of the district (generalité) of Limoges, M. Turgot. Anne Robert Jacques Turgot, born at Paris on the 10th of May, 1727, was already known and everywhere esteemed, when M. de Maurepas, at the instance, it is said, of his wife, whom he consulted on all occasions, summoned him to the ministry. He belonged to an ancient and important family by whom he had been intended for the church. When a pupil at Louis le Grand College, he spent his allowance so quickly that his parents became alarmed. They learned before long that the young man shared all he received amongst out of college pupils too poor to buy books. This noble concern for the wants of others, as well as his rare gifts of intellect, had gained young Turgot devoted friends. He was already leaning towards philosophy, and he announced to his fellow pupils his intention of giving up his ecclesiastical status. He was a prior of Sorbonne; the majority disapproved of it. "Thou art but a younger son of a Norman family," they said, "and consequently poor. Thou art certain to get excellent abbotries and to be a bishop early; then thou'lt be able to realize thy fine dreams of administration, and to become a statesman at thy leisure, whilst doing all manner of good in thy diocese. It depends on thyself alone to make thyself useful to thy country, to acquire a high reputation, perhaps to carve thy way to the ministry. If thou enter the magistracy, as thou desirest, thou breakest the plank which is under thy feet, thou'lt be confined to hearing causes, and thou'lt waste thy genius, which is fitted for the most important public affairs." "I am very fond of you, my dear friends," replied M. Turgot, "but I don't quite understand what you are made of. As for me, it would be impossible for me to devote myself to wearing a mask all my life." He became councillor substitute to the attorney general, and before long councillor in the Parliament, on the 30th of December, 1752. Master of requests in 1753, he consented to sit in the king's chamber, when the Parliament suspended the administration of justice. "The court," he said, "is exceeding its powers." A sense of equity thus enlisted him in the service of absolute government. He dreaded, moreover, the corporate spirit, which he considered narrow and intolerant. "When you say we," he would often repeat, "do not be surprised that the public should answer you." Intimately connected with the most esteemed magistrates and economists, such as MM. Trudaine, Quesnay, and Gournay, at the same time that he was writing in the Encyclopaedia, and constantly occupied in useful work, Turgot was not yet 35 when he was appointed superintendent of the district of Limoges. There the rare faculties of his mind and his sincere love of good found their natural field. The country was poor, crushed under imposts, badly intersected by roads badly kept, inhabited by an ignorant populace, violently hostile to the recruitment of the militia. He encouraged agriculture, distributed the talliages more equitably, amended the old roads and constructed new ones, abolished forced labor (corvee), provided for the wants of the poor and wretched during the dearth of 1770 and 1771, and declined successively the superintendentship of Rouen, of Lyons, and of Bordeaux, in order that he might be able to complete the useful tasks he had begun at Limoges. It was in that district, which had become dear to him, that he was sought out by the kindly remembrance of Abbe de Ries, his boyhood's friend, who was intimate with Madame de Maurepas. Scarcely had he been installed in the Department of Marine and begun to conceive vast plans, when the late ministers of Louis XV. Succumbed at last beneath the popular hatred. In the place of Abbe Terray, M. Turgot became comptroller general. The old parliamentarians were triumphant. At the same time as Abbe Terray, Chancellor Maupeou was disgraced, and the judicial system he had founded fell with him. Unpopular from the first, the Maupeou Parliament had remained in the nation's eyes the image of absolute power corrupted and corrupting. The suit between Beaumarchais and Councillor Goezman had contributed to decry it, thanks to the uproar the able pamphleteer had managed to cause. The families of the former magistrates were powerful, numerous, esteemed, and they put pressure upon public opinion. M. de Maurepas determined to retract the last absolutist attempt of Louis XV.'s reign. His first care was to send and demand of Chancellor Maupeou the surrender of the seals. "I know what you have come to tell me," said the latter to the Duke of La Vrilliere, who was usually charged with this painful mission, "but I am and shall continue to be Chancellor of France." And and he kept his seat whilst addressing the minister in accordance with his official privilege. He handed to the duke the casket of seals, which the latter was to take straight to M. de Miromesnil. "I had gained the king a great cause," said Maupeou. "He is pleased to reopen a question which was decided; as to that he is master." Imperturbable and haughty as ever, he retired to his estate at Thuit, near the Andelys, where he drew up a justificatory memorandum of his ministry, which he had put into the king's hands, without ever attempting to enter the court or Paris again. He died in the country, at the outset of the revolutionary storms, on the 29th of July, 1792, just as he had made the state a patriotic present of 800,000 livres. At the moment when the populace were burning him in effigy in the streets of Paris, together with Abbe Terray, when he saw the recall of the parliamentarians and the work of his whole life destroyed, he repeated with his usual coolness, "If the king is pleased to lose his kingdom, well, he is master." Abbe Terray had been less proud, and was more harshly treated. It was in vain that he sought to dazzle the young king with ably prepared memorials. "I can do no more," he said, "to add to the receipts, which I have increased by 60 millions; I can do no more to keep down the debts, which I have reduced by 20 millions. It is for you, sir, to relieve your people by reducing the expenses. This work, which is worthy of your kind heart, was reserved for you." Abbe Terray had to refund nearly 900,000 livres to the public treasury. Being recognized by the mob as he was passing over the Seine in a ferry boat, he had some difficulty in escaping from the hands who would have hurled him into the river. The contrast was great between the crafty and unscrupulous ability of the disgraced comptroller general and the complete disinterestedness, large views, and noble desire of goods which animated his successor. After his first interview with the king at Compiegne, M. Turgot wrote to Louis XVI, "Your Majesty has been graciously pleased to permit me to place before your eyes the engagement you took upon yourself to support me in the execution of plans of economy which are at all times, and now more than ever, indispensable. I confine myself for the moment, sir, to reminding you of these three expressions: 1. No bankruptcies; 2. No augmentation of imposts; 3. No loans. No bankruptcy, either avowed or masked by forced reductions; no augmentation of imposts, the reason for that lies in the condition of your people and still more in your Majesty's own heart; no loans, because every loan always diminishes the disposable revenue; it necessitates, at the end of a certain time, either bankruptcy or augmentation of imposts. Your Majesty will not forget that, when I accepted the office of comptroller general, I perceived all the preciousness of the confidence with which you honor me. But, at the same time, I perceived all the danger to which I was exposing myself. I foresaw that I should have to fight single handed against abuses of every sort, against the efforts of such as gain by those abuses, against the host of the prejudiced who oppose every reform, and who, in the hands of interested persons, are so powerful a means of perpetuating disorder. I shall be feared, I shall be even hated by the greater part of the court, by all that solicit favors. This people to whom I shall have sacrificed myself is so easy to deceive, that I shall perhaps incur its hatred through the very measures I shall take to defend it against harassment. I shall be calumniated, and perhaps with sufficient plausibility to rob me of your Majesty's confidence. You will remember that it is on the strength of your promises that I undertake a burden perhaps beyond my strength, that it is to you personally, to the honest man, to the just and good man, rather than to the king, that I commit myself." It is to the honor of Louis XVI. That the virtuous men who served him, often with sorrow and without hoping anything from their efforts, always preserved their confidence in his intentions. "It "It is quite encouraging," wrote M. Turgot to one of his friends, "to have to serve a king who is really an honest and a well meaning man." The burden of the necessary reforms was beyond the strength of the minister as well as of the sovereign. The violence of opposing currents was soon about to paralyze their genuine efforts and their generous hopes. M. Turgot set to work at once. Whilst governing his district of Limoges, he had matured numerous plans and shaped extensive theories. He belonged to his times and to the school of the philosophers as regarded his contempt for tradition and history. It was to natural rights alone, to the innate and primitive requirements of mankind, that he traced back his principles and referred as the basis for all his attempts. "The rights of associated men are not founded upon their history, but upon their nature," says the Memoire au Roi sur les Municipalités, drawn up under the eye of Turgot. By this time he desired no more to reform old France; he wanted a new France. "Before 10 years are over," he would say, "the nation will not be recognizable, thanks to enlightenment. This chaos will have assumed a distinct form. Your Majesty will have quite a new people, and the first of peoples." A profound error, which was that of the whole revolution, and the consequences of which would have been immediately fatal. If the powerful instinct of conservatism and of natural respect for the past had not maintained between the regimen which was crumbling away and the new fabric connections more powerful and more numerous than their friends as well as their enemies were aware of. Two fundamental principles regulated the financial system of M. Turgot: economy in expenditure and freedom in trade. Everywhere he ferreted out abuses, abolishing useless offices and payments, exacting from the entire administration that strict probity of which he set the example. Louis XVI. Supported him conscientiously at that time in all his reforms; the public made fun of it. "The king," it was said, "when he considers himself an abuse, will be one no longer." At the same time, a decree of September 13, 1774, re established at home that freedom of trade in grain which had been suspended by Abbe Terray, and the edict of April, 1776, founded freedom of trade in wine. "It is by trade alone, and by free trade, that the inequality of harvests can be corrected," said the minister in the preamble of his decree. "I have just read M. Turgot's masterpiece," wrote Voltaire to D'Alembert; "it seems to reveal to us new heavens and a new earth." It was on account of his financial innovations that the comptroller general particularly dreaded the return of the old Parliament, with which he saw himself threatened every day. "I fear opposition from the Parliament," he said to the king. "Fear nothing," replied the king warmly, "I will stand by you." And passing over the objections of the best politician amongst his ministers, he yielded to M. de Maurepas, who yielded to public opinion. On the 12th of November, 1774, the old Parliament was formally restored. The king appeared at the bed of justice; the princes, the dukes, and the peers were present; the magistrates were introduced. "The king my grandfather," said Louis XVI., "compelled by your resistance to his repeated orders, did what the maintenance of his authority and the obligation of rendering justice to his people required of his wisdom. To day I recall you to functions which you never ought to have given up. Appreciate all the value of my bounties, and do not forget them." At the same time, the keeper of the seals read out an edict which subjected the restored Parliament to the same jurisdiction which had controlled the Maupeou Parliament. The latter had been sent to Versailles to form a grand council there. Stern words are but a sorry cloak for feeble actions. The restored magistrates grumbled at the narrow limits imposed upon their authority. The Duke of Orleans, the Duke of Chartres, and the Prince of Conti supported their complaints. It was in vain that the king for some time met them with refusals. Threats soon gave place to concessions, and the parliaments everywhere reconstituted, enfeebled in the eyes of public opinion, but more than ever obstinate and Fronde like, found themselves free to harass, without doing any good, the march of an administration becoming every day more difficult. "Your Parliament may make barricades," Lord Chesterfield had remarked contemptuously to Montesquieu, "it will never raise barriers." M. Turgot, meanwhile, was continuing his labors, preparing a project for equitable redistribution of the talliage and his grand system of a graduated scale, or hierarchie, of municipal assemblies, commencing with the parish, to culminate in a general meeting of delegates from each province. He threatened, in the course of his reforms, the privileges of the noblesse and of the clergy, and gave his mind anxiously to the instruction of the people, whose condition and welfare he wanted to simultaneously elevate and augment. Already there was a buzz of murmurs against him, confined as yet to the courtiers, when the dearness of bread and the distress which ensued till the spring of 1775 furnished his adversaries with a convenient pretext. Up to that time the attacks had been cautious and purely theoretical. M. Necker, an able banker from Geneva, for a long while settled in Paris, hand in glove with the philosophers, and keeping up, moreover, a great establishment, had brought to the comptroller general a work which he had just finished on the trade in grain. On many points he did not share M. Turgot's opinions. "Be kind enough to ascertain for yourself," said the banker to the minister, "whether the book can be published without inconvenience to the government." M. Turgot was proud and sometimes rude. "Publish, sir, publish," said he, without offering his hand to take the manuscript; "the public shall decide." M. Necker, out of pique, published his book; it had an immense sale. Other pamphlets, more violent and less solid, had already appeared. At the same moment a riot, which seemed to have been planned and to be under certain guidance, broke out in several parts of France. Drunken men shouted about the public thoroughfares, "Bread, cheap bread." Burgundy had always been restless and easily excited. It was at Dijon that the insurrection began. On the 20th of April, the peasantry moved upon the town, and smashed the furniture of a councillor in the Maupeou Parliament, who was accused of monopoly. They were already overflowing the streets. Exasperated by the cruel answer of the governor, M. de La Tour du Pin, "You want something to eat? Go and graze; the grass is just coming up." The burgesses trembled in their houses. The bishop threw himself in the madmen's way, and succeeded in calming them with his exhortations. The disturbance had spread to Pontoise; there the riot broke out on the 1st of May. The market was pillaged, and the 2nd at Versailles. A mob collected under the balcony of the castle. Everywhere ruffians of sinister appearance mingled with the mob, exciting its passions and urging it to acts of violence. The same men, such as are only seen in troublous days, were at the same time scouring Brie, Soissonnais, Vexin, and Upper Normandy. Already barns had been burned and wheat thrown into the river; sacks of flour were ripped to pieces before the king's eyes at Versailles. In his excitement and dismay he promised the mob that the bread rate should for the future be fixed at 2 sous. The rioters rushed to Paris. Chapter 56. Of a Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 56. Louis XVI. Ministry of M. Turgot, 1774 1776. Part II. M. Turgot had been confined to his bed for some months by an attack of gout. The Paris bakers' shops had already been pillaged. The rioters had entered simultaneously by several gates, badly guarded. Only one bakery, the owner of which had taken the precaution of putting over the door a notice with "Shop to let" on it, had escaped the madman. The comptroller general had himself put into his carriage and driven to Versailles. At his advice, the king withdrew his rash concession; the current price of bread was maintained. "No firing upon them," Louis XVI. Insisted. The lieutenant of police, Lenoir, had shown weakness and inefficiency; Marshal Biron was entrusted with the repression of the riot. He occupied all the main thoroughfares and cross roads; sentries were placed at the bakers' doors; those who had hidden themselves were compelled to bake; the octroi dues on grain were at the same time suspended at all the markets; wheat was already going down; when the Parisians went out of doors to see the riot, they couldn't find any. "Well done, general in command of the flour (Général des Farinats)," said the tremblers, admiring the military arrangements of Marshal Biron. The Parliament had caused to be placarded a decree against street assemblies, at the same time requesting the king to lower the price of bread. The result was deplorable. The severe resolution of the council was placarded beside the proclamation of the Parliament. The magistrates were summoned to Versailles. The prosecution of offenders was forbidden them; it was entrusted to the provost department. "The proceedings of the brigands appear to be combined," said the keeper of the seals; "their approach is announced; public rumors indicate the day, the hour, the places at which they are to commit their outrages. It would seem as if there were a plan formed to lay waste the country places, intercept navigation, prevent the carriage of wheat on the high roads, in order to starve out the large towns, and especially the city of Paris." The king, at the same time, forbade any "remonstrance." "I rely," said he, on dismissing the court, "upon your placing no obstacle or hindrance in the way of the measures I have taken, in order that no similar event may occur during the period of my reign." The troubles were everywhere subsiding, the merchants were recovering their spirits. M. Turgot had at once sent 50,000 francs to a trader whom the rioters had robbed of a boat full of wheat which they had flung into the river. Two of the insurgents were at the same time hanged at Paris on a gallows 40 feet high; and a notice was sent to the parish priests, which they were to read from the pulpit in order to enlighten the people as to the folly of such outbreaks and as to the conditions of the trade in grain. "My people, when they know the authors of the trouble, will regard them with horror," said the royal circular. The authors of the trouble have remained unknown. To his last day M. Turgot believed in the existence of a plot concocted by the Prince of Conti with the design of overthrowing him. Severities were hateful to the king; he had misjudged his own character when, at the outset of his reign, he had desired the appellation of Louis le Severe. "Have we nothing to reproach ourselves with in these measures?" he was incessantly asking M. Turgot, who was as conscientious but more resolute than his master. An amnesty preceded the coronation, which was to take place at Rheims on the 11th of June, 1775. A grave question presented itself as regarded the king's oath. Should he swear, as the majority of his predecessors had sworn, to exterminate heretics? M. Turgot had aroused Louis XVI.'s scruples upon this subject. "Tolerance ought to appear expedient in point of policy for even an infidel prince," he said, "but it ought to be regarded as a sacred duty for a religious prince." His opinion had been warmly supported by M. de Malesherbes, premier president of the Court of Aids. The king, in his perplexity, consulted M. de Maurepas. "M. Turgot is right," said the minister, "but he is too bold. What he proposes could hardly be attempted by a prince who came to the throne at a ripe age and in tranquil times. That is not your position. The fanatics are more to be dreaded than the heretics. The latter are accustomed to their present condition; it will always be easy for you not to employ persecution. Those old formulas, of which nobody takes any notice, are no longer considered to be binding." The king yielded; he made no change in the form of the oath, and confined himself to stammering out a few incoherent words. At the coronation of Louis XV., the people, heretofore admitted freely to the cathedral, had been excluded. At the coronation of Louis XVI., the officiator, who was the coadjutor of Rheims, omitted the usual formula addressed to the whole assembly, "Will you have this king for your king?" This insolent neglect was soon to be replied to by the sinister echo of the sovereignty of the people. The clergy, scared by M. Turgot's liberal tendencies, reiterated their appeals to the king against the liberties tacitly accorded to Protestants. "Finish," they said to Louis XVI., "the work which Louis the Great began, and which Louis the Well beloved continued." The king answered with vague assurances. Already MM. Turgot and de Malesherbes were entertaining him with a project which conceded to Protestants the civil status. M. de Malesherbes, indeed, had been for some months past seconding his friend in the weighty task which the latter had undertaken. Born at Paris on the 6th of December, 1721, son of the chancellor William de Lamoignon, and for the last 23 years premier president in the Court of Aids, Malesherbes had invariably fought on behalf of honest right and sound liberty. Popularity had followed him in exile. It had increased continually since the accession of Louis XVI., who lost no time in recalling him. He had just presented to the king a remarkable memorandum touching the reform of the fiscal regimen, when M. Turgot proposed to the king to call him to the ministry in the place of the Duke of La Vrilliere. M. de Maurepas made no objection. "He will be the link of the ministry," he said, "because he has the eloquence of tongue and of heart." "Rest assured," wrote Mdlle. de Lespinasse, "that what is well will be done, and will be done well." Never, no, never were two more enlightened, more disinterested, more virtuous men more powerfully knit together in a greater and a higher cause." The first care of M. de Malesherbes was to protest against the sealed letters (lettres de cachet, summary arrest), the application whereof he was for putting in the hands of a special tribunal. He visited the Bastille, releasing the prisoners confined on simple suspicion. He had already dared to advise the king to a convocation of the States general. "In France," he had written to Louis XVI., "the nation has always had a deep sense of its right and its liberty. Our maxims have been more than once recognized by our kings; they have even gloried in being the sovereigns of a free people. Meanwhile, the articles of this liberty have never been reduced to writing, and the real power, the power of arms, which, under a feudal government, was in the hands of the grandees, has been completely centred in the kingly power. We ought not to hide from you, sir, that the way which would be most simple, most natural, and most in conformity with the constitution of this monarchy would be to hear the nation itself in full assembly, and nobody should have the poltroonery to use any other language to you. Nobody should leave you in ignorance that the unanimous wish of the nation is to obtain States general, or at the least States provincial. Deign to consider, sir, that on the day you grant this precious liberty to your people, it may be said that a treaty has been concluded between king and nation against ministers and magistrates, against the ministers, if there be any perverted enough to wish to conceal from you the truth, against the magistrates, if there ever be any ambitious enough to pretend to have the exclusive right of telling you it." Almost the whole ministry was in the hands of Reformers. A sincere desire to do good impelled the king towards those who promised him the happiness of his people. Marshal Muy had succumbed to a painful operation. "Sir," he had said to Louis XVI., before placing himself in the surgeon's hands, "in a fortnight I shall be at your Majesty's feet, or with your august father." He had succumbed. M. Turgot spoke to M. de Maurepas of the Duke of Saint Germain. "Propose him to the king," said the minister, adding his favorite phrase, "one can but try." In the case of government, trials are often a dangerous thing. M. de Saint Germain, born in the Jura in 1707, and entered first of all amongst the Jesuits, had afterwards devoted himself to the career of arms. He had served the Elector Palatin, Maria Theresa, and the Elector of Bavaria. Enrolled finally by Marshal Saxe, he had distinguished himself under his orders. As lieutenant general during the 7 Years' War, he had brought up his division at Rossbach more quickly than his colleagues had theirs, he had fled less far than the others before the enemy; but his character was difficult, suspicious, exacting; he was always seeing everywhere plots concocted to ruin him. "I am persecuted to the death," he would say. He entered the service of Denmark. Returning to France, and in poverty, he lived in Alsace on the retired list. It was there that the king's summons came to find him out. In his solitude, M. de Saint Germain had conceived 1,000 projects of reform; he wanted to apply them all at once. He made no sort of case of the picked corps, and suppressed the majority of them, thus irritating likewise all the privileged. "M. de Saint Germain," wrote Frederick II. to Voltaire, "had great and noble plans very advantageous for your Welches; but everybody thwarted him, because the reforms he proposed would have entailed a strictness which was repugnant to them on 10,000 sluggards, well frogged, well laced." The enthusiasm which had been excited by the new minister of war had disappeared from amongst the officers. He lost the hearts of the soldiers by wanting to establish in the army the corporal punishments in use amongst the German armies in which he had served. The feeling was so strong that the attempt was abandoned. "In the matter of sabres," said a grenadier, "I like only the edge." Violent and weak both together, in spite of his real merit and his genuine worth, often giving up wise resolutions out of sheer embarrassment, he nearly always failed in what he undertook. The outcries against the Reformers were increased thereby; the faults of M. de Saint Germain were put down to M. Turgot. It was against the latter indeed that the courtiers' anger and M. de Maurepas' growing jealousy were directed. "Once upon a time there was in France," said a pamphlet entitled Le Songe de M. de Maurepas, attributed to Monsieur, the king's brother, "there was in France a certain man, clumsy, crass, heavy, born with more of rudeness than of character, more of obstinacy than of firmness, of impetuosity than of tact, a charlatan in administration as well as in virtue, made to bring the one into disrepute and the other into disgust, in other respects shy from self conceit, timid from pride, as unfamiliar with men, whom he had never known, as with public affairs, which he had always seen askew. His name was Turgot. He was one of those half thinking brains which adopt all visions, all manias of a gigantic sort. He was believed to be deep, he was really shallow. Night and day he was raving of philosophy, liberty, equality, net product. "He is too much (trop fort) for me," M. de Maurepas would often say. "A man must be possessed (inspired) (enragé," wrote Malesherbes, "to force, at one and the same time, the hand of the king, of M. de Maurepas, of the whole court, and of the Parliament." Perhaps the task was above human strength; it was certainly beyond that of M. Turgot. Ever occupied with the public weal, he turned his mind to every subject, issuing a multiplicity of decrees, sometimes with rather chimerical hopes. He had proposed to the king 6 edicts. 2 were extremely important: the first abolished jurorships (jurandes) and masterships (maitrises) among the workmen. "The king," said the preamble, "wishes to secure to all his subjects, and especially to the humblest, to those who have no property but their labor and their industry, the full and entire enjoyment of their rights, and to reform, consequently, the institutions which strike at those rights, and which, in spite of their antiquity, have failed to be legalized by time, opinion, and even the acts of authority." The second substituted for forced labor on roads and highways an impost to which all proprietors were equally liable. This was the first step towards equal redistribution of taxes. Great was the explosion of disquietude and wrath on the part of the privileged. It showed itself first in the council, by the mouth of M. de Miromesnil. Turgot sprang up with animation. "The keeper of the seals," he said, "seems to adopt the principle that, by the constitution of the state, the noblesse ought to be exempt from all taxation. This idea will appear a paradox to the majority of the nation. The commoners (roturiers) are certainly the greatest number, and we are no longer in the days when their voices did not count." The king listened to the discussion in silence. "Come," he exclaimed abruptly, "I see that there are only M. Turgot and I here who love the people," and he signed the edicts. The Parliament, like the noblesse, had taken up the cudgels; they made representation after representation. "The populace of France," said the court boldly, "is liable to talliage and forced labor at will, and that is a part of the constitution which the king cannot change." Louis XVI. Summoned the Parliament to Versailles, and had the edicts enregistered at a bed of justice. "It is a bed of beneficence," exclaimed Voltaire, a passionate admirer of Turgot. The comptroller general was triumphant; but his victory was but the prelude to his fall. Too many enemies were leagued against him, irritated both by the noblest qualities of his character and at the same time by the natural defects of his manners. Possessed of love "for a beautiful ideal, of a rage for perfection," M. Turgot had wanted to attempt everything, undertake everything, reform everything at one blow. He fought single handed. M. de Malesherbes, firm as a rock at the head of the Court of Aids, supported as he was by the traditions and corporate feeling of the magistracy, had shown weakness as a minister. "I could offer the king only uprightness and good heartedness," he said himself, "two qualities insufficient to make a minister, even a mediocre one." The courtiers, in fact, called him "good heart" (bonhomme). "M. de Malesherbes has doubts about everything," wrote Madame de Deffand; "M. Turgot has doubts about nothing." M. de Maurepas having, of set purpose, got up rather a serious quarrel with him, Malesherbes sent in his resignation to the king. The latter pressed him to withdraw it. The minister remained inflexible. "You are better off than I," said Louis XVI. At last; "you can abdicate." For a long while the king had remained faithful to M. Turgot. "People may say what they like," he would repeat with sincere conviction, "but he is an honest man." Infamous means were employed, it is said, with the king; he was shown forged letters, purporting to come from M. Turgot, intercepted at the post and containing opinions calculated to wound his Majesty himself. To pacify the jealousy of M. de Maurepas, Turgot had given up his privilege of working alone with the king. Left to the adroit manoeuvres of his old minister, Louis XVI. Fell away by degrees from the troublesome reformer against whom were leagued all those who were about him. The queen had small liking for M. Turgot, whose strict economy had cut down the expenses of her household. Contrary to their usual practice, her most trusted servants abetted the animosity of M. de Maurepas. "I confess that I am not sorry for these departures," wrote Marie Antoinette to her mother, after the fall of M. Turgot, "but I have had nothing to do with them." "Sir," M. Turgot had written to Louis XVI., "monarchs governed by courtiers have but to choose between the fate of Charles I. and that of Charles XI." The coolness went on increasing between the king and his minister. On the 12th of May, 1776, the comptroller general entered the king's closet; he had come to speak to him about a new project for an edict. The exposition of reasons was, as usual, a choice morsel of political philosophy. "Another commentary!" said the king with temper. He listened, however. When the comptroller general had finished, "Is that all?" asked the king. "Yes, sir." "So much the better," and he showed the minister out. A few hours later, M. Turgot received his dismissal. He was at his desk, drawing up an important decree; he laid down his pen, saying quietly, "My successor will finish." And when M. de Maurepas hypocritically expressed his regret, "I retire," said M. Turgot, "without having to reproach myself with feebleness, or falseness, or dissimulation." He wrote to the king, "I have done, sir, what I believe to be my duty in setting before you, with unreserved and unexampled frankness, the difficulty of the position in which I stood and what I thought of your own. If I had not done so, I should have considered myself to have behaved culpably towards you. You, no doubt, have come to a different conclusion since you have withdrawn your confidence from me. But even if I were mistaken, you cannot, sir, but do justice to the feeling by which I was guided. All I desire, sir, is that you may always be able to believe that I was short sighted, and that I pointed out to you merely fanciful dangers. I hope that time may not justify me, and that your reign may be as happy and as tranquil, for yourself and your people, as they flattered themselves it would be, in accordance with your principles of justice and beneficence." Useless wishes, belied in advance by the previsions of M. Turgot himself. He had espied the danger and sounded some of the chasms just yawning beneath the feet of the nation as well as of the king. He committed the noble error of believing in the instant and supreme influence of justice and reason. "Sir," said he to Louis XVI., "you ought to govern, like God, by general laws." Had he been longer in power, M. Turgot would still have failed in his designs. The life of one man was too short, and the hand of one man too weak to modify the course of events, fruit slowly ripened during so many centuries. It was to the honor of M. Turgot that he discerned the mischief and would fain have applied the proper remedy. He was often mistaken about the means, oftener still about the strength he had at disposal. He had the good fortune to die early, still sad and anxious about the fate of his country, without having been a witness of the catastrophes he had foreseen and of the sufferings as well as wreckage through which France must pass before touching at the haven he would fain have opened to her. The joy of the courtiers was great, at Versailles, when the news arrived of M. Turgot's fall. The public regretted it but little. The inflexible severity of his principles which he never veiled by grace of manners, a certain disquietude occasioned by the chimerical views which were attributed to him, had alienated many people from him. His real friends were in consternation. "I was but lately rejoicing," said Abbe Very, "at the idea that the work was going on, of coolly repairing a fine edifice which time had damaged. Henceforth, the most that will be done will be to see after repairing a few of its cracks. I no longer indulge in hopes of its restoration. I cannot but apprehend its downfall sooner or later." "Oh, what news I hear!" writes Voltaire to D'Alembert. "France would have been too fortunate. What will become of us? I am quite upset. I see nothing but death for me to look forward to, now that M. Turgot is out of office. It is a thunderbolt fallen upon my brain and upon my heart." A few months later, M. de Saint Germain retired in his turn, not to Alsace again, but to the Arsenal with 40,000 livres for pension. The first, the great attempt at reform had failed. "M. de Malesherbes lacked will to remain in power," said Abbe Wry. M. Turgot conciliatoriness (conciliabilité), and M. de Maurepas soul enough to follow his lights. "M. de Malesherbes," wrote Condorcet, "has, either from inclination or from default of mental rectitude, a bias towards eccentric and paradoxical ideas. He discovers in his mind numberless arguments for and against, but never discovers a single one to decide him. In his private capacity, he had employed his eloquence in proving to the king and the ministers that the good of the nation was the one thing needful to be thought of. When he became minister, he employed it in proving that this good was impossible. "I understand two things in the matter of war," said M. de Saint Germain just before he became minister, "to obey and to command; but if it comes to advising, I don't know anything about it." He was indeed a bad adviser, and, with the best intentions, he had no idea either how to command or to make himself obeyed. M. Turgot had correctly estimated the disorder of affairs, when he wrote to the king on the 30th of April, a fortnight before his disgrace: "Sir, the Parliaments are already in better heart, more audacious, more implicated in the cabals of the court than they were in 1770, after 20 years of enterprise and success. Minds are 1,000 times more excited upon all sorts of matters, and your ministry is almost as divided and as feeble as that of your predecessor. Consider, sir, that, in the course of nature, you have 50 years to reign, and reflect what progress may be made by a disorder which, in 20 years, has reached the pitch at which we see it." Turgot and Malesherbes had fallen. They had vainly attempted to make the soundest as well as the most moderate principles of pure philosophy triumphant in the government. At home a new attempt, bolder and at the same time more practical, was soon about to resuscitate for a while the hopes of liberal minds. Abroad and in a new world there was already a commencement of events which were about to bring to France a revival of glory and to shed on the reign of Louis XVI. A moment's legitimate and brilliant lustre. Chapter 57, Part I. Of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 57. Louis XVI. France abroad. United States War of Independence, 1775 to 1783. Part I. "Two things, great and difficult as they may be, are a man's duty and may establish his fame: to support misfortune and be sturdily resigned to it, to believe in the good and trust in it perseveringly." M. Guizot, Washington. "There is a sight as fine and not less salutary than that of a virtuous man at grips with adversity; it is the sight of a virtuous man at the head of a good cause and securing its triumph. If ever cause were just and had a right to success, it was that of the English colonies which rose in insurrection to become the United States of America. Opposition, in their case, preceded insurrection. Their opposition was founded on historic right and on facts, on rational right and on ideas. It is to the honor of England that she had deposited in the cradle of her colonies the germ of their liberty. Almost all, at their foundation, received charters which conferred upon the colonists the franchises of the mother country. At the same time with legal rights, the colonists had creeds. It was not only as Englishmen, but as Christians, that they wanted to be free, and they had their faith even more at heart than their charters. Their rights would not have disappeared, even had they lacked their charters. By the mere impulse of their souls, with the assistance of divine grace, they would have derived them from a sublimer source and one inaccessible to human power, for they cherished feelings that soared beyond even the institutions of which they showed themselves to be so jealous. Such, in the English colonies, was the happy condition of man and of society when England, by an arrogant piece of aggression, attempted to dispose, without their consent, of their fortunes and their destiny." The uneasiness in the relations between the mother country and the colonies was of old date, and the danger which England ran of seeing her great settlements beyond the sea separating from her had for some time past struck the more clear sighted. "Colonies are like fruits which remain on the tree only until they are ripe," said M. Turgot in 1750. "When they have become self sufficing, they do as Carthage did, as America will one day do." It was in the war between England and France for the possession of Canada that the Americans made the first trial of their strength. Alliance was concluded between the different colonies. Virginia marched in tune with Massachusetts. The pride of a new power, young and already victorious, animated the troops which marched to the conquest of Canada. "If we manage to remove from Canada these turbulent Gauls," exclaimed John Adams, "our territory, in a century, will be more populous than England herself. Then all Europe will be powerless to subjugate us." "I am astounded," said the Duke of Choiseul to the English negotiator who arrived at Paris in 1761, "I am astounded that your great Pitt should attach so much importance to the acquisition of Canada, a territory too scantily peopled to ever become dangerous for you, and one which, in our hands, would serve to keep your colonies in a state of dependence from which they will not fail to free themselves the moment Canada is ceded to you." A pamphlet attributed to Burke proposed to leave Canada to France, with the avowed aim of maintaining on the border of the American provinces an object of anxiety and an ever threatening enemy. America protested its loyalty and rejected with indignation all idea of separation. "It is said that the development of the strength of the colonies may render them more dangerous and bring them to declare their independence," wrote Franklin in 1760. "Such fears are chimerical. So many causes are against their union that I do not hesitate to declare it not only improbable but impossible. I say impossible without the most provoking tyranny and oppression. As long as the government is mild and just, as long as there is security for civil and religious interests, the Americans will be respectful and submissive subjects. The waves only rise when the wind blows." In England, many distinguished minds doubted whether the government of the mother country would manage to preserve the discretion and moderation claimed by Franklin. "Notwithstanding all you say of your loyalty, you Americans," observed Lord Camden to Franklin himself, "I know that some day you will shake off the ties which unite you to us, and you will raise the standard of independence." "No such idea exists, or will enter into the heads of the Americans," answered Franklin, "unless you maltreat them quite scandalously." "That is true," rejoined the other, "and it is exactly one of the causes which I foresee, and which will bring on the event." The 7 Years' War was ended, shamefully and sadly for France. M. de Choiseul, who had concluded peace with regret and a bitter pang, was ardently pursuing every means of taking his revenge. To foment disturbances between England and her colonies appeared to him an efficacious and a natural way of gratifying his feelings. "There is great difficulty in governing states in the days in which we live," he wrote to M. Durand, at that time French minister in London, "still greater difficulty in governing those of America; and the difficulty approaches impossibility as regards those of Asia. I am very much astonished that England, which is but a very small spot in Europe, should hold dominion over more than a third of America, and that her dominion should have no other object but that of trade. As long as the vast American possessions contribute no subsidies for the support of the mother country, private persons in England will still grow rich for some time on the trade with America, but the state will be undone for want of means to keep together a too extended power. If, on the contrary, England proposes to establish imposts in her American domains, when they are more extensive and perhaps more populous than the mother country, when they have fishing, woods, navigation, corn, iron, they will easily part asunder from her, without any fear of chastisement, for England could not undertake a war against them to chastise them." He encouraged his agents to keep him informed as to the state of feeling in America, welcoming and studying all projects, even the most fantastic, that might be hostile to England. When M. de Choiseul was thus writing to M. Durand, the English government had already justified the fears of its wisest and most sagacious friends. On the 7th of March, 1765, after a short and unimportant debate, Parliament, on the motion of Mr. George Grenville, then First Lord of the Treasury, had extended to the American colonies the stamp tax, everywhere in force in England. The proposal had been brought forward in the preceding year, but the protests of the colonists had for some time retarded its discussion. "The Americans are an ungrateful people," said Townshend. "They are children settled in life by our care and nurtured by our indulgence." Pitt was absent. Colonel Barre rose. "Settled by your care!" he exclaimed. "Nay, it was your oppression which drove them to America. To escape from your tyranny, they exposed themselves in the desert to all the ills that human nature can endure. Nurtured by your indulgence! Nay, they have grown by reason of your indifference. And do not forget that these people, loyal as they are as jealous as they were at the first of their liberties, and remain animated by the same spirit that caused the exile of their ancestors." This was the only protest. "Nobody voted on the other side in the House of Lords," said George Grenville at a later period. In America the effect was terrible and the dismay profound. The Virginia House was in session. Nobody dared to speak against a measure which struck at all the privileges of the colonies and went to the hearts of the loyal gentlemen still passionately attached to the mother country. A young barrister, Patrick Henry, hardly known hitherto, rose at last, and in an unsteady voice said, "I propose to the vote of the Assembly the following resolutions: Only the General Assembly of this colony has the right and power to impose taxes on the inhabitants of this colony. Every attempt to invest with this power any person or body whatever other than the said General Assembly has a manifest tendency to destroy at one and the same time British and American liberties." Then, becoming more and more animated, and rising to eloquence by sheer force of passion, "Tarquin and Caesar," he exclaimed, "had each their Brutus; Charles I. had his Cromwell, and George III. "Treason! treason!" was shouted on all sides. "Will doubtless profit by their example," continued Patrick Henry proudly, without allowing himself to be moved by the wrath of the government's friends. His resolutions were voted by 20 to 19. The excitement in America was communicated to England. It served the political purposes and passions of Mr. Pitt. He boldly proposed in the House of Commons the repeal of the stamp tax. "The colonists," he said, "are subjects of this realm, having, like yourselves, a title to the special privileges of Englishmen. They are bound by the English laws, and in the same measure as yourselves have a right to the liberties of this country. The Americans are the sons and not the bastards of England. When in this House we grant subsidies to His Majesty, we dispose of that which is our own; but the Americans are not represented here. When we impose a tax upon them, what is it we do? We, the Commons of England, give what to His Majesty? Our own personal property? No, we give away the property of the Commons of America. There is absurdity in the very terms." The bill was repealed, and agitation was calmed for a while in America; but ere long Mr. Pitt resumed office under the title of Lord Chatham, and with office he adopted other views as to the taxes to be imposed. In vain he sought to disguise them under the form of custom house duties. The taxes on tea, glass, paper, excited in America the same indignation as the stamp tax. Resistance was everywhere organized. "Between 1767 and 1771, patriotic leagues were everywhere formed against the consumption of English merchandise and the exportation of American produce. all exchange ceased between the mother country and the colonies. To extinguish the source of England's riches in America, and to force her to open her eyes to her madness, the colonists shrank from no privation and no sacrifice. Luxury had vanished, rich and poor welcomed ruin rather than give up their political rights." M. Cornelis de Witt, Histoire de Washington. "I expect nothing more from petitions to the king," said Washington, already one of the most steadfast champions of American liberties, "and I would oppose them if they were calculated to suspend the execution of the pact of non importation. As sure as I live, there is no relief to be expected for us but from the Straits of Great Britain. I believe, or at least I hope, that there is enough public virtue still remaining among us to make us deny ourselves everything but the bare necessaries of life in order to obtain justice. This we have a right to do, and no power on earth can force us to a change of conduct short of being reduced to the most abject slavery." He added, in a spirit of strict justice, "As to the pact of non exportation, that is another thing. I confess that I have doubts of its being legitimate. We owe considerable sums to Great Britain; we can only pay them with our produce. To have a right to accuse others of injustice, we must be just ourselves; and how can we be so if we refuse to pay our debts to Great Britain? That is what I cannot make out." The opposition was as yet within the law, and the national effort was as orderly as it was impassioned. "There is agitation, there are meetings, there is mutual encouragement to the struggle, the provinces concert opposition together, the wrath against Great Britain grows and the abyss begins to yawn; but such are the habits of order among this people, that in the midst of this immense ferment among the nation, it is scarcely possible to pick out even a few acts of violence here and there. Up to the day when the uprising becomes general, the government of George III. Can scarcely find, even in the great centres of opposition, such as Boston, any specious pretexts for its own violence." M. Cornelis de Witt, Histoire de Washington. The Declaration of Independence was by this time becoming inevitable when Washington and Jefferson were still writing in this strain. Washington to Captain Mackenzie: "You are taught to believe that the people of Massachusetts are a people of rebels in revolt for independence, and what not. Permit me to tell you, my good friend, that you are mistaken, grossly mistaken. I can testify, as a fact, that independence is neither the wish nor the interest of this colony or of any other on the continent, separately or collectively. But at the same time you may rely upon it that none of them will ever submit to the loss of those privileges, of those precious rights which are essential to the happiness of every free state, and without which liberty, property, life itself are devoid of any security." Jefferson to Mr. Randolph: "Believe me, my dear sir, there is not in the whole British Empire a man who cherishes more cordially than I do the union with Great Britain; but, by the God who made me, I would cease to live rather than accept that union on the terms proposed by Parliament. We lack neither motives nor power to declare and maintain our separation. It is the will alone that we lack, and that is growing little by little under the hand of our king." It was indeed growing. Lord Chatham had been but a short time in office. Lord North, on becoming prime minister, zealously promoted the desires of George III. In Parliament and throughout the country. The opposition, headed by Lord Chatham, protested in the name of the eternal principles of justice and liberty against the measures adopted towards the colonies. "Liberty," said Lord Chatham, "is pledged to liberty. They are indissolubly allied in this great cause. It is the alliance between God and nature, immutable, eternal as the light in the firmament of heaven. Have a care! Foreign war is suspended over your heads by a thin and fragile thread. Spain and France are watching over your conduct, waiting for the fruit of your blunders. They keep their eyes fixed on America, and are more concerned with the dispositions of your colonies than with their own affairs, whatever they may be. I repeat to you, my lords, if ministers persist in their fatal counsels, I do not say that they may alienate the affections of its subjects, but I affirm that they will destroy the greatness of the crown. I do not say that the king will be betrayed, I affirm that the country will be ruined." Franklin was present at this scene. Sent to England by his fellow countrymen to support their petitions by his persuasive and dexterous eloquence, he watched with intelligent interest the disposition of the Continent towards his country. "All Europe seems to be on our side," he wrote, "but Europe has its own reasons. It considers itself threatened by the power of England, and it would like to see her divided against herself. Our prudence will retard for a long time yet, I hope, the satisfaction which our enemies expect from our dissensions. Prudence, patience, discretion. When the catastrophe arrives, it must be clear to all mankind that fault is not on our side." The catastrophe was becoming imminent. Already a riot at Boston had led to throwing into the sea a cargo of tea which had arrived on board 2 English vessels, and which the governor had refused to send away at once, as the populace desired. Already, on the summons of the Virginia Convention, a general congress of all the provinces had met at Philadelphia. At the head of the legal resistance, as well as of the later rebellion in arms, marched the Puritans of New England and the sons of the Cavaliers settled in Virginia. The opposition, tumultuous and popular in the North, parliamentary and political in the South, was everywhere animated by the same spirit and the same zeal. "I do not pretend to indicate precisely what line must be drawn between Great Britain and the colonies," wrote Washington to one of his friends, "but it is most decidedly my opinion that one must be drawn, and our rights definitively secured." He had but lately said, "Nobody ought to hesitate a moment to employ arms in defence of interests so precious, so sacred, but arms ought to be our last resource." The day had come when this was the only resource henceforth remaining to the Americans. Stubborn and irritated, George III. And his government heaped vexatious measures one upon another, feeling sure of crushing down the resistance of the colonists by the ruin of their commerce as well as of their liberties. "We must fight," exclaimed Patrick Henry at the Virginia Convention. "I repeat it, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts, that is all we have left." Armed resistance was already being organized, in the teeth of many obstacles and notwithstanding active or tacit opposition on the part of a considerable portion of the people. It was time to act. On the 18th of April, 1775, at night, a picked body of the English garrison of Boston left the town by order of General Gage, governor of Massachusetts. The soldiers were as yet in ignorance of their destination, but the American patriots had divined it. The governor had ordered the gates to be closed. Some of the inhabitants, however, having found means of escaping, had spread the alarm in the country. Already men were repairing in silence to posts assigned in anticipation. When the king's troops, on approaching Lexington, expected to lay hands upon 2 of the principal movers, Samuel Adams and John Hancock, they came into collision, in the night, with a corps of militia blocking the way. The Americans taking no notice of the order given them to retire, the English troops, at the instigation of their officers, fired. A few men fell. War was begun between England and America. That very evening Colonel Smith, whilst proceeding to seize the ammunition depot at Concord, found himself successively attacked by detachments hastily formed in all the villages. He fell back in disorder beneath the guns of Boston. Some days later the town was besieged by an American army, and the Congress, meeting at Philadelphia, appointed Washington "to be general in chief of all the forces of the United Colonies, of all that had been or should be levied, and of all others that should voluntarily offer their services or join the said army to defend American liberty, and to repulse every attack directed against it." George Washington was born on the 22nd of February, 1732, on the banks of the Potomac, at Bridges Creek, in the county of Westmoreland in Virginia. He belonged to a family of consideration among the planters of Virginia, descended from that race of country gentlemen who had but lately effected the Revolution in England. He lost his father early, and was brought up by a distinguished, firm, and judicious mother, for whom he always preserved equal affection and respect. Intended for the life of a surveyor of the still uncleared lands of Western America, he had led, from his youth up, a life of freedom and hardship. At 19, during the Canadian War, he had taken his place in the militia of his country, and we have seen how he fought with credit at the side of General Braddock. On returning home at the end of the war, and settling at Mount Vernon, which had been bequeathed to him by his eldest brother, he had become a great agriculturist and great hunter, esteemed by all, loved by those who knew him, actively engaged in his own business as well as that of his colony, and already an object of confidence as well as hope to his fellow citizens. In 1774, on the eve of the great struggle, Patrick Henry, on leaving the first Congress formed to prepare for it, replied to those who asked which was the foremost man in the Congress, "If you speak of eloquence, Mr. Rutledge of South Carolina is the greatest orator; but if you speak of solid knowledge of things and of sound judgment, Colonel Washington is indisputably the greatest man in the Assembly." Capable of rising to the highest destinies, he could have ignored himself without a struggle, and found in the culture of his lands satisfaction for those powerful faculties which were to suffice for the command of armies and for the foundation of a government; but when the occasion offered, when the need came, without any effort on his own part, without surprise on the part of others, the sagacious planter turned out a great man. He had in a superior degree the two qualities which in active life render men capable of great things. He could believe firmly in his own ideas, and act resolutely upon them, without fearing to take the responsibility." M. Guizot, Washington. He was, however, deeply moved and troubled at the commencement of a contest of which he foresaw the difficulties and the trials, without fathoming their full extent, and it was not without a struggle that he accepted the power confided to him by Congress. "Believe me, my dear Patsy," he wrote to his wife, "I have done all I could to screen myself from this high mark of honor, not only because it cost me much to separate myself from you and from my family, but also because I felt that this task was beyond my strength." When the new general arrived before Boston to take command of the confused and undisciplined masses which were hurrying up to the American camp, he heard that an engagement had taken place on the 16th of June on the heights of Bunker's Hill, which commanded the town. The Americans who had seized the positions had defended them so bravely that the English had lost nearly 1,000 men before they carried the batteries. A few months later, after unheard of efforts on the general's part to constitute and train his army, he had taken possession of all of the environs of the place, and General Howe, who had superseded General Gage, evacuated Boston, March 17, 1776. Every step was leading to the Declaration of Independence. "If everybody were of my opinion," wrote Washington in the month of February, 1776, "the English ministers would learn in few words what we want to arrive at. I should set forth simply, and without periphrasis, our grievances and our resolution to have justice. I should tell them that we have long and ardently desired an honorable reconciliation, and that it has been refused. I should add that we have conducted ourselves as faithful subjects, that the feeling of liberty is too strong in our hearts to let us ever submit to slavery, and that we are quite determined to burst every bond with an unjust and unnatural government, if our enslavement alone will satisfy a tyrant and his diabolical ministry. And I should tell them all this, not in covert terms, but in language as plain as the light of the sun at full noon." Many people still hesitated, from timidity, from foreseeing the sufferings which war would inevitably entail on America, from hereditary, faithful attachment to the mother country. "Gentlemen," had but lately been observed by Mr. Dickinson, deputy from Pennsylvania, at the reading of the scheme of a solemn declaration justifying the taking up of arms, "there is but one word in this paper of which I disapprove: Congress." "And as for me, Mr. President," said Mr. Harrison, rising, "there is but one word in this paper of which I approve: Congress." Deeds had become bolder than words. "We have hitherto made war by halves," wrote John Adams to General Gates. "You will see in to morrow's papers that for the future we shall probably venture to make it by three quarters. The continental navy, the provincial navies, have been authorized to cruise against English property throughout the whole extent of the ocean. Learn, for your governance, that this is not independence; far from it. If one of the next courier should bring you word of unlimited freedom of commerce with all nations, take good care not to call that independence. Nothing of the sort. Independence is a spectre of such awful mien that the mere sight of it might make a delicate person faint." Independence was not yet declared, and already, at the end of their proclamations, instead of the time honored formula, "God save the king," the Virginians had adopted the proudly significant phrase, "God save the liberties of America." The great day came, however, when the Congress resolved to give its true name to the war which the colonies had been for more than a year maintaining against the mother country. After a discussion which lasted 3 days, the scheme drawn up by Jefferson for the Declaration of Independence was adopted by a large majority. The solemn proclamation of it was determined upon the 4th of July, and that day has remained the national festival of the United States of America. John Adams made no mistake when, in the transport of his patriotic joy, he wrote to his wife, "I am inclined to believe that this day will be celebrated by generations to come as the great anniversary of the nation. It should be kept as the day of deliverance by solemn thanksgivings to the Almighty. It should be kept with pomp, to the sound of cannon and of bells, with games, with bonfires and illuminations from one end of the continent to the other, for ever. You will think me carried away by my enthusiasm; but no, I take into account perfectly the pains, the blood, the treasure we shall have to expend to maintain this declaration, to uphold and defend these States. But through all these shadows I perceive rays of ravishing light and joy. I feel that the end is worth all the means, and far more, and that posterity will rejoice over this event with songs of triumph, even though we should have cause to repent of it, which will not be, I trust in God." The Declaration of American Independence was solemn and grave. It began with an appeal to those natural rights which the 18th century had everywhere learned to claim. "We hold as self-evident all these truths," said the Congress of the United Colonies. "All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among those rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Governments are established amongst men to guarantee those rights, and their just power emanates from the consent of the governed." Chapter 57, part 1. Chapter 57, part 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 57. Louis XVI. France abroad. United States War of Independence, 1775 to 1783. Part II. To this declaration of the inalienable right of people to choose their own government for the greatest security and greatest happiness of the governed, succeeded an enumeration of the grievances which made it forever impossible for the American colonists to render obedience to the King of Great Britain. The list was long and overwhelming. It ended with this declaration: "Wherefore we, the representatives of the United States of America, met together in General Congress, calling the Supreme Judge of the universe to witness the uprightness of our intentions, do solemnly publish and declare in the name of the good people of these colonies that the United Colonies are and have a right to be free and independent States, that they are released from all allegiance to the Crown of Great Britain, and that every political tie between them and Great Britain is and ought to be entirely dissolved. Full of firm confidence in the protection of Divine Providence, we pledge mutually to the maintenance of this declaration our lives, our fortunes, and our most sacred possession, our honor." The die was cast, and retreat cut off for the timid and the malcontent. Through a course of alternate successes and reverses, Washington had kept up hostilities during the rough campaign of 1776. Many a time he had thought the game lost, and he had found himself under the necessity of abandoning posts he had mastered to fall back upon Philadelphia. "What will you do if Philadelphia is taken?" he was asked. "We will retire beyond the Susquehanna, and then, if necessary, beyond the Alleghanies," answered the general without hesitation. Unwavering in his patriotic faith and resolution, he relied upon the savage resources and the vast wilderness of his native country to wear out at last the patience and courage of the English generals. At the end of the campaign, Washington, suddenly resuming the offensive, had beaten the king's troops at Trenton and at Princeton one after the other. This brilliant action had restored the affairs of the Americans, and was a preparatory step to the formation of a new army. On the 30th of December, 1776, Washington was invested by Congress with the full powers of a dictator. Europe, meanwhile, was following with increasing interest the vicissitudes of a struggle which at a distance had from the first appeared to the most experienced an unequal one. "Let us not anticipate events, but content ourselves with learning them when they occur," said a letter in 1775 to M. de Guines, ambassador in London, from Louis XVI.'s minister for Foreign Affairs, M. de Vergennes. "I prefer to follow, as a quiet observer, the course of events, rather than try to produce them." He had but lately said with prophetic anxiety, "Far from seeking to profit by the embarrassment in which England finds herself on account of affairs in America, we should rather desire to extricate her. The spirit of revolt, in whatever spot it breaks out, is always of dangerous precedent. It is with moral as with physical diseases; both may become contagious. This consideration should induce us to take care that the spirit of independence, which is causing so terrible an explosion in North America, have no power to communicate itself to points interesting to us in this hemisphere." For a moment French diplomatists had been seriously disconcerted. Remembrance of the surprise in 1755, when England had commenced hostilities without declaring war, still troubled men's minds. Count de Guines wrote to M. de Vergennes, "Lord Rochford confided to me yesterday that numbers of persons on both sides were perfectly convinced that the way to put a stop to this war in America was to declare it against France, and that he saw with pain that opinion gaining ground. I assure you, sir, that all which is said for is very extraordinary and far from encouraging." The partisans of this plan argue that fear of a war, disastrous for England, which might end by putting France once more in possession of Canada, would be the most certain bugbear for America, where the propinquity of our religion and our government is excessively apprehended. They say, in fact, that the Americans, forced by a war to give up their project of liberty and to decide between us and them, would certainly give them the preference." The question of Canada was always, indeed, an anxious one for the American colonists. Washington had detached in that direction a body of troops, which had been repulsed with loss. M. de Vergennes had determined to keep in the United States a semi official agent, M. de Bonvouloir, commissioned to furnish the ministry with information as to the state of affairs. On sending Count de Guines the necessary instructions, the minister wrote on the 7th of August, 1775, "One of the most essential objects is to reassure the Americans on the score of the dread which they are no doubt taught to feel of us. Canada is the point of jealousy for them; they must be made to understand that we have no thought at all about it, and that so far from grudging them the liberty and independence they are laboring to secure, we admire, on the contrary, the grandeur and nobleness of their efforts, and that, having no interest in injuring them, we should see with pleasure such a happy conjunction of circumstances as would set them at liberty to frequent our ports. The facilities they would find for their commerce would soon prove to them all the esteem we feel for them." Independence was not yet proclaimed, and already the committee charged by Congress "to correspond with friends in England, Ireland, and other parts of the world," had made inquiry of the French government, by roundabout ways, as to what were its intentions regarding the American colonies, and was soliciting the aid of France. On the 3rd of March, 1776, an agent of the committee, Mr. Silas Deane, started for France. He had orders to put the same question point blank at Versailles and at Paris. The ministry was divided on the subject of American affairs. M. Turgot inclined towards neutrality. "Let us leave the insurgents," he said, "at full liberty to make their purchases in our ports, and to provide themselves, by the way of trade, with the munitions, and even the money, of which they have need. A refusal to sell to them would be a departure from neutrality; but it would be a departure likewise to furnish them with secret aid in money, and this step, which it would be difficult to conceal, would excite just complaints on the part of the English." This was, however, the conduct adopted on the advice of M. de Vergennes. He had been powerfully supported by the arguments presented in a memorandum drawn up by M. de Raneval, senior clerk in the Foreign Office. He was himself urged and incited by the most intelligent, the most restless, and the most passionate amongst the partisans of the American rebellion, Beaumarchais. Peter Augustin Caron de Beaumarchais, born at Paris on the 24th of January, 1732, son of a clockmaker, had already acquired a certain celebrity by his lawsuit against Councillor Guzman before the Parliament of Paris. Accused of having defamed the wife of a judge, after having fruitlessly attempted to seduce her, Beaumarchais succeeded, by dint of courage, talent, and wit, in holding his own against the whole magistracy leagued against him. He boldly appealed to public opinion. "I am a citizen," he said; "that is to say, I am not a courtier, or an abbe, or a nobleman, or a financier, or a favorite, nor anything connected with what is called influence or puissance nowadays. I am a citizen, that is to say, something quite new, unknown, unheard of in France. I am a citizen, that is to say, what you ought to have been for the last 200 years, what you will be, perhaps, in 20." All the spirit of the French Revolution was here, in those most legitimate and at the same time most daring aspirations of his. French citizen as he proclaimed himself to be, Beaumarchais was quite smitten with the American citizens. He had for a long while been pleading their cause, sure, he said, of its ultimate triumph. On the 10th of January, 1776, 3 weeks before the declaration of independence, M. de Vergennes secretly remitted 1 million to M. Beaumarchais. 2 months later the same sum was entrusted to him in the name of the King of Spain. Beaumarchais alone was to appear in the affair and to supply the insurgent Americans with arms and ammunition. "You will found," he had been told, "a great commercial house, and you will try to draw into it the money of private individuals. The first outlay being now provided, we shall have no further hand in it. The affair would compromise the government too much in the eyes of the English." It was under the style and title of Rodrigo Hortalez and Company that the first instalment of supplies, to the extent of more than 3 millions, was forwarded to the Americans; and, notwithstanding the hesitation of the ministry and the rage of the English, other instalments soon followed. Beaumarchais was henceforth personally interested in the enterprise. He had commenced it from zeal for the American cause and from that yearning for activity and initiative which characterized him even in old age. "I should never have succeeded in fulfilling my mission here without the indefatigable, intelligent, and generous efforts of M. de Beaumarchais," wrote Silas Deane to the Secret Committee of Congress. "The United States are more indebted to him, on every account, than to any other person on this side of the ocean." Negotiations were proceeding at Paris. Franklin had joined Silas Deane there. His great scientific reputation, the diplomatic renown he had won in England, his able and prudent devotion to the cause of his country, had paved the way for the new negotiator's popularity in France. It was immense. Born at Boston on the 17th of January, 1706, a printer before he came out as a great physicist, Franklin was 70 years old when he arrived in Paris. His sprightly good nature, the bold subtlety of his mind cloaked beneath external simplicity, his moderation in religion and the breadth of his philosophical tolerance won the world of fashion as well as the great public, and were a great help to the success of his diplomatic negotiations. Quartered at Passy, at Madame Helvetius's, he had frequent interviews with the ministers under a veil of secrecy and precaution which was, before long, skilfully and discreetly removed. From roundabout aid accorded to the Americans, at Beaumarchais' solicitations, on pretext of commercial business, the French government had come to remitting money straight to the agents of the United States. Everything tended to recognition of the independence of the colonies. In England, people were irritated and disturbed. Lord Chatham exclaimed with the usual exaggeration of his powerful and impassioned genius, "Yesterday England could still stand against the world; to-day there is none so poor as to do her reverence. I borrow the poet's words, my lords, but what his verse expresses is no fiction. France has insulted you, she has encouraged and supported America, and be America right or wrong, the dignity of this nation requires that we should thrust aside with contempt the officious intervention of France. Ministers and ambassadors from those whom we call rebels and enemies are received at Paris. There they treat of the mutual interests of France and America. Their countrymen are aided, provided with military resources, and our ministers suffer it, they do not protest. Is this maintaining the honor of a great kingdom, of that England which but lately gave laws to the House of Bourbon?" The hereditary sentiments of Louis XVI. And his monarchical principles, as well as the prudent moderation of M. Turgot, retarded at Paris the negotiations which caused so much ill humor among the English. M. de Vergennes still preserved, in all diplomatic relations, an apparent neutrality. "It is my line (métier), you see, to be a royalist," the Emperor Joseph II. Had said during a visit he had just paid to Paris, when he was pressed to declare in favor of the American insurgents. At the bottom of his heart the King of France was of the same opinion. He had refused the permission to serve in America, which he had been asked for by many gentlemen. Some had set off without waiting for it. The most important, as well as the most illustrious of them all, the Marquis of Lafayette, was not 20 years old when he slipped away from Paris, leaving behind his young wife close to her confinement, to go and embark upon a vessel which he had bought, and which, laden with arms, awaited him in a Spanish port. Arrested by order of the court, he evaded the vigilance of his guards. In the month of July, 1777, he disembarked in America. Washington did not like France; he did not share the hopes which some of his fellow countrymen founded upon her aid. He made no case of the young volunteers who came to enroll themselves among the defenders of independence, and whom Congress loaded with favors. "No bond but interest attaches these men to America," he would say, "and as for France, she only lets us get our munitions from her, because of the benefit her commerce derives from it." Prudent, reserved, and proud, Washington looked for America's salvation to only America herself. Neither had he foreseen nor did he understand that enthusiasm, as generous as it is unreflecting, which easily takes possession of the French nation, and of which the United States were just then the object. M. de La Fayette was the first who managed to win the general's affection and esteem. A great zeal for new ideas, and a certain political perspicacity, had impelled M. de La Fayette to America. He showed himself courageous, devoted, more judicious and more able than had been expected from his youth and character. Washington came to love him as a son. It was with the title of Major General that M. de La Fayette made his first campaign. Congress had passed a decree conferring upon him this grade, rather an excess of honor in Washington's opinion. The latter was at that time covering Philadelphia, the point aimed at by the operations of General Howe. Beaten at Brandywine and at Germantown, the Americans were obliged to abandon the town to the enemy and fall back on Valley Forge, where the general pitched his camp for wintering. The English had been beaten on the frontiers of Canada by General Gates. General Burgoyne, invested on all sides by the insurgents, had found himself forced to capitulate at Saratoga. The humiliation and wrath of the public in England were great, but the resolution of the politicians was beginning to waver. On the 10th of February, 1778, Lord North had presented 2 bills, whereby England was to renounce the right of levying taxes in the American colonies, and was to recognize the legal existence of Congress. 3 commissioners were to be sent to America to treat for conditions of peace. After a hot discussion, the 2 bills had been voted. This was a small matter in view of the growing anxiety and the political manoeuvrings of parties. On the 7th of April, 1778, the Duke of Richmond proposed in the House of Lords the recall of all the forces, land and sea, which were fighting in America. He relied upon the support of Lord Chatham, who was now at death's door, but who had always expressed himself forcibly against the conduct of the government towards the colonists. The great orator entered the House, supported by 2 of his friends, pale, wasted, swathed in flannel beneath his embroidered robe. He with difficulty dragged himself to his place. The peers, overcome at the sight of this supreme effort, waited in silence. Lord Chatham rose, leaning on his crutch and still supported by his friends. He raised one hand to heaven. "I thank God," he said, "that I have been enabled to come hither to day to fulfil a duty and say what has been weighing so heavily on my heart. I have already one foot in the grave; I shall soon descend into it. I have left my bed to sustain my country's cause in this House, perhaps for the last time. I think myself happy, my lords, that the grave has not yet closed over me, and that I am still alive to raise my voice against the dismemberment of this ancient and noble monarchy. My lords, His Majesty succeeded to an empire as vast in extent, as proud in reputation. Shall we tarnish its lustre by a shameful abandonment of its rights and of its fairest possessions? Shall this great kingdom, which survived in its entirety the descents of the Danes, the incursions of the Scots, the conquest of the Normans, which stood firm against the threatened invasion of the Spanish Armada, now fall before the House of Bourbon? Surely, my lords, we are not what we once were. In God's name, if it be absolutely necessary to choose between peace and war, if peace cannot be preserved with honor, why declare war without hesitation? My lords, anything is better than despair. Let us at least make an effort, and if we must fail, let us fail like men." He dropped back into his seat, exhausted, gasping. Soon he strove to rise and reply to the Duke of Richmond, but his strength was traitor to his courage. He fainted. A few days later he was dead. May 11th, 1778. The resolution of the Duke of Richmond had been rejected. When this news arrived in America, Washington was seriously uneasy. He had to keep up an incessant struggle against the delays and the jealousies of Congress. It was by dint of unheard of efforts and of unwavering perseverance that he succeeded in obtaining the necessary supplies for his army. "To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness," he exclaimed, "without blankets to lie upon, without victuals, and often without shoes, or you might follow their track by the blood that trickled from their feet, advancing through ice and snow, and taking up their winter quarters at Christmas less a day's march from the enemy, in a place where they have not to shelter them either houses or huts, but such as they have thrown up themselves. To see these men doing all this without a murmur is an exhibition of patience and obedience such as the world has rarely seen." As a set off against the impassioned devotion of the patriots, Washington knew that the loyalists were still numerous and powerful. The burden of war was beginning to press heavily upon the whole country. He feared some act of weakness. "Let us accept nothing short of independence," he wrote at once to his friends. "We can never forget the outrages to which Great Britain has made us submit. A peace on any other conditions would be a source of perpetual disputes. If Great Britain, urged on by her love for tyranny, were to seek once more to bend our necks beneath her iron yoke, and she would do so, you may be sure, for her pride and her ambition are indomitable, what nation would believe any more in our professions of faith and would lend us its support? It is to be feared, however, that the proposals of England will produce a great effect in this country. Men are naturally friends of peace, and there is more than one symptom to lead me to believe that the American people are generally weary of war. If it be so, nothing can be more politic than to inspire the country with confidence by putting the army on an imposing footing, and by showing greater energy in our negotiations with European powers. I think that by now France must have recognized our independence, and that she will immediately declare war against Great Britain, when she sees that we have made serious proposals of alliance to her. But if, influenced by a false policy, or by an exaggerated opinion of our power, she were to hesitate, we should either have to send able negotiators at once, or give fresh instructions to our chargé d'affaires to obtain a definitive answer from her." It is the property of great men, even when they share the prejudices of their time and of their country, to know how to get free from them, and how to rise superior to their natural habits of thought. It has been said that, as a matter of taste, Washington did not like France and had no confidence in her, but his great and strong common sense had enlightened him as to the conditions of the contest he had entered upon. He knew it was a desperate one, he foresaw that it would be a long one. Better than anybody, he knew the weaknesses as well as the merits of the instruments which he had at disposal. He had learned to desire the alliance and the aid of France. She did not belie his hopes. At the very moment when Congress was refusing to enter into negotiations with Great Britain as long as a single English soldier remained on American soil, rejoicings and thanksgivings were everywhere throughout the 13 colonies greeting the news of the recognition by France of the independence of the United States. The treaties of alliance, a triumph of diplomatic ability on the part of Franklin, had been signed at Paris on the 6th of February, 1778. "Assure the English government of the king's pacific intentions," M. de Vergennes had written to the Marquis of Noailles, then French ambassador in England. George III. replied to these mocking assurances by recalling his ambassador. "Anticipate your enemies," Franklin had said to the ministers of Louis XVI.; "act towards them as they did to you in 1755. Let your ships put to sea before any declaration of war. It will be time to speak when a French squadron bars the passage of Admiral Howe, who has ventured to ascend the Delaware." The king's natural straightforwardness and timidity were equally opposed to this bold project. He hesitated a long while. When Count d'Estaing at last, on the 13th of April, went out of Toulon harbor to sail for America with his squadron, it was too late, the English were on their guard. When the French admiral arrived in America, hostilities had commenced between France and England, without declaration of war, by the natural pressure of circumstances and the state of feeling in the two countries. England fired the first shot on the 17th of June, 1778. The frigate La Belle Poule, commanded by M. de Chaudeau de la Clochetterie, was cruising in the Channel. She was surprised by the squadron of Admiral Keppel, issuing from Portsmouth. The Frenchman saw the danger in time; he crowded sail; but an English frigate, the Arethusa, had dashed forward in pursuit. La Clochetterie waited for her, and refused to make the visit demanded by the English captain. A cannon shot was the reply to this refusal. La Belle Poule delivered her whole broadside. When the Arethusa rejoined Lord Keppel's squadron, she was dismasted and had lost many men. A sudden calm had prevented 2 English vessels from taking part in the engagement. La Clochetterie went on and landed a few leagues from Brest. The fight had cost the lives of 40 of his crew, 57 had been wounded. He was made post captain capitaine de la vaisseau. The glory of this small affair appeared to be of good augury. The conscience of Louis XVI. Was soothed; he at last yielded to the passionate feeling which was hurrying the nation into war, partly from sympathy towards the Americans, partly from hatred and rancor towards England. The treaty of 1763 still lay heavy on the military honor of France. From the day when the Duke of Choiseul had been forced to sign that humiliating peace, he had never relaxed in his efforts to improve the French navy. In the course of ministerial alternations, frequently unfortunate for the work in hand, it had nevertheless been continued by his successors. A numerous fleet was preparing at Brest. It left the port on the 3rd of July, under the orders of Count d'Orvilliers. It numbered 32 men of war and some frigates. Admiral Keppel came to the encounter with 30 ships, mostly superior in strength to the French vessels. The engagement took place on the 27th, at 30 leagues' distance from Wessant, and about the same from the Sorlingues Islands. The splendid order of the French astounded the enemy, who had not forgotten the deplorable Journée de M. de Conflans. The sky was murky, and the manoeuvres were interfered with from the difficulty of making out the signals. Lord Keppel could not succeed in breaking the enemy's line. Count d'Orvilliers failed in a like attempt. The English admiral extinguished his fires and returned to Plymouth harbor, without being forced to do so from any serious reverse. Count d'Orvilliers fell back upon Brest under the same conditions. The English regarded this retreat as a humiliation to which they were unaccustomed. Lord Keppel had to appear before a court martial. In France, under the first burst of enthusiasm, fault was found with the inactivity of the Duke of Chartres, who commanded the rear guard of the fleet, under the direction of M. de la Motte Piquet. The prince was before long obliged to leave the navy. He became colonel general of the hussars. A fresh sally on the part of the fleet did not suffice to protect the merchant navy, the losses of which were considerable. The English vessels everywhere held the seas. Chapter 57. Part 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 57. Louis XVI. France abroad. United States War of Independence, 1775 to 1783. Part 3. Count d'Estaing had at last arrived at the mouth of the Delaware on the 9th of July, 1778. Admiral Howe had not awaited him; he had sailed for the anchorage of Sandy Hook. The heavy French ships could not cross the bar. Philadelphia had been evacuated by the English as soon as the approach of Count d'Estaing was signalled. "It is not General Howe who has taken Philadelphia," said Franklin; "it is Philadelphia that has taken General Howe." The English commander had foreseen the danger. On falling back upon New York, he had been hotly pursued by Washington, who had, at Monmouth, gained a serious advantage over him. The victory of the Americans would have been complete but for the jealous disobedience of General Lee. Washington pitched his camp 30 miles from New York. "After 2 years' marching and counter marching," he wrote, "after vicissitudes so strange that never perhaps did any other war exhibit the like since the beginning of the world, what a subject of satisfaction and astonishment for us to see the 2 armies back again at the point from which they started, and the assailants reduced in self defence to have recourse to the shovel and the axe." The combined expedition of d'Estaing and General Sullivan against the little English corps which occupied Rhode Island had just failed. The fleet of Admiral Howe had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the roads, the French squadron had gone out to meet it, an unexpected tempest separated the combatants. Count d'Estaing, more concerned for the fate of his vessels than with the clamors of the Americans, set sail for Boston to repair damages. The campaign was lost; cries of treason were already heard; a riot was the welcome which awaited the French admiral at Boston. All Washington's personal efforts, seconded by the Marquis of Lafayette, were scarcely sufficient to restore harmony. The English had just made a descent upon the coasts of Georgia and taken possession of Savannah; they threatened Carolina, and even Virginia. Scarcely were the French ships in trim to put to sea when Count d'Estaing made sail for the Antilles. Zealous and brave, but headstrong and passionate, like M. de Lally Tollendal, under whom he had served in India, the admiral could ill brook reverses, and ardently sought for an occasion to repair them. The English had taken St. Pierre and Miquelon. M. de Bouille, governor of Ile du Vent, had almost at the same time made himself master of La Dominique. 4,000 English had just landed at St. Lucie. M. d'Estaing, recently arrived at Martinique, headed thither immediately with his squadron, without success, however. It was during the absence of the English admiral, Byron, that the French seamen succeeded in taking possession first of St. Vincent, and soon afterwards of Grenada. The fort of this latter island was carried after a brilliant assault. The admiral had divided his men into three bodies. He commanded the first; the second marched under the orders of Viscount de Noailles; and Arthur Dillon, at the head of the Irish in the service of France, led the third. The cannon on the ramparts were soon directed against the English, who thought to arrive in time to relieve Grenada. Count d'Estaing went out of port to meet the English admiral. As he was sailing towards the enemy, the admiral made out, under French colors, a splendid ship of war, Le Fier Rodrigue, which belonged to Beaumarchais, and was convoying 10 merchantmen. "Seeing the wide berth kept by this fine ship, which was going proudly before the wind," says the sprightly and sagacious biographer of Beaumarchais, M. de Londy, Admiral d'Estaing signalled to her to bear down. Learning that she belonged to His Majesty Caron de Beaumarchais, he felt that it would be a pity not to take advantage of it, and seeing the exigency of the case, he appointed her place of battle without asking her proprietor's permission, leaving to the mercy of the waves and of the English the unhappy merchant ships which the man of war was convoying. Le Fier Rodrigue resigned herself bravely to her fate, took a glorious part in the battle off Grenada, contributed in forcing Admiral Byron to retreat, but had her captain killed, and was riddled with bullets." Admiral d'Estaing wrote the same evening to Beaumarchais. His letter reached the scholar merchant through the medium of the minister of marine. To the latter Beaumarchais at once replied, "Sir, I have to thank you for having forwarded to me the letter from Count d'Estaing. It is very noble in him at the moment of his triumph to have thought how very agreeable it would be to me to have a word in his handwriting. I take the liberty of sending you a copy of his short letter, by which I feel honored as the good Frenchman I am, and at which I rejoice as a devoted adherent of my country against that proud England. The brave Monteau appears to have thought that he could not better prove to me how worthy he was of the post with which he was honored than by getting killed. Whatever may be the result as regards my own affairs, my poor friend Monton has died on the bed of honor, and I feel a sort of childish joy in being certain that those English who have cut me up so much in their papers for the last 4 years will read therein that one of my ships has helped to take from them the most fertile of their possessions. And as for the enemies of M. d'Estaing, and especially of yourself, sir, I see them biting their nails, and my heart leaps for joy." The joy of Beaumarchais, as well as that of France, was a little excessive, and smacked of unfamiliarity with the pleasure of victory. M. d'Estaing had just been recalled to France. Before he left, he would fain have rendered to the Americans a service pressingly demanded of him. General Lincoln was about to besiege Savannah. The English general, Sir Henry Clinton, a more able man than his predecessor, had managed to profit by the internal disputes of the Union, he had rallied around him the loyalists in Georgia and the Carolinas; civil war prevailed there with all its horrors. D'Estaing bore down with his squadron for Savannah. Lincoln was already on the coast ready to facilitate his landing. The French admiral was under pressure of the orders from Paris; he had no time for a regular siege. The trenches had already been opened 20 days, and the bombardment, terrible as it was for the American town, had not yet damaged the works of the English. On the 9th of October, D'Estaing determined to deliver the assault. Americans and French vied with each other in courage. For a moment the flag of the Union floated upon the ramparts; some grenadiers made their way into the place; the admiral was wounded. Meanwhile the losses were great, and perseverance was evidently useless. The assault was repulsed. Count d'Estaing still remained 9 days before the place, in hopes of finding a favorable opportunity. He was obliged to make sail for France, and the fleet withdrew, leaving Savannah in the hands of the English. The only advantage from the admiral's expedition was the deliverance of Rhode Island, abandoned by General Clinton, who, fearing an attack from the French, recalled the garrison to New York. Washington had lately made himself master of the fort at Stony Point, which had up to that time enabled the English to command the navigation of the Hudson. In England the commotion was great. France and America in arms against her had just been joined by Spain. A government essentially monarchical, faithful to ancient traditions, the Spaniards had for a long while resisted the entreaties of M. de Vergennes, who availed himself of the stipulations of the Family Pact. Charles III. Felt no sort of sympathy for a nascent republic; he feared the contagion of the example it showed to the Spanish colonies; he hesitated to plunge into the expenses of a war. His hereditary hatred against England prevailed at last over the dictates of prudence. He was promised, moreover, the assistance of France to reconquer Gibraltar and Minorca. The King of Spain consented to take part in the war, without, however, recognizing the independence of the United States, or entering into alliance with them. The situation of England was becoming serious; she believed herself to be threatened with a terrible invasion. As in the days of the Great Armada, "orders were given to all functionaries, civil and military, in case of a descent of the enemy, to see to the transportation into the interior and into a place of safety of all horses, cattle, and flocks that might happen to be on the coasts." 66 allied ships of the line ploughed through the Channel. 50,000 men, mustered in Normandy, were preparing to burst upon the southern counties. A simple American corsair, Paul Jones, ravaged with impunity the coasts of Scotland. The powers of the North, united with Russia and Holland, threatened to maintain, with arms in hand, the rights of neutrals, ignored by the English Admiralty courts. Ireland awaited only the signal to revolt. Religious quarrels were distracting Scotland and England. The authority of Lord North's cabinet was shaken in Parliament as well as throughout the country. The passions of the mob held sway in London, and among the sights that might have been witnessed was that of this great city given up for nearly a week to the populace, without anything that could stay its excesses save its own lassitude and its own feeling of shame. M. de Cornelis de Witt, Histoire de Washington. So many and such imposing preparations were destined to produce but little fruit. The two fleets, the French and the Spanish, had effected their junction off Corunna, under the orders of Count d'Olvilliers. They slowly entered the Channel on the 31st of August, near the Sorlingues (Scilly) Islands. They sighted the English fleet, with a strength of only 37 vessels. Count de Guichen, who commanded the vanguard, was already manoeuvring to cut off the enemy's retreat. Admiral Hardy had the speed of him, and sought refuge in Plymouth Sound. Some engagements which took place between frigates were of little importance, but glorious for both sides. On the 6th of October, the Surveillante, commanded by Chevalier de Couedic, had a tussle with the Quebec. The broadsides were incessant; a hail of lead fell upon both ships. The majority of the officers of the Surveillante were killed or wounded. De Couedic had been struck twice on the head. A fresh wound took him in the stomach. Streaming with blood, he remained at his post and directed the fight. The three masts of the Surveillante had just fallen, knocked to pieces by balls. The whole rigging of the Quebec at the same moment came down with a run. The two ships could no longer manoeuvre. The decimated crews were preparing to board, when a thick smoke shot up all at once from the between decks of the Quebec. The fire spread with unheard of rapidity. The Surveillante, already hooked on to her enemy's side, was on the point of becoming, like her, a prey to the flames; but her commander, gasping as he was and scarcely alive, got her loose by a miracle of ability. The Quebec had hardly blown up when the crew of the Surveillante set to work picking up the glorious wreck of their adversaries. A few prisoners were brought into Brest on the victorious vessel, which was so blackened by the smoke and damaged by the fight that tugs had to be sent to her assistance. A few months afterwards, Du Couedic died of his wounds, carrying to the grave the supreme honor of having been the only one to render his name illustrious in the great display of the maritime forces of France and Spain. Count d'Orvilliers made no attempt. The inhabitants upon the English coasts ceased to tremble. Sickness committed ravages amongst the crews. After 104 days' useless cruising in the Channel, the huge fleet returned sorrowfully to Brest. Admiral d'Orvilliers had lost his son in a partial engagement; he left the navy and retired ere long to a convent. Count de Guichen sailed for the Antilles with a portion of the French fleet, and maintained with glory the honor of his flag in a series of frequently successful affairs against Admiral Rodney. At the beginning of the war, the latter, a great scapegrace and overwhelmed with debt, happened to be at Paris, detained by the state of his finances. "If I were free," said he one day in the presence of Marshal Biron, "I would soon destroy all the Spanish and French fleets." The marshal at once paid his debts. "Go, sir," said he, with a flourish of generosity to which the 18th century was a little prone. "The French have no desire to gain advantages over their enemies save by their bravery." Rodney's first exploit was to revictual Gibraltar, which the Spanish and French armaments had invested by land and sea. Everywhere the strength of the belligerents was being exhausted without substantial result and without honor. For more than 4 years now America had been keeping up the war, and her southern provinces had been everywhere laid waste by the enemy. In spite of the heroism which was displayed by the patriots, and of which the women themselves set the example, General Lincoln had just been forced to capitulate at Charleston. Washington, still encamped before New York, saw his army decimated by hunger and cold, deprived of all resources, and reduced to subsist at the expense of the people in the neighborhood. All eyes were turned towards France. The Marquis of Lafayette had succeeded in obtaining from the king and the French ministry the formation of an auxiliary corps. The troops were already on their way under the orders of Count de Rochambeau. Misfortune and disappointments are great destroyers of some barriers; prudent tact can overthrow others. Washington and the American army would but lately have seen with suspicion the arrival of foreign auxiliaries. In 1780, transports of joy greeted the news of their approach. M. de Lafayette, moreover, had been careful to spare the American general all painful friction. Count de Rochambeau and the French officers were placed under the orders of Washington, and the auxiliary corps entirely at his disposal. The delicate generosity and the disinterestedness of the French government had sometimes had the effect of making it neglect the national interests in its relations with the revolted colonies, but it had derived therefrom a spirit of conduct invariably calculated to triumph over the prejudices as well as the jealous pride of the Americans. "The history of the War of Independence is a history of hopes deceived," said Washington. He had conceived the idea of making himself master of New York with the aid of the French. The transport of the troops had been badly calculated. Rochambeau brought to Rhode Island only the first division of his army, about 5,000 men; and Count de Guichen, whose squadron had been relied upon, had just been recalled to France. Washington was condemned to inaction. "Our position is not sufficiently brilliant," he wrote to M. de La Fayette, "to justify our putting pressure upon Count de Rochambeau. I shall continue our arrangements, however, in the hope of more fortunate circumstances." The American army was slow in getting organized, obliged as it had been to fight incessantly and make head against constantly recurring difficulties. It was getting organized, however. The example of the French, the discipline which prevailed in the auxiliary corps, the good understanding thenceforth established among the officers, helped Washington in his difficult task. From the first, the superiority of the general was admitted by the French as well as by the Americans. Naturally, and by the mere fact of the gifts he had received from God, Washington was always and everywhere chief of the men placed within his range and under his influence. This natural ascendency, which usually triumphed over the base jealousies and criminal manoeuvres into which the rivals of General Washington had sometimes allowed themselves to be drawn, had completely failed in the case of one of his most brilliant lieutenants. In spite of his inveterate and well known vices, Benedict Arnold had covered himself with glory by daring deeds and striking bravery exhibited in a score of fights, from the day when, putting himself at the head of the first bands raised in Massachusetts, he had won the grade of general during his expedition to Canada. Accused of malversation, and lately condemned by a court martial to be reprimanded by the general in chief, Arnold, through an excess of confidence on Washington's part, still held the command of the important fort of West Point. He abused the trust. Washington, on returning from an interview with Count de Rochambeau, went out of his way to visit the garrison of West Point. The commandant was absent. Surprised and displeased, the general was impatiently waiting for his return, when his aide de camp and faithful friend, Colonel Hamilton, brought him important despatches. Washington's face remained impassible, but throughout the garrison and among the general's staff there had already spread a whisper of Arnold's treachery. He had promised, it was said, to deliver West Point to the enemy. An English officer, acting as a spy, had actually been arrested within the American lines. It was true, and General Arnold, turning traitor to his country from jealousy, vengeance, and the shameful necessities entailed by a disorderly life, had sought refuge at New York with Sir Henry Clinton. Major Andre was in the hands of the Americans. Young, honorable, brave, endowed with talents, and of elegant and cultivated tastes, the English officer, brought up with a view to a different career, but driven into the army from a disappointment in love, had accepted the dangerous mission of bearing to the perfidious commandant of West Point the English general's latest instructions. Sir Henry Clinton had recommended him not to quit his uniform; but yielding to the insinuating Arnold, the unhappy young man had put on a disguise. He had been made prisoner. Recognized and treated as a spy, he was to die on the gallows. It was the ignominy alone of this punishment which perturbed his spirit. "Sir," he wrote to Washington, "sustained against fear of death by the reflection that no unworthy action has sullied a life devoted to honor, I feel confident that in this my extremity your Excellency will not be deaf to a prayer, the granting of which will soothe my last moments. Out of sympathy for a soldier, your Excellency will, I am sure, consent to adapt the form of my punishment to the feelings of a man of honor. Permit me to hope that, if my character have inspired you with any respect, if I am in your eyes sacrificed to policy and not to vengeance, I shall have proof that those sentiments prevail in your heart by learning that I am not to die on the gallows." With a harshness of which there is no other example in his life, and of which he appeared to always preserve a painful recollection, Washington remained deaf to his prisoner's noble appeal. Major Andre underwent the fate of a spy. "You "You are a witness that I die like a man of honor," he said to an American officer whose duty it was to see the orders carried out. The general did him justice. "Andre," he said, "paid his penalty with the spirit to be expected from a man of such merit and so brave an officer. As to Arnold, he has no heart. Everybody is surprised to see that he is not yet swinging on a gibbet." The passionate endeavors of the Americans to inflict upon the traitor the chastisement he deserved remained without effect. Constantly engaged, as an English general, in the war, with all the violence bred of uneasy hate, Arnold managed to escape the just vengeance of his countrymen. He died 20 years later in the English possessions, rich and despised. "What would you have done if you had succeeded in catching me?" he asked an American prisoner one day. "We would have severed from your body the leg that had been wounded in the service of the country, and would have hanged the rest on a gibbet," answered the militiaman quietly. The excitement caused by the treachery of Arnold had not yet subsided, when a fresh cup of bitterness was put to the lips of the general in chief, and disturbed the hopes he had placed on the reorganization of his army. Successive revolts among the troops of Pennsylvania, which threatened to spread to those of New Jersey, had convinced him that America had come to the end of her sacrifices. "The country's own powers are exhausted," he wrote to Colonel Lawrence in a letter intended to be communicated to Louis XVI. "Single handed, we cannot restore public credit and supply the funds necessary for continuing the war. The patience of the army is at an end, the people are discontented; without money, we shall make but a feeble effort, and probably the last." The insufficiency of the military results obtained by land and sea, in comparison with the expenses and the exhibition of force, and the slowness and bad management of the operations, had been attributed, in France as well as in America, to the incapacity of the ministers of war and marine, the Prince of Montbarry and M. de Sartines. The finances had up to that time sufficed for the enormous charges which weighed upon the treasury. Credit for the fact was most justly given to the consummate ability and inexhaustible resources of M. Necker, who was, first of all, made director of the treasury on October 22d, 1776, and then director general of finance on June 29th, 1777. By his advice, backed by the favor of the queen, the two ministers were superseded by M. de Segur and the Marquis of Castries. A new and more energetic impulse, before long, restored the hopes of the Americans. On the 21st of March, 1780, a fleet left under the orders of Count de Grasse. After its arrival at Martinique on the 28th of April, in spite of Admiral Hood's attempts to block his passage, Count de Grasse took from the English the island of Tobago, on the 1st of June. On the 3rd of September, he brought Washington a reinforcement of 3,500 men, and 1,200,000 livres in specie. In a few months, King Louis XVI. Had lent to the United States, or procured for them, on his security, sums exceeding 16,000,000 livres. It was to Washington personally that the French government confided its troops as well as its subsidies. "The king's soldiers are to be placed exclusively under the orders of the general in chief," M. Girard, the French minister in America, had said on the arrival of the auxiliary corps. After so many and such painful efforts, the day of triumph was at last dawning upon General Washington and his country. Alternations of success and reverse had signalized the commencement of the campaign of 1781. Lord Cornwallis, who commanded the English armies in the south, was occupying Virginia with a considerable force, when Washington, who had managed to conceal his designs from Sir Henry Clinton, shut up in New York, crossed Philadelphia on the 4th of September, and advanced by forced marches against the enemy. The latter had been for some time past harassed by the little army of M. de La Fayette. The fleet of Admiral de Grasse cut off the retreat of the English. Lord Cornwallis threw himself into Yorktown. On the 30th of September the place was invested. It was but slightly and badly fortified. The English troops were fatigued by a hard campaign; the besiegers were animated by a zeal further stimulated by emulation; French and Americans vied with one another in ardor; batteries sprang up rapidly; the soldiers refused to take any rest; the trenches were opened by the 6th of October. On the 10th the cannon began to batter the town; on the 14th an American column, commanded by M. de La Fayette, Colonel Hamilton, and Colonel Lawrence, attacked one of the redoubts which protected the approaches to the town, whilst the French dashed forward on their side to attack the second redoubt, under the orders of Baron de Viomenil, Viscount de Noailles, and Marquis de St. Simon, who, ill as he was, had insisted on being carried at the head of his regiment. The flag of the Union floated above both works at almost the same instant. When the attacking columns joined again on the other side of the outwork they had attacked, the French had made 500 prisoners. All defence became impossible. Lord Cornwallis in vain attempted to escape; he was reduced, on the 17th of October, to signing a capitulation more humiliating than that of Saratoga. 8,000 men laid down their arms. The vessels which happened to be lying at Yorktown and Gloucester were given up to the victors. Lord Cornwallis was ill of grief and fatigue. General O'Hara, who took his place, tendered his sword to Count de Rochambeau. The latter stepped back, and pointing to General Washington, said aloud, "I am only an auxiliary." In receiving the English general's sword, Washington was receiving the pledge of his country's independence. England felt this. "Lord North received the news of the capitulation like a bullet in his breast," said Lord George Germain, secretary of state for the colonies. "He threw up his arms without being able to utter a word beyond, 'My God, all's lost!'" To this growing conviction on the part of his ministers, as well as of the nation, George III. opposed an unwavering persistency. "None of the members of my cabinet," he wrote immediately, "will suppose, I am quite sure, that this event can in any way modify the principles which have guided me hitherto, and which will continue to regulate my conduct during the rest of this struggle." Chapter 57, Part 4 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 57. Louis XVI. France abroad. United States War of Independence, 1775 to 1783. Part 4. Whilst the United States were celebrating their victory with thanksgivings and public festivities, their allies were triumphing at all the different points simultaneously at which hostilities had been entered upon. Becoming embroiled with Holland, where the Republican party had prevailed against the stadtholder, who was devoted to them, the English had waged war upon the Dutch colonies. Admiral Rodney had taken St. Eustache, the centre of an immense trade. He had pillaged the warehouses and laden his vessels with an enormous mass of merchandise. The convoy which was conveying a part of the spoil to England was captured by Admiral La Motte Piquet. M. Bouille surprised the English garrison remaining at St. Eustache, and recovered possession of the island, which was restored to the Dutch. They had just maintained gloriously at Dogger Bank their old maritime renown. "Officers and men all fought like lions," said Admiral Zoutman. The firing had not commenced until the two fleets were within pistol shot. The ships on both sides were dismasted, scarcely in a condition to keep afloat. The glory and the losses were equal. But the English admiral, Hyde Parker, was irritated and displeased. George III. went to see him on board his vessel. "I wish your Majesty younger seamen and better ships," said the old sailor, and he insisted on resigning. This was the only action fought by the Dutch during the war. They left to Admiral de Kersaint the job of recovering from the English their colonies of Demerara, Essequibo, and Berbice, on the coasts of Guiana. A small Franco Spanish army was at the same time besieging Minorca. The fleet was considerable, the English were ill prepared; they were soon obliged to shut themselves up in Fort St. Philip. The ramparts were as solid, the position was as impregnable as in the time of Marshal Richelieu. The admirals were tardy in bringing up the fleet; their irresolution caused the failure of operations that had been ill combined; the squadrons entered port again. The Duke of Crillon, who commanded the besieging force, weary of investing the fortress, made a proposal to the commandant to give the place up to him. The offers were magnificent, but Colonel Murray answered indignantly, "Sir, when the king his master ordered your brave ancestor to assassinate the Duke of Guise, he replied to Henry III, 'Honor forbids.' You ought to have made the same answer to the King of Spain when he ordered you to assassinate the honor of a man as well born as the Duke of Guise or yourself. I desire to have no communication with you but by way of arms." And he kept up the defence of his fortress, continually battered by the besiegers' cannon balls. Assault succeeded assault. The Duke of Crillon himself escaladed the ramparts to capture the English flag which floated on the top of a tower. He was slightly wounded. "How long have generals done grenadiers' work?" said the officers to one another. The general heard them. "I wanted to make my Spaniards thorough French," he said, "that nobody might any longer perceive that there are two nationalities here." Murray at last capitulated on the 4th of February, 1782. The fortress contained but a handful of soldiers exhausted with fatigue and privation. Great was the joy at Madrid as well as in France, and deep the dismay in London. The ministry of Lord North could not stand against this last blow. So many efforts and so many sacrifices ending in so many disasters were irritating and wearing out the nation. "Great God!" exclaimed Burke, "is it still a time to talk to us of the rights we are upholding in this war? Oh, precious rights, which have cost Great Britain 13 provinces, 4 islands, 100,000 men, and more than 10 millions sterling! Oh, wonderful rights, which have cost Great Britain her empire upon the ocean and that boasted superiority which made all nations bend before her! Oh, inestimable rights, which have taken from us our rank amongst the nations, our importance abroad and our happiness at home, which have destroyed our commerce and our manufactures, which have reduced us from the most flourishing empire in the world to a kingdom circumscribed and grandureless! Precious rights, which will, no doubt, cost us all that we have left." The debate was growing more and more bitter. Lord North entered the House with his usual serenity. "This discussion is a loss of valuable time to the House," said he. "His Majesty has just accepted the resignation of his ministers." The Whigs came into power: Lord Rockingham, the Duke of Richmond, Mr. Fox. The era of concessions was at hand. An unsuccessful battle delivered against Hood and Rodney by Admiral de Grasse restored for a while the pride of the English. A good sailor, brave and for a long time successful in war, Count de Grasse had many a time been outmanoeuvred by the English. He had suffered himself to be enticed away from St. Christopher, which he was besieging, and which the Marquis of Bouille took a few days later. Embarrassed by 2 damaged vessels, he would not abandon them to the English, and retarded his movements to protect them. The English fleet was superior to the French in vessels and weight of metal. The fight lasted 10 hours; the French squadron was broken; disorder ensued in the manoeuvres; the captains got killed one after another, nailing their colors to the mast or letting their vessels sink rather than strike. The flagship, the Ville de Paris, was attacked by 7 of the enemy's ships at once; her consorts could not get at her. Count de Grasse, maddened with grief and rage, saw all his crew falling around him. "The admiral is 6 foot every day," said the sailors. On a fighting day he is 6'1". So much courage and desperation could not save the fleet; the count was forced to strike. His ship had received such damage that it sank before its arrival in England. The admiral was received in London with great honors, against which his vanity was not proof, to the loss of his personal dignity and his reputation in Europe. A national subscription in France re enforced the fleet with new vessels. A squadron, commanded by M. de Suffren, had just carried into the East Indies the French flag, which had so long been humiliated, and which his victorious hands were destined to hoist aloft again for a moment. As early as 1778, even before the maritime war had burst out in Europe, France had lost all that remained of her possessions on the Coromandel coast. Pondicherry, scarcely risen from its ruins, was besieged by the English, and had capitulated on the 17th of October, after an heroic resistance of 40 days' open trenches. Since that day a Mussulman, Hyder Ali, conqueror of the Carnatic, had struggled alone in India against the power of England. It was around him that a group had been formed by the old soldiers of Bussy and by the French who had escaped from the disaster of Pondicherry. It was with their aid that the able robber chief, the crafty politician, had defended and consolidated the empire he had founded against that foreign dominion which threatened the independence of his country. He had just suffered a series of reverses, and he was on the point of being forced to evacuate the Carnatic and take refuge in his kingdom of Mysore, when he heard, in the month of July, 1782, of the arrival of a French fleet commanded by M. de Suffren. Hyder Ali had already been many times disappointed. The preceding year, Admiral Dove had appeared on the Coromandel coast with a squadron. The Sultan had sent to meet him, urging him to land and attack Madras, left defenceless. The admiral refused to risk a single vessel or land a single man, and he returned without striking a blow to Ile de France. Ever indomitable and enterprising, Hyder Ali hoped better things of the newcomers. He was not deceived. Born at Saint Cannat in Provence, on the 13th of July, 1726, of an old and a notable family amongst the noblesse of his province, Peter Andrew de Suffren, admitted before he was 17 into the Marine Guards, had procured his reception into the Order of Malta. He had already distinguished himself in many engagements, when M. de Castries gave him the command of the squadron commissioned to convey to the Cape of Good Hope a French garrison promised to the Dutch, whose colony was threatened. The English had seized Negapatam and Trincomalee. They hoped to follow up this conquest by the capture of Batavia and Ceylon. Suffren had accomplished his mission, not without a brush with the English squadron commanded by Commodore Johnston. Leaving the Cape free from attack, he had joined off Ile de France Admiral Dove, who was ill and at death's door. The vessels of the commander of the Maltese order were in a bad state, the crews were weak, the provisions were deficient, the inexhaustible zeal and the energetic ardor of the chief sufficed to animate both non-combatants and combatants. When he put to sea on the 7th of December, Count Dove still commanded the squadron. On the 9th of February he expired out at sea, having handed over his command to M. de Suffren. All feebleness and all hesitation disappeared from that moment in the management of the expedition. When the nabob sent a French officer in his service to compliment M. de Suffren and proffer alliance, the commander interrupted the envoy. "We will begin," said he, "by settling the conditions of this alliance." And not a soldier set foot on land before the independent position of the French force, the number of its auxiliaries, and the payment for its services had been settled by a treaty. Hyder Ali consented to everything. M. de Suffren set sail to go in search of the English. He sought them for 3 months without any decisive result. It was only on the 4th of July in the morning, at the moment when Hyder Ali was to attack Negapatam, that a serious engagement began between the hostile fleets. The two squadrons had already suffered severely. A change of wind had caused disorder in the lines. The English had several vessels dismantled. One single French vessel, the Sévère, had received serious damage. Her captain, with cowardly want of spirit, ordered the flag to be hauled down. His lieutenants protested; the volunteers to whom he had appealed refused to execute his orders. By this time the report was spreading among the batteries that the captain was giving the order to cease firing. The sailors were as indignant as the officers. A cry arose, "The flag is down!" A complacent subaltern had at last obeyed the captain's repeated orders. The officers jumped upon the quarter deck. "You are master of your flag," fiercely cried an officer of the blue, Lieutenant Dian, "but we are masters as to fighting, and the ship shall not surrender." By this time a boat from the English ship the Sultan had put off to board the Sévère, was supposed to have struck, when a fearful broadside from all the ship's portholes struck the Sultan, which found herself obliged to sheer off. Night came; without waiting for the admiral's orders, the English went and cast anchor under Negapatam. M. de Suffren supposed that hostilities would be resumed; but when the English did not appear, he at last prepared to set sail for Gondelour to refit his vessels, when a small boat of the enemy's hove in sight. It bore a flag of truce. Admiral Hughes claimed the Sévère, which had for an instant hauled down her flag. M. de Suffren had not heard anything about her captain's poltroonery. The flag had been immediately replaced. He answered that none of the French vessels had surrendered. "However," he added with a smile, "as this vessel belongs to Sir Edward Hughes, beg him from me to come for it himself." Suffren arrived without hindrance at Gondelour (Cadalore). Scarcely was he there when Hyder Ali expressed a desire to see him, and set out for that purpose without waiting for his answer. On the 26th of July, M. de Suffren landed with certain officers of his squadron. An escort of cavalry was in waiting to conduct him to the camp of the nabob, who came out to meet him. "Heretofore I thought myself a great man and a great general," said Hyder Ali to the admiral, "but now I know that you alone are a great man." Suffren informed the nabob that M. de Bussy Castelnau, but lately the faithful lieutenant of Dupleix and the continuer of his victories, had just been sent to India with the title of commander in chief. He was already at Ile de France, and was bringing some troops. "Provided that you remain with us, all will go well," said the nabob, detaching from his turban an aigrette of diamonds which he placed on M. de Suffren's hat. The nabob's tent was reached. Suffren was fat, he had great difficulty in sitting upon the carpets. Hyder Ali perceived this, and ordered cushions to be brought. "Sit as you please," said he to the commander; "etiquette was not made for such as you." Next day, under the nabob's tent, all the courses of the banquet offered to M. de Suffren were prepared in European style. The admiral proposed that Hyder Ali should go to the coast and see all the fleet dressed, but, "I put myself out to see you only," said the nabob; "I will not go any farther." The two great warriors were never to meet again. The French vessels were ready. The commander had more than once put his own hand to the work in order to encourage the workmen's zeal. Carpentry wood was wanted. He had ransacked Gondelour (Cadalore) for it, sometimes pulling down a house to get hold of a beam that suited him. His officers urged him to go to Bourbon or Ile de France for the necessary supplies, and for a good port to shelter his damaged ships. "Until I have conquered one in India, I will have no port but the sea," answered Suffren. He had retaken Trincomalee before the English could come to its defence. The battle began. As had already happened more than once, a part of the French force showed weakness in the thick of the action either from cowardice or treason. A cabal had formed against the commander; he was fighting single handed against 5 or 6 assailants. The mainmast and the flag of the Eros, which he was on, fell beneath the enemy's cannon balls. Suffren, standing on the quarter deck, shouted beside himself, "Flags! Set white flags all round the Eros!" The vessel, all bristling with flags, replied so valiantly to the English attacks that the rest of the squadron had time to re form around it. The English went and anchored before Madras. Bussy had arrived, but aged, a victim to gout, quite a stranger amid those Indian intrigues with which he had but lately been so well acquainted. Hyder Ali had just died on the 7th of December, 1782, leaving to his son Tippoo Saib affairs embroiled and allies enfeebled. At this news, the Mahrattas, in revolt against England, hastened to make peace, and Tippoo Saib, who had just seized Tanjore, was obliged to abandon his conquest and go to the protection of Malabar. 10,000 men only remained in the Carnatic to back the little corps of French. Bussy allowed himself to be driven to bay by General Stuart beneath the walls of Gondelour; he had even been forced to shut himself up in the town. M. de Suffren went to his release. The action was hotly contested. When the victor landed, M. de Bussy was awaiting him on the shore. "Here is our savior," said the general to his troops; and the soldiers taking up in their arms M. de Suffren, who had been lately promoted by the Grand Master of the Order of Malta to the rank of Grand Cross (bailli), carried him in triumph into the town. "He pressed M. de Bussy every day to attack us," says Sir Thomas Munro, offering to land the greater part of his crews and to lead them himself to deliver the assault upon our camp. Bussy had in fact resumed the offensive, and was preparing to make fresh sallies, when it was known at Calcutta that the preliminaries of peace had been signed at Paris on the 9th of February. The English immediately proposed an armistice. The Surveillant shortly afterwards brought the same news, with orders for Suffren to return to France. India was definitively given up to the English, who restored to the French Pondicherry, Chandernuggur, Mahe, and Caracal, the last strips remaining of that French dominion which had for a while been triumphant throughout the peninsula. The feebleness and the vices of Louis XV.'s government weighed heavily upon the government of Louis XVI. In India as well as in France and at Paris itself. It is to the honor of mankind and their consolation under great reverses that political checks and the inutility of their efforts do not obscure the glory of great men. M. de Suffren had just arrived at Paris; he was in low spirits. M. de Castries took him to Versailles. There was a numerous and brilliant court. On entering the guards' hall, "Gentlemen," said the minister to the officers on duty, "this is M. de Suffren." Everybody rose, and the body guards, forming an escort for the admiral, accompanied him to the king's chamber. His career was over; the last of the great sailors of the old regimen died on the 8th of December, 1788. Whilst Hyder Ali and M. de Suffren were still disputing India with England, that power had just gained in Europe an important advantage in the eyes of public opinion as well as in respect of her supremacy at sea. For close upon 3 years past, a Spanish army had been investing by land the town and fortress of Gibraltar. A strong squadron was cruising out of cannon shot of the place, incessantly engaged in barring the passage against the English vessels. Twice already, in 1780 by Admiral Rodney, and in 1781 by Admiral Derby, the vigilance of the cruisers had been eluded, and reinforcements of troops, provisions, and ammunition had been thrown into Gibraltar. In 1782 the town had been half destroyed by an incessantly renewed bombardment, the fortifications had not been touched. Every morning when he awoke, Charles III. Would ask anxiously, "Have we got Gibraltar?" And when "No" was answered, "We soon shall," the monarch would rejoin imperturbably. The capture of Fort Philip had confirmed him in his hopes. He considered his object gained, when the Duke of Crillon, with a corps of French troops, came and joined the besiegers. The Count of Artois, brother to the king, as well as the Duke of Bourbon, had come with him. The Camp of St. Roch was the scene of continual festivities, sometimes interrupted by the sallies of the besieged. The fights did not interfere with mutual good offices. In his proud distress, General Elliot still kept up an interchange of refreshments with the French princes and the Duke of Crillon. The Count of Artois had handed over to the English garrison the letters and correspondence which had been captured on the enemy's ships, and which he had found addressed to them on his way through Madrid. Preparations were being made for a grand assault. A French engineer, Chevalier d'Arcon, had invented some enormous floating batteries, fireproof as he believed. 150 pieces of cannon were to batter the place all at once, near enough to facilitate the assault. On the 13th of September, at 9 A.M., the Spaniards opened fire. All the artillery in the fort replied at once. The surrounding mountains repeated the cannonade. The whole army covered the shore, awaiting with anxiety the result of the enterprise. Already the fortifications seemed to be beginning to totter. The batteries had been firing for 5 hours. All at once the Prince of Nassau, who commanded a detachment, thought he perceived flames mastering his heavy vessel. The fire spread rapidly. One after another, the floating batteries found themselves disarmed. "At 7 o'clock we had lost all hope," said an Italian officer who had taken part in the assault. "We fired no more, and our signals of distress remained unnoticed. The red hot shot of the besieged rained down upon us. The crews were threatened from every point." Timidly and by weak detachments, the boats of the two fleets crept up under cover of the batteries in hope of saving some of the poor creatures that were like to perish. The flames which burst out on board the doomed ships served to guide the fire of the English as sure as in broad daylight. At the head of a small squadron of gunboats, Captain Curtis barred the passage of the salvers. The conflagration became general; only the discharges from the fort replied to the hissing of the flames and to the Spaniards' cries of despair. The fire at last slackened. The English gunboats changed their part. At the peril of their lives, the brave seamen on board of them approached the burning ships, trying to save the unfortunate crews. 400 men owed their preservation to those efforts. A month after this disastrous affair, Lord Howe, favored by the accidents of wind and weather, revictualled for the third time, and almost without any fighting, the fortress and the town under the very eyes of the allied fleets. Gibraltar remained impregnable. Peace was at hand, however. All the belligerents were tired of the strife. The Marquis of Rockingham was dead. His ministry, after being broken up, had reformed with less lustre under the leadership of Lord Shelburne. William Pitt, Lord Chatham's second son, at that time 22 years of age, had a seat in the cabinet. Already negotiations for a general peace had begun at Paris. But Washington, who eagerly desired the end of the war, did not yet feel any confidence. "The old infatuation, the political duplicity and perfidy of England, render me, I confess, very suspicious, very doubtful," he wrote, "and her position seems to me to be perfectly summed up in the laconic saying of Dr. Franklin, 'They are incapable of continuing the war and too proud to make peace.' The pacific overtures made to the different belligerent nations have probably no other design than to detach some one of them from the coalition. At any rate, whatever be the enemy's intentions, our watchfulness and our efforts, so far from languishing, should become more vigorous than ever. Too much trust and confidence would ruin everything." America was the first to make peace, without, however, detaching herself officially from the coalition which had been formed to maintain her quarrel and from which she had derived so many advantages. On the 30th of November, 1782, in disregard of the treaties but lately concluded between France and the revolted colonies, the American negotiators signed with stealthy precipitation the preliminary articles of a special peace, "thus abandoning France to the dangers of being isolated in negotiations or in arms." The votes of Congress, as well as the attitude of Washington, did not justify this disloyal and ungrateful eagerness. "The articles of the treaty between Great Britain and America," wrote the general to Chevalier de la Luzerne, French minister at Philadelphia, are so far from conclusive as regards a general pacification, that we must preserve a hostile attitude and remain ready for any contingency, for war as well as peace." On the 5th of December, at the opening of Parliament, George III. Announced in the speech from the throne that he had offered to recognize the independence of the American colonies. "In thus admitting their separation from the crown of this kingdom, I have sacrificed all my desires to the wishes and opinion of my people," said the king. "I humbly pray Almighty God that Great Britain may not feel the evils which may flow from so important a dismemberment of its empire, and that America may be a stranger to the calamities which have before now proved to the mother country that monarchy is inseparable from the benefits of constitutional liberty. Religion, language, interests, affection, may still form a bond of union between the two countries, and I will spare no pains or attention to promote it." "I was the last man in England to consent to the independence of America," said the king to John Adams, who was the first to represent the new republic at the court of St. James. "I will be the last in the world to sanction any violation of it." Honest and sincere in his concessions as he had been in his persistent obstinacy, the king supported his ministers against the violent attacks made upon them in Parliament. The preliminaries of general peace had been signed at Paris on the 20th of January, 1783. To the exchange of conquests between France and England was added the cession to France of the island of Tobago and of the Senegal River with its dependencies. The territory of Pondicherry and Caracal received some augmentation. For the first time for more than 100 years, the English renounced the humiliating conditions so often demanded on the subject of the harbor of Dunkerque. Spain saw herself confirmed in her conquest of the Floridas and of the island of Minorca. Holland recovered all her possessions except Negapatam. Peace was made, a glorious and a sweet one for the United States, which, according to Washington's expression, "saw opening before them a career that might lead them to become a great people, equally happy and respected." Despite all the mistakes of the people, and the defects every day more apparent in the form of its government, this noble and healthy ambition has always been present to the minds of the American nation as the ultimate aim of their hopes and their endeavors. More than 80 years after the War of Independence, the indomitable energy of the fathers reappeared in the children, worthy of being called a great people, even when the agonies of a civil war without example denied to them the happiness which had a while ago been hoped for by the glorious founder of their liberties as well as of their Constitution. France came out exhausted from the struggle, but relieved in her own eyes, as well as those of Europe, from the humiliation inflicted upon her by the disastrous 7 Years' War and by the treaty of 1763. She saw triumphant the cause she had upheld, and her enemies sorrow stricken at the dismemberment they had suffered. It was a triumph for her arms and for the generous impulse which had prompted her to support a legitimate but for a long while doubtful enterprise. A fresh element, however, had come to add itself to the germs of disturbance, already so fruitful, which were hatching within her. She had promoted the foundation of a republic based upon principles of absolute right. The government had given way to the ardent sympathy of the nation for a people emancipated from a long yoke by its deliberate will and its indomitable energy. France felt her heart still palpitating from the efforts she had witnessed and shared on behalf of American freedom. The unreflecting hopes of a blind emulation were already agitating many a mind. "In all states," said Washington, "there are inflammable materials which a single spark may kindle." In 1783, on the morrow of the American war, the inflammable materials everywhere accumulated in France were already providing a means for that immense conflagration in the midst of which the country well nigh perished. Chapter 57. CHAPTER LVIII, Part I of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER LVIII. Louis XVI. France at home. Ministry of M. Necker. 1776 to 1781. Part I. We have followed the course of good and bad fortune; we have exhibited France engaged abroad in a policy at the same time bold and generous, proceeding from rancor as well as from the sympathetic enthusiasm of the nation. We have seen the war, at first feebly waged, soon extending over every sea and into the most distant colonies of the belligerents, though the European continent was not attacked at any point save the barren rock of Gibraltar. We have seen the just cause of the United States triumphant, and freedom established in the New World. It is time to inquire what new shocks had been undergone by France whilst she was supporting far away the quarrel of the revolted colonies, and what new burdens had come to be added to the load of difficulties and deceptions which she had seemed to forget whilst she was fighting England at so many different points. It was not without great efforts that France had acquired the generous fame of securing to her allies blessings which she did not herself yet possess to their full extent. Great hopes, and powers fresh and young had been exhausted in the struggle. At the close of the American war, M. Necker was played out politically, as well as M. Turgot. It was not to supersede the great minister who had fallen that the Genevese banker had been called to office. M. de Maurepas was still powerful, still up and doing. He loved power, in spite of his real levity and his apparent neglectfulness. M. Turgot had often galled him, had sometimes forced his hand. M. de Clugny, who took the place of the comptroller general, had no passion for reform, and cared for nothing but leading, at the treasury's expense, a magnificently scandalous life. M. de Malesherbes had been succeeded in the king's household by Marquis Amelot. "At any rate," said M. de Maurepas, "nobody will accuse me of having picked him out for his wits." Profoundly shocked at the irreligious tendencies of the philosophers, the court was, nevertheless, aweary of the theoricians and of their essays in reform. It welcomed the new ministers with delight. Without fuss, and as if by a natural recurrence to ancient usage, the edict relative to forced labor was suspended, the anxieties of the noblesse and of the clergy subsided. The peasantry knew nothing yet of M. Turgot's fall, but they soon found out that the evils from which they had imagined they were delivered continued to press upon them with all their weight. For their only consolation, Clugny opened to them the fatal and disgraceful chances of the lottery, which became a royal institution. To avoid the remonstrances of Parliament, the comptroller general established the new enterprise by a simple decree of the council. "The entries being voluntary, the lottery is no tax and can dispense within registration," it was said. It was only 75 years later, in 1841, under the government of King Louis Philippe and the ministry of M. Humann, that the lottery was abolished, and this scandalous source of revenue forbidden to the treasury. So much moral weakness and political changeableness, so much poltroonery or indulgence towards evil and blind passions disquieted serious minds, and profoundly shook the public credit. The Dutch refused to carry out the loan for 60 millions which they had negotiated with M. Turgot. The discount fund (caisse d'escompte), founded by him, brought in very slowly but a moderate portion of the assets required to feed it. The king alone was ignorant of the prodigalities and irregularities of his minister. M. de Maurepas began to be uneasy at the public discontent; he thought of superseding the comptroller general; the latter had been ill for some time; on the 22d of October he died. By the advice of M. de Maurepas, the king sent for M. Necker. James Necker was born at Geneva in 1732. Engaging in business without any personal taste for it and by his father's wish, he had been successful in his enterprises. At 40 he was a rich man, and his banking house enjoyed great credit when he retired from business in 1772, in order to devote himself to occupations more in accordance with his natural inclinations. He was ambitious and disinterested. The great operations in which he had been concerned had made his name known. He had propped up the Compagnie des Indes, nearly falling to pieces, and his financial resources had often ministered to the necessities of the state. "We entreat your assistance in the day of need," wrote Abbe Terray when he was comptroller general. "Deign to come to our assistance with the sum which is absolutely necessary." On ceasing to be a banker, Necker soon gave indications of the direction in which his thoughts turned. He wrote an indifferent Bloge de Colbert, crowned by the French Academy in 1773. He believed that he was destined to wear the mantle of Louis XIV.'s great minister. Society and public opinion exercised an ever increasing influence in the 18th century. M. Necker managed to turn it to account. He had married in 1764 Mademoiselle Suzanne Curchod, a Swiss pastor's daughter, pretty, well informed, and passionately devoted to her husband, his successes, and his fame. The respectable talents, the liberality, the large scale of living of M. and Madame Necker attracted round them the literary and philosophical circle. The religious principles, the somewhat stiff propriety of Madame Necker maintained in her drawing room an intelligent and becoming gravity which was in strong contrast with the licentious and irreligious frivolity of the conversations customary among the philosophers as well as the courtiers. Madame Necker paid continuous and laborious attention to the duties of society. She was not a Frenchwoman, and she was uncomfortably conscious of it. "When I came to this country," she wrote to one of her fair friends, "I thought that literature was the key to everything, that a man cultivated his mind with books only, and was great by knowledge only." Undeceived by the very fact of her admiration for her husband, who had not found leisure to give himself up to his natural taste for literature, and who remained rather unfamiliar with it, she made it her whole desire to be of good service to him in the society in which she had been called upon to live with him. "I hadn't a word to say in society," she writes; "I didn't even know its language. Obliged as a woman to captivate people's minds, I was ignorant how many shades there are of self love, and I offended it when I thought I was flattering it. Always striking wrong notes and never hitting it off, I saw that my old ideas would never accord with those I was obliged to acquire. So I have hid my little capital away, never to see it again, and set about working for my living and getting together a little stock if I can." Wit and knowledge thus painfully achieved are usually devoid of grace and charm. Madame du Deffand made this a reproach against M. Necker as well as his wife. "He wants one quality, that which is most conducive to agreeability, a certain readiness which, as it were, provides wits for those with whom one talks. He doesn't help to bring out what one thinks, and one is more stupid with him than one is all alone or with other folks." People of talent, nevertheless, thronged about M. and Madame Necker. Diderot often went to see them. Galliani, Raynal, Abbe Morellet, M. Suard, quite young yet, were frequenters of the house. Condorcet did not set foot in it, passionately enlisted as he was amongst the disciples of M. Turgot, who were hostile to his successor. Bernardin de Saint Pierre never went thither again from the day when the reading of Paul and Virginia had sent the company to sleep. "At first everybody listens in silence," says M. Aimé Martin. "By degrees attention flags, people whisper, people yawn, nobody listens any more." M. de Buffon looks at his watch and asks for his carriage; the nearest to the door slips out; Thomas falls asleep; M. Necker smiles to see the ladies crying, and the ladies, ashamed of their tears, dare not acknowledge that they have been interested." The persistent admiration of the general public and 50 imitations of Paul and Virginia published in a single year were soon to avenge Bernardin de Saint Pierre for the disdainful yawns of the philosophers. It is pretty certain that Madame Necker's daughter, little Germaine, if she were present at the reading, did not fall asleep as M. Thomas did, and that she was not ashamed of her tears. Next to M. Buffon, to whom Madame had vowed a sort of cult, and who was still writing to this faithful friend when he was near his last gasp, M. Thomas had more right than anybody to fall asleep at her house if he thought fit. Marmontel alone shared with him the really intimate friendship of M. and Madame Necker. The former had given up tragedies and moral tales. A pupil of Voltaire, without the splendor and inexhaustible vigor of his master, he was less prone to license, and his feelings were more serious. He was at that time correcting his Éléments de littérature, but lately published in the Encyclopédie, and commencing the Mémoires d'un Père, pour servir de l'instruction de ses enfants. Thomas was editing his Éloges, sometimes full of eloquence, often subtle and delicate, always long, unexceptionable, and wearisome. His noble character had won him the sincere esteem and affection of Madame Necker. She, laboriously anxious about the duties politeness requires from the mistress of a house, went so far as to write down in her tablets, "To re-compliment M. Thomas more strongly on the song of France in his poem of Pierre le Grand." She paid him more precious homage when she wrote to him, "We were united in our youth in every honorable way; let us be more than ever united now when ripe age, which diminishes the vivacity of impressions, augments the force of habit, and let us be more than ever necessary to one another when we live no longer save in the past and in the future, for as regards myself, I, in anticipation, lay no store by the approbation of the circles which will surround us in our old age, and I desire nothing among posterity but a tomb to which I may precede M. Necker, and on which you will write the epitaph. Such resting place will be dearer to me than that among the poplars which cover the ashes of Rousseau." It was desirable to show what sort of society, cultivated and virtuous, lively and serious, all in one, the new minister whom Louis XVI. Had just called to his side had managed to get about him. Though friendly with the philosophers, he did not belong to them, and his wife's piety frequently irked them. "The conversation was a little constrained through the strictness of Madame Necker," says Abbe Morellet. "Many subjects could not be touched upon in her presence, and she was particularly hurt by freedom in religious opinions." Practical acquaintance with business had put M. Necker on his guard against the chimerical theories of the economists. Rousseau had exercised more influence over his mind. The philosopher's wrath against civilization seemed to have spread to the banker, when the latter wrote in his Traité sur le commerce des grains, "One would say that a small number of men, after dividing the land between them, had made laws of union and security against the multitude, just as they would have made for themselves shelters in the woods against the wild beasts. What concern of ours are your laws of property?" the most numerous class of citizens might say. "We possess nothing. Your laws of right and wrong? We have nothing to defend. Your laws of liberty? If we do not work to morrow, we shall die." Public opinion was favorable to M. Necker; his promotion was well received. It presented, however, great difficulties. He had been a banker, and hitherto the controllers general had all belonged to the class of magistrates or superintendents. He was a Protestant, and as such could not hold any office. The clergy were in commotion; they tried certain remonstrances. "We will give him up to you," said M. de Maurepas, "if you undertake to pay the debts of the state." The opposition of the church, however, closed to the new minister an important opening. At first director of the treasury, then director general of finance, M. Necker never received the title of comptroller general, and was not admitted to the council. From the outset, with a disinterestedness not devoid of ostentation, he had declined the salary attached to his functions. The courtiers looked at one another in astonishment. "It is easy to see that he is a foreigner, a republican, and a Protestant," people said. M. de Maurepas laughed. "M. Necker," he declared, "is a maker of gold; he has introduced the philosopher's stone into the kingdom." This was for a long while the feeling throughout France. "No bankruptcies, no imposts, no loans," M. Turgot had said, and had looked to economy alone for the resources necessary to restore the finances. Bolder and less scrupulous, M. Necker, who had no idea of having recourse to either bankruptcy or imposts, made unreserved use of the system of loans. During the 5 years that his ministry lasted, the successive loans he contracted amounted to nearly 500 million livres. There was no security given to ensure its repayment to the lenders. The mere confidence felt in the minister's ability and honesty had caused the money to flow into the treasury. M. Necker did not stop there. A foreigner by birth, he felt no respect for the great tradition of French administration. Practised in the handling of funds, he had conceived as to the internal government of the finances theories opposed to the old system. The superintendents established a while ago by Richelieu had become powerful in the central administration as well as in the provinces, and the comptroller general was in the habit of accounting with them. They nearly all belonged to old and notable families. Some of them had attracted the public regard and esteem. The new minister suppressed several offices and diminished the importance of some others. He had taken away from M. Trudaine, administrator of gables and heavy revenues (grosses fermes), the right of doing business with the king. M. Trudaine sent in his resignation. He was much respected, and this reform was not approved of. "M. Necker," people said, "wants to be assisted by none but removable slaves." At the same time the treasurers general, numbering 48, were reduced to a dozen, and the 27 treasurers of marine and war to 2. The farmings general of taxes were renewed, with an advantage to the treasury of 15 millions. The posts at court likewise underwent reform. The courtiers saw at one blow the improper sources of their revenues in the financial administration cut off, and obsolete and ridiculous appointments, to which numerous pensions were attached, reduced. "Acquisitions of posts, projects of marriage or education, unforeseen losses, abortive hopes, all such matters had become an occasion for having recourse to the sovereign's munificence," writes M. Necker. One would have said that the royal treasury was bound to do all the wheedling, all the smoothing down, all the reparation; and as the method of pensions, though pushed to the uttermost, the king was at that time dispersing in that way some 28 millions of livres, could not satisfy all claims or sufficiently gratify shameful cupidity, other devices had been hit upon, and would have gone on being hit upon every day. Interests in the collection of taxes, in the customs, in army supplies, in the stores, in many pay offices, in markets of every kind, and even in the furnishing of hospitals, all was fair game, all was worthy of the attention of persons, often, from their position, the most above any business of the kind." The discontent of the great financiers and that of the courtiers was becoming every day more noisy, without as yet shaking the credit of M. Necker. "Monsieur Necker wants to govern the kingdom of France like his little republic of Geneva," people said. "He is making a desert round the king; each loan is the recompense for something destroyed." "Just so," answered M. de Maurepas; "he gives us millions, provided that we allow him to suppress certain offices." "And if he were to ask permission to have the superintendents' heads cut off?" "Perhaps we should give it him," said the veteran minister, laughing. "Find us the philosopher's stone, as he has done, and I promise you that his Majesty will have you into the ministry that very day." M. Necker did not indulge in illusions. He owed to the embarrassments of the government and to the new burdens created by the American war a complaisance which his bold attempts would not have met with under other circumstances. "Nobody will ever know," he himself said, "the steadfastness I found necessary. I still recall that long and dark staircase of M. de Maurepas, which I mounted in fear and sadness, uncertain of succeeding with him, as to some new idea which I had in my mind, and which aimed most frequently at obtaining an increase of revenue by some just but severe operation. I still recall that upstairs closet, beneath the roof of Versailles, but over the rooms, and from its smallness and its situation seeming to be really a superfine extract and abstract of all vanities and ambitions. It was there that reform and economy had to be discussed with a minister grown old in the pomps and usages of the court. I remember all the delicate management I had to employ to succeed, after many a rebuff. At last I would obtain some indulgences for the Commonwealth. I obtained them, I could easily see, as recompense for the resources I had found during the war. I met with more courage in dealing with the king. Young and virtuous, he could and would hear all. The queen too lent me a favorable ear, but all around their Majesties, in court and city, to how much enmity and hatred did I not expose myself! There were all kinds of influence and power which I had to oppose with firmness, there were all sorts of interested factions with which I had to fight in this perpetual struggle. "Alas!" Madame Necker would say, "my heart and my regrets are ever yearning for a world in which beneficence should be the first of virtues. What reflections do I not make on our own particular case! I thought to see a golden age under so pure an administration; I see only an age of iron. All resolves itself into doing as little harm as possible." Oh, the grievous bitterness of past illusions! Madame Necker consoled herself for the enmity of the court and for the impotence of that beneficence which had been her dream by undertaking on her own account a difficult reform, that of the hospitals of Paris, scenes, as yet, of an almost savage disorderliness. The sight of sick, dead, and dying huddled together in the same bed had excited the horror and the pity of Madame Necker. She opened a little hospital, supported at her expense and under her own direction, which still bears the name of Necker Hospital, and which served as a model for the reforms attempted in the great public establishments. M. Necker could not deny himself the pleasure of rendering homage to his wife's efforts in a report to the king. The ridicule thrown upon this honest but injudicious gush of conjugal pride proved the truth of what Madame Necker herself said: "I did not know the language of this country; what was called frankness in Switzerland became egotism at Paris." The active charity of Madame Necker had won her the esteem of the Archbishop of Paris, Christopher de Beaumont, a virtuous, fanatical priest. He had gained a great lawsuit against the city of Paris, which had to pay him a sum of 300,000 livres. "It is our wish," said the archbishop, "that M. Necker should dispose of these funds to the greatest advantage for the state, trusting to his zeal, his love of good, and his wisdom, for the most useful employment of the said funds, and desiring further that no account be required of him as to such employment by any person whatsoever." The prelate's 300,000 livres were devoted to the internal repairs of the Hotel Dieu. "How is it," people asked, "that the archbishop thinks so highly of M. Necker, and even dines with him?" "Oh," answered the wicked wags, "it is because M. Necker is not a Jansenist, he is only a Protestant." Notwithstanding this unusual tolerance on the part of Christopher de Beaumont, his Protestantism often placed M. Necker in an awkward position. "The title of liberator of your Protestant brethren would be a flattering one for you," said one of the pamphlets of the day, "and it would be yours forever, if you could manage to obtain for them a civil existence, to procure for them the privileges of a citizen, liberty and tolerance. You are sure of a diminution in the power of the clergy. Your vigorous edict regarding hospitals will pave the way for the ruin of their credit and their wealth. You have opened the trenches against them, the great blow has been struck; all else will not fail to succumb. You will put all the credit of the state and all the money of France in the hands of Protestant bankers, Genevese, English, and Dutch. Contempt will be the lot of the clergy; your brethren will be held in consideration. These points of view are full of genius; you will bring great address to bear upon them." M. Necker was at the same time accused of being favorable to England. "M. Necker is our best and our last friend on the Continent," Burke had said in the House of Commons. Knowing better than anybody the burdens which the war imposed upon the state, and which he alone had managed to find the means of supporting, M. Necker desired peace. It was for Catholics and philosophers that the honor was reserved of restoring to Protestants the first right of citizens, recognition of their marriages, and a civil status for their children. The court, the parliaments, and the financiers were leagued against M. Necker. "Who, pray, is this adventurer?" cried the fiery Epremesnil. "Who is this charlatan who dares to mete out the patriotism of the French magistracy, who dares to suppose them lukewarm in their attachments and to denounce them to a young king?" The assessment of the twentieths (a tax) had raised great storms. The mass of citizens were taxed rigorously, but the privileged had preserved the right of themselves making a declaration of their possessions. A decree of the council ordered verification of the income from properties. The Parliaments burst out into remonstrances. "Every owner of property has the right to grant subsidies by himself or by his representatives," said the Parliament of Paris. "If he do not exercise this right as a member of a national body, it must be reverted to indirectly; otherwise he is no longer master of his own, he is no longer undisturbed owner." Confidence in personal declarations, then, is the only indemnity for the right which the nation has not exercised but has not lost of itself granting and assessing the twentieths. A bold principle, even in a free state, and one on which the income tax rests in England, but an untenable principle, without absolute equality on the part of all citizens, and a common right to have their consent asked to the imposts laid upon them. M. Necker did not belong to the court; he had never lived there, he did not set foot therein when he became minister. A while ago Colbert and Louvois had founded families and taken rank among the great lords, who were jealous of their power and their wealth. Under Louis XVI. The court itself was divided, and one of the queen's particular friends, Baron de Besenval, said, without mincing the matter, in his Memoires, "I grant that the depredations of the great lords who are at the head of the king's household are enormous, revolting. Necker has on his side the depreciation into which the great lords have fallen. It is such that they are certainly not to be dreaded, and that their opinion does not deserve to be taken into consideration in any political speculation." M. Necker had a regard for public opinion; indeed, he attached great importance to it, but he took its influence to be more extensive and its authority to rest on a broader bottom than the court or the Parliaments would allow. The social spirit, the love of regard and of praise," said he, "have raised up in France a tribunal at which all men who draw its eyes upon them are obliged to appear. There public opinion, as from the height of a throne, decrees prizes and crowns, makes and unmakes reputations. A support is wanted against the vacillations of ministers; and this important support is only to be expected from progress in the enlightenment and resisting power of public opinion. Virtues are more than ever in want of a stage, and it becomes essential that public opinion should rouse the actors. It must be supported then, this opinion, it must be enlightened, it must be summoned to the aid of ideas which concern the happiness of men." M. Necker thought the moment had come for giving public opinion the summons of which he recognized the necessity. He felt himself shaken at court, weakened in the regard of M. de Maurepas, who was still puissant in spite of his great age, and jealous of him as he had been of M. Turgot. He had made up his mind, he said, to let the nation know how its affairs had been managed, and in the early days of the year 1781 he published his Compte rendu au Roi. CHAPTer 58. Chapter 58, part 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 58. Louis XVI. France at home. Ministry of M. Necker, 1776 to 1781. Part 2. It was a bold innovation. Hitherto the administration of the finances had been carefully concealed from the eyes of the public as the greatest secret in the affairs of state. For the first time the nation was called upon to take cognizance of the position of the public estate, and consequently pass judgment upon its administration. "The principal cause of the financial prosperity of England in the very midst of war," said the minister, "is to be found in the confidence with which the English regard their administration and the source of the government's credit." The annual publication of a financial report was, M. Necker thought, likely to inspire the same confidence in France. It was paying a great compliment to public opinion to attribute to it the power derived from free institutions, and to expect from satisfied curiosity the serious results of a control as active as it was minute. The report to the king was, moreover, not of a nature to stand the investigation of a parliamentary committee. In publishing it, M. Necker had a double end in view. He wanted, by an able exposition of the condition of the treasury, to steady the public credit which was beginning to totter, to bring in fresh subscribers for the loans which were so necessary to support the charges of the war. He wanted at the same time to call to mind the benefits and successes of his own administration, to restore the courage of his friends, and reduce his enemies to silence. With this complication of intentions he had drawn up a report on the ordinary state of expenditure and receipts, designedly omitting the immense sacrifices demanded by the land and sea armaments, as well as the advances made to the United States. He thus arrived, by a process rather ingenious than honest, at the establishment of a budget showing a surplus of 10,000,000 livres. The maliciousness of M. de Maurepas found a field for its exercise in the calculations which he had officially overhauled in council. The report was in a cover of blue marbled paper. "Have you read the Conte Bleu (a lying story)?" he asked everybody who went to see him; and when he was told of the great effect which M. Necker's work was producing on the public, "I know," said the veteran minister, shrugging his shoulders, "we have fallen from Turgomancy into necromancy." M. Necker had boldly defied the malevolence of his enemies. "I have never," said he, "offered sacrifice to influence or power. I have disdained to indulge vanity. I have renounced the sweetest of private pleasures, that of serving my friends or winning the gratitude of those who are about me. If anybody owes to my mere favor a place, a post, let us have the name." He enumerated all the services he had rendered to the king, to the state, to the nation, with that somewhat pompous satisfaction which was afterwards discernible in his Memoires. There it was that he wrote, "Perhaps he who contributed by his energies to keep off new imposts during 5 such expensive years; he who was able to devote to all useful works the funds which had been employed upon them in the most tranquil times; he who gratified the king's heart by providing him with the means of distributing among his provinces the same aids as during the war, and even greater; he who at the same time proffered to the monarch's amiable impatience the resources necessary in order to commence, in the midst of war, the improvement of the prisons and the hospitals; he who indulged his generous inclinations by inspiring him with the desire of extinguishing the remnants of serfage; he who, rendering homage to the monarch's character, seconded his disposition towards order and economy; he who pleaded for the establishment of paternal administrations in which the simplest dwellers in the country places might have some share; he who by manifold cares, by manifold details, caused the prince's name to be blessed even in the hovels of the poor, perhaps such a servant has some right to dare, without blushing, to point out, as one of the first rules of administration, love and care for the people." "On the whole," says M. Droz, with much justice, in his excellent Histoire du Regne de Louis XVI., "the report was a very ingenious work, which appeared to prove a great deal, and proved nothing." M. Necker, however, had made no mistake about the effect which might be produced by this confidence, apparently so bold, as to the condition of affairs in a single year, 1781, the loans amounted to 236 millions, thus exceeding in a few months the figures reached in the 4 previous years. A chorus of praises arose even in England, reflected from the minister on to his sovereign. "It is in economy," said Mr. Burke, "that Louis XVI. Has found resources sufficient to keep up the war. In the first 2 years of this war he imposed no burden on his people. The 3rd year has arrived; there has as yet been no question of any impost; indeed, I believe that those which are a matter of course in time of war have not yet been put on. I apprehend that in the long run it will no doubt be necessary for France to have recourse to imposts, but these 3 years saved will scatter their beneficent influence over a whole century. The French people feel the blessing of having a master and minister devoted to economy. Economy has induced this monarch to trench upon his own splendor rather than upon his people's subsistence. He has found in the suppression of a great number of places a resource for continuing the war without increasing his expenses. He has stripped himself of the magnificence and pomp of royalty, but he has manned a navy; he has reduced the number of persons in his private service, but he has increased that of his vessels. Louis XVI., like a patriotic king, has shown sufficient firmness to protect M. Necker, a foreigner, without support or connection at court, who owes his elevation to nothing but his own merit and the discernment of the sovereign who had sagacity enough to discover him, and to his wisdom which can appreciate him. It is a noble example to follow. If we would conquer France, it is on this ground and with her own weapons that we must fight her: economy and reforms." It was those reforms, for which the English orator gave credit to M. Necker and Louis XVI., that rendered the minister's fall more imminent every day. He had driven into coalition against him the powerful influences of the courtiers, of the old families whose hereditary destination was office in the administration, and of the Parliament everywhere irritated and anxious. He had lessened the fortunes and position of the 2 former classes, and his measures tended to strip the magistracy of the authority whereof they were so jealous. "When circumstances require it," M. Necker had said in the report, "the augmentation of imposts is in the hands of the king, for it is the power to order them which constitutes sovereign greatness." And in a secret memoir which saw publicity by perfidious means, "The imposts are at their height, and minds are more than ever turned towards administrative subjects. The result is a restless and confused criticism which adds constant fuel to the desire felt by the Parliaments to have a hand in the matter. This feeling on their part becomes more and more manifest, and they set to work, like all those bodies that wish to acquire power, by speaking in the name of the people, calling themselves defenders of the nation's rights. There can be no doubt but that, though they are strong neither in knowledge nor in pure love for the well being of the state, they will put themselves forward on all occasions as long as they believe that they are supported by public opinion. It is necessary, therefore, either to take this support away from them, or to prepare for repeated contests which will disturb the tranquillity of your Majesty's reign, and will lead successively either to a degradation of authority or to extreme measures of which one cannot exactly estimate the consequences." In order to apply a remedy to the evils he demonstrated, as well as to those which he foresaw, M. Necker had borrowed some shreds from the great system of local assemblies devised by M. Turgot. He had proposed to the king, and already organized in Berry, the formation of provincial assemblies, recruited in every district (generalité) from among the three orders of the noblesse, the clergy, and the third estate. A part of the members were to be chosen by the king; these were commissioned to elect their colleagues, and the assembly was afterwards to fill up its own vacancies as they occurred. The provincial administration was thus confided almost entirely to the assemblies. That of Berry had already abolished forced labor, and collected 200,000 livres by voluntary contribution for objects of public utility. The assembly of Haute Guyenne was in course of formation. The districts (generalités) of Grenoble, Montauban, and Moulins claimed the same privilege. The Parliaments were wroth to see this assault upon their power. Louis XVI. Had hesitated a long while before authorizing the attempt. "The presidents born, the councillors, the members of the states districts (pays d'etat) do not add to the happiness of Frenchmen in the districts which are under their administration," wrote the king in his marginal notes to M. Necker's scheme. "Most certainly Brittany, with its states, is not happier than Normandy, which happens to be without them. The most just and most natural among the powers of the Parliaments is that of hanging robbers of the finances. In the event of provincial administrations, it must not be taken away. It concerns and appertains to the repose of my people to preserve privileges." The instinct of absolute power and the traditions of the kingship struggled in the narrow mind and honest heart of Louis XVI. Against the sincere desire to ameliorate the position of his people and against a vague impression of new requirements. It was to the former of these motives that M. de Vergennes appealed in his note to the king on the effect of the report. "Your Majesty," he said, "is enjoying the tranquillity which you owe to the long experience of your ancestors, and to the painful labors of the great ministers who succeeded in establishing subordination and great respect in France. There is no longer in France clergy, or noblesse, or third state; the distinction is factitious, merely representative, and without real meaning. The monarch speaks, all else are people, and all else obey." M. Necker does not appear content with this happy state of things. Our inevitable evils and the abuses flowing from such a position are in his eyes monstrosities. A foreigner, a republican, and a Protestant, instead of being struck with the majestic totality of this harmony, he sees only the discordance, and he makes out of them a totality which he desires to have the pleasure and the distinction of reforming in order to obtain for himself the fame of a Solon or a Lycurgus. Your Majesty, sir, told me to open my heart to you. A contest has begun between the regimen of France and the regimen of M. Necker. If his ideas should triumph over those which have been consecrated by long experience, after the precedent of Law, of Mazarin, and of the Lorraine princes, M. Necker, with his Genevese and Protestant plans, is quite prepared to set up in France a system in the finance, or a league in the state, or a fronde against the established administration. He has conducted the king's affairs in a manner so contrary to that of his predecessors, that he is at this moment suspected by the clergy, hateful to the grandees of the state, hounded to the death by the heads of finance (la haute finance), dishonored amongst the magistracy. His report, on the whole, is a mere appeal to the people, the pernicious consequences whereof to this monarchy cannot as yet be felt or foreseen. M. Necker, it is true, has won golden opinions from the philosophy and the innovators of these days, but your Majesty has long ago appraised the character of such support. In his report, M. Necker lays it down that advantage has been taken of the veil drawn over the state of finances in order to obtain, amidst the general confusion, a credit which the state would not otherwise be entitled to. It is a new position, and a remarkable one in our history is that of M. Necker teaching the party he calls public opinion that, under a good king, under a monarch beloved of the people, the Minister of Finance has become the sole hope, the sole security, by his moral qualities, of the lenders and experts who watch the government. It will be long before your Majesty will close up the wound inflicted upon the dignity of the throne by the hand of the very person in the official position to preserve it and make it respected by the people." The adroit malevolence of M. de Vergennes had managed to involve in one and the same condemnation the bold innovations of M. Necker and the faults he had committed from a self conceit which was sensitive and frequently hurt. He had not mentioned M. de Maurepas in his long exposition of public administration, and it was upon the virtue of the finance minister that he had rested all the fabric of public confidence. The contest was every day becoming fiercer and the parties warmer. The useful reforms, the generous concern for the woes and the wants of the people, the initiative of which belonged to M. Necker, but which the king always regarded with favor, were by turns exclusively attributed to the minister and to Louis XVI. In the pamphlets published every day. Madame Necker became anxious and heartbroken at the vexation which such attacks caused her husband. "The slightest cloud upon his character was the greatest suffering the affairs of life could cause him," writes Madame de Stael. "The worldly aim of all his actions, the land breeze which sped his bark, was love of reputation." Madame Necker took it into her head to write, without her husband's knowledge, to M. de Maurepas, to complain of the libel spread about against M. Necker, and ask him to take the necessary measures against these anonymous publications. This was appealing to the very men who secretly encouraged them. "Although Madame Necker had plenty of wits, she, bred in the mountains of Switzerland, had no conception of such an idiosyncrasy as that of M. de Maurepas, a man who saw in an outspoken expression of feeling only an opportunity of discovering the vulnerable point. As soon as he knew M. Necker's susceptibility, he flattered himself that, by irritating it, he would drive him to give in his resignation." Considérations sur la Révolution Française, p. 105. M. Necker had gained a victory over M. de Maurepas when he succeeded in getting M. de Sartines and the Prince of Montbarrey superseded by MM. de Castries and de Segur. Late lieutenant of police, with no knowledge of administration, M. de Sartines, by turns rash and hesitating, had failed in the difficult department of the Ministry of Marine during a distant war waged on every sea. To him were attributed the unsatisfactory results obtained by the great armaments of France. He was engaged in the intrigue against M. Necker. The latter relied upon the influence of the queen, who supported Messieurs de Castries and de Segur, both friends of hers. M. de Sartines was disgraced; he dragged down with him in his fall the Prince of Montbarry, the heretofore indifferent lieutenant of M. de Saint Germain. M. de Maurepas was growing feeble; the friends of M. Necker declared that he had drivelled, and the latter already aspired to the aged minister's place. As a first step, the director general of finance boldly demanded to be henceforth admitted to the council. Louis XVI. Hesitated, perplexed and buffeted between contrary influences and desires. He was grateful to M. Necker for the courageous suppressions he had accomplished, and for the useful reforms whereof the honor was to remain inseparable from his name. It was at M. Necker's advice that he had abolished mortmain in his dominions. A remnant of feudal serfdom still deprived certain of the rural classes, subject to the tenement law, of the right to marry or bequeath what they possessed to their children without permission of their lord. If they left the land which made them liable to this tyranny, their heritage reverted of right to the proprietor of the fief. Perfectly admitting the iniquity of the practice, Louis XVI. Did not want to strike a blow at the principle of property; he confined himself to giving a precedent which the Parliament enregistered with this reservation: "Without there being anything in the present edict which can in any way interfere with the rights of lords." A considerable number of noblemen imitated the sovereign; many held out, amongst others the chapter of St. Claude. The enfranchisement of the serfs of the Jura, in whose favor Voltaire had but lately pleaded, would have cost the chapter 25,000 livres a year. The monks demanded an indemnification from government. The body serfs, who were in all places persecuted by the seigneurial rights, and who would not make wills even on free soil, found themselves everywhere enfranchised from this harsh law. Louis XVI. Abolished the droit de suite (henchman law), as well as the use of the preparatory question (preliminary torture) applied to defendants. The regimen of prisons was at the same time ameliorated, the dark dungeons of old times restored to daylight the wretches who were still confined in them. So many useful and beneficent measures, in harmony with the king's honest and generous desires, but opposed to the prejudices still potent in many minds and against the interests of many people, kept up about M. Necker, for all the esteem and confidence of the general public, powerful hatreds ably served. His admission to the council was decidedly refused. "You may be admitted," said M. de Maurepas with his usual malice, "if you please to abjure the errors of Calvin." M. Necker did not deign to reply. "You, who, being quite certain that I would not consent, propose to me a change of religion in order to smooth away the obstacles you put in my path," says M. Necker in his Memoires. "What would you not have thought me worthy of after such baseness? It was rather in respect of the vast finance administration that this scruple should have been raised. Up to the moment when it was entrusted to me, it was uncertain whether I was worth an exception to the general rules. What new obligation could be imposed upon him who held the post before promising? If I was passionately attached to the place I occupied," says M. Necker again, "it is on grounds for which I have no reason to blush. I considered that the administrator of finance, who is responsible on his honor for ways and means, ought, for the welfare of the state and for his own reputation, to be invited, especially after several years' ministry, to the deliberations touching peace and war, and I looked upon it as very important that he should be able to join his reflections to those of the king's other servants. A place in the council may, as a general rule, be a matter in which self love is interested, but I am going to say a proud thing: when one has cherished an other passion, when one has sought praise and glory, when one has followed after those triumphs which belong to one's self alone, one regards rather coolly such functions as are shared with others." "Your Majesty saw that M. Necker, in his dangerous proposal, was sticking to his place with a tenacity which lacks neither reason nor method," said M. de Vergennes in a secret note addressed to the king. "He aspires to new favors, calculated from their nature to scare and rouse that long array of enemies by whom his religion, his birth, his wife, the epochs and improvements of their fortune are, at every moment of his administration, exposed to the laughter or the scrutiny of the public. Your Majesty finds yourself once more in the position in which you were with respect to M. Turgot, when you thought proper to accelerate his retirement. The same dangers and the same inconveniences arise from the nature of their analogous systems." It was paying M. Necker a great compliment to set his financial talents on a par with the grand views, noble schemes, and absolute disinterestedness of M. Turgot. Nevertheless, when the latter fell, public opinion had become, if not hostile, at any rate indifferent to him. It still remained faithful to M. Necker. Withdrawing his pretensions to admission into the council, the director general of finance was very urgent to obtain other marks of the royal confidence, necessary, he said, to keep up the authority of his administration. M. de Maurepas had no longer the pretext of religion, but he hit upon others, which wounded M. Necker deeply. The latter wrote to the king on a small sheet of common paper, without heading or separate line, and as if he were suddenly resuming all the forms of republicanism. "The conversation I have had with M. de Maurepas permits me to no longer defer placing my resignation in the king's hands. I feel my heart quite lacerated by it, and I dare to hope that his Majesty will deign to preserve some remembrance of 5 years' successful but painful toil, and especially of the boundless zeal with which I devoted myself to his service." May 19, 1783. M. Necker had been treated less harshly than M. Turgot. The king accepted his resignation without having provoked it. The queen made some efforts to retain him, but M. Necker remained inflexible. "Reserved as he was," says his daughter, "he had a proud disposition, a sensitive spirit; he was a man of energy in his whole style of sentiments." The fallen minister retired to his country house at St. Ouen. He was accompanied thither by the respect and regret of the public, and the most touching proofs of their esteem. "You would have said, to see the universal astonishment, that never was news so unexpected as that of M. Necker's resignation," writes Grimm in his Correspondance litteraire. Consternation was depicted on every face; those who felt otherwise were in a very small minority. They would have blushed to show it. The walks, the cafes, all the public thoroughfares were full of people, but an extraordinary silence prevailed. People looked at one another, and mournfully wrung one another's hands, as if in the presence, I would say, of a public calamity, were it not that these first moments of distress resembled rather the grief of a disconsolate family which has just lost the object and the mainstay of its hopes. The same evening they gave, at the Comédie Française, a performance of the Partie de chasse de Henri IV. I have often seen at the play in Paris allusions to passing events caught up with great cleverness, but I never saw any which were so with such palpable and general an interest. Every piece of applause, when there was anything concerning Sully, seemed, so to speak, to bear a special character, a shade appropriate to the sentiment the audience felt. It was by turns that of sorrow and sadness, of gratitude and respect. The applause often came so as to interrupt the actor the moment it was foreseen that the sequel of a speech might be applicable to the public feeling towards M. Necker. The players have been to make their excuses to the lieutenant of police; they established their innocence by proving that the piece had been on the list for a week. They had been forgiven, and it was thought enough to take this opportunity of warning the journalists not to speak of M. Necker for the future well or ill." M. Necker derived some balm from these manifestations of public feeling, but the love of power, the ambition that prompted the work he had undertaken, the bitterness of hopes deceived still possessed his soul. When he entered his study at Saint Ouen, and saw on his desk the memoranda of his schemes, his plans for reforming the gabel, for suppressing custom houses, for extending provincial assemblies, he threw himself back in his armchair, and dropping the papers he held in his hand, burst into tears. Like him, M. Turgot had wept when he heard of the re establishment of forced labor and durance. "I quitted office," says M. Necker, "leaving funds secured for a whole year. I quitted it when there were in the royal treasury more ready money and more realizable effects than had ever been there within the memory of man, and at a moment when the public confidence, completely restored, had risen to the highest pitch. Under other circumstances I should have been more appreciated; but it is when one can be rejected and one is no longer essentially necessary that one is permitted to fall back upon one's own reflections. Now there is a contemptible feeling which may be easily found lurking in the recesses of the human heart, that of preferring for one's retirement the moment at which one might enjoy the embarrassment of one's successor. I should have been forever ashamed of such conduct. I chose that which was alone becoming for him who, having clung to his place from honorable motives, cannot, on quitting it, sever himself for one instant from the commonwealth." M. Necker fell with the fixed intention and firm hope of soon regaining power. He had not calculated either the strength or the inveteracy of his enemies, or the changeableness of that public opinion on which he relied. Before the distresses of the state forced Louis XVI. To recall a minister whom he had deeply wounded, the evils which the latter had sought to palliate would have increased with frightful rapidity, and the remedy would have slipped definitively out of hands too feeble for the immense burden they were still ambitious to bear. Chapter 58. Chapter 59 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 59. Louis XVI. M. de Calonne and the Assembly of Notables, 1781 to 1787, Part I. We leave behind us the great and serious attempts at reform. The vast projects of M. Turgot, seriously meant and founded on reason, for all their somewhat imaginative range, had become, in M. Necker's hands, financial expedients or necessary remedies, honorably applied to the most salient evils. The future, however, occupied the mind of the minister just fallen. He did not content himself with the facile gratifications of a temporary and disputed power; he had wanted to reform, he had hoped to found. His successors did not raise so high their real desires and hopes. M. Turgot had believed in the eternal potency of abstract laws; he had relied upon justice and reason to stop the kingdom and the nation on the brink of the abyss. M. Necker had nursed the illusion that his courage and his intelligence, his probity and his reputation, would suffice for all needs and exorcise all dangers. Both of them had found themselves thwarted in their projects, deceived in their hopes, and finally abandoned by a monarch as weak and undecided as he was honest and good. M. de Turgot had lately died, March 20, 1781, in bitter sorrow and anxiety. M. Necker was waiting, in his retirement at Saint Ouen, for public opinion, bringing its weight to bear upon the king's will, to recall him to office. M. de Maurepas was laughing in that little closet at Versailles, which he hardly quitted any more. "The man impossible to replace is still unborn," he would say to those who were alarmed at M. Necker's resignation. M. Joly de Fleury, councillor of state, was summoned to the finance department; but so strong was the current of popular opinion that he did not take up his quarters in the residence of the comptroller general, and considered himself bound to pay M. Necker a visit at St. Ouen. Before experience had been long enough to demonstrate the error committed by M. de Maurepas in depriving the king of M. Necker's able and honest services, the veteran minister was dead, November 21, 1784. In the teeth of all inclinations opposed to his influence, he had managed to the last to preserve his sway over the mind of Louis XVI. Prudent, moderate, imperturbable in the evenness of his easy and at the same time sarcastic temper, he had let slide, so far as he was concerned, the Reformers and their projects, the foreign war, the wrath of the Parliaments, the remonstrances of the clergy, without troubling himself at any shock, without ever persisting to obstinacy in any course, ready to modify his policy according to circumstances, and the quarter from which the wind blew always master, at bottom, in the successive cabinets, and preserving over all the ministers, whoever they might be, an ascendency more real than it appeared. The king regretted him sincerely. "Ah," said he, "I shall no more hear every morning, 'My friend over my head.'" The influence of M. de Maurepas had often been fatal; he had remained, however, like a pilot still holding with feeble hand the rudder he had handled for so long. After him, all direction and all predominance of mind disappeared from the conduct of the government. "The loss is more than we can afford," said clear sighted folks already. For a moment, and almost without consideration, the king was tempted to expand his wings and take the government into his own hands. He had a liking for and confidence in M. de Vergennes; but the latter, a man of capacity in the affairs of his own department and much esteemed in Europe, was timid, devoid of ambition, and always disposed to shift responsibility into the hands of absolute power. Notwithstanding some bolder attempts, the death of M. de Maurepas did not seriously augment his authority. The financial difficulties went on getting worse. On principle and from habit, the new comptroller general, like M. de Vergennes, was favorable to the traditional maxims and practices of the old French administration. He was, however, dragged into the system of loans by the necessities of the state, as well as by the ideas impressed upon men's minds by M. Necker. To loans succeeded imposts; the dues and taxes were increased uniformly, without regard for privileges and the burdens of different provinces. The Parliament of Paris, in the body of which the comptroller general counted many relatives and friends, had enregistered the new edicts without difficulty. The Parliament of Besançon protested, and its resistance went so far as to place the comptroller general on his defence. "All that is done in my name is done by my orders," replied Louis XVI. To the deputation from Franche Comte. The deputation required nothing less than the convocation of the States general. On all sides the nation was clamoring after this ancient remedy for their woes. The most clear sighted had hardly a glimmering of the transformation which had taken place in ideas as well as manners. None had guessed what, in the reign of Louis XVI., those States generals would be, which had remained dumb since the regency of Marie de Medici. Still more vehement and more proud than the parliamentarians, the States of Brittany, cited to elect the deputies indicated by the governor, had refused any subsidy. "Obey," said the king to the deputies, "my orders have nothing in them contrary to the privileges which my predecessors were graciously pleased to grant to my province of Brittany." Scarcely had the Bretons returned to the States when M. Amelot, who had charge of the affairs of Brittany, received a letter which he did not dare to place before the king's eyes. "Sir," said the States of Brittany, "we are alarmed and troubled when we see our franchises and our liberties, conditions essential to the contract which gives you Brittany, regarded as mere privileges, founded upon a special concession. We cannot hide from you, sir, the direful consequences of expressions so opposed to the constant principles of our national code. You are the father of your people, and exercise no sway but that of the laws; they rule by you and you by them. The conditions which secure to you our allegiance form a part of the positive laws of your realm." Contrary to all received usages during the session of the States, the royal troops marched into Rennes. The noblesse refused to deliberate so long as the Assembly had not recovered its independence. The governor applied to the petty nobles, who preponderated in their order. Ignorant and poor as they were, they allowed themselves to be bought; their votes carried the day, and the subsidies were at last voted, notwithstanding the opposition on the part of the most weighty of the noblesse. 100 of them persistently stayed away. Internal quarrels in the cabinet rendered the comptroller general's situation daily more precarious. He gave in his resignation. The king sent for M. d'Ormesson, councillor of state, of a virtue and integrity which were traditional in his family, but without experience of affairs and without any great natural capacity. He was, besides, very young, and he excused himself from accepting such a post on the score of his age and his feeble lights. "I am only 31, sir," he said. "I am younger than you," replied the king, "and my post is more difficult than yours." A few months later, the honest magistrate, overwhelmed by a task beyond his strength, had made up his mind to resign. He did not want to have any hand in the growing disorder of the finances. The king's brothers kept pressing him to pay their debts. Louis XVI. Himself, without any warning to the comptroller general, had just purchased Rambouillet from the Duke of Penthievre, giving a bond of 14 millions; but Madame d'Ormesson had taken a liking to grandeur, she begged her husband hard to remain, and he did. It was not long before the embarrassments of the treasury upset his judgment. The tax farming contract, so ably concluded by M. Necker, was all at once quashed. A regie was established. The discount fund (caisse d'escompte) had lent the treasury 6 millions. The secret of this loan was betrayed, and the holders of bills presented themselves in a mass demanding liquidation. A decree of the council forbade payment in coin over 100 livres, and gave the bills a forced currency. The panic became general. The king found himself obliged to dismiss M. d'Ormesson, who was persecuted for a long while by the witticisms of the court. His incapacity had brought his virtue into ridicule. Marshal de Castries addressed to the king a private note. "I esteem M. d'Ormesson's probity," said the minister of marine frankly, "but if the financial affairs should fall into such discredit that your Majesty finds yourself forced at last to make a change, I dare entreat you to think of the valuable man who is now left unemployed. I do beg you to reflect that, without Colbert, Louis XIV. Would never perhaps have been called Louis le Grand; that the wish of the nation, to be taken into account by a good king, is secretly demanding, sir, that the enlightened, economical, and incorruptible man whom Providence has given to your Majesty should be recalled to his late functions. The errors of your other ministers, sir, are nearly always reparable, and their places are easily filled; but the choice of him to whom is committed the happiness of 24 millions of souls and the duty of making your authority cherished, is of frightful importance. With M. Necker, sir, even in peace, the imposts would be accepted, whatever they might be, without a murmur. The conviction would be that inevitable necessity had laid down the laws for them, and that a wise use of them would justify them; whereas, if your Majesty puts to hazard an administration on which all the rest depend, it is to be feared that the difficulties will be multiplied with the selections you will be obliged to have recourse to. You will find one day destroy what another set up, and at last there will arrive one when no way will be seen of serving the state but by failing to keep all your Majesty's engagements, and thereby putting an end to all the confidence which the commencement of your reign inspired." The honest zeal of Marshal de Castries for the welfare of the state had inspired him with prophetic views; but royal weakness exhibits sometimes unexpected doggedness. "As regards M. Necker," answered Louis XVI., "I will tell you frankly that after the manner in which I treated him and that in which he left me, I couldn't think of employing him at all." After some court intrigues which brought forward names that were not in good odor, that of Foulon, late superintendent of the forces, and of the Archbishop of Toulouse, Lomenie de Brienne, the king sent for M. de Calonne, superintendent of Lille, and entrusted him with the post of comptroller general. It was court influence that carried the day, and in the court that of the queen, prompted by her favorite Madame de Polignac. Tenderly attached to his wife, who had at last given him a son, Louis XVI., delivered from the predominant influence of M. de Maurepas, was yielding, almost unconsciously, to a new power. Marie Antoinette, who had long held aloof from politics, henceforth changed her part. At the instigation of the friends whom she honored with a perhaps excessive intimacy, she began to take an important share in affairs, a share which was often exaggerated by public opinion, more and more hard upon her every day. Received on her arrival in France with some mistrust, of which she had managed to get the better amongst the public, having been loved and admired as long as she was dauphiness, the young queen, after her long period of constraint in the royal family, had soon profited by her freedom. She had a horror of etiquette, to which the court of Austria had not made her accustomed. She gladly escaped from the grand palaces of Louis XIV., where the traditions of his reign seemed still to exercise a secret influence, in order to seek at her little manor house of Trianon new amusements and rustic pleasures, innocent and simple, and attended with no other inconvenience but the air of cliquedom and almost of mystery in which the queen's guests enveloped themselves. Public rumor soon reached the ears of Maria Theresa. She, tenderly concerned for her daughter's happiness and conduct, wrote to her on this subject: "I am always sure of success if you take anything in hand, the good God having endowed you with such a face and so many charms besides, added to your goodness, that hearts are yours if you try and exert yourself, but I cannot conceal from you, nevertheless, my apprehension. It reaches me from every quarter, and only too often, that you have diminished your attentions and politenesses in the matter of saying something agreeable and becoming to everybody, and of making distinctions between persons. It is even asserted that you are beginning to indulge in ridicule, bursting out laughing in people's faces. This might do you infinite harm, and very properly, and even raise doubts as to the goodness of your heart. In order to amuse 5 or 6 young ladies or gentlemen, you might lose all else. This defect, my dear child, is no light one in a princess. It leads to imitation, in order to pay their court, on the part of all the courtiers, folks ordinarily with nothing to do and the least estimable in the state, and it keeps away honest folks who do not like being turned into ridicule or exposed to the necessity of having their feelings hurt, and in the end you are left with none but bad company, which by degrees leads to all manner of vices. Likings carried too far are baseness and weakness. One must learn to play one's part properly if one wishes to be esteemed. You can do it if you will, but restrain yourself a little and follow the advice given you. If you are heedless, I foresee great troubles for you, nothing but squabbles and petty cabals which will render your days miserable. I wish to prevent this, and to conjure you to take the advice of a mother who knows the world, who idolizes her children, and whose only desire is to pass her sorrowful days in being of service to them." Wise counsels of the most illustrious of mothers uselessly lavished upon her daughters. Already the Queen of Naples was beginning to betray the fatal tendencies of her character; whilst in France, frivolous pleasures, unreflecting friendships, and petty court intrigues were day by day undermining the position of Marie Antoinette. "I am much affected at the situation of my daughter," wrote Maria Theresa in 1776 to Abbe Vermond, whom she had herself not long ago placed with the dauphiness, then quite a child, and whose influence was often pernicious. "She is hurrying at a great pace to her ruin, surrounded as she is by base flatterers who urge her on for their own interests." Almost at the same moment she was writing to the queen, "I am very pleased to learn that you had nothing to do with the change that has been made in the cases of MM. Turgot and Malesherbes, who, however, have a great reputation among the public, and whose only fault, in my opinion, is that they attempted too much at once. You say that you are not sorry; you must have your own good reasons, but the public, for some time past, has not spoken so well of you, and attributes to you point blank petty practices which would not be seemly in your place. The king loving you, his ministers must needs respect you. By asking nothing that is not right and proper, you make yourself respected and loved at the same time. I fear nothing in your case, as you are so young, but so much dissipation. You never did like reading, or any sort of application. This has often caused me anxieties. I was so pleased to see you devoted to music. That is why I have often plagued you with questions about your reading. For more than a year past there has no longer been any question of reading or of music. I hear of nothing but horse racing, hunting too, and always without the king, and with a number of young people not over select, which disquiets me a great deal, loving you as I do so tenderly. I must say, all these pleasures in which the king takes no part are not proper. You will tell me, he knows, he approves of them. I will tell you, he is a good soul, and therefore you ought to be circumspect and combine your amusements with his. In the long run, you can only be happy through such tender and sincere union and affection." The misfortune and cruel pangs of their joint lives were alone destined to establish between Marie Antoinette and her husband that union and that intimacy which their wise mother would have liked to create in the days of tranquillity. Affectionate and kind, sincerely devoted to his wife, Louis XVI. Was abrupt and awkward. His occupations and his tastes were opposed to all the elegant or frivolous instincts of the young queen. He liked books and solid books. His cabinet was hung with geographical charts which he studied with care. He had likewise a passion for mechanical works, and would shut himself up for hours together in a workshop in company with a blacksmith named Gamin. "The king used to hide from the queen and the court to forge and file with me," this man would remark in after days. "To carry about his anvil and mine, without anybody's knowing anything about it, required 1,000 stratagems which it would take no end of time to tell of." "You will allow that I should make a sorry figure at a forge," writes the queen to her brother Joseph II. "I should not be Vulcan, and the part of Venus might displease the king more than those tastes of mine of which he does not disapprove." Louis XVI. Did not disapprove, but without approving. As he was weak in dealing with his ministers, from kindness and habit, so he was towards the queen, with much better reason. Whilst she was scampering to the opera ball, and laughing at going thither in a hackney coach one day when her carriage had met with an accident, the king went to bed every evening at the same hour, and the talk of the public began to mix up the name of Marie Antoinette with stories of adventure. In the hard winter of 1775, whilst the court amused themselves by going about in elegantly got up sledges, the king sent presents of wood to the poor. "There are my sledges, sir," said he, as he pointed out to the gentlemen in attendance the heavy wagons laden with logs. The queen more gladly took part in the charities than in the smithy. She distributed alms bountifully. In a moment of gratitude, the inhabitants of Rue St. Honoré had erected in her honor a snow pyramid bearing these verses: "Fair queen, whose goodness is thy chiefest grace, with our good king, here occupy thy place. Though this frail monument be ice or snow, our warm hearts are not so." Bursts of kindness and sympathy, sincere as they may be, do not suffice to win the respect and affection of a people. The reign of Louis XV. Had used up the remnants of traditional veneration, the new right of the public to criticize sovereigns was being exercised malignantly upon the youthful thoughtlessness of Marie Antoinette. In the home circle of the royal family, the queen had not found any intimate. The king's aunts had never taken to her. The crafty ability of the Count of Provence and the giddiness of the Count of Artois seemed in the prudent eye of Maria Theresa to be equally dangerous. Madame Elizabeth, the heroic and pious companion of the evil days, was still a mere child. Already the Duke of Chartres, irreligious and debauched, displayed towards the queen, who kept him at a distance, symptoms of a bitter rancor which was destined to bear fruit. Marie Antoinette, accustomed to a numerous family, affectionately united, sought friends who could "love her for herself," as she used to say. an illusive hope in one of her rank, for which she was destined to pay dearly. She formed an attachment to the young Princess of Lamballe, daughter in law of the Duke of Penthièvre, a widow at 20 years of age, affectionate and gentle, for whom she revived the post of lady superintendent, abolished by Mary Leczinska. The court was in commotion, and the public murmured; the queen paid no heed, absorbed as she was in the new delights of friendship. The intimacy, in which there was scarcely any inequality, with the Princess of Lamballe, was soon followed by a more perilous affection. The Countess Jules de Polignac, who was generally detained in the country by the narrowness of her means, appeared at court on the occasion of a festival. The queen was pleased with her, made her remain, and loaded her and her family not only with favors, but with unbounded and excessive familiarity. Finding the court circles a constraint and an annoyance, Marie Antoinette became accustomed to seek in the drawing room of Madame de Polignac amusements and a freedom which led before long to sinister gossip. Those who were admitted to this royal intimacy were not always prudent or discreet; they abused the confidence as well as the generous kindness of the queen. Their ambition and their cupidity were equally concerned in urging Marie Antoinette to take in the government a part for which she was not naturally inclined. M. de Calonne was intimate with Madame de Polignac. She, created a duchess and appointed governess to the children of France, that is, the royal children, was all powerful with her friend the queen. She dwelt upon the talents of M. de Calonne, the extent and fertility of his resources. M. de Vergennes was won over, and the office of comptroller general, which had but lately been still discharged with lustre by M. Turgot and M. Necker, fell on the 30th of October, 1784, into the hands of M. de Calonne. Born in 1734 at Douai, Charles Alexander de Calonne belonged to a family of magistrates of repute and influence in their province. He commenced his hereditary career by the perfidious manoeuvres which contributed to the ruin of M. de la Chalotais. Discredited from the very first by a dishonorable action, he had invariably managed to get his vices forgotten, thanks to the charms of a brilliant and fertile wit. Prodigal and irregular as superintendent of Lille, he imported into the comptroller generalship habits and ideas opposed to all the principles of Louis XVI. "The piece would have given hope a new turn," says M. Necker in his Memoires, "if the king had not confided the important functions of administering the finances to a man more worthy of being the hero of courtiers than the minister of a king. The reputation of M. de Calonne was a contrast to the morality of Louis XVI., and I know not by what argumentation, by what ascendency such a prince was induced to give a place in his council to a magistrate who was certainly found agreeable in the most elegant society of Paris, but whose levity and principles were dreaded by the whole of France. Money was lavished, largesses were multiplied, there was no declining to be good natured or complaisant, economy was made the object of ridicule, it was daringly asserted that immensity of expenditure, animating circulation, was the true principle of credit." M. de Calonne had just been sworn in at the Court of Aids, pompously attended by a great number of magistrates and financiers. He was for the first time transacting business with the king. "Sir," said he, "the comptrollers general have many means of paying their debts. I have at this moment 220,000 livres worth payable on demand. I thought it right to tell your Majesty, and leave everything to your goodness." Louis XVI., astounded at such language, stared a moment at his minister, and then, without any answer, walked up to a desk. "There are your 220,000 livres," he said at last, handing M. de Calonne a packet of shares in the Water Company. The comptroller general pocketed the shares, and found elsewhere the resources necessary for paying his debts. "If my own affairs had not been in such a bad state, I should not have undertaken those of France," said Calonne gaily to M. de Machault, at that time advanced in age, and still the centre of public esteem. The king, it was said, had but lately thought of sending for him as minister in the room of M. de Maurepas; he had been dissuaded by the advice of his aunts. The late comptroller general listened gravely to his frivolous successor. The latter told the story of his conversation with the king. "I had certainly done nothing to deserve a confidence so extraordinary," said M. de Machault to his friends. He set out again for his estate at Arnonville, more anxious than ever about the future. If the first steps of M. de Calonne dismayed men of foresight and of experience in affairs, the public was charmed with them no less than the courtiers. The Bail des Fermes was re established, the Caisse d'Escompte had resumed payment, the stockholders (rentiers) received their quarter's arrears; the loan whereby the comptroller general met all expenses had reached 11 per cent. "A man who wants to borrow," M. de Calonne would say, "must appear rich, and to appear rich he must dazzle by his expenditure. Act we thus in the public administration. Economy is good for nothing; it warns those who have money not to lend it to an indebted treasury, and it causes decay among the arts which prodigality vivifies." New works, on a gigantic scale, were undertaken everywhere. "Money abounds in the kingdom," the comptroller general would remark to the king; "the people never had more openings for work; lavishness rejoices their eyes, because it sets their hands going. Continue these splendid undertakings, which are an ornament to Paris, Bordeaux, Lyons, Nantes, Marseilles, and Nimes, and which are almost entirely paid for by those flourishing cities. Look to your ports, fortify Havre, and create a Cherbourg, braving the jealousy of the English; none of those measures which reveal and do not relieve the straits of the treasury. The people, whom declaiming jurisconsults so vehemently but vainly incite to speak evil of lavishness, would be grieved if they saw any interruption in the expenditure which a silly parsimony calls superfluous." Chapter 59, Part 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. CHAPTER 59. Louis XVI., M. de Calonne, and the Assembly of Notables, 1781 to 1787, Part 2. The comptroller general's practice tallied with his theories. The courtiers had recovered the golden age; it was scarcely necessary to solicit the royal favor. "When I saw everybody holding out hands, I held out my hat," said a prince. The offices abolished by M. Turgot and M. Necker were re established; the abuses which they had removed came back; the acceptances (acquits de comptant) rose in 1785 to more than 136 millions of livres. The debts of the king's brothers were paid; advantageous exchanges of royal lands were effected to their profit; the queen bought St. Cloud, which belonged to the Duke of Orleans. All the great lords who were ruined, all the courtiers who were embarrassed, resumed the pleasant habit of counting upon the royal treasury to relieve their wants. The polite alacrity of the comptroller general had subdued the most rebellious; he obtained for Brittany the right of freely electing its deputies. The States Hall at Rennes, which had but lately resounded with curses upon him, was now repeating a new cry of "Hurrah for Calonne!" A vote of the Assembly doubled the gratuitous gift which the province ordinarily offered the king. "If it is possible, it is done," the comptroller would say to applicants; "if it is impossible, it will get done." The captivation was general; the blindness seemed to be so likewise. A feverish impulse carried people away into all new fangled ways, serious or frivolous. Mesmer brought from Germany his mysterious revelations in respect of problems as yet unsolved by science, and pretended to cure all diseases around the magnetic battery. The adventurer Cagliostro, embellished with the title of count, and lavishing gold by handfuls, bewitched court and city, and induced Councillor d'Eprémenil to say, "The friendship of M. de Cagliostro does me honor." At the same time, pleasant works in the most diverse directions maintained at the topmost place in the world that scientific genius of France which the great minds of the 17th century had revealed to Europe. Special men sometimes testify great disdain as regards the interest which men of the world may take in their labors, and certainly, if it were merely a question of appraising their scientific merit, they would be perfectly right. But the esteem, the inclination of the public for science, and the frequent lively expression of that sentiment, are of high importance to it and play a great part in its history. The times for that sympathy, somewhat ostentatious and frivolous as it may be, have always been, as regards science, times of impulse and progress, and, regarding things in their totality, natural history and chemistry profited by the social existence of M. de Buffon and of M. Lavoisier as much as by their discoveries." M. Guizot, Mélange biographique, Madame de Rumford. It was this movement in the public mind, ignorant but sympathetic, which, on the eve of the Revolution, supported, without understanding them, the efforts of the great scholars whose peaceful conquests survived the upheaval of society. Farmer general of taxes before he became a chemist, Lavoisier sought to apply the discoveries of science to common and practical wants. "Devoted to the public instruction, I will seek to enlighten the people," he said to the king who proposed office to him. The people were to send him to the scaffold. The ladies of fashion crowded to the brilliant lectures of Fourcroy. The princes of pure science, M. de Lagrange, M. de Laplace, M. Monget, did not disdain to wrench themselves from their learned calculations in order to second the useful labors of Lavoisier. Bold voyagers were scouring the world, pioneers of those enterprises of discovery which had appeared for a while abandoned during the 17th century. M. de Bougainville had just completed the round of the world, and the English captain, Cook, during the war which covered all seas with hostile ships, had been protected by generous sympathy. On the 19th of March, 1779, M. de Sartines, at that time minister of marine, wrote by the king's order at the suggestion of M. Turgot, "Captain Cook, who left Plymouth in the month of July, 1776, on board the frigate Discovery, to make explorations on the coasts, islands, and seas of Japan and California, must be on the point of returning to Europe. As such enterprises are for the general advantage of all nations, it is the king's will that Captain Cook be treated as the commander of a neutral and allied power, and that all navigators who meet this celebrated sailor do inform him of His Majesty's orders regarding him." Captain Cook was dead, massacred by the savages, but the ardor which had animated him was not extinct. On the 10th of August, 1785, a French sailor, M. de la Pérouse, left Brest with 2 frigates for the purpose of completing the discoveries of the English explorer. The king had been pleased to himself draw up his instructions, bearing the impress of an affectionate and overstrained humanity. "His Majesty would regard it as one of the happiest successes of the expedition," said the instructions, "if it were terminated without having cost the life of a single man." La Pérouse and his shipmates never came back. Louis XVI. Was often saddened by it. "I see what it is quite well," the poor king would repeat. "I am not lucky." M. de la Pérouse had scarcely commenced the preparations for his fatal voyage, when, on the 5th of June, 1783, the states of the Vivarais, assembled in the little town of Annonay, were invited by MM. de Montgolfier, proprietors of a large paper manufactory, to be witnesses of an experiment in physics. The crowd thronged the thoroughfare. An enormous bag, formed of a light canvas lined with paper, began to swell slowly before the curious eyes of the public. All at once the cords which held it were cut, and the first balloon rose majestically into the air. Successive improvements made in the Montgolfiers' original invention permitted bold physicists ere long to risk themselves in a vessel attached to the air machine. There sailed across the Channel a balloon bearing a Frenchman, M. Blanchard, and an Englishman, Dr. Jeffreys. The latter lost his flag. Blanchard had set the French flag floating over the shores of England. Public enthusiasm welcomed him on his return. The queen was playing cards at Versailles. "What I win this game shall go to Blanchard," she said. The same feat, attempted a few days later by a professor of physics, M. Pilatre de Rosier, was destined to cost him his life. So many scientific explorations, so many new discoveries of nature's secrets were seconded and celebrated by an analogous movement in literature. Rousseau had led the way to impassioned admiration of the beauties of nature. Bernardin de Saint Pierre had just published his Études de la Nature. He had in the press his Paul et Virginie. Abbe Delille was reading his Jardin, and M. de Saint Lambert his Saison. In their different phases, and according to their special instincts, all minds, scholarly or political, literary or philosophical, were tending to the same end, and pursuing the same attempt. It was nature which men wanted to discover or recover. Scientific laws and natural rights divided men's souls between them. Buffon was still alive, and the great sailors were every day enriching with their discoveries the Jardin du Roi. The physicists and the chemists, in the wake of Lavoisier, were giving to science a language intelligible to common folks. The jurisconsults were attempting to reform the rigors of criminal legislation at the same time with the abuses they had entailed, and Beaumarchais was bringing on the boards his Mariage de Figaro. The piece had been finished and accepted at the Théâtre Français since the end of 1781, but the police censors had refused permission to bring it out. Beaumarchais gave readings of it. The court itself was amused to see itself attacked, caricatured, turned into ridicule. The friends of Madame de Polignac reckoned among the most ardent admirers of the Mariage de Figaro. The king desired to become acquainted with the piece. He had it read by Madame de Campan, lady of the chamber to the queen, and very much in her confidence. The taste and the principles of Louis XVI. Were equally shocked. "Perpetually Italian concetti!" he exclaimed. When the reading was over, "It is detestable," said the king; "it shall never be played. The Bastille would have to be destroyed to make the production of this play anything but a dangerous inconsistency. This fellow jeers at all that should be respected in a government." Louis XVI. Had correctly criticised the tendencies as well as the effects of a production sparkling with wit, biting, insolent, licentious; but he had relied too much upon his persistency in his opinions and his personal resolves. Beaumarchais was more headstrong than the king. The readings continued. The hereditary Grand Duke of Russia, afterwards Paul I., happening to be at Paris in 1782, under the name of Count North, no better diversion could be thought of for him than a reading of the Mariage de Figaro. Grimm undertook to obtain Beaumarchais' consent. "As," says Madame de Oberkirch, who was present at the reading, "as the mangy (chafouin) looks of M. de la Harpe had disappointed me, so the fine face, open, clever, somewhat bold perhaps, of M. de Beaumarchais bewitched me. I was found fault with for it. I was told he was a good for naught. I do not deny it, it is possible, but he has prodigious wit, courage enough for anything, a strong will which nothing can stop, and these are great qualities." Beaumarchais took advantage of the success of the reading to boldly ask the keeper of the seals for permission to play the piece. He was supported by public curiosity, and by the unreflecting enthusiasm of a court anxious to amuse itself. The game appeared to have been won; the day for its representation, at the Menu Plaisir Theatre, was fixed. An interdiction on the part of the king only excited the ill humor and intensified the desires of the public. "This prohibition appeared to be an attack upon liberty in general," says Madame Campan. "The disappointment of all hopes excited discontent to such a degree that the words oppression and tyranny were never uttered, in the days preceding the fall of the throne, with more passion and vehemence." 2 months later, the whole court was present at the representation of the Mariage de Figaro, given at the house of M. de Vandreuil, an intimate friend of the Duchess of Polignac, on his stage at Gennevilliers. "You will see that Beaumarchais will have more influence than the keeper of the seals," Louis XVI. Had said, himself foreseeing his own defeat. The Mariage de Figaro was played at the Théâtre Français on the 27th of April, 1784. "The picture of this representation is in all the collections of the period," says Madame de Lomenie. "It is one of the best known reminiscences of the 18th century. All Paris hurrying early in the morning to the doors of the Théâtre Français, the greatest ladies dining in the actresses' dressing room in order to secure places." "The blue ribbons," says Bachaumont, "huddled up in the crowd and elbowing Savoyards; the guard dispersed, the doors burst, the iron gratings broken beneath the efforts of the assailants." "3 persons stifled," says La Harpe, "one more than for Scudery. And on the stage, after the rising of the curtain, the finest collection of talent that had probably ever had possession of the Théâtre Français, all employed to do honor to a comedy scintillating with wit, irresistibly lively and audacious, which, if it shocks and scares a few of the boxes, enchants, rouses, and fires an electrified pit." 100 representations succeeding the first uninterruptedly, and the public still eager to applaud, such was the twofold result of the audacities of the piece and the timid hesitations of its censors. The Mariage de Figaro bore a subtitle La folle journée. "There is something madder than my piece," said Beaumarchais, "and that is its success." Figaro ridiculed everything with a dangerously pungent vigor. The days were coming when the pleasantry was to change into insults. Already public opinion was becoming hostile to the queen; she was accused of having remained devoted to the interests of her German family; the people were beginning to call her the Austrian. During the American war, M. de Vergennes had managed to prevail upon the king to remain neutral in the difficulties that arose in 1778 between Austria and Prussia on the subject of the succession to the Elector Palatine. The young queen had not wanted or had not been able to influence the behavior of France, as her mother had conjured her to do. "My dear lady daughter," wrote Maria Theresa, "Mercy is charged to inform you of my cruel position as sovereign and as mother. Wishing to save my dominions from the most cruel devastation, I must, cost what it may, seek to wrest myself from this war, and as a mother, I have 3 sons who are not only running the greatest danger, but are sure to succumb to the terrible fatigues, not being accustomed to that sort of life. By making peace at this juncture, I not only incur the blame of great pusillanimity, but I render the King of Prussia still greater, and the remedy must be prompt. I declare to you my head whirls, and my heart has for a long time been entirely numb." France had refused to engage in the war, but she had contributed to the peace of Teschen, signed on the 13th of May, 1779. On the 29th of November, 1780, Maria Theresa died at the age of 63, weary of life and of that glory to which she "was fain to march by all roads," said the great Frederick, who added, "It was thus that a woman executed designs worthy of a great man." In 1784, Joseph II. reigned alone. Less prudent and less sensible than his illustrious mother, restless, daring, nourishing useful or fanciful projects, bred of humanity or disdain, severe and affectionate at the same time towards his sister the Queen of France, whose extravagance he found fault with during the trip he made to Paris in 1777, he was now pressing her to act on his behalf in the fresh embarrassments which his restless ambition had just excited in Europe. The mediation of King Louis XVI. Between the emperor and the Dutch as to the navigation of the Scheldt had just terminated the incident pacifically. The king had concluded a treaty of defensive alliance with Holland. The minister of war, M. de Ségur, communicated to the queen the note he had drawn up on this important question. "I regret," he said to Marie Antoinette, "to be obliged to give the king advice opposed to the desire of the emperor." "I am the emperor's sister, and I do not forget it," answered the queen, "but I remember above all that I am Queen of France and mother of the dauphin." Louis XVI. Had undertaken to pay part of the indemnity imposed upon Joseph II. This created discontent in France. "Let the emperor pay for his own follies," people said; and the ill humor of the public openly and unjustly accused the queen. This direful malevolence on the part of public opinion, springing from a few acts of imprudence and fomented by a long series of calumnies, was about to burst forth on the occasion of a scandalous and grievous occurrence. On the 15th of August, 1785, at mass time, Cardinal Rohan, Grand Almoner of France, already in full pontificals, was arrested in the palace of Versailles and taken to the Bastille. The king had sent for him into his cabinet. "Cardinal," said Louis XVI. Abruptly, "you bought some diamonds of Burmer?" "Yes, sir." "What have you done with them?" "I thought they had been sent to the queen." "Who gave you the commission?" The cardinal began to be uneasy. "A lady, the Countess de la Motte Valois. She gave me a letter from the queen. I thought I was obliging her Majesty." The queen interrupted. She had never forgiven M. de Rohan for some malevolent letters written about her when she was dauphiness. On the accession of Louis XVI., this intercepted correspondence had cost the prince his embassy to Vienna. "How, sir," said the queen, "could you think, you to whom I have never spoken for 8 years, that I should choose you for conducting this negotiation, and by the medium of such a woman?" "I was mistaken, I see. The desire I felt to please your Majesty misled me." And he drew from his pocket the pretended letter from the queen to Madame de la Motte. The king took it, and casting his eye over the signature, "How could a prince of your house and my grand almoner suppose that the queen would sign Marie Antoinette de France? Queens sign their names quite short. It is not even the queen's writing. And what is the meaning of all these doings with jewellers, and these notes shown to bankers?" The cardinal could scarcely stand. He leaned against the table. "Sir," he stammered, "I am much too overcome to be able to reply." "Walk into this room, cardinal," rejoined the king kindly; "write what you have to say to me." The written explanations of M. de Rohan were no clearer than his words. An officer of the body guard took him off to the Bastille. He had just time to order his grand vicar to burn all his papers. The correspondence as well as the life of M. de Rohan was not worthy of a prince of the church. The vices and the credulity of the cardinal had given him over, bound hand and foot, to an intriguing woman as adroit as she was daring. Descended from a bastard of Henry II.'s, brought up by charity and married to a ruined nobleman, Madame de la Motte Valois had bewitched, duped, and robbed Cardinal Rohan. Accustomed to an insensate prodigality, asserting everywhere that a man of gallantry could not live on 1,200,000 livres a year, he had considered it very natural that the queen should have a fancy for possessing a diamond necklace worth 1,600,000 livres. The jewellers had, in fact, offered this jewelry to Marie Antoinette. It was during the American War. "That is the price of 2 frigates," the king had said. "We want ships and not diamonds," said the queen, and dismissed her jeweller. A few months afterwards, he told anybody who would listen that he had sold the famous collar in Constantinople for the favorite sultana. "This was a real pleasure to the queen," says Madame Campan. She, however, expressed some astonishment that a necklace made for the adornment of French women should be worn in the seraglio, and thereupon she talked to me a long while about the total change which took place in the tastes and desires of women in the period between 20 and 30 years of age. She told me that when she was 10 years younger she loved diamonds madly, but that she had no longer any taste for anything but private society, the country, the work and the attentions required by the education of her children. From that moment until the fatal crisis there was nothing more said about the necklace." The crisis would naturally come from the want of money felt by the jewellers. Madame de la Motte had paid them some instalments on account of the stones, which her husband had sold in England. They grew impatient, and applied to the queen. For a long while she did not understand their applications. When the complaints of the purveyors at last made her apprehend an intrigue, she sent for Abbe de Vermont and Baron de Breteuil, minister of the king's household. Both detested the cardinal, both fanned the queen's wrath. She decided at last to tell the king everything. "I saw the queen after the departure of the baron and the abbe," says Madame Campan; "she made me tremble at her indignation." The cardinal renounced the privileges of his rank and condition; he boldly accepted the jurisdiction of the Parliament. The trial revealed a gross intrigue, a disgraceful comedy, a prince of the church and a merchant equally befooled by a shameless woman, with the aid of the adventurer Cagliostro, and the name, the favors, and even the personality of the queen imprudently dragged in. The public feeling was at its height, constantly overexcited by the rumors circulated during the sessions of the court. Opinion was hostile to the queen. "It was for her and by her orders that the necklace was bought," people said. The houses of Conde and Rohan were not afraid to take sides with the cardinal. These illustrious personages were to be seen, dressed in mourning, waiting for the magistrates on their way, in order to canvass them on their relatives' behalf. On the 31st of May, 1786, the court condemned Madame de la Motte to be whipped, branded, and imprisoned. They purely and simply acquitted Cardinal Rohan. In its long and continual tussle with the crown, the Parliament had at last found the day of its revenge. Political passions and the vagaries of public opinion had blinded the magistrates. "As soon as I knew the cardinal's sentence, I went to the queen," says Madame Campan. "She heard my voice in the room leading to her closet. She called to me. I found her very sad. She said to me in a broken voice, 'Condole with me; the intriguer who wanted to ruin me, or procure money by using my name and forging my signature, has just been fully acquitted. But,' she added vehemently, 'as a Frenchwoman, accept my condolence. A people is very unfortunate to have for its supreme tribunal a lot of men who consult nothing but their passions, and of whom some are capable of bribery, and others of an audacity which they have always displayed towards authority, and of which they have just given a striking example against those who are clothed therewith.' The king entered at this moment. 'You find the queen in great affliction,' he said to me; 'she has great reason to be. But what then? They would not see in this business anything save a prince of the church and the Prince of Rohan, whereas it is only the case of a man in want of money and a mere dodge for raising the wind, wherein the cardinal has been swindled in his turn. Nothing can be easier to understand, and it needs no Alexander to cut this Gordian knot." Guilty in the king's eyes, a dupe according to the judgment of history, Cardinal Rohan was exiled to his abbey of Chaise Dieu, less to be pitied than the unhappy queen abruptly wrenched from the sweet dreams of a romantic friendship and confidence, as well as from the nascent joys of maternal happiness, to find herself henceforth confronting a deluded people and an ever increasing hostility which was destined to unjustly persecute her even to the block. M. de Calonne had taken little part in the excitement which the trial of Cardinal Rohan caused in court and city. He was absorbed by the incessantly recurring difficulties presented by the condition of the treasury. Speculation had extended to all classes of society; loans succeeded loans; everywhere there were formed financial companies, without any resources to speak of, speculating on credit. Parliament began to be alarmed, and enregistered no more credits save with repugnance. Just as he was setting out on a trip to Normandy, which afforded him one of the last happy days of his life, and as it were a dying flicker of his past popularity, the king scratched out on the registers of the Parliament the restrictions introduced by the court into the new loan of 80 millions presented by M. de Calonne. "I wish it to be known that I am satisfied with my comptroller general," said Louis XVI. With that easy confidence which he did not always place wisely. When he returned from Cherbourg, at the end of June, 1786, M. de Calonne had at last arrived at the extremity of his financial expedients. He set his views and his ideas higher. Speculation was succeeded by policy. "Sir," said the note handed to the king by the comptroller general, "I will not go back to the fearful position in which the finances were when your Majesty deigned to entrust them to me. It is impossible to recall without a shudder that there was at that time neither money nor credit, that the pressing debts were immense, the revenues exhausted in anticipation, the resources annihilated, the public securities valueless, the coinage impoverished and without circulation, the discount fund bankrupt, the general tax exchequer, or ferme générale, on the point of failing to meet its bills, and the royal treasury reduced to 2 bags of 1,200 livres. I am far from claiming credit for the success of the operations which, owing to the continuous support given by your Majesty, promptly established abundance of coin, punctuality in the payments, public confidence proved by the rise in all securities and by the highest degree of credit, abroad as well as at home. What I must forcibly call your Majesty's attention to is the importance of the present moment, the terrible embarrassment concealed beneath the appearance of the happiest tranquillity, the necessity of soon taking some measure for deciding the lot of the state. It must be confessed, sir, that France at this moment is only kept up by a species of artifice. If the illusion which stands for reality were destroyed, if the confidence at present inseparable from the working staff were to fail, what would become of us with a deficit of 100 millions every year? Without a doubt, no time must be lost in filling up a void so enormous, and that can be done only by great measures. The plan I have formed appears to me the one that can solve so difficult a problem. Solely occupied with this great object, which demands enormous labor, and for the accomplishment of which I would willingly sacrifice my existence, I only beg your Majesty to accord to me, until I have carried it out, so much support and appearance of favor as I need to give me strength to attain it. It will perhaps be an affair of 6 months, or a year at most. After that, your Majesty may do as you please with me. I shall have followed the promptings of the heartiest zeal for your service. I shall be able to say, Nunc dimittis servum tuum, Domino." This mysterious plan, which was to produce results as desirable as rare, and which M. de Calonne had hit upon to strengthen his shaky position, was the same which in 1628 had occurred to Cardinal Richelieu, when he wanted to cover his responsibility in regard to the court of Rome. In view of the stress at the treasury, of growing discontent, of vanished illusions, the comptroller general meditated convoking the Assembly of Notables, the feeble resource of the old French kingship before the days of pure monarchy, an expedient more insufficient and more dangerous than the most far-seeing divined after the lessons of the philosophers and the continuous abasement of the kingly majesty. Chapter 59, part 2. Chapter 59, part 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 59. Louis XVI, M. de Calonne and the Assembly of Notables, 1781 to 1787, part 3. The convocation of the notables was the means upon which M. de Calonne relied. The object was the sanctioning of a financial system new in practice, but old in theory. When the comptroller general proposed to the king to abolish privileges, and assess the impost equally, renouncing the 20ths, diminishing the gabel, suppressing custom houses in the interior, and establishing provincial assemblies, Louis XVI. Recognized an echo of his illustrious ministers. "This is sheer Necker!" he exclaimed. "In the condition in which things are, sir, it is the best that can be done," replied M. de Calonne. He had explained his reasons to the king in an intelligent and able note. "Such a plan," said the comptroller general, after having unfolded his projects, "demands undoubtedly the most solemn examination and the most authentic sanction. It must be presented in the form most calculated to place it beyond reach of any retardation, and to acquire for it unassailable strength by uniting all the suffrages of the nation. Now there is nothing but an Assembly of Notables that can fulfil this aim. It is the only means of preventing all parliamentary resistance, imposing silence on the clergy, and so clenching public opinion that no special interest dare raise a voice against the overwhelming evidence of the general interest. Assemblies of Notables were held in 1558, in 1583, in 1596, in 1617, and in 1626. None was convoked for objects so important as those in question now, and never were circumstances more favorable to success. As a situation requires strong measures, so it permits of the employment of strong means." The king hesitated, from instinctive repugnance and the traditions of absolutism, at anything that resembled an appeal to the people. He was won, however, by the precedent of Henry IV. And by the frank honesty of the project. The secret was strictly kept. The general peace was threatened afresh by the restless ambition of Joseph II. And by the constant encroachments of the Empress Catherine. The Great Frederick was now dead. After being for a long while the selfish disturber of Europe, he had ended by becoming its moderator, and his powerful influence was habitually exerted on behalf of peace. The future was veiled and charged with clouds. M. de Vergennes, still possessing Louis XVI.'s confidence, regarded with dread the bold reforms proposed by M. de Calonne. He had yielded to the comptroller general's representations, but he made all haste to secure for France some support in Europe. He concluded with England the treaty of commerce promised at the moment of signing the peace. There was a lively debate upon it in the English Parliament. Mr. Fox, then in opposition, violently attacked the provisions of the treaty. Mr. Pitt, quite young as yet, but already established in that foremost rank among orators and statesmen which he was to occupy to his last hour, maintained the great principles of European policy. "It is a very false maxim," said he, "to assert that France and England are not to cease to be hostile because they have been so heretofore. My mind revolts at so monstrous a principle, which is an outrage upon the constitution of societies as well as upon the two nations. Situated as we are in respect of France, it is expedient, it is a matter of urgency for the welfare of the two countries, to terminate this constant enmity which has been falsely said to be the basis of the true sentiments felt by the two nations towards each other. This treaty tends to augment the means of making war and to retard its coming." Generous and sound maxims, only too often destined to be strikingly belied by human passions. When he supported in the House of Commons in 1786 an alliance with monarchical France, Mr. Pitt did not foresee the terrible struggle he would one day maintain, in the name of England and of Europe, against revolutionary, anarchical, or absolutist France. The treaty had just been signed, September 26, 1786. M. de Vergennes was not long to survive his latest work. He died on the 13th of February, 1787, just before the opening of the Assembly of Notables, as if he would fain escape the struggle and the crisis he dreaded. Capable and far-sighted in his foreign policy, ever conciliatory and sometimes daring, M. de Vergennes, timid and weak as he was in home affairs, was nevertheless esteemed. He had often served as a connecting link between the different elements of the government. The king gave his place to M. de Montmorin, an honest but insignificant man, without influence in France as well as in Europe. On the 29th of December, 1786, at the close of the despatch council, the king at last broke the silence he had so long kept even as regarded the queen herself. "Gentlemen," he said, "I shall convoke for the 29th of January an assembly composed of persons of different conditions and the best qualified in the state, in order to communicate to them my views for the relief of my people, the ordering of the finances, and the reformation of several abuses." Louis XVI.'s hesitations had disappeared; he was full of hope. "I have not slept a wink all night," he wrote on the morning of the 30th of December to M. de Calonne, "but it was for joy." The sentiments of the public were very diverse; the court was in consternation. "What penalty would King Louis XIV. Have inflicted upon a minister who spoke of convoking an assembly of notables?" asked old Marshal Richelieu, ever witty, frivolous, and corrupt. "The king sends in his resignation," said the young Viscount de Segur. At Paris, curiosity was the prevalent feeling; but the jokes were bitter. "The comptroller general has raised a new troupe of comedians; the first performance will take place on Monday the 20th instant," said a sham playbill. They will give us the principal piece false confidences, followed by forced consent, and an allegorical ballad composed by M. de Calonne, entitled The Tub of the Danaids." The convocation of the notables was better received in the provinces. It was the first time for 160 years that the nation had been called upon to take a part, even nominally, in the government of its affairs. It already began to feel powerful and proud. A note had been sent to the Journal de Paris to announce the convocation of the Assembly. "The nation," it said, "will see with transport that the king deigns to draw near to her." The day of excessive humiliation was no more, even in forms. M. de Calonne modified the expression thus: "The nation will see with transport that the king draws near to her." Indisposition on the part of the comptroller general had retarded the preparatory labors. The session opened on the 22d of February, 1787. The Assembly numbered 144 members, all nominated by the king; to wit, 7 princes of the blood, 14 archbishops and bishops, 36 dukes and peers, marshals of France and noblemen, 12 councillors of state and masters of requests, 38 magistrates of sovereign courts, 12 deputies of states districts, the only ones allowed to present to the king memorials of grievances, and 25 municipal officers of the large towns. In this assembly, intended to sanction the abolition of privileges, a few municipal officers alone represented the third estate and the classes intended to profit by the abolition. The old Marquis of Mirabeau said facetiously, "This Calonne assembles a troop of Guillots, which he calls the nation, to present them with the cow by the horns and say to them, 'Gentlemen, we take all the milk and what not, we devour all the meat and what not, and we are going to try and get that what not out of the rich, whose money has no connection with the poor, and we give you notice that the rich means you. Now give us your opinion as to the manner of proceeding.'" The king's speech was short and unimportant. Though honestly impressed with reminiscences of Henry IV., he could not manage, like him, to say to the notables he had just convoked, "I have had you assembled to take your counsels, to trust in them, to follow them, in short, to place myself under tutelage in your hands, a feeling which is scarcely natural to kings, greybeards, and conquerors; but the violent love I bear my subjects, the extreme desire I have to add the title of liberator and restorer of this realm to that of king, make me find everything easy and honorable." M. de Calonne had reserved to himself the duty of explaining the great projects he had suggested to the king. "Gentlemen," said he in his exordium, "the orders I am under at present do me the more honor in that the views of which the king has charged me to set before you the sum and the motives have been entirely adopted by him personally." Henry IV. might have said to the notables assembled by his successor, as he had said regarding his predecessors, "You were summoned hither not long ago to approve of the king's wishes." The state was prosperous, at any rate in appearance. The comptroller general assumed the credit for it. "The economy of a minister of finance," he said, "may exist under 2 forms so different that one might say there were 2 sorts of economy: one, which strikes the eye by its external strictness, which proclaims itself by startling and harshly uttered refusals, which flaunts its severity in the smallest matters in order to discourage the throng of applicants; it has an imposing appearance which really proves nothing, but which does a great deal as regards opinion; it has the double advantage of keeping importunate cupidity at arm's length and of quieting anxious ignorance; the other, which considers duty rather than force of character, can do more, whilst showing less strictness and reserve as regards whatever is of any importance. It affects no austerity as regards that which is of none; it lets the talk be of what it grants, and does not talk about what it saves. Because it is seen to be accessible to requests, people will not believe that it refuses the majority of them; because it has not the useful and vulgar character of inflexibility, people refuse it that of wise discretion, and often, whilst by assiduous application to all the details of an immense department, it preserves the finances from the most fatal abuses and the most ruinously unskilful handling, it seems to calumniate itself by an easy going appearance which the desire to injure transforms very soon into lavishness." So much easy grace and adroitness succeeding the austere stiffness of M. Necker had been powerless to relieve the disorder of the finances; it was great and of ancient date. "A deficit has been existing in France for centuries," the comptroller general asserted; it at last touched the figure of 100 millions a year. "What is left for filling up so frightful a void and for reaching the desired level?" exclaimed M. de Calonne. "Abuses! Yes, gentlemen, it is in abuses themselves that there is to be found a mine of wealth which the state has a right to reclaim and which must serve to restore order. Abuses have for their defenders interests, influence, fortune, and some antiquated prejudices which time seems to have respected. But of what force is such a vain confederation against the public welfare and the necessity of the state? Let others recall this maxim of our monarchy: 'As willeth the king, so willeth the law.' His Majesty's maxim is, 'As willeth the happiness of the people, so willeth the king.'" Audaciously certain of the success of his project, M. de Calonne had not taken the trouble to disguise the vast consequences of it; he had not thought any the more about pre-securing a majority in the Assembly. The members were divided into 7 committees presided over by the princes; each committee disposed of one single vote. The comptroller general had not taken exception to the selections designated by his adversaries. "I have made it a point of conscience," he said, "to give suitable nominations according to the morality and talent and importance of individuals." He had burned his ships, and without a care for the defective composition of the Assembly, he set forth, one after the other, projects calculated to alarm the privileged orders. "More will be paid," he said in the preamble printed at the head of his notes and circulated in profusion over the whole of France, "undoubtedly more will be paid, but by whom? By those only who do not pay enough; they will pay what they ought, according to a just proportionment, and nobody will be aggrieved. Privileges will be sacrificed, yes, justice wills it, necessity requires it. Would it be better to surcharge the non privileged, the people?" The struggle was about to begin, with all the ardor of personal interest. The principle of provincial assemblies had been favorably received by the notables; the committees (bureaux) had even granted to the third estate a representation therein equal to that of the 2 upper orders, on condition that the presidents of the delegates should be chosen from the nobility or the clergy. The recognition of a civil status for Protestants did not seem likely to encounter any difficulty. For more than 20 years past the Parliaments, especially the Parliament of Toulouse, had established the ruling of the inadmissibility of any one who disputed the legitimacy of children issued of Protestant marriages. In 1778 the Parliament of Paris had deliberated as to presenting to the king a resolution in favor of authentic verification of non Catholic marriages, births, and deaths. After a long interval, on the 2d of February, 1787, this resolution had been formally promulgated. It was M. de La Fayette who had the honor of supporting in the Assembly of Notables the royal project announced by M. de Calonne and advised by the Parliament. In the ministry, MM. de Castries and de Breteuil had supported the equitable measure so long demanded by Protestants. M. de Rulhiere had drawn up for the king a note entitled Historic Evidences as to the Causes of the Revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and M. de Malesherbes had himself presented to Louis XVI. A scheme for a law. "It is absolutely necessary," said he, "that I should render the Protestants some kind offices; my great uncle de Baville did them so much injury." The Assembly of Notables appealed to the king's benevolence on behalf of "that considerable portion of his subjects which groans under a regimen of proscription equally opposed to the general interests of religion, to good morals, to population, to national industry, and to all the principles of morality and policy." "In the splendid reign of Louis XIV.," M. de Calonne had said, "the state was impoverished by victories, and the kingdom dispeopled through intolerance." "Are assemblies of non Catholics dangerous?" asked M. Turgot. "Yes, as long as they are forbidden; no, when they are authorized." The preliminary discussions had been calm, the great question was coming on. In theory the notables were forced to admit the principle of equal assessment of the impost; in practice they were, for the most part, resolved to restrict its application. They carried the war into the enemy's camp, and asked to examine the financial accounts. The king gave notice to the committees that his desire was to have the deliberations directed not to the basis of the question, but to the form of collection of taxes. The Archbishop of Narbonne, Dillon, raised his voice against the king's exclusive right to decide upon imposts. "Your Royal Highness will allow me to tell you," was the reply made to the Count of Artois, president of his committee, by an attorney general of the Parliament of Aix, M. de Castillon, "that there exists no authority which can pass a territorial impost such as that proposed, nor this Assembly, august as it may be, nor the Parliaments, nor the several states, nor the king himself; the States general alone would have that power." Thus was proposed, in the very midst of the Assembly intended to keep it out, that great question of the convocation of States general which had been so long uppermost in all minds. "It is the States general you demand?" said the Count of Artois to M. de La Fayette. "Yes, my lord," replied the latter, "and something better still, if possible." The comptroller general continued to elude inquiry into the state of the treasury. M. Necker, offended by the statements of his successor, who questioned the truthfulness of the report, addressed explanatory notes to the several committees of the Assembly. He had already, in 1784, published an important work in explanation and support of his financial system. The success of the book had been immense. In spite of the prohibition issued at first against the sale, but soon tacitly withdrawn, the 3 volumes had sold, it was said, to the extent of 80,000 copies. In 1787 the late director general asked leave to appear before the Assembly of notables to refute the statements of M. de Calonne. Permission was refused. "I am satisfied with your services," the king sent word to him, "and I command you to keep silence." A pamphlet, without any title, was however sent to the notables. "I served the king for 5 years," said M. Necker, "with a zeal which knew no limits; the duties I had taken upon myself were the only object of my solicitude. The interests of the state had become my passion and occupied all my faculties of heart and mind. Forced to retire through a combination of singular circumstances, I devoted my powers to the composition of a laborious work, the utility of which appears to me to have been recognized. I heard it said that a portion of those ideas about administration which had been so dear to me formed the basis of the projects which were to be submitted to the Assembly of notables. I rendered homage to the beneficent views of His Majesty. Content with the contributions I had offered to the common weal, I was living happily and in peace, when all at once I found myself attacked, or rather assailed, in the most unjust and the strangest manner. M. de Calonne, finding it advisable to trace to a very remote period the causes of the present condition of the finances, was not afraid, in pursuance of this end, to have recourse to means with which he will, probably, sooner or later, reproach himself. He declared in a speech, now circulated throughout Europe, that the report to His Majesty in 1781 was so extraordinarily erroneous, that instead of the surplus published in that report, there was at that very time an enormous deficit." At the moment when M. Necker was publishing, as regards the statements of M. de Calonne, an able rectification which did not go to the bottom of things any more than the report had previously gone, the comptroller general was succumbing beneath his enemy's attacks and his own errors. Justly irritated at the perfidious manoeuvres practised against him by the keeper of the seals in secretly heading at the Assembly of notables the opposition of the magistracy, Calonne had demanded and obtained from the king the recall of M. Miromesnil. He was immediately superseded by M. de Lamoignon, president of the Parliament of Paris and a relative of M. de Malesherbes. The comptroller general had the imprudence to push his demands further; he required the dismissal of M. de Breteuil. "I consent," said Louis XVI. After some hesitation, "but leave me time to forewarn the queen; she is much attached to M. de Breteuil." When the king quitted Marie Antoinette, the situation had changed face; the disgrace of M. de Calonne was resolved upon. The queen had represented the dissatisfaction and opposition of the notables which "proceeded solely," she said, "from the mistrust inspired by the comptroller general." She had dwelt upon the merits and resources of the Archbishop of Toulouse. "I don't like priests who haven't the virtues of their cloth," Louis XVI. Had answered dryly. He called to the ministry M. Forquier, councillor of state, an old man, highly esteemed, but incapable of sustaining the crushing weight of affairs. The king himself presented M. de Calonne's last projects to the Assembly of notables. The rumor ran that the comptroller general was about to re enter the cabinet. Louis XVI. Was informed of the illicit manoeuvres which M. de Calonne had authorized in operations on 'Change. He exiled him to his estate in Berry, and a few days afterwards to Lorraine. M. Necker had just published without permission his reply to the attacks of M. de Calonne. The king was put out at it. "The eye of the public annoys those who manage affairs with carelessness," M. Necker had but lately said in his work on financial administration, "but those who are animated by a different spirit would be glad to multiply lights from every quarter." "I do not want to turn my kingdom into a republic screeching over state affairs as the city of Geneva is, and as happened during the administration of M. Necker," said Louis XVI. He banished his late minister to a distance of 20 leagues from Paris. Madame Necker was ill, and the execution of the king's order was delayed for a few days. Meanwhile the notables were in possession of the financial accounts, but the satisfaction caused them by the disgrace of M. de Calonne was of short duration. They were awaiting a new comptroller general, calculated to enlighten them as to the position of affairs. M. de Montmorin and M. de Lamoignon were urgent for the recall of M. Necker. The king's ill feeling against his late minister still continued. "As long as M. Necker exists," said M. de Montmorin, "it is impossible that there should be any other minister of finance, because the public will always be annoyed to see that post occupied by any but by him." "I did not know M. Necker personally," adds M. de Montmorin in his notes left to Marmontel. "I had nothing but doubts to oppose to what the king told me about his character, his haughtiness, and his domineering spirit." Louis XVI. Yielded, however. "Well," he said snappishly, "if it must be, recall him." M. de Breteuil was present. "Your Majesty," said he, "has but just banished M. Necker; he has scarcely arrived at Montargis; to recall him now would have a deplorable effect." He once more mentioned the name of Leonie de Brienne, and the king again yielded. Ambitious, intriguing, debauched, unbelieving, the new minister, like his predecessor, was agreeable, brilliant, capable even, and accustomed in his diocese to important affairs. He was received without disfavor by public opinion. The notables and the chief of the council of finance undertook in concert the disentanglement of the accounts submitted to them. In this labyrinth of contradictory figures and statements, the deficit alone came out clearly. M. de Brienne promised important economies. The Assembly voted alone; they were not willing to accept the responsibility of the important reforms demanded by the king. The speeches were long and vague, the objections endless. All the schemes of imposts were censured one after the other. "We leave it to the king's wisdom," said the notables at last; "he shall himself decide what taxes will offer the least inconveniences, if the requirements of the state make it necessary to impose new sacrifices upon the people." "The notables have seen with dismay the depth of the evil caused by an administration whereof your Parliament had more than once foreseen the consequence," said the premier president of the Parliament of Paris. The different plans proposed to your Majesty deserve careful deliberation. The most respectful silence is at this moment our only recourse." The notables had themselves recognized their own impotence and given in their resignation. A formal closing session took place on the 25th of May, 1787. The keeper of the seals, enumerating the results of the labors of the Assembly, enregistered the royal promises as accomplished facts. "All will be set right without any shock, without any ruin of fortunes, without any alteration in the principles of government, without any of those breaches of faith which should never be so much as mentioned in the presence of the monarch of France. The resolved or projected reform of various abuses, and the permanent good for which the way is being paved by new laws concerted with you, gentlemen, are about to co operate successfully for the present relief of the people. Forced labor is proscribed, the gabel or salt tax is revised or juillé. The obstacles which hamper home trade are destroyed, and agriculture, encouraged by the free exportation of grain, will become day by day more flourishing. The king has solemnly promised that disorder shall not appear again in his finances, and His Majesty is about to take the most effective measures for fulfilling this sacred engagement of which you are the depositaries. The administration of the state will approach nearer and nearer to the government and vigilance of a private family, and a more equitable assessment, which personal interest will incessantly watch over, will lighten the burden of impositions." Only the provincial administrations were constituted. The hopes which had been conceived of the Assembly of Notables remained more vague than before its convocation. It had failed, like all the attempts at reform made in succession by Louis XVI.'s advisers, whether earnest or frivolous, whether proved patriots or ambitious intriguers. It had, however, revealed to the whole country the deplorable disorder of the finances. It had taught the third estate and even the populace how deep was the repugnance among the privileged classes towards reforms which touched their interests; whilst spreading, as a letter written to America by M. de La Fayette put it, "the salutary habit of thinking about public affairs," it had at the same time betrayed the impotence of the government and the feebleness of its means of action. It was a stride, and an immense stride, towards the revolution. Chapter 59. Chapter 60 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 60. Louis XVI. Convocation of the States General, 1787 to 1789. Part I. 13 years had rolled by since King Louis XV. Had descended to a dishonored grave, and on the mighty current which was bearing France towards reform whilst dragging her into the Revolution, King Louis XVI., honest and sincere, was still blindly seeking to clutch the helm which was slipping from his feeble hands. Every day his efforts were becoming weaker and more inconsistent; every day the pilot placed at the tiller was less and less deserving of public confidence. From M. Turgot to M. Necker, from Calonne to Lomenie de Brienne, the fall had been rapid and deep. Amongst the two parties which unequally divided the nation, between those who defended the past in its entirety, its abuses as well as its grandeurs, and those who were marching on bewildered towards a reform of which they did not foresee the scope, the struggle underwent certain moments of stoppage and of abrupt reaction towards the old state of things. In 1781, the day after M. Necker's fall, an ordinance of the Minister of War, published against the will of that minister himself, had restored to the verified and qualified noblesse, who could show 4 quarterings, the exclusive privilege of military grades. Without any ordinance, the same regulation had been applied to the clergy. In 1787, the Assembly of Notables and its opposition to the king's projects presented by M. de Calonne were the last triumph of the enthusiastic partisans of the past. The privileged classes had still too much influence to be attacked with success by M. de Calonne, who appeared to be in himself an assemblage of all the abuses whereof he desired to be the reformer. A plan so vast, however ably conceived, was sure to go to pieces in the hands of a man who did not enjoy public esteem and confidence; but the triumph of the notables in their own cause was a fresh warning to the people that they would have to defend theirs with more vigor." Memoires de Malouet, p. 253. We have seen how monarchy, in concert with the nation, fought feudality, to reign thenceforth as sovereign mistress over the great lords and over the nation. We have seen how it slowly fell in public respect and veneration, and how it attempted unsuccessfully to respond to the confused wishes of a people that did not yet know its own desires or its own strength. We shall henceforth see it, panting and without sure guidance, painfully striving to govern and then to live. "I saw," says M. Malouet in his Memoires, "under the ministry of the Archbishop of Toulouse and afterwards of Sens, all the avant couriers of a revolution in the government. 3 parties were already pronounced. The first wanted to take to itself all the influence of which it despoiled the king, whilst withstanding the pretensions of the third estate. The second proclaimed open war against the 2 upper orders, and already laid down the bases of a democratic government. The third, which was at that time the most numerous, although it was that of the wisest men, dreaded the ebullience of the other 2, wanted compromises, reforms, and not revolution." By their conflicts the 2 extreme parties were to stifle for a while the party of the wise men, the true exponent of the national aspirations and hopes, which was destined, through a course of cruel vicissitudes and long trials, to yet save and govern the country. The Assembly of notables had abdicated. Contenting itself with a negative triumph, it had left to the royal wisdom and responsibility the burden of decisions which Louis XVI. Had hoped to get sanctioned by an old and respected authority. The public were expecting to see all the edicts, successively presented to the notables as integral portions of a vast system, forthwith assume force of law by simultaneous registration of Parliament. The feebleness and inconsistency of governors often stultify the most sensible foresight. M. de Brienne had come into office as a support to the king's desires and intentions, for the purpose of obtaining from the notables what was refused through their aversion for M. de Calonne. As soon as he was free of the notables as well as of M. de Calonne, he hesitated, drew back, waited, leaving time for a fresh opposition to form and take its measures. "He had nothing but bad moves to make," says M. Mignet. 3 edicts touching the trade in grain, forced labor, and the provincial assemblies were first sent up to the Parliament and enregistered without any difficulty. The 2 edicts touching the stamp tax and equal assessment of the impost were to meet with more hindrance. The latter, at any rate, united the sympathies of all the partisans of genuine reforms. The edict touching the stamp tax was by itself and first submitted for the approval of the magistrates. They rejected it, asking, like the notables, for a communication as to the state of finance. "It is not states of finance we want," exclaimed a councillor, Sabatier de Cabre, "it is states general." This bold sally became a theme for deliberation in the Parliament. "The nation represented by the States general," the court declared, "is alone entitled to grant the king subsidies, of which the need is clearly demonstrated." At the same time, the Parliament demanded the impeachment of M. de Calonne. He took fright and sought refuge in England. The mob rose in Paris, imputing to the court the prodigalities with which the Parliament reproached the late comptroller general. Sad symptom of the fatal progress of public opinion! The cries heretofore raised against the queen under the name of Austrian were now uttered against Madame Deficit, pending the time when the fearful title of Madame Veto would give place in its turn to the sad name of the woman Capet given to the victim of October 16, 1793. The king summoned the Parliament to Versailles, and on the 6th of August, 1787, the edicts touching the stamp tax and territorial subvention were enregistered in bed of justice. The Parliament had protested in advance against this act of royal authority, which it called "a phantom of deliberation." On the 13th of August, the court declared "the registration of the edicts null and without effect, incompetent to authorize the collection of imposts, opposed to all principles." This resolution was sent to all the seneschalties and bailiwicks in the district. It was in the name of the privilege of the two upper orders that the Parliament of Paris contested the royal edicts and made appeal to the supreme jurisdiction of the States general. The people did not see it; they took out the horses of M. d'Espremesnil, whose fiery eloquence had won over a great number of his colleagues, and he was carried in triumph. On the 15th of August, the Parliament was sent away to Troyes. Banishment far away from the capital, from the ferment of spirits, and from the noisy centre of their admirers, had more than once brought down the pride of the members of Parliament. They were now sustained by the sympathy ardently manifested by nearly all the sovereign courts. "Incessantly repeated stretches of authority," said the Parliament of Besançon, "forced registrations, banishments, constraint and severity instead of justice, are astounding in an enlightened age, wound a nation that idolizes its kings, but is free and proud, freeze the heart and might break ties which unite sovereigns to subjects and subjects to sovereign." The Parliament of Paris declared that it needed no authority for its sittings, considering that it rendered justice wherever it happened to be assembled. "The monarchy would be transfigured into a despotic form," said the decree, "if ministers could dispose of persons by sealed letters (lettres de cachet), property by beds of justice, criminal matters by change of venue (evocation) or cassation, and suspend the course of justice by special banishments or arbitrary removals." Negotiations were going on, however. The government agreed to withdraw the new imposts which it had declared to be indispensable. The Parliament, which had declared itself incompetent as to the establishment of taxes, prorogued for 2 years the second 20th. "We left Paris with glory upon us, we shall return with mud," protested M. d'Espremesnil in vain. More moderate, but not less resolute, Duport, Robert de St. Vincent, and Freteau sought to sustain by their speeches the wavering resolution of their colleagues. The Parliament was recalled to Paris on the 19th of September, 1787. The state of Europe inclined men's minds to reciprocal concessions. A disquieting good understanding appeared to be growing up between Russia and Austria. The Emperor Joseph II. had just paid a visit to the Crimea with the Czarina. "I fancy I am still dreaming," wrote the Prince of Ligne, who had the honor of being in the trip, "when in a carriage with 6 places, which is a real triumphal car adorned with ciphers and precious stones, I find myself seated between 2 persons on whose shoulders the heat often sets me dozing, and I fear as I wake up one of my comrades say to the other, 'I have 30 millions of subjects,' they say, 'counting males only.' 'And I 22,' replies the other, 'all included.' 'I require,' adds the former, 'an army of at least 600,000 men between Kamtchatka and Riga.' 'With half that,' replies the other, 'I have just what I require.' God knows how we settle all the states and great personages. 'Rather than sign the separation of 13 provinces, like my brother George,' says Catherine II. sweetly, 'I would have put a bullet through my head.' 'And rather than give in my resignation like my brother and brother in law, by convoking and assembling the nation to talk over abuses, I don't know what I wouldn't have done,' says Joseph II." Before the two allies could carry out their designs against Turkey, that ancient power, enfeebled as it was, had taken the offensive at the instigation of England. The King of Sweden, on his side, invaded Russia. War burst out in all directions. The traditional influence of France remained powerless in the East to maintain peace. The long weakness of the government was everywhere bearing fruit. Nowhere was this grievous impotence more painfully striking than in Holland. Supported by England, whose slavish instrument he had been for so long, the stadtholder William V. was struggling, with the help of the mob, against the patriotic, independent, and proud patricians. For the last 60 years the position of Holland had been constantly declining in Europe. "She is afraid of everything," said Count de Broglie in 1773. She puts up with everything, grumbles at everything, and secures herself against nothing. "Holland might pay all the armies of Europe," people said in 1787, "she couldn't manage to hold her own against any one of them." The civil war imminent in her midst and fomented by England had aroused the solicitude of M. de Calonne; he had prepared the resources necessary for forming a camp near Givet. His successor diverted the funds to another object. When the Prussians entered Dutch territory, being summoned to the stadtholder's aid by his wife, sister of the young King Frederick William II., the French government afforded no assistance to its ally. It confined itself to offering an asylum to the Dutch patriots, long encouraged by its diplomatists, and now vanquished in their own country, which was henceforth under the yoke of England. "France has fallen, I doubt whether she will get up again," said the Emperor Joseph II. "We have been caught napping," wrote M. de La Fayette to Washington; "the King of Prussia has been ill advised, the Dutch are ruined, and England finds herself the only power which has gained in the bargain." The echo of humiliations abroad came to swell the dull murmur of public discontent. Disturbance was arising everywhere. "From stagnant chaos, France has passed to tumultuous chaos," wrote Mirabeau, already an influential publicist, despite the irregularity of his morals and the small esteem excited by his life. There should come a creation out of it." The Parliament soon resumed its defiant attitude. Like M. de La Fayette at the Assembly of Notables, it demanded the convocation of the States general at a fixed epoch, in 1792. It was the date fixed by M. de Brienne in a vast financial scheme which he had boldly proposed for registration by the court. By means of a series of loans which were to reach the enormous total of 420 millions, the States general, assembled on the conclusion of this vast operation, and relieved from all pecuniary embarrassment, would be able to concentrate their thoughts on the important interests of the future. At the same time with the loan edict, Brienne presented to the Parliament the law scheme, for so long a time under discussion, on behalf of Protestants. The king had repaired in person to the palace in royal session. The keeper of the seals, Lamoignon, expounded the necessity of the edicts. "To the monarch alone," he repeated, "belongs the legislative power, without dependence and without partition." This was throwing down the gauntlet to the whole assembly as well as to public opinion. Abbe Sabatier and Councillor Freteau had already spoken when Robert de St. Vincent rose, an old Jansenist and an old member of Parliament, accustomed to express his thoughts roughly. "Who, without dismay, can hear loans still talked of?" he exclaimed, "and for what sum? 420 millions! A plan is being formed for 5 years. But, since your Majesty's reign began, have the same views ever directed the administration of finance for 5 years in succession? Can you be ignorant, sir," here he addressed himself to the comptroller general, "that each minister, as he steps into his place, rejects the system of his predecessor in order to substitute that which he has devised? Within only 8 months you are the 4th minister of finance, and yet you are forming a plan which cannot be accomplished in less than 5 years. The remedy, sir, for the wounds of the state has been pointed out by your Parliament. It is the convocation of the States general. Their convocation, to be salutary, must be prompt. Your ministers would like to avoid this assembly whose surveillance they dread. Their hope is vain. Before 2 years are over, the necessities of the state will force you to convoke the States general." M. d'Espremesnil was overcome. Less violent than usual, he had appealed to the king's heart. For a moment Louis XVI. Appeared to be moved, and so was the assembly with him. The edicts were about to be enregistered despite the efforts of the opposition. Already the premier president was collecting the votes; the keeper of the seals would not, at this grave moment, renounce any kingly prerogative. "When the king is at the Parliament, there is no deliberation; his will makes law," said the legal rule and the custom of the magistracy. Lamoignon went up to the throne; he said a few words in a low voice. "Mr. Keeper of the Seals, have the edicts enregistered," said Louis XVI. The minister immediately repeated the formula used at beds of justice. A murmur ran through the assembly. The Duke of Orleans rose; he had recently become the head of his house through his father's death, and found himself more than ever involved in intrigues hostile to the court. "Sir," said he in a broken voice, "this registration appears to me illegal. It should be distinctly stated that the registration is done by the express command of your Majesty." The king was as much moved as the prince. "It is all the same to me," he replied. "You are master, of course." "Yes, it is legal, because I so will." The edict relative to non Catholics was read, and Louis XVI. Withdrew. There was violent commotion in the Assembly. The protest of the Duke of Orleans was drawn up in a more explicit form. "The difference between a bed of justice and a royal session is, that one exhibits the frankness of despotism, and the other its duplicity," cried D'Espermenil. Notwithstanding the efforts of M. de Malesherbes and the Duke of Nivernais, the Parliament inscribed on the registers that it was not to be understood to take any part in the transcription here ordered of gradual and progressive loans for the years 1788, 89, 90, 91, and 92. In reply, the Duke of Orleans was banished to Villers Cotterets, whilst Councillors Freteau and Sabatier were arrested and taken to a state prison. By the scandalousness of his life, as well as by his obstructive buildings in the Palais Royal, the Duke of Orleans had lost favor with the public. His protest and his banishment restored him at once to his popularity. The Parliament piled remonstrance upon remonstrance, every day more and more haughty in form as well as in substance. Dipping into the archives in search of antiquated laws, the magistrates appealed to the liberties of olden France, mingling therewith the novel principles of the modern philosophy. "Several pretty well known facts," they said, "prove that the nation, more enlightened as to its true interests, even in the least elevated classes, is disposed to accept from the hands of your Majesty the greatest blessing a king can bestow upon his subjects, liberty. It is this blessing, sir, which your Parliament come to ask you to restore, in the name of a generous and faithful people. It is no longer a prince of your blood, it is no longer two magistrates whom your Parliament asks you to restore in the name of the laws and of reason, but three Frenchmen, three men." To peremptory demands were added perfidious insinuations. "Such ways, sir," said one of these remonstrances, "have no place in your heart; such samples of proceeding are not the principles of your Majesty, they come from another source." For the first time the queen was thus held up to public odium by the Parliament, which had dealt her a fatal blow by acquitting Cardinal Rohan. She was often present at the king's conferences with his ministers, reluctantly and by the advice of M. de Brienne, for and in whom Louis XVI. Never felt any liking or confidence. "There is no more happiness for me since they have made me an intriguer," she said sadly to Madame Campan. And when the latter objected, "Yes," replied the queen, "it is the proper word. Every woman who meddles in matters above her lights and beyond the limits of her duty is nothing but an intriguer. You will remember, however, that I do not spare myself, and that it is with regret I give myself such a title. The other day, as I was crossing the Bull's Eye (Oeil de Boeuf) to go to a private committee at the king's, I heard one of the chapel band say out loud, 'A queen who does her duty remains in her rooms at her needlework.' I said to myself, 'Thou'rt quite right, wretch; but thou knowst not my position. I yield to necessity and my evil destiny.'" A true daughter of Maria Theresa in her imprisonment and on the scaffold, Marie Antoinette had neither the indomitable perseverance nor the simple grandeur in political views which had restored the imperial throne in the case of her illustrious mother. She weakened beneath a burden too heavy for a mind so long accustomed to the facile pleasures of youth. "The queen certainly has wits and firmness which might suffice for great things," wrote her friend the Count of La Marck to M. de Mercy Argenteau, her mother's faithful agent in France; "but it must be confessed that, whether in business or in mere conversation, she does not always exhibit that degree of attention and that persistence which are indispensable for getting at the bottom of what one ought to know, in order to prevent errors and to insure success." The same want of purpose and persistence of which the Count of La Marck complained was strikingly apparent everywhere and in all matters. The Duke of Orleans was soon tired of banishment; he wrote to the queen, who obtained his recall. The ministers were making mysterious preparations for a grand stroke. The Parliament, still agitated and anxious, had at last enregistered the edict relating to non-Catholics. Public opinion, like the government, supported it eagerly. The principles of tolerance which had prompted it were henceforth accepted by all. Certain bishops and certain bigots were still trying to hinder this first step towards a legal status for a long while refused to Protestants. M. d'Espremesnil, an earnest disciple of the philosophe inconnu, the mystic Saint Martin, just as he had been the dupe of Mesmer and of Cagliostro, was almost single handed in the Parliament in his opposition to the registration of the edict. Extending his hand towards the crucifix, he exclaimed with violence, "Would you crucify him a second time?" The court was a better judge of Christian principles, and Protestants were permitted to be born, to marry, and to die on French territory. The edict did not as yet concede to them any other right. The contest extended as it grew hotter. Everywhere the parliaments took up the quarrel of the court of Paris. The formation of the provincial assemblies furnished new centres of opposition. The petty noblesse made alliance with the magistracy. The antagonism of principles became every day more evident. After the 5 months elapsed since the royal session, the Parliament was still protesting against the violence done to it. "I had no need to take or count the votes," said the king's reply. "Being present at the deliberation, I judged for myself without taking any account of plurality. If plurality in my courts were to force my will, the monarchy would be nothing but an aristocracy of magistrates." "No, sir, no aristocracy in France, but no despotism either," replied the members of Parliament. The indiscretion of a printer made M. d'Espremesnil acquainted with the great designs which were in preparation. At his instigation, the Parliament issued a declaration as to the reciprocal rights and duties of the monarch and the nation. "France," said the resolution, "is a monarchy hereditary from male to male, governed by the king following the laws. It has for fundamental laws the nation's right to freely grant subsidies by means of the States general, convoked and composed according to regulation, the customs and capitulations of the provinces, the irremovability of the magistrates, the right of the courts to enregister edicts, and that of each citizen to be judged only by his natural judges, without liability ever to be arrested arbitrarily." "The magistrates must cease to exist before the nation ceases to be free," said a second protest. Bold and defiant in its grotesque mixture of the ancient principles of the magistracy with the novel theories of philosophy, the resolution of the Parliament was quashed by the king. Orders were given to arrest M. d'Espremesnil and a young councillor, Goissillard de Montasper, who had proposed an inquiry into the conduct of the controllers commissioned to collect the second 20th. The police of the Parliament was perfect and vigilant. The two magistrates were warned and took refuge in the Palace of Justice. All the chambers were assembled and the peers convoked. 10 or a dozen appeared, notwithstanding the king's express prohibition. The Parliament had placed the two threatened members "under the protection of the king and of the law." The premier president, at the head of a deputation, had set out for Versailles to demand immunity for the accused. The court was in session, awaiting his return. The mob thronged the precincts of the palace. Some persons had even penetrated into the grand chamber. No deliberations went on. Towards midnight, several companies of the French guards entered the hall of the Pas Perdus. All the exits were guarded. The court was in commotion. The young councillors demanded that the deliberations should go on publicly. "Gentlemen," said President de Gourgues, "would you derogate from the ancient forms?" The spectators withdrew. The Marquis d'Agoult, aide major of the French guards, demanded admission; he had orders from the king. The ushers opened the doors. At sight of the magistrates in scarlet robes, motionless upon their seats, the officer was for a moment abashed. He cast his eye from bench to bench. His voice faltered when he read the order signed by the king to arrest "Messieurs d'Espremesnil and de Montasper in the Grand Chamber or elsewhere." "The court will proceed to deliberate thereon, sir," replied the president. "Your forms are to deliberate," hotly replied M. d'Agoult, who had recovered himself. "I know nothing of those forms. The king's orders must be executed without delay. Point out to me those whom I have to arrest." Silence reigned throughout the hall. Not a word, not a gesture indicated the accused. Only the dukes and peers made merry aloud over the nobleman charged with so disagreeable a mission. He repeated his demand. "We are all d'Espremesnil and Montsabert," exclaimed the magistrates. M. d'Agoult left the room. He soon returned, accompanied by an exon of the short robe, named Larchier. "Show me whom I have to arrest," was the officer's order. The exon looked all round the room. He knew every one of the magistrates. The accused were sitting right in front of him. "I do not see Messieurs d'Espremesnil and Montsabert anywhere," he at last said, tremulously. M. d'Agoult's threats could not get any other answer out of him. The officer had gone to ask for fresh orders. The deputation sent to Versailles had returned, without having been received by Louis XVI., of whom an audience had not been requested. The court wanted to send some of the king's people at once to notify a fresh request. The troops guarded all the doors; nobody could leave the palace. "Gentlemen," said d'Espremesnil at last, "it would be contrary to our honor as well as to the dignity of the Parliament to prolong this scene any further; and, besides, we cannot be the ruin of Larchier. Let M. d'Agoult be shown in again." The officer was recalled; the magistrates were seated and covered. "Sir," said M. d'Espremesnil, "I am one of those you are in search of. The law forbids me to obey orders irregularly obtained (surpris) of the sovereign, and it is to be faithful to him that I have not mentioned who I am until this moment. I call upon you to state whether, in case I should not go with you voluntarily, you have orders to drag me from this building." "Certainly, sir." D'Agoult was already striding towards the door to order in his troops. "Enough," said M. d'Espremesnil, "I yield to force." And turning to his colleagues, "Gentlemen," he said, "to you I protest against the violence of which I am the object. Forget me, and think henceforth of nothing but the common weal. I commend to you my family. Whatever may be my fate, I shall never cease to glory in professing to the last hour the principles which do honor to this court." He made a deep obeisance, and followed the major, going out by the secret staircases in order to avoid the crowd whose shouts could be heard even within the palace buildings. Goislard de Montsabert followed his colleague's example; he was confined at Pierre Encise. M. d'Espremesnil had been taken to the Isle of Sainte Marguerite. Useless and ill judged violence, which excited the passions of the public without intimidating opponents. The day after the scene of May 6th, at the moment when the whole magistracy of France was growing hot over the thrilling account of the arrest of the two councillors, the Parliament of Paris was sent for to Versailles, May 8, 1788. The magistrates knew beforehand what fate awaited them. The king uttered a few severe words; after a pompous preamble, the keeper of the seals read out 6 fresh edicts intended to ruin forever the power of the sovereign courts. Chapter 60. Part II of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 60. Louis XVI. Convocation of the States General. 1787 1789. Part II. 47 great baillie courts, as a necessary intermediary between the parliaments and the inferior tribunals, were henceforth charged with all civil cases not involving sums of more than 20,000 livres, as well as all criminal cases of the third order (estate). The representations of the Provincial Assembly of Dauphiny severely criticised the impropriety of this measure. "The ministers," they said, "have not been afraid to flout the third estate, whose life, honor, and property no longer appear to be objects worthy of the sovereign courts, for which are reserved only the causes of the rich and the crimes of the privileged." The number of members of the Parliament of Paris was reduced to 69. The registration of edicts, the only real political power left in the hands of the magistrates, was transferred to a plenary court, an old title without stability and without tradition, composed, under the king's presidency, of the great functionaries of state, assisted by a small number of councillors. The absolute power was thus preparing a rampart against encroachments of authority on the part of the sovereign courts. It had fortified itself beforehand against the pretensions of the States General, which cannot pretend to be anything but a more extended council on behalf of the sovereign, the latter still remaining supreme arbiter of their representations and their grievances." Certain useful ameliorations in the criminal legislation, amongst others total abolition of torture, completed the sum of edicts. A decree of the council declared all the parliaments prorogued until the formation of the great baillie courts. The plenary court was to assemble forthwith at Versailles. It only sat once. In presence of the opposition, amongst the majority of the men summoned to compose it, the ministers, unforeseeing and fickle even with all their ability and their boldness, found themselves obliged to adjourn the sittings indefinitely. All the members of the Parliament of Paris had bound themselves by a solemn oath not to take a place in any other assembly. "In case of dispersal of the magistracy," said the resolution entered upon the registers of the court, "the Parliament places the present act as a deposit in the hands of the king, of his august family, of the peers of the realm, of the States general, and of each of the orders, united or separate, representing the nation." At sight of this limitation, less absolute and less cleverly calculated, of the attempts made by Chancellor Maupeou, after 17 years' rapid marching towards a state of things so novel and unheard of, the commotion was great in Paris. The disturbance, however, did not reach to the masses, and the disorder in the streets was owing less to the Parisian populace than to mendicants, rascals of sinister mien, flocking in, none knew why, from the 4 points of the compass. The provinces were more seriously disturbed. All the sovereign courts rose up with one accord. The Parliament of Rouen declared "traitors to the king, to the nation, to the province, perjured and branded with infamy all officers and judges," who should proceed in virtue of the ordinances of May 8. "The authority of the king is unlimited for doing good to his subjects," said one of the presidents, "but everybody should put limits to it when it turns towards oppression." It was the very commandant of the royal troops whom the magistrates thus reproached with their passive obedience. Normandy confined herself to declarations and speeches; other provinces went beyond those bounds. Brittany claimed performance "of the marriage contract between Louis XII. And the Duchess Anne." Notwithstanding the king's prohibition, the Parliament met at Rennes. A detachment of soldiers having been ordered to disperse the magistrates, a band of gentlemen, supported by an armed mob, went to protect the deliberations of the court. 15 officers fought duels with 15 gentlemen. The court issued a decree of arrest against the holders of the king's commission. The youth of Nantes hurried to the aid of the youth of Rennes. The intermediary commission of the States ordered the bishops to have the prayers said which were customary in times of public calamity, and 130 gentlemen carried to the governor a declaration signed by the noblesse of almost the whole province. "We, members of the noblesse of Brittany, do declare infamous those who may accept any place, whether in the new administration of justice or in the administration of the States, which is not recognized by the laws and constitutions of the province." A dozen of them sent off from Versailles to go and denounce the ministers to Louis XVI. Being put in the Bastille, 18 of their friends went to demand them back; they were followed by 50 others. The officers of the Bassigny regiment had taken sides with the opposition, and discussed the orders sent to them. Among the great lords of the province, attached to the king's own person, MM. de La Tremoille, de Rieux, and de Guichen, left the court to join their protests to those of their friends. The superintendent, Bertrand de Molleville, was hanged in effigy, and had to fly. In Bearn, the peasantry had descended from the mountains. Hereditary proprietors of their little holdings, they joined the noblesse to march out and meet the Duke of Guiche, sent by the king to restore order. Already the commandant of the province had been obliged to authorize the meeting of the Parliament. The Bearnese bore in front of their ranks the cradle of Henry IV., carefully preserved in the castle of Pau. "We are no rebels," they said; "we claim our contract and fidelity to the oaths of a king whom we love. The Bearnese is free born; he will not die a slave. Let the king have all from us in love and not by force. Our blood is his and our country's. Let none come to take our lives when we are defending our liberty." Legal in Normandy, violent in Brittany, tumultuous in Bearn, the parliamentary protests took a politic and methodical form in Dauphiny. An insurrection amongst the populace of Grenoble, soon supported by the villagers from the mountains, had at first flown to arms at the sound of the tocsin. The members of the Parliament, on the point of leaving the city, had been detained by force, and their carriages had been smashed. The troops offered little resistance. An entry was effected into the house of the governor, the Duke of Clermont-Tonnerre, and with an axe above his head, the insurgents threatened to hang him to the chandelier in his drawing room if he did not convoke the Parliament. Ragged ruffians ran to the magistrates, and compelled them to meet in the sessions hall. The members of Parliament succeeded with great difficulty in pacifying the mob. As soon as they found themselves free, they hastened away into exile. Other hands had taken up their quarrel. A certain number of members of the three orders met at the town hall, and on their private authority convoked for the 21st of July the special states of Dauphiny, suppressed a while before by Cardinal Richelieu. The Duke of Clermont-Tonnerre had been superseded by old Marshal Vaux, rough and ready. He had at his disposal 20,000 men. Scarcely had he arrived at Grenoble when he wrote to Versailles. "It is too late," he said. The prerogatives of royal authority were maintained, however. The marshal granted a meeting of the States provincial, but he required permission to be asked of him. He forbade the assembly to be held at Grenoble. It was in the castle of Vizille, a former residence of the dauphin, that the three orders of Dauphiny met, closely united together in wise and patriotic accord. The Archbishop of Vienne, Lefranc de Pompignan, brother of the poet, lately the inveterate foe of Voltaire, an ardently and seriously pious man, led his clergy along the most liberal path. The noblesse of the sword, mingled with the noblesse of the robe, voted blindly all the resolutions of the third estate. These were suggested by the real head of the Assembly, M. Mounier, judge royal of Grenoble, a friend of M. Necker's, an enlightened, loyal, honorable man, destined ere long to make his name known over the whole of France by his courageous resistance to the outbursts of the National Assembly. Unanimously the three orders presented to the king their claims to the olden liberties of the province. They loudly declared, however, that they were prepared for all sacrifices and aspired to nothing but the common rights of all Frenchmen. The double representation of the third in the estates of Dauphiny was voted without contest, as well as equal assessment of the impost intended to replace forced labor. Throughout the whole province the most perfect order had succeeded the first manifestations of popular irritation. It was now more than a year since Brienne had become chief minister. MM. de Segur and de Castries had retired, refusing to serve under a man whom they did not esteem. Alone, shut up in his closet, the archbishop listened without emotion to the low murmur of legal protests, the noisy tumult of insurrections. "I have foreseen all, even civil war. The king shall be obeyed. The king knows how to make himself obeyed," he kept repeating in the assured tones of an oracle. Resolved not to share the responsibility of the reverse he foresaw, Baron de Breteuil sent in his resignation. Meanwhile the treasury was found to be empty. Brienne appealed to the clergy, hoping to obtain from ecclesiastical wealth one of those gratuitous gifts which had often come in aid of the state's necessities. The church herself was feeling the influence of the times. Without relaxing in her pretensions to the maintenance of privileges, the ecclesiastical assembly thought itself bound to plead the cause of that magistracy which it had so often fought. "Our silence," said the remonstrances, "would be a crime, of which the nation and posterity would never absolve us. Your Majesty has just effected at the bed of justice of May 8 a great movement as regards things and persons. Such ought to be a consequence rather than a preliminary of the States general. The will of a prince which has not been enlightened by his courts may be regarded as a momentary will. Your Majesty has issued an edict carrying the restoration of the plenary court, but that court has recalled an ancient reign without recalling ancient ideas. Even if it had been once the supreme tribunal of our kings, it now presents no longer that numerous assemblage of prelates, barons, and lieges united together. The nation sees nothing in it but a court tribunal whose complaisance it would be afraid of, and whose movements and intrigues it would dread in times of minority and regency. Our functions are sacred. when from the height of the altars we pray Heaven to send down blessings on kings and on their subjects, they are still so when, after teaching people their duties, we represent their rights and make solicitations on behalf of the afflicted, on behalf of the absent despoiled of their position and their liberty. The clergy of France, sir, stretch forth to you their suppliant hands. It is so beautiful to see might and puissance yielding to prayer. The glory of your Majesty is not in being King of France, but in being King of the French and the heart of your subjects in the fairest of your domains." The Assembly of the Clergy granted to the Treasury only a poor gift of 1,800,000 livres. All the resources were exhausted, disgraceful tricks had despoiled the hospitals and the poor, credit was used up, the payments of the state were backward, the discount bank (caisse d'escompte) was authorized to refuse to give coin. To divert the public mind from this painful situation, Brienne proposed to the king to yield to the requests of the members of Parliament, of the clergy, and of the noblesse themselves. A decree of August 8, 1788, announced that the States general would be convoked May 1, 1789. The re establishment of the plenary court was suspended to that date. Concessions wrested from the weakness and irresolution of governments do not strengthen their failing powers. Brienne had exhausted his boldness as well as his basenesses; he succumbed beneath the outcry of public wrath and mistrust. He offered the comptroller generalship to M. Necker, who refused. He told Louis XVI, "Mercy," is the expression in Brienne's own account, "that under a minister who, like me, had lost the favor of the public, he could not do any good." A court intrigue at last decided the minister's fall. The Count of Artois, egged on by Madame de Polignac, made urgent entreaties to the queen; she was attached to Brienne. She, however, resigned herself to giving him up, but with so many favors and such an exhibition of kindness towards all his family, that the public did not feel at all grateful to Marie Antoinette. Already Brienne had exchanged the archbishopric of Toulouse for that of Sens, a much richer one. "The queen offered me the hat and anything I might desire," writes the prelate, "telling me that she parted from me with regret, weeping at being obliged to do so, and permitting me to kiss her (l'embrasser) in token of her sorrow and her interest." "After having made the mistake of bringing him into the ministry," says Madame Campan (Memoires, p. 33), "the queen unfortunately made an equally grave one in supporting him at the time of a disgrace brought upon him by the despair of the whole nation. She considered it only consistent with her dignity to give him, at his departure, ostensible proofs of her esteem, and her very sensibility misleading her, she sent him her portrait adorned with precious stones and the patent of lady of the palace for his niece, Madame de Courcy, saying that it was necessary to indemnify a minister sacrificed by the trickery of courts and the factious spirit of the nation. I have since seen the queen shed bitter tears over the errors she committed at this period." On the 25th of August, 1788, the king sent for M. Necker. A burst of public joy greeted the fall of the detested minister and the return of the popular minister. There were illuminations in the provinces as well as at Paris, at the Bastille as well as the houses of members of Parliament; but joy intermingled with hate is a brutal and a dangerous one. The crowd thronged every evening on the Pont Neuf, forcing carriages as well as foot passengers to halt in front of Henry IV.'s statue. "Hurrah for Henry IV.! To the devil with Lamoignon and Brienne!" howled the people, requiring all passers to repeat the same cry. It was remarked that the Duke of Orleans took pleasure in crossing over the Pont Neuf to come in for the cheers of the populace. "He was more crafty than ambitious, more depraved than naturally wicked," says M. Malouet. "Resentment towards the court had hurried him into intrigue; he wanted to become formidable to the queen. His personal aim was vengeance rather than ambition; that of his petty council was to effect an upheaval in order to set the prince at the head of affairs as lieutenant general and share the profits." The tumult in the streets went on increasing. The keeper of the seals, Lamoignon, had tried to remain in power. M. Necker, supported by the queen, demanded his dismissal. His departure, like that of Brienne, had to be bought; he was promised an embassy for his son; he claimed a sum of 400,000 livres; the treasury was exhausted, and there was no finding more than half. The greedy keeper of the seals was succeeded by Barentin, premier president of the Court of Aids. Two dummies, one dressed in a simar (gown) and the other in pontifical vestments, were burned on the Pont Neuf. The soldiers having been ordered to disperse the crowds, some persons were wounded and others killed. The mob had felt sure that they would not be fired upon, whatever disorder they showed. The wrath and indignation were great. There were threats of setting fire to the houses of M. de Brienne and de Lamoignon. The quarters of the commandant of the watch were surrounded. The number of folks of no avocation, of mendicants and of vagabonds, was increasing every day in Paris. Meanwhile the Parliament had gained its point, the great baillie courts were abolished, the same difficulty had been found in constituting them as in forming the plenary court. All the magistrates of the inferior tribunals refused to sit in them. The Breton deputies were let out of the Bastille; everywhere the sovereign courts were recalled. The return of the exiles to Paris was the occasion for a veritable triumph, and the pretext for new disorders among the populace. It was the Parliament's first duty to see to the extraordinary police (haute police) in its district. It performed the duty badly and weakly. The populace had applauded its return, and had supported its cause during its exile. The first resolution of the court was directed against the excesses committed by the military in repressing the disorders. When it came to trying the men seized with arms in their hands and the incendiaries who had threatened private houses, all had their cases dismissed. By way of example, one was detained a few days in prison. Having often been served in its enterprises by the passions of the mob, the Parliament had not foreseen the day when those same outbursts would sweep it away like chaff before the wind with all that regimen of tradition and respect to which it still clung even in its most audacious acts of daring. For an instant the return of M. Necker to power had the effect of restoring some hope to the most far sighted. On his coming into office, the treasury was empty, there was no scraping together as much as 5,000 livres. The need was pressing, the harvests were bad; the credit and the able resources of the great financier sufficed for all; the funds went up 30% in one day; certain capitalists made advances; the Chamber of the Notaries of Paris paid 6 millions into the treasury; M. Necker lent 2 millions out of his private fortune. Economy had already found its way into the royal household. Louis XVI. Had faithfully kept his promises. Despite the wrath of courtiers, he had reduced his establishment. The Duke of Coigny, premier equerry, had found his office abolished. "We were truly grieved, Coigny and I," said the king, kindly, "but I believe he would have beaten me had I let him." "It is fearful to live in a country where one is not sure of possessing to morrow what one had the day before," said the great lords who were dispossessed. "It's a sort of thing seen only in Turkey." Other sacrifices and more cruel lessons in the instability of human affairs were already in preparation for the French noblesse. The great financial talents of M. Necker, his probity, his courage, had caused illusions as to his political talents. Useful in his day and in his degree, the new minister was no longer equal to the task. The distresses of the treasury had powerfully contributed to bring about, to develop the political crisis. The public cry for the States general had arisen in a great degree from the deficit. But henceforth financial resources did not suffice to conjure away the danger. The discount bank had resumed payment, the state honored its engagements, the phantom of bankruptcy disappeared from before the frightened eyes of stockholders. Nevertheless, the agitation did not subside. Minds were full of higher and more tenacious concernments. Every gaze was turned towards the States general. Scarcely was M. Necker in power when a royal proclamation, sent to the Parliament returning to Paris, announced the convocation of the Assembly for the month of January, 1789. The States general themselves had become a topic of the most lively discussion. Amid the embarrassment of his government, and in order to throw a sop to the activity of the opposition, Brienne had declared his doubts and his deficiency of enlightenment as to the form to be given to the deliberations of that ancient assembly, always convoked at the most critical junctures of the national history, and abandoned for 175 years past. "The researches ordered by the king," said a decree of the council, "have not brought to light any positive information as to the number and quality of the electors and those eligible, any more than as to the form of the elections. The king will always try to be as close as possible to the old usages, and when they are unknown, his Majesty will not supply the hiatus till after consulting the wish of his subjects, in order that the most entire confidence may hedge a truly national assembly. Consequently, the king requests all the municipalities and all the tribunals to make researches in their archives. He likewise invites all scholars and well informed persons, and especially those who are members of the Academy of Inscriptions and Literature, to study the question and give their opinion." In the wake of this appeal, a flood of tracts and pamphlets had inundated Paris and the provinces, some devoted to the defence of ancient usages, the most part intended to prove that the constitution of the olden monarchy of France contained in principle all the political liberties which were but asking permission to soar; some, finally, bolder and the most applauded of all, like that of Count d'Entraigues, note on the States General, their rights and the manner of convoking them, and that of Abbé Sieyes, What is the Third Estate? Count d'Entraigues' pamphlet began thus: "It was doubtless in order to give the most heroic virtues a home worthy of them that Heaven willed the existence of republics, and perhaps to punish the ambition of men. It permitted great empires, kings, and masters to arise." Sieyes's pamphlet had already sold to the extent of 30,000 copies. The development of his ideas was an audacious commentary upon his modest title. "What is the Third Estate?" said that able revolutionist. "Nothing." "What ought it to be?" "Everything." It was hoisting the flag against the two upper orders. "The deputies of the clergy and of the noblesse have nothing in common with national representation," he said, "and no alliance is possible between the three orders in the States General." It may be permissible to quote here a page or so from the second volume of this history. "At the moment when France was electing the Constituent Assembly, a man, whose mind was more powerful than accurate, Abbe Sieyes, could say, 'What is the Third Estate? Everything. What has it been hitherto in the body politic? Nothing. What does it demand? To be something.' There were in these words three grave errors. In the course of the regimen anterior to 1789, so far was the Third Estate from being nothing that it had every day become greater and stronger. What was demanded for it in 1789 by M. Sieyes and his friends was not that it should become something, but that it should be everything. It was to desire what was beyond its right and its might. The Revolution, which was its victory, itself proved this. Whatever may have been the weaknesses and the faults of its adversaries, the Third Estate had to struggle terribly to vanquish them, and the struggle was so violent and so obstinate that the Third Estate was shattered to pieces in it, and paid right dearly for its triumph. It first of all found despotism instead of liberty, and when the liberty returned, the Third Estate found itself face to face with a twofold hostility, that of its adversaries of the old regimen and that of absolute democracy, which, in its turn, claimed to be everything. Excessive pretension entails unmanageable opposition, and excites unbridled ambition. What there was in the words of Abbé Sieyes in 1789 was not the truth as it is in history; it was a lying programme of revolution. Taking the history of France in its totality and in all its phases, the Third Estate has been the most active and most decisive element in French civilization. If we follow it in its relations with the general government of the country, we see it first of all allied during 6 centuries with the kingship, struggling pauselessly against the feudal aristocracy, and giving the prevalence in place of that to a central and unique power, pure monarchy to wit, closely approximating, though with certain often repeated but vain reservations, to absolute monarchy. But, so soon as it has gained this victory and accomplished this revolution, the third estate pursues another; it attacks this unique power which it had contributed so much to establish, and it undertakes the task of changing pure monarchy into constitutional monarchy. Under whatever aspect we consider it in its two great and so very different enterprises, whether we study the progressive formation of French society itself or that of its government, the third estate is the most powerful and the most persistent of the forces which have had influence over French civilization. Not only is this fact novel, but it has for France quite a special interest; for, to make use of an expression which is much abused in our day, it is a fact eminently French, essentially national. Nowhere has burgessdom had a destiny so vast, so fertile as that which has fallen to it in France. There have been commons all over Europe, in Italy, in Spain, in Germany, in England, as well as in France. Not only have there been commons everywhere, but the commons in France are not those which, qua commons, under that name and in the Middle Ages, have played the greatest part and held the highest place in history. The Italian commons begot glorious republics; the German commons became free towns, sovereign towns, which have their own special history, and exercise throughout the general history of Germany a great deal of influence. The commons of England allied themselves with a portion of the English feudal aristocracy, formed with it the preponderating house in the British government, and thus played, full early, a powerful part in the history of their country. The French commons, under that name and in their season of special activity, were certainly far from rising to that importance in politics and that rank in history. And yet it is in France that the people of the commons, the burgessdom, became most completely, most powerfully developed, and ended by acquiring in the general social body the most decided preponderance. There have been commons throughout the whole of Europe. There has been, in truth, no third estate victorious save in France. It is in the French Revolution of 1789, assuredly the greatest, that the French third estate reached its ultimatum, and France is the only country where, in an excess of burgess pride, a man of great mind could say, "What is the third estate? Everything." Chapter 60, Part 2. Chapter 60, Part 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 60. Louis XVI. Convocation of the States General, 1787 to 1789, Part 3. So much excitement in men's minds, and so much commotion amongst the masses, reasonably disquieted prudent folks. In spite of its natural frivolity, the court was at bottom sad and anxious. The time had passed for the sweet life at the manor house of Trianon, for rustic amusements and the charity of youth and romance. Marie Antoinette felt it deeply and bitterly. In the preceding year, at the moment when M. de Calonne was disputing with the Assembly of Notables, she wrote to the Duchess of Polignac, who had gone to take the waters in England, "Where you are, you can at least enjoy the pleasure of not hearing affairs talked about; though, in the country of upper and lower houses, of oppositions and motions, you can shut your ears and let the talk glide; but here there is a deafening noise, notwithstanding all I can do. Those words opposition and motion are as firmly established here as in the Parliament of England, with this difference, that when you go over to the opposition in London, you commence by relinquishing the king's graces, whereas here many oppose all the wise and beneficent views of the most virtuous of masters, and keep his benefits all the same. That, perhaps, is more clever, but it is not so noble. The time of illusions is over, and we are having some cruel experiences. Happily, all the means are still in the king's hands, and he will arrest all the mischief which the imprudent want to make." The queen preserved some confidence; she only half perceived the abyss beginning to yawn beneath her feet; she had not yet criticised the weakness and insufficiency of the king, her husband. She did not as yet write, "The personage over me is not fit, and as for me, whatever may be said, and come what may, I am never anything but secondary, and in spite of the confidence reposed by the first, he often makes me feel it." She was troubled, nevertheless, and others more sagacious were more so than she. "When I arrived at Paris, where I had not been for more than 3 years," says M. Malouet, for a long while the king's commissioner in the colonies and latterly superintendent of Toulon, observing the heat of political discussions as well as of the pamphlets in circulation, M. d'Entraigues' work and Abbe Sieyes's, the troubles in Brittany and those in Dauphiny, my illusions vanished. I was seized with all the terrors confided to me by Abbe Raynal on my way to Marseilles. I found M. Necker beginning to be afraid, but still flattering himself that he would have means of continuing, directing, and bringing everything right." The Parliament was still more affrighted than M. Malouet and M. Necker. Summoned, on the 28th of September, to enregister the king's proclamation relative to the convocation of the States general, it added this clause: "according to the forms observed in 1614." It was a reply in the negative on the part of the magistracy to all the new aspirations to the vote by polling (vote par tete), as well as to the doubling of the third already gained in principle amongst the provincial assemblies. The popularity of the Parliament at once vanished. M. d'Espremesnil, hardly returned from the Isles of Sainte Marguerite, and all puffed up with his glory, found himself abandoned by those who had been loudest in vaunting his patriotic zeal. An old councillor had but lately said to him, when he was calling for the States general with all his might, "Providence will punish your fatal counsels by granting your wishes." After the triumph of his return to Paris, amidst the desert which was forming around the Parliament, "the martyr, the hero of liberty," as his enthusiastic admirers had been wont to call him, had to realize that instability of human affairs and that fragility of popularity to which he had shut his eyes even in his prison, when Mirabeau, ever biting and cynical, wrote to one of his friends, "Neighborhood will doubtless procure you a visit from that immense d'Espremesnil, the sage commentator upon Mesmer, who, from the Isles of Sainte Marguerite even unto this place, has made everybody laugh at the ostentation with which he shook his fetters to make them clank." The troubles amongst the populace had subsided, but agitation amongst the thoughtful went on increasing, and the embarrassments of M. Necker increased with the agitation amongst the thoughtful. Naturally a stranger to politics properly so called, constantly engaged as he was in finance or administration, the minister's constitutional ideas were borrowed from England; he himself saw how inapplicable they were to the situation of France. "I was never called upon," he says in his Memoirs, "to examine closely into what I could make, at the time of my return to office, of my profound and particular esteem for the government of England, for, if at a very early period my reflections and my conversation could not but show symptoms of the opinions I held, at a very early period also I perceived how averse the king was from anything that might resemble the political practices and institutions of England." M. Necker, says M. Malouet, showed rare sagacity in espying in the greatest detail and on the furthest horizon the defects, the inconveniences of every measure, and it was this faculty of extending his observations to infinity which made him so often undecided." What with these doubts existing in his own mind, and what with the antagonistic efforts of parties as well as individual wills, the minister conceived the hope of releasing himself from the crushing burden of his personal responsibility. He convoked for the second time the Assembly of Notables. Impotent as it was in 1787, this Assembly was sure to be, and was even more so, in 1788. Mirabeau had said with audacious intuition, "It is no longer a question of what has been, but of what has to be." The notables clung to the past like shipwrecked mariners who find themselves invaded by raging waters. Meeting on the 6th of November at Versailles, They opposed in mass the doubling of the third estate. The committee presided over by Monsieur, the king's brother, alone voted for the double representation, and that by a majority of only one voice. The Assembly likewise refused to take into account the population of the circumscriptions, or outlying districts, in fixing the number of its representatives. The seneschalty of Poitiers, which numbered 700,000 inhabitants, was not to have more deputies than the bailiwick of Dourdan, which had but 8,000. The liberality on which the notables plumed themselves, as regarded the qualifications required in respect of the electors and the eligible, was at bottom as interested as it was injudicious. The fact of domicile and payment of taxes did not secure to the electors the guarantee given by property. The vote granted to all notables, whether enfeoffed or not, and to all members of the clergy for the elections of their orders, was intended to increase the weight of those elected by the number of suffrages. The high noblesse and the bishops reckoned wrongly upon the influence they would be able to exercise over their inferiors. Already, on many points, the petty nobles and the parish priests were engaged, and were to be still more deeply engaged on the popular side. At the very moment when the public were making merry over the Assembly of notables, and were getting irritated at the delay caused by their useless discussions in the convocation of the States general, the Parliament, in one of those sudden fits of reaction with which they were sometimes seized from their love of popularity, issued a decree explanatory of their decision on the 24th of September. "The real intentions of the court," said the decree, "have been distorted in spite of their plainness. The number of deputies of each order is not determined by any law, by any invariable usage, and it depends upon the king's wisdom to adjudge what reason, liberty, justice, and the general wish may indicate." The Parliament followed up this strange retraction with a series of wise and far sighted requests touching the totality of the public administration. Its part was henceforth finished. Wisdom in words could not efface the effect of imprudent or weak acts. When the decree was presented to the king, he gave the deputation a cold reception. "I have no answer to make to the prayers of the Parliament," he replied; "it is with the States general that I shall examine into the interests of my people." Whilst all the constituted bodies of the third estate, municipalities, corporations, commissions of provincial assemblies, were overwhelming the king with their addresses in favor of the people's rights, the Prince of Conti, whose character always bore him into reaction against the current of public opinion, had put himself at the head of the opposition of the courtiers. Already, at one of the committees of the Assembly of notables, he had addressed Monsieur, the most favorable of all the princes to the liberal movement. "The very existence of the monarchy is threatened," he said; "its annihilation is desired, and we are close upon that fatal moment. It is impossible that the king should not at last open his eyes, and that the princes his brothers should not co operate with him. Be pleased, therefore, to represent to the king how important it is for the stability of his throne, for the laws, and for good order, that the new systems be forever put away, and that the constitution and ancient forms be maintained in their integrity." Louis XVI. Having shown some ill humor at the Prince of Conti's remarks, the latter sent him a letter signed by all the princes of the royal family except Monsieur and the Duke of Orleans. The perils with which the state was threatened were evident and even greater than the prince's letter made out. The remedies they indicated were as insufficient in substance as they were contemptuous in form. "Let the third estate," they said, "cease to attack the rights of the two upper orders, rights which, not less ancient than the monarchy, ought to be as unalterable as the constitution; but let it confine itself to asking for diminution of the imposts with which it may be surcharged. Then the two upper orders might, in the generosity of their feelings, give up prerogatives which have pecuniary interests for their object." Whilst demanding on the part of the third estate this modest attitude, the princes let fall threatening expressions, the use of which had been a lost practice to the royal house since the days of the Fronde. "In a kingdom in which for so long a time there have been no civil dissensions, the word schism cannot be uttered without regret," they said. Such an event, however, would have to be expected if the rights of the two upper orders suffered any alteration; and what confidence would not be felt in the mind of the people in protests which tended to release them from payment of imposts agreed upon in the States?" 30 dukes and peers had beforehand proposed to the king the renunciation of all their pecuniary privileges, assuring him that the whole French noblesse would follow the example if they were consulted. Passions were too violently excited, and the disorder of ideas was too general to admit of the proper sense being given to this generous and fruitless proceeding. The third estate looked upon it as a manoeuvre against double representation. The mass of the two orders protested against the forced liberality which it was attempted to thrust upon them. People made merry over the signataries. "Have you read the letter of the dupes and peers?" they said. The Assembly of Notables had broken up on the 12th of December; the convocation of the States general was at hand, and the government of King Louis XVI. Still fluctuated undecidedly between the various parties which were so violently disputing together over public opinion left to itself. The dismay of wise men went on increasing; they were already conscious of the fruitlessness of their attempts to direct those popular passions of which they had but lately been reckoning upon availing themselves in order to attain an end as laudable as it was moderate. One of the most virtuous, as well as the most enlightened, and the most courageous, M. Malouet, has related in his Memoires the conversations he held at this very juncture with the ministers, M. Necker and M. Montmorin especially. It is worth while to give the complete summary, as sensible as it is firm, a truthful echo of the thoughts in the minds of the cream of the men who had ardently desired reforms, and who attempted in vain to rein up the revolution in that fatal course which was to cost the lives of many amongst them, and the happiness and peace of nearly all. "It is the first Assembly of Notables," said M. Malouet, "which has apprised the nation that the government was henceforth subordinated to public opinion. This is a false and dangerous position, if it is not strong enough to enlighten that opinion, direct it, and restrain it. The wish of France has summoned the States general; there was no way but to obey it. The doubling of the third estate is likewise proclaimed in an irresistible manner, but as yet there is nothing but your own mistakes to imperil the kingly authority. Your shiftings, your weaknesses, your inconsistencies no longer leave you the resource of absolute power. From the moment that, exhibiting your embarrassments, you are obliged to invoke the counsels and aid of the nation, you can no longer walk without it; from its strength you must recruit your own. But your wisdom must control its strength; if you leave it bridleless and guideless, you will be crushed by it. You must not wait, then, for the States general to make demands upon you or issue orders to you; you must hasten to offer all that sound minds can desire, within reasonable limits, whether of authority or of national rights. Everything ought to be foreseen and calculated in the king's council before the opening of the States general. You ought to determine what can be given up without danger in ancient usages, forms, maxims, institutions, obsolete or full of abuses. All that the public experience and reason denounce to you as proscribed, take heed that you do not defend. But do not be so imprudent as to commit to the risks of a tumultuous deliberation the fundamental basis and the essential springs of the kingly authority. Commence by liberally granting the requirements and wishes of the public, and prepare yourselves to defend, even by force, all that violent, factious, and extravagant systems would assail. In the state of uncertainty, embarrassment, and denudation in which you have placed yourselves, you have no strength, I can feel, I can see. Get out, then, of this state, put fresh energy into your concessions, into your plans; in a word, take up a decided attitude, for you have it not. The revolution which is at this instant being effected, and which we may regard as accomplished, is the elevation of the commons to an influence equal to that of the two other orders. Another revolution must follow that, and it is for you to carry it out. That is the destruction of privileges fraught with abuse and onerous to the people. When I say that it is for you to carry out, I mean that you must take your measures in such wise as to prevent anything from being done without you, and otherwise than by your direction. Thus, then, you should have a fixed plan of concessions, of reforms, which, instead of upsetting everything, will consolidate the basis of legitimate authority. This plan should become, by your influence, the the text of all the bailiwick memorials. God forbid that I should propose to you to bribe, to seduce, to obtain influence by iniquitous means over the elections. You need, on the contrary, the most honest, the most enlightened, the most energetic men. Such are those who must be brought to the front, and on whom the choice should be made to fall." Admirable counsels on the part of the most honest and most far sighted of minds! Difficult, however, if not impossible, to be put into practice by feeble ministers, themselves still undecided on the very brink of the abyss, having to face the repugnance and the passions of the two privileged orders on which it was a question of imposing painful sacrifices, however legitimate and indispensable they might be. M. Malouet and those who thought with him, more in number than anybody could tell, demanded instructions as to the elections in the bailiwicks. "Can you have allowed this great crisis to come on without any preparations for defence, without any combination?" they said to the ministers. "You have, through the police, the superintendents, the king's proctors in the tribunals, means of knowing men and choosing them, or, at any rate, of directing choice. These means, have you employed them?" M. Necker could not give his instructions. He had not yet made up his mind on the question which was engaging everybody's thoughts. He hesitated to advise the king to consent to the doubling of the third. "He had a timid pride which was based on his means, on his celebrity, and which made him incessantly afraid of compromising himself with public opinion, which he could no longer manage to control when he found himself opposed by it," said Malouet. Marmontel, who knew the minister well, added, "That solitary mind, abstracted, self concentrated, naturally enthusiastic, had little communication with men in general, and few men were tempted to have communication with him. He knew them only by glimpses too isolated or too vague, and hence his illusions as to the character of the people at whose mercy he was placing the state and the king." M. Necker's illusions as to himself never disappeared; he had a vague presentiment of the weakening of his influence over public opinion, and he was pained thereat. He resolved at last to follow it. "It is a great mistake," he wrote at a later period in his Memoires, "to pretend to struggle, with only antiquated notions on your side, against all the vigor of the principles of natural justice, when that justice renews its impulse and finds itself seconded by the natural desire of a nation. The great test of ability in affairs is to obtain the merit of the sacrifice before the moment when that same sacrifice will appear a matter of necessity." The favorable moment, which M. Necker still thought of seizing, had already slipped by him. The royal resolution proclaimed under this strange title, result of the king's council held on the 27th of December, 1788, caused neither great astonishment nor lively satisfaction amongst the public. M. Necker was believed to be more favorable to the doubling of the third estate than he really was. The king was known to be weak, and resigned to following the counsels of the minister who had been thrust upon him. "The cause of the third estate," said the report to the king, "will always have public opinion for it. The wishes of the third estate, when unanimous, when in conformity with the principles of equity, will always be only another name for the wishes of the nation. The judgment of Europe will encourage it. I will say, then, upon my soul and conscience, and as a faithful servant of his Majesty, I do decidedly think that he may and ought to call to the States general a number of deputies of the third estate equal to that of the deputies of the two other orders together, not in order to force on decisions by poll (délibération par tête), as appears to be feared, but in order to satisfy the general wishes of the commons of his kingdom." "The king," said the edict, "having heard the report made in his council by the minister of finance relative to the approaching convocation of the States general, his Majesty has adopted its principles and views, and has ordained what follows: 1. That the deputies shall be at least 1,000 in number. 2. That the number shall be formed, as nearly as possible, in the compound ratio of the population and taxes of each bailiwick. 3. That the number of deputies of the third estate shall be equal to that of the other two orders together, and that this proportion shall be established by the letters of convocation." The die was cast, the victory remained with the third estate, legitimate in principle, and still possible perhaps to be directed and regulated, but dangerous and already menacing. "It is not resistance from the two upper orders that I fear," said M. Malouet to the ministers; "it is the excess of the commons. You have done too much, or let too much be done to prevent now the propositions I submitted to you from being realized. The point is not to go any further, for beyond lies anarchy. But if, in the very decided and very impetuous course taken by public opinion, the king should hesitate and the clergy and noblesse resist, woe to us, for all is lost. Do you expect the least appearance of order and reason in a gathering of 1,200 legislators, drawn from all classes, without any practice in discussion and meditation over the important subjects they are about to handle, carried away by party spirit, by the impetuous force of so many diverging interests and opinions? If you do not begin by giving them fixed ideas, by hedging them, through their constituents, with instructions and impediments which they cannot break through, look out for all sorts of vagaries, for irremediable disorders." In his sad forecast of the confusion which threatened the new Assembly, M. Malouet counted too much upon the authority of mandates and upon the influence of the constituents. He was destined to look on, impotent and despairing, at that great outburst of popular passions which split asunder all ties and broke through all engagements as so many useless impediments. "When the Assembly, in the first paroxysms of its delirium, dared to annul its oaths and declared itself freed from the yoke of the instructions which we received from our constituents, the king had a right, what do I say? He was bound to send us back to our bailiwicks," says M. Malouet. The States general were convoked for the 27th of April, 1789, and not a soul had yet received instructions from the government. "Those that we did at last receive were as honest as they were insufficient. They told us in substance to get adopted, if we could, the proposal to present candidates for the departments, and to admit into the list of candidates none but men whose morality, means, and fair reputation were established, to prevent wrangles, schism between the orders, and to carry, in as far as in us lay, the most moderate notions as regarded reforms and innovations. It was no longer the king speaking, it was the consulting council for the crown, asking advice of everybody, and appearing to say to everybody, 'What's to be done? What can I do? How much do they want to lop from my authority? How much of it will they leave me?'" Memoires de M. Malouet, p. 249. It was a tacit abdication of the kingship at the juncture when its traditional authority, if not its very existence, was brought to book. The party of honest men, still very numerous and recruited amongst all classes of society, went confidently to the general elections and the preparatory assemblies which had to precede them. "Hardly conscious were they of the dark clouds which had gathered around us. The cloud shrouded a tempest which was not slow to burst." Memoires de M. Malouet, p. 260. The whole of France was fever stricken; the agitation was contradictory and confused, a medley of confidence and fear, joy and rage, everywhere violent and contagious. This time again Dauphiny showed an example of politic and wise behavior. The special states of the province had met on the 1st of December, 1788, authorized by the government according to a new system proposed by the delegates of the three orders. Certain members of the noblesse and of the clergy had alone protested against the mode of election. Mounier constantly directed the decisions of the third estate. He restrained and enlightened young Barnave, advocate in the court, who, for lack of his counsels, was destined to frequently go astray hereafter. The deliberations were invariably grave, courteous; a majority, as decided as it was tolerant, carried the day on all the votes. "When I reflect upon all we gained in Dauphiny by the sole force of justice and reason," wrote Mounier afterwards, in his exile, "I see how I came to believe that Frenchmen deserve to be free." M. Mounier published a work on the convocation of the States general demanding the formation of two Chambers. That was likewise the proposition of M. de la Luzerne, Bishop of Langres, an enlightened, a zealous, and a far sighted prelate. "This plan had probably no approbation but mine," says M. Malouet. "The opposition and the objections were diverse and contradictory, but they were general. Constitutional notions were as yet novel and full of confusion in all minds. The most sagacious and most prudent were groping their way towards a future enveloped in mist. The useful example of Dauphiny had no imitators. Bourbonnais and Hainault had accepted the system proposed by M. Necker for the formation of preparatory assemblies. Normandy, faithful to its spirit of conservative independence, claimed its ancient privileges and refused the granted liberties. In Burgundy the noblesse declared that they would give up their pecuniary privileges, but that on all other points they would defend to the last gasp the ancient usages of the province. The clergy and noblesse of Languedoc held pretty much the same language. In Franche Comté, where the States provincial had not sat since Louis XIV.'s conquest, the strife was so hot on the subject of the administrative regimen that the ministry declared the Assembly dissolved and referred the decision to the States general. The Parliament of Besançon protested, declaring that the constitution of the province could not be modified save by the nationality of Franche Comté, and that deputies to the States general could not be elected save by the estates of the country assembled according to the olden rule. This pretension of the magistrates excluded the people from the elections. They rose and drove the court from the sessions hall. Everywhere the preparatory assemblies were disturbed; they were tumultuous in many spots. In Provence, as well as in Brittany, they became violent. In his province, Mirabeau was the cause or pretext for the troubles. Born at Bignon near Nemours, on the 9th of March, 1749, well known already for his talent as a writer and orator, as well as for the startling irregularities of his life, he was passionately desirous of being elected to the States general. "I don't think I shall be useless there," he wrote to his friend Cerutti. Nowhere, however, was his character worse than in Provence. There people had witnessed his dissensions with his father as well as with his wife. Public contempt, a just punishment for his vices, caused his admission into the States provincial to be unjustly opposed. The Assembly was composed exclusively of nobles in possession of fiefs, of ecclesiastical dignitaries, and of a small number of municipal officers. It claimed to elect the deputies to the States general according to the ancient usages. Mirabeau's common sense, as well as his great and puissant genius, revolted against the absurd theories of the privileged. He overwhelmed them with his terrible eloquence, whilst adjuring them to renounce their abuseful and obsolete rights. He scared them by his forceful and striking hideousness. "Generous friends of peace," said he, addressing the two upper orders, "I hereby appeal to your honor. Nobles of Provence, the eyes of Europe are upon you; weigh well your answer. Ye men of God, have a care; God hears you. But if you keep silence, or if you entrench yourselves in the vague utterances of a piqued self love, allow me to add a word. In all ages, in all countries, aristocrats have persecuted the friends of the people, and if, by I know not what combination of chances, there have arisen one in their own midst, he it is whom they have struck above all, thirsting as they were to inspire terror by their choice of a victim. Thus perished the last of the Gracchi by the hand of the patricians; but, wounded to the death, he flung dust towards heaven, calling to witness the gods of vengeance, and from that dust sprang Marius, Marius less great for having exterminated the Cimbri than for having struck down at Rome the aristocracy of the noblesse." Mirabeau was shut out from the States provincial and soon adopted eagerly by the third estate. Elected at Marseilles as well as at Aix for the States general, he quieted in these two cities successively riots occasioned by the dearness of bread. The people, in their enthusiasm, thronged upon him, accepting his will without a murmur when he restored to their proper figure provisions lowered in price through the terror of the authorities. The petty noblesse and the lower provincial clergy had everywhere taken the side of the third estate. Mirabeau was triumphant. "I have been, am, and shall be to the last," he exclaimed, "the man for public liberty, the man for the Constitution. Woe to the privileged orders, if that means better be the man of the people than the man of the nobles, for privileges will come to an end, but the people is eternal." Brittany possessed neither a Mounier nor a Mirabeau. The noblesse there were numerous, bellicose, and haughty, the burgessdom rich and independent. Discord was manifested at the commencement of the States provincial assembled at Rennes in the latter part of December, 1788. The governor wanted to suspend the sessions, the two upper orders persisted in meeting; there was fighting in the streets; the young men flocked in from the neighboring towns; the States room was blockaded. For 3 days the members who had assembled there endured a siege. When they cut their way through, sword in hand, several persons were killed, the enthusiasm spread to the environs. At Angers, the women published a resolution declaring that "the mothers, sisters, wives, and sweethearts of the young citizens of Angers would join them if they had to march to the aid of Brittany, and would perish rather than desert the nationality." When election time arrived, and notwithstanding the concessions which had been made to them by the government, the Breton nobles refused to proceed to the nominations of their order if the choice of deputies were not entrusted to the States provincial; they persisted in staying away, thus weakening by 30 voices their party in the States general. Chapter 60. Part IV of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6. This recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 60. Louis XVI. Convocation of the States General, 1787 1789. Part IV. The great days were at hand. The whole of France was absorbed in the drawing up of the memorials, or cahiers, demanded by the government from each other, in each bailiwick. The weather was severe, the harvest had been bad, the suffering was extreme. "Famine and fear of insurrection overthrew M. Necker; the means of providing against them absorbed all his days and nights and the greater part of the money he had at his disposal." Agitators availed themselves ably of the misery as a means of exciting popular passion. The almsgiving was enormous; charity and fear together opened both hearts and purses. The gifts of the Duke of Orleans to the poor of Paris appeared to many people suspicious; but the Archbishop of Paris, M. de Juigne, without any other motive but his pastoral devotion, distributed all he possessed and got into debt 400,000 livres, in order to relieve his flock. The doors of the finest houses were opened to wretches dying of cold; anybody might go in and get warmed in the vast halls. The regulations for the elections had just been published, the 24th of January, 1789. The number of deputies was set at 1,200. The electoral conditions varied according to order and dignity, as well as according to the extent of the bailiwicks. In accordance with the opinion of the Assembly of Notables, the simple fact of nationality and of inscription upon the register of taxes constituted electoral rights; no rating or cens was required. The preparatory labors had been conducted without combination; the elections could not be simultaneous. No powerful and dominant mind directed that bewildered mass of ignorant electors, exercising for the first time, under such critical circumstances, a right of which they did not know the extent and did not foresee the purport. "The people has more need to be governed and subjected to a protective authority than it has fitness to govern," M. Malouet had said in his speech to the Assembly of the Three Orders in the bailiwick of Riom. The day, however, was coming when the conviction was to be forced upon this people, so impotent and incompetent in the opinion of its most trusty friends, that the sovereign authority rested in its hands, without direction and without control. "The elective assembly of Riom was not the most stormy," says M. Malouet, who, like M. Mounier at Grenoble, had been elected by acclamation head of the deputies of his own order at Riom; "but it was sufficiently so to verify all my conjectures and cause me to truly regret that I had come to it and had obtained the deputyship. I was on the point of giving in my resignation, when I found some petty burgesses, lawyers, advocates without any information about public affairs, quoting the Contrat Social, declaiming vehemently against tyranny, abuses, and proposing a constitution apiece. I pictured to myself all the disastrous consequences which might be produced upon a larger stage by such outrageousness, and I arrived at Paris very dissatisfied with myself, with my fellow citizens, and with the ministers who were hurrying us into this abyss." The king had received all the memorials. On some few points the three orders had commingled their wishes in one single memorial. M. Malouet had failed to get this done in Auvergne. "The clergy insist upon putting theology into their memorials," he wrote to M. de Montmorin on the 24th of March, 1789, "and the noblesse compensations for pecuniary sacrifice. I have exhausted my lungs, and have no hope that we shall succeed completely on all points; but the differences of opinion between the noblesse and the third estate are not embarrassing. There is rather more pigheadedness amongst the clergy as to their debt, which they decline to pay, and as to some points of discipline which, after all, are matters of indifference to us. We shall have, all told, three memorials of which the essential articles are pretty similar to those of the third estate. We shall end as we began, peaceably." "The memorials of 1789," says M. de Tocqueville, L'Ancien Régime et la Révolution, p. 211, "will remain, as it were, the will and testament of the old French social system, the last expression of its desires, the authentic manifesto of its latest wishes. In its totality and on many points, it likewise contained in the germ the principles of New France. I read attentively the memorials drawn up by the three orders before meeting in 1789. I say the three orders, those of the noblesse and clergy as well as those of the third estate, and when I come to put together all these several wishes, I perceive with a sort of terror that what is demanded is the simultaneous and systematic abolition of all the laws and all the usages having currency in the country, and I see at a glance that there is about to be enacted one of the most vast and most dangerous revolutions ever seen in the world. Those who will to morrow be its victims have no idea of it. They believe that the total and sudden transformation of so complicated and so old a social system can take effect without any shock by the help of reason and its power alone. Poor souls! They have forgotten even that maxim which their fathers expressed 400 years before in the simple and forcible language of those times: by quest of too great franchise and liberties, getteth one into too great serfage." However terrible and radical it may have been in its principles and its results, the French Revolution did not destroy the past and its usages, it did not break with tradition so completely as was demanded, in 1789, by the memorials of the three orders, those of the noblesse and the clergy, as well as those of the third estate. One institution, however, was nowhere attacked or discussed. "It is not true," says M. Malouet, "that we were sent to constitute the kingship, but undoubtedly to regulate the exercise of powers conformably with our instructions. Was not the kingship constituted in law and in fact? Were we not charged to respect it, to maintain it on all its bases?" Less than a year after the Revolution had begun, Mirabeau wrote privately to the king, "Compare the new state of things with the old regimen, there is the source of consolations and hopes. A portion of the acts of the National Assembly, and the most considerable too, is clearly favorable to monarchical government. Is it nothing, pray, to be without parliaments, without states districts, without bodies of clergy, of privileged, of noblesse? The idea of forming but one single class of citizens would have delighted Richelieu. This even surface facilitates the exercise of power. Many years of absolute government could not have done so much as this single year of revolution for the kingly authority." Genius has limits which cannot be obscured by either mental bias or irregularities of life. Rejected by the noblesse, dreaded by the third estate, even when it was under his influence, Mirabeau constantly sought alliance between the kingship and liberty. "What is most true, and nobody can believe," he wrote to the Duke of Lauzun on the 24th of December, 1788, "is that, in the National Assembly, I shall be a most zealous monarchist, because I feel most deeply how much need we have to slay ministerial despotism and resuscitate the kingly authority." The The States General were scarcely assembled when the fiery orator went to call upon M. Malouet. The latter was already supposed to be hostile to the Revolution. "Sir," said Mirabeau, "I come to you because of your reputation; and your opinions, which are nearer my own than you suppose, determine this step on my part. You are, I know, one of liberty's discreet friends, and so am I. You are scared by the tempests gathering, and I no less. There are amongst us more than one hot head, more than one dangerous man. In the two upper orders all that have brains have not common sense, and amongst the fools I know several capable of setting fire to the magazine. The question, then, is to know whether the monarchy and the monarch will survive the storm which is a brewing, or whether the faults committed, and those which will not fail to be still committed, will engulf us all." M. Malouet listened, not clearly seeing the speaker's drift. Mirabeau resumed: "What I have to add is very simple. I know that you are a friend of M. Necker's and of M. de Montmorin's, who form pretty nearly all the king's council. I don't like either of them, and I don't suppose that they have much liking for me. But it matters little whether we like one another, if we can come to an understanding. I desire, then, to know their intentions. I apply to you to get me a conference. They would be very culpable or very narrow minded, the king himself would be inexcusable, if he aspired to reduce the States General to the same limits and the same results as all the others have had. That will not do. They must have a plan of adhesion or opposition to certain principles. If that plan is reasonable under the monarchical system, I pledge myself to support it and employ all my means, all my influence, to prevent that invasion of the democracy which is coming upon us." This was M. Malouet's advice, incessantly repeated to the ministers for months past. He reported to them what Mirabeau had said. Both had a bad opinion of the man, and some experience of his want of scruple. "M. Necker looked at the ceiling, after his fashion. He was persuaded that Mirabeau had not and could not have any influence." He was in want of money, it was said. M. Necker at last consented to the interview. Malouet was not present, as he should have been. Deprived of this sensible and well disposed intermediary, the Genevese stiffness and the Provencal ardor were not likely to hit it off. Mirabeau entered. They saluted one another silently, and remained for a moment looking at one another. "Sir," said Mirabeau, "M. de Malouet has assured me that you understand and approved of the grounds for the explanation I desire to have with you." "Sir," replied M. Necker, "M. Malouet has told me that you had proposals to make to me. What are they?" Mirabeau, hurt at the cold, interrogative tone of the minister and the sense he attached to the word proposals, jumps in a rage and says, "My proposal is to wish you good day." Then, running all the way and fuming all the while, Mirabeau arrives at the sessions hall. "He crossed, all scarlet with rage, over to my side," says M. Malouet, "and as he put his leg over one of our benches, he said to me, 'Your man is a fool; he shall hear of me.'" When the expiring kingship recalled Mirabeau to its aid, it was too late for him and for it. He had already struck fatal blows at the cause which he should have served, and already death was threatening himself with its finishing stroke. "He was on the point of rendering great services to the state," said Malouet. "Shall I tell you how? By confessing to you his faults and pointing out your own, by preserving to you all that was pure in the Revolution, and by energetically pointing out to you all its excesses and the danger of those excesses, by making the people affrighted at their blindness and the factions at their intrigues. He died ere this great work was accomplished, yet hardly given an inkling of it." Timidity and maladdress do not retard perils by ignoring them. The day of meeting of the States General was at hand. Almost everywhere the elections had been quiet, and the electors less numerous than had been anticipated. We know what indifference and lassitude may attach to the exercise of rights which would not be willingly renounced. Ignorance and inexperience kept away from the primary assemblies many working men and peasants. The middle class alone proceeded in mass to the elections. The irregular slowness of the preparatory operations had retarded the convocations. For 3 months the agitation attendant upon successive assemblies kept France in suspense. Paris was still voting on the 28th of April, 1789; the mob thronged the streets. All at once the rumor ran that an attack was being made on the house of an ornamental paper maker in the Faubourg Saint Antoine, named Reveillon. Starting as a simple journeyman, this man had honestly made his fortune; he was kind to those who worked in his shops; he was accused, nevertheless, amongst the populace, of having declared that a journeyman could live on 15 sous a day. The day before, threats had been levelled at him; he had asked for protection from the police; 30 men had been sent to him. The madmen who were swarming against his house and stores soon got the better of so weak a guard; everything was destroyed; the rioters rushed to the archbishop's; there was voting going on there; they expected to find Reveillon there, whom they wanted to murder; they were repulsed by the battalions of the French and Swiss guards; more than 200 were killed; money was found in their pockets. The Parliament suspended its prosecutions against the ringleaders of so many crimes. The government, impotent and disarmed, as timid in presence of this riot as in presence of opposing parties, at last came before the States general, but blown about the contrary winds of excited passions, without any guide and without fixed resolves, without any firm and compact nucleus in the midst of a new and unknown assembly, without confidence in the troops, who were looked upon, however, as a possible and last resort. The States general were presented to the king on the 2d of May, 1789. It seemed as if the two upper orders, by a prophetic instinct of their ruin, wanted, for the last time, to make a parade of their privileges. Introduced without delay to the king, they left, in front of the palace, the deputies of the third estate to wait in the rain. The latter were getting angry, and already beginning to clamor, when the gates were opened to them. In the magnificent procession on the 4th, when the three orders accompanied the king to the church of St. Louis at Versailles, the laced coats and decorations of the nobles, the superb vestments of the prelates, easily eclipsed the modest cassocks of the country priests, as well as the sombre costume imposed by ceremonial upon the deputies of the third estate. The Bishop of Nancy, M. de la Fare, maintained the traditional distinctions even in the sermon he delivered before the king. "Sir," said he, "accept the homage of the clergy, the respects of the noblesse, and the most humble supplications of the third estate." The untimely applause which greeted the bishop's words were excited by the picture he drew of the misery in the country places exhausted by the rapacity of the fiscal agents. At this striking solemnity, set off with all the pomp of the past, animated with all the hopes of the future, the eyes of the public sought out, amidst the sombre mass of deputies of the third estate, those whom their deeds, good or evil, had already made celebrated: Malouet, Mounier, Mirabeau, the last greeted with a murmur which was for a long while yet to accompany his name. "When the summons by name per bailiwick took place," writes an eye witness, "there were cheers for certain deputies who were known, but at the name of Mirabeau there was a noise of a very different sort. He had wanted to speak on 2 or 3 occasions, but a general murmur had prevented him from making himself heard. I could easily see how grieved he was, and I observed some tears of vexation standing in his bloodshot eyes." Souvenirs de Dumont, p. 47. 3 great questions were already propounded before the Assembly entered into session: those of verification of powers, of deliberation by the 3 orders in common, and of vote by poll. The wise men had desired that the king should himself see to the verification of the powers of the deputies, and that they should come to the Assembly confirmed in their mandates. People likewise expected to find, in the speech from the throne or in the minister's report, an expression of the royal opinions on the 2 other points in dispute. In a letter drawn up by M. Mounier and addressed to the king, the Estates of Dauphiny had referred the year before to the ancient system of the States general. "Before the states held at Orleans in 1569," said this document, "the orders deliberated most frequently together, and when they broke up they afterwards met to concert their deliberations. They usually chose only one president, only one speaker for all the orders, generally amongst the members of the clergy. The States of Orleans had the imprudence not to follow the forms previously observed, and the orders broke up. The clergy in vain invited them to have but one common memorial, and to choose one single speaker; but they were careful to protest that this innovation would not interfere with the unity and integrity of the body of the States. The clergy speaker said in his address that the three States, as heretofore, had but one mouth, one heart, and one spirit. In spite of these protests, the fatal example set by the States of Orleans was followed by those of Blois and those of 1614. Should it be again imitated, we fear that the States General will be powerless to do anything for the happiness of the kingdom and the glory of the throne, and that Europe will hear with surprise that the French know neither how to bear servitude nor how to deserve freedom." An honest but useless appeal to the memories of the far past. Times were changed. Whereas the municipal officers representing the third estate used to find themselves powerless in presence of the upper orders combined, the third estate, now equal to the privileged by extension of its representation, counted numerous adherents amongst the clergy, amongst the country parsons, and even in the ranks of the noblesse. Deliberation in common and vote by poll delivered the two upper orders into its hands. This was easily forgotten by the partisans of a reunion which was desirable and even necessary, but which could not be forced upon the clergy or noblesse, and which they could only effect with a view to the public good, and in the wise hope of preserving their influence by giving up their power. All that preparatory labor characteristic of the free, prudent and bold, frank and discreet government had been neglected by the feebleness or inexperience of the ministers. "This poor government was at grips with all kinds of perils, and the man who had shown his superiority under other difficult circumstances flinched beneath the weight of these. His talents were distempered, his lights danced about; he was sustained only by the rectitude of his intentions and by vanity born of his hopes, for he had ever in reserve that perspective of confidence and esteem with which he believed the third estate to be impressed towards him. But the promoters of the Revolution, those who wanted it complete and subversive of the old government, those men who were so small a matter at the outset, either in weight or in number, had too much interest in annihilating M. Necker not to represent as pieces of perfidy his hesitations, his tenderness towards the two upper orders, and his air of restraint towards the commons." Memoires de Malouet, p. 236. It was in this state of feeble indecision as regarded the great questions, and with this minuteness of detail in secondary matters, that M. Necker presented himself on the 5th of May before the three orders at the opening of the session in the Palace of Versailles by King Louis XVI. The royal procession had been saluted by the crowd with repeated and organized shouts of "Hurrah for the Duke of Orleans!" which had disturbed and agitated the queen. "The king," says Marmontel, "appeared with simple dignity, without pride, without timidity, wearing on his features the impress of the goodness which he had in his heart, a little affected by the spectacle and by the feelings with which the deputies of a faithful nation ought to inspire in its king." His speech was short, dignified, affectionate, and without political purport. With more of pomp and detail, the minister confined himself within the same limits. "Aid his Majesty," said he, "to establish the prosperity of the kingdom on solid bases; seek for them, point them out to your sovereign, and you will find on his part the most generous assistance." The mode of action corresponded with this insufficient language. Crushed beneath the burden of past defaults and errors, the government tendered its abdication in advance into the hands of that mightily bewildered assembly it had just convoked. The king had left the verification of powers to the States General themselves. M. Necker confined himself to pointing out the possibility of common action between the three orders, recommending the deputies to examine those questions discreetly. "The king is anxious about your first deliberations," said the minister, throwing away at haphazard upon leaders as yet unknown the direction of those discussions which he with good reason dreaded. "Never did political assembly combine so great a number of remarkable men," says M. Malouet, "without there being a single one whose superiority was decided and could command the respect of the others. Such abundance of stars rendered this assembly unmanageable, as they will always be in France when there is no man conspicuous in authority and in force of character to seize the helm of affairs, or to have the direction spontaneously surrendered to him. Fancy, then, the state of a meeting of impassioned men, without rule or bridle, equally dangerous from their bad and their good qualities, because they nearly all lacked experience and a just appreciation of the gravity of the circumstances under which they were placed, insomuch that the good could do no good, and the bad, from levity, from violence, did nearly always more harm than they intended." It was amidst such a chaos of passions, wills, and desires, legitimate or culpable, patriotic or selfish, that there was, first of all, propounded the question of verification of powers, prompt and peremptory on the part of the noblesse, hesitating and cautious on the part of the clergy. The opposition of the two upper orders to any common action irritated the third estate. Its appeals had ended in nothing but conferences broken off, then resumed at the king's desire, and evidently and painfully to no purpose. "By an inconceivable oversight on the part of M. Necker in the local apportionment of the building appointed for the assembly of the States general, there was the throne room or room of the three orders, a room for the noblesse, one for the clergy, and none for the commons, who remained, quite naturally, established in the states room, the largest, the most ornate, and all fitted up with tribunes for the spectators who took possession of the public boxes or loges communes in the room. When it was perceived that this crowd of strangers and their plaudits only excited the audacity of the more violent speakers, all the consequences of this installation were felt. Would anybody believe," continues M. Malouet, "that M. Necker had an idea of inventing a ground slip, of falling in of the cellars of the menus, and of throwing down during the night the carpentry of the grand room, in order to remove and install the three orders separately? It was to me myself that he spoke of it, and I had great difficulty in dissuading him from the notion, by pointing out to him all the danger of it." The want of foresight and the nervous hesitation of the ministers had placed the third estate in a novel and a strong situation. Installed officially in the states room, it seemed to be at once master of the position, waiting for the two upper orders to come to it. Mirabeau saw this, with that rapid insight into effects and consequences which constitutes, to a considerable extent, the orator's genius. The third estate had taken possession; none could henceforth dispute with its privileges, and it was the defence of a right that had been won which was to inspire the fiery orator with his mighty audacity, when on the 23rd of June, towards evening, after the miserable affair of the royal session, the Marquis of Dreux Breze came back into the room to beg the deputies of the third estate to withdraw. The king's order was express, but already certain nobles and a large number of ecclesiastics had joined the deputies of the commons. Their definitive victory on the 27th of June, and the fusion of the three orders, was foreshadowed. Mirabeau rose at the entrance of the grand master of the ceremonies. "Go," he shouted, "and tell those who send you that we are here by the will of the people, and that we shall not budge save at the point of the bayonet." This was the beginning of revolutionary violence. On the 12th of June the battle began. The calling over of the bailiwicks took place in the states room. The third estate sat alone. At each province, each chief place, each roll (procès verbal), the secretaries repeated in a loud voice, "Gentlemen of the clergy? None present. Gentlemen of the noblesse? None present." Certain parish priests alone had the courage to separate from their order and submit their powers for verification. All the deputies of the third estate at once gave them precedence. The day of persecution was not yet come. Legality still stood. The third estate maintained a proud moderation. The border was easily passed. A name was sufficient. The title of States General was oppressive to the new Assembly. It recalled the distinction between the orders, as well as the humble posture of the third estate heretofore. "This is the only true name," exclaimed Abbe Sieyes, "Assembly of acknowledged and verified representatives of the nation." This was a contemptuous repudiation of the two upper orders. Mounier replied with another definition: "Legitimate assembly of the majority amongst the deputies of the nation, deliberating in the absence of the duly invited minority." The subtleties of metaphysics and politics are powerless to take the popular fancy. Mirabeau felt it. "Let us call ourselves representatives of the people," he shouted. for this ever fatal name he claimed the kingly sanction. "I hold the king's veto so necessary," said the great orator, "that if he had it not, I would rather live at Constantinople than in France. Yes, I protest, I know of nothing more terrible than a sovereign aristocracy of 600 persons who, having the power to declare themselves to morrow irremovable and the next day hereditary, would end, like the aristocracies of all countries in the world, by swooping down upon everything." An obscure deputy here suggested during the discussion the name of National Assembly, often heretofore employed to designate the States general. Sieyes took it up, rejecting the subtle and carefully prepared definitions. "I am for the amendment of M. Legrand," said he, "and I propose the title of National Assembly." 491 voices against 90 adopted this simple and superb title. In contempt of the two upper orders of the state, the National Assembly was constituted. The decisive step was taken towards the French Revolution. During the early days, in the heat of a violent discussion, Barrere had exclaimed, "You are summoned to recommence history." It was an arrogant mistake. For more than 80 years modern France has been prosecuting laboriously and in open day the work which had been slowly forming within the dark womb of olden France. In the almighty hands of eternal God, a people's history is interrupted and recommenced never. Chapter LX. End of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 6, by François Guizot. Recording by Kate Barrett.